The story begins with a clap of thunder, a bright flash of lightning, and a field strewn with fallen great heroes. Everywhere lay the bodies of dead people and the bodies of humanoid wolves, covered in mud and traces of a severe battle. The world is destroyed, and the comrades with whom Scott fought side by side, risking his life. The 10 great knights who defended the continent. They spent all their mana and life energy, leaving behind only a polluted land filled with nothing but death. The man with the two-handed axe confidently moved forward, despite his terrible fatigue and the loss of his friends. He looked around, seeing only the fallen, motionless bodies of allies and enemies illuminated by lightning. What happened today is a tragedy caused by the actions of just one scumbag who knows no mercy. Suddenly, the body of one of the comrades was crushed by the huge clawed paw of a humanoid beast. The lion's eyes lit up as he felt the bones crunch under his paw, and his grin took on the appearance of a creepy smile. This monster, the demonic beast king Leon, was incredibly huge in size compared to a human. He immediately turned to the man with the axe, acknowledging his strength, noting that he was a bit short for a worthy opponent. The monster's speech was more like an animal's roar when he said that the man would not be able to reach out and take his life. However, the warrior paid no attention to his words, concentrating his power into the weapon, which acquired a red tint. There was little strength, but now it was necessary to carry out the final attack and end this battle that led to all this. Without answering Leon, Scott gathered his last strength and, pushing off the ground, raised the axe above his head. With a loud cry, he began to lower the gun, aiming at the monster's face, but immediately ran into an obstacle in the form of his hand. The demonic beast king just laughed loudly as he blocked the attack, saying that it was useless and he should give up. However, the man did not even think of giving up. He swore loudly and furiously shouted at his opponent to shut up. The warrior decided to use the lightning blast technique to finish off the beast, proving to it that he was not to be underestimated. This move was enough to cut the monster in two and still have time to say that it made a lot of noise. As the man fell to the ground, Leon's hand slowly flew down, and the monster itself did not understand what had happened. A second later, when the lightning had completely disappeared, a deafening explosion was heard, finishing off the overconfident beast. The bloodied warrior smiled, rejoicing in his victory and the fact that it had finally become quiet and calm. He dropped to one knee, leaning on his axe, thinking that he too would soon die, despite the victory. The man touched his stomach, to which was attached a stone with mana, which was insufficient. Angered, the warrior said this out loud, asking himself if his life had gone wrong from the start. He immediately remembered himself when he was a child, looking at his small hands with surprise. Only famous knights and aristocrats were taught mana training methods, but all he had at his disposal was trial and error. The boy, who was called Scott, devoted himself entirely to persistent and hard training since childhood. When the guy rose to the heights of knighthood, he thought that all the banal problems were now behind him. But is this true? He is filled with regret, because if Scott had started training his mana with the right methods, then he would have been able to protect the continent. The warrior knew the level of his strength, and was sure that he could protect absolutely everyone. But now before his eyes there was only a burning city. With his bloody hand he touched his stomach again, realizing that his mana reserves were completely depleted and no longer active. The man thought about his opponent Gluttony, who had incredible power, capable of killing thousands of knights. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead as he realized that this demon was only a captain of the 7th Army Corps. The warrior tensed up as he thought about how strong the other captains of the beast demon armies were. The guy was still squatting with his head down. His last thoughts were only about victory and impending death. Suddenly, a familiar voice called his name and he turned around in surprise, learning that someone was still alive. The Sword Emperor Esgard, who was breathing heavily due to his wounds, approached him and asked if the boy was still alive. An elderly man with gray hair and a beard began to cough, saying that he was already dying and that there was little time left. However, the master wanted to fulfill his last wish and said that before he passed away, he wanted to ask him a question. Removing the beast's severed arm, Esgard asked why it did not flee the battlefield to save its life. When he heard no answer, he added that he had heard that the boy was born into poverty, and wasn't there anything he needed to protect? The elderly man did not calm down and continued to voice his thoughts that the guy had probably suffered for a long time. Scott replied that he was very curious about what old people said before they died, but he was disappointed. The boy then said that it was a shame, which surprised the swordmaster, who looked at the young warrior in surprise. With his last strength, the guy cried out that he didn't like looking weak, regardless of his status and position in society. The guy believed that a real man should hold his head high, and that desertion was not the answer. A loud Unnatural laughter echoed across the dead field that belonged to Esgard, who was laughing at such an answer. An unhappy Scott turned his head towards the man, noticing that he still had the strength to laugh. The old man said that the boy had convinced him, and he would believe in his talent, because pride had helped him become one of the 10 great knights. Then the man smiled, and in a serious voice told the boy to find him as quickly as possible when he returned. These words were complete nonsense, and Scott tried to ask again how to understand this, looking at the master in surprise. However, Esgard continued to say that he would not believe him if he simply came to him, so he must remember one of his secrets. Taking the ring off his finger, the master told him that his unborn daughter was named Lily, in honor of his and his wife's favorite flower. Suddenly, Scott was surrounded by blue energy, which he was very surprised by, not understanding what was happening at all. Closing his eyes, the old man continued that he didn't really like this flower, but that was the most important part of the secret. Esgard's last words were for the warrior to find him as quickly as possible, after which he fell silent. A stunned Scott tried to find out from the old man what he was planning, but felt like he was being pulled somewhere. He realized that he was starting to lose consciousness, and his thoughts were confused. He asked himself only one thing: was he dead? Scott slowly opened his eyes. He felt pain all over his body and his face was completely covered in bruises. He looked around the room and thought it looked familiar. And because the guy thought he was already dead, it all seemed like a dream. Turning his head and seeing a familiar person, he thought that even after death he would have to see this dream again. It seemed to him that he was looking at his painful past, in which he witnessed the death of his sister and the theft of her corpse. When Scott was a kid and his sister died, those guys broke in. Then Irina hid the gold ring. These memories made the guy boil with anger, but he hid the ring, and his sister covered him and was hit. Suddenly, two men burst into the room, saying that because of her, the wolf almost beat them up, and they needed to give her a couple more thrashings. One of the men hit the chair on which the sleeping sister was sitting hard, after which he screamed, "How dare she sleep?" The warrior in the body of a child watched this, and remembered that for several days he was on the threshold of death. At that time, the sister did not take care of her wounds and looked after him all the time, which is why she died. The girl fell to the floor and showed no signs of life, which made the two men surprised by her death, joking and laughing. Scott grinned. Because he knew what would happen next, they realized that she was dead, but they didn't care. They would still take her body. The two men grabbed the lifeless body by the arms and dragged it out of the room, while the immobilized boy could do nothing. Meanwhile, the bandit stopped, thinking about what to do with the dead girl's body, and went over options about all sorts of perverts and selling organs. Somehow turning his head, Scott looked at them, not wanting to give up. He searched for the strength in himself to move and protect his sister. He bared his teeth and tensed up, wondering if he wouldn't be able to do anything in his sleep either, having given them his sister. His teeth were grinding and his body was shaking. He was mentally ordering his body to move. All of this gave off excruciating pain. Suddenly, the hand he was trying to move began to glow with blue energy, giving him the power to control his body. The guy looked at his hand in surprise, mentally telling himself that everything worked out and he had a chance. He immediately ordered the bandits to stop, and he himself rushed at one of them, who grabbed his sister by the legs. The man didn't have time to react and put up a block, which is why he received a painful blow to the stomach, flying into the wall. Although the blow was strong, it could not knock out the stunned bandit. He only cried out in sudden pain. The man, in shock, turned his attention to the boy, whose body and eyes were glowing with bright blue energy and looking at him angrily. Scott grinned at his opponents as one of them rose from the floor and the other angrily flexed his fists. The one who got hit first got angry, asking the guy if he had gone crazy because of his sister's death. Without waiting for an answer, the enraged men began to beat the boy with their hands and feet, sparing no effort or comment. Feeling a mountain of blows on himself, the guy only tensed up from the pain, but did not dare retreat, giving them his sister's body. Looking at the stubborn boy, the bandits became even more angry, baring their teeth and clenching their fists, burning with rage. The exhausted boy lay on the girl's body. One of the bandits spat and began to leave the house, following his friend. After the men left the house, Scott lay on top of his sister for a while, not wanting to let her go. The guy's hands began to glow with mana again, and he thought with surprise about what was happening, because everything had been different before. He had had this dream many times, but now, for the first time ever, the ending was completely different. Scott froze, trying to understand how this could happen, because in his dreams and memories he couldn't even use mana. Looking at his hands again, he suddenly remembered the words of the old man who asked him to find him when he returned. The young warrior could not believe that Esgard had actually returned him to the past, and that all this was happening in reality. and only now was he able to realize the true intentions of the swordmaster, who had placed his hopes on a guy who could change the future. Suddenly, the boy burst into tears, scolding the old man for sending him at that particular moment, although he could have sent him a couple of days earlier. The strong emotions and use of mana caused the boy to cough up blood and experience severe pain throughout his body. Scott knew how weak his body was and that there was really no reason to be angry since he was still a child. The Sword Emperor himself was not confident in his strength, so he had no right to blame him for this because he gave him a chance. The boy looked at the girl's lifeless body, glad that he would at least be able to say goodbye to his sister. After all, in his past life, this opportunity was taken away from him and he could do nothing, only watch as it was taken away. Wiping away his tears, he mentally addressed the Emperor of the Ball, saying that as soon as he sorted out what he had to, he would immediately rush off to search. He knew that the man who killed his sister was called Wolf, and in his past life he had dealt with him with difficulty. But now he has a great opportunity to take full revenge on him, regardless of age and wounds. However, first he and his sister had to go somewhere to fulfill their last duty to her. Sometime later, Scott stood in the cemetery, feeling an unpleasant chill run down his spine. The boy looked at his sister, who was not his blood relative, lying in a coffin strewn with flowers. All they had in common was dark hair, which was a rarity for people on this continent. After all, black is considered the color of bad luck. So many avoided and bullied the boy for no apparent reason. However, he reminded her of her lost brother. The girl gave him the name Scott and took care of him as if he were her own. It was hard to believe that he would have to bury her without repaying her for all the good she had done for him. Several children, 4 girls and an old man gathered around the coffin while the priest read a prayer for the deceased. One of the red-haired girls, instead of mourning Aaron, looked closely at Scott. This girl was a close friend of Irina's. Her name was Emma, and she understood that this was all because of her sister's death. The girl, like no one else, understood Scott's state at the moment when someone close to him died. She remembered the recent moment when she found the boy eating food right in front of Irina's lifeless body. This picture shocked Emma to the maximum, and although she wanted to, she could not look away. She just wondered where the guy got the strength to eat in front of his dead sister without feeling any emotions. Without making a sound, Scott silently ate the food provided, looking only in front of him and thinking about something of his own. The stunned friend, examining the boy, noticed something unusual. All his wounds had simply disappeared. Having finished his porridge, the boy stood up, taking his sister in his arms, and with a confident gait headed towards the exit, wanting to leave the house. Concerned, Emma decided to stop him and ask where he was taking her, to which the guy replied that everything was fine. She didn't really believe the little boy's words and continued to question him, but she still couldn't get an answer. Emma decided to ask why he only listened to Aaron, but ignored her even now, at such a difficult moment. The guy stopped for a second, casting a heavy glance at his girlfriend, thanking her for the food, and then left the house. As the front door was closing, the red-haired girl was shocked to hear a promise that she would be repaid for her help. A girl's scream was heard from the house, trying to stop the boy, but he did not pay any attention to her and went on his way. Some time later, standing in the cemetery, Emma thought about how he had arranged a decent burial for his sister. Staring at Scott, she wondered what was going on in his head. The guy did not take his eyes off his peacefully lying sister, thinking that this was the only way he could repay her for her kindness. He had no need to blame himself and lower his gaze. Irina would be against this, and he wanted to fulfill her will. The girl always told the boy to keep his head held high, not to be ashamed of anything and to look only forward. While everyone else was grieving and the priest was saying a prayer, Scott was mentally communicating with his sister. He asked to look after him from heaven, because in this life he would try to make sure that he had nothing to regret. A month later, Scott, enveloped in mana energy, was heading towards a huge house that stood high on a hill. The guy smiled widely, realizing that the moment of revenge had finally arrived and justice was about to prevail. Noticing a little boy approaching them, the robbers began asking each other if this was the beggar. The tax collector was supposed to be coming to see them now, but Scott asked menacingly if Wolf was still there. One of the men began to angrily roll up his sleeves and ask how he dared to pronounce his name out loud, but the guy was not afraid. The man raised his hand to hit Scott, but he stood unperturbed, waiting for the right moment. When the strong hand was already a few centimeters from his face, the boy intercepted it, stopping the blow. As Scott broke the man's arm, he smiled smugly and asked why he couldn't say his name. The bandit screamed loudly in agony as the pain suddenly hit him, while his hand immediately swelled and turned red. While the crippled man fell to his knees, holding his hand, the guy walked towards the second bandit with a confident step. Panicking, The villain thought about why this boy was behaving like this. Had he taken something forbidden? However, he quickly came to his senses, realizing that it was just a child, after which he rushed at him with outstretched hands. He grabbed the child by the chest, trying to lift him up, while at the same time thinking about just throwing him out. The man tensed and shook his whole body trying to lift the boy, but no matter how hard he tried, the boy remained standing on the ground. Without understanding anything, the man blushed and bared his teeth in an effort, thinking that this boy weighed like a piece of iron. At the same time, Scott smiled sarcastically, answering him that he was heavier than he seemed and that he was overflowing with strength. The guy then suddenly kicked the man in the stomach, causing him to fly back, tearing Scott's shirt and clinging to it. Rejoicing at his success, the boy thought contentedly that his mana body was in place and working perfectly. After all, in a past life it was in the wrong position, which caused a disruption in the functioning of this body. The secret behind the secret technique that Scott invented is that he uses two bodies to strengthen himself many times over. Due to the perfect combination of the body consisting of mana body, and one's own, the effects of this technique are good. But to stay in shape, it is important to eat well. Fortunately, Emma helped, because of which the food that was put aside for 10 days was eaten. He thought about all this in just a second, while the bandit was flying with his back to the gates of a huge mansion. The boy said that by creating the mana body this time, he understood the reason why things turned out badly in his past life. He told quite a bit about how it is easier for a weak, newly awakened mana to take the right place in a wounded body. The frightened man tried to run away, asking what he was talking about, but Scott only grabbed his leg tightly. Holding the man by the leg, the boy lifted him into the air, thanking them for beating him half to death. After which, the guy threw the villain straight into the gate, knocking it off its hinges and opening the way further to his goal. However, the man did not limit himself to hitting the gate. He flew forward and smashed the front door of the mansion. The stunned bandits in the room stood in combat readiness for a second, waiting for the uninvited guest. A cloud of dust rose near the door, hiding the stranger who was leisurely walking into the building. A few seconds later, they noticed a smiling Scott, who was coming closer and closer to them without saying anything. One of the men immediately recognized the boy who had previously defended his sister, thinking that he had taken the risk of coming alone. The angry and cruel faces of all those present turned towards the boy, and someone asked what he hoped for by appearing without a weapon. Grabbing the familiar bandit by the leg, Scott sarcastically replied that he had the weapon on him, and at the same time he grabbed the bald bandit by the leg. The man, not understanding anything, simply looked at the boy, while the guy pulled him with a sharp movement and began to wave him. Pulling the hooligan towards him, the boy smiled and sadly declared to everyone present that this was the very weapon. After which, to the stunned cry of the bandit, he rushed at the rest of the men, waving the living weapon in all directions. The sound of broken furniture and the screams of the bandits echoed throughout the hall, leaving nothing intact in its wake. The man who knocked down the gates and doors watched as his friends were beaten very painfully and cruelly. Then he looked up and saw the guy swing the human sword straight at him, wanting to finish what he started. It was the decisive blow that was able to cause a shockwave that threw off the remains of furniture and other interiors. Both bandits were lying unconscious, but still alive, since Scott's plans did not require killing everyone in a row. Raising his head and staring at the balcony, the boy declared that the pawns were finished, and only the Randers brothers remained. While he was calling them to come down, one of the men was already taking out his saber, which had been hanging peacefully in its sheath until then. In addition, Scott beckoned them with his fingers and a sarcastic smile, hoping that this would be able to irritate them. After which, the boy's body was once again enveloped in blue mana energy, causing his fighting spirit to become even stronger. Before he could fully draw his sword from its sheath, one of the brothers was surprised that the boy was using mana. Then the men's faces were covered with a greedy smile, because they knew that the corpse of the owner of mana could be sold at an inflated price. However, Scott paid no attention to their conversations, looking at his improvised sword in bewilderment. Frustrated, the boy threw the bandit's leg away while two bodies were already flying at him from above with the desire to kill. The boy remembered the dumbfounded look of the swordmaster when he first decided to use a person as a weapon. The old warrior cursed, for he did not approve of such methods, and asked Scott to behave a little more nobly in the future. The dissatisfied guy decided to ask what he should do then, because in order to do something, he needed to know what exactly. Esgard suggested to him that instead of using such brutal methods, it would be better to learn martial arts. The boy impatiently asked his opponents if it was worth it to have the long-awaited noble fight now. However, the brothers did not even want to listen to him, attacking the young warrior from above, deciding to take him by surprise. Covering him from both sides, hoping to break through his defense from a blind spot, they began to swing their sabers. But suddenly, against all odds, Scott dodged every blow, then jumped to the side, leaving the brothers bewildered. One of the men was wondering how this kid could predict their movements, but at the same time a fist was flying at his face. Without giving time to think or take a breather, the boy decided to use all his advantages to win. As the bandit watched his brother get knocked out with one blow, he didn't notice the foot pointing towards him. A knee to the chin sent the man flying into the air, knocking out both of the bad guys at once. However, Scott decided not to stop, and pushing off the ground with force, he flew after the second bandit. Flying above the balcony on the second floor, the boy grabbed the unconscious Randers tightly by the chest. Then, with a sharp movement, he threw him down, finishing him off completely, so that he would definitely not be able to quickly wake up. Before the man could reach the ground, Scott was right there, rolling towards the stricken bandit. With a quick swing of his leg, he delivered the finishing blow to the man who was still in the air. One of the brothers, who had suffered the most, rolled towards the door, letting out a loud howl of pain as he flew towards the door. In the room next door, a red-haired man slowly woke up, unhappy that he had been woken up. The leader of the invaders, Wolf, rose from his seat, asking loudly and angrily who dared to disturb him. Scott was once again flooded with memories of his last encounter with Wolf, when he had walked towards him with the sword man. In his past life, he was very surprised that the wolf led a bandit lifestyle in a remote area. As a result, he turned out to be not a human, but a beastman, whose race is considered one of the strongest on the continent. Moreover, he is a silver wolf, a special creature among the beastmen, and a lot of trouble can be expected from him. In addition, this characteristic only appears in direct descendants of the imperial family of werewolves. Scott never understood why someone so famous and powerful would live in such a place, so close to people. In his past life, he had managed to kill him with difficulty, so there was no time for questioning and assessing the situation in society. However, this time he decided to beat him up and find out everything he wanted, while the man asked why the boy did all this. A smiling Scott began to mock the man, asking if he wanted these to be his last words. This barb immediately angered the wolf, causing his eyes to become bloodshot, his forehead to wrinkle, and his teeth to bare. The next second, the bandit leader bent over and began to slowly transform, growing fur. The boy closed his eyes, crossed his arms over his chest, and stood with one foot on the Randers, waiting for the transformation to complete. The transformation was slowly coming to an end. The beastman grew several times in size, and sharp claws grew on his paws. A few more seconds later, a huge beastman with orange fur appeared in front of the calm boy. Opening his eyes, Scott looked at the wolf for a while, noticing obvious changes and inconsistencies in his appearance. The guy began to ask the perplexed animal why its fur was not silver, as it should have been originally. Ignoring the monster's terrifying appearance, Scott began to joke and tease him, calling him the son of a dog. This attitude made the bandit leader even more angry, and he was surprised that he had the nerve to say such things to his face. The boy put his hands in his pockets and watched as the angry beast rushed to attack, closing the distance between them. Dodge the monster's deadly attacks. The boy thought that he was stronger and faster than the Randers brothers. The dodging young warrior Echidna smiled and began to kick the monster, from which he howled in pain from another attack. The guy sadly noted that this wolf was clearly weaker than the one he had been in his past life. Bored, the young warrior decided to make a half-hearted counterattack, abruptly grabbing the monster by the mouth, closing it with one hand. Filling his hand with mana, which made the wolf feel even more pain, Scott was disappointed that he had returned for such a pathetic sight. Somehow breaking free from the boy's strong grip, the beastman jumped back, holding his bloody mouth with his paws. One day, a fellow beastman of Scott's told him that he would teach him how to deal with members of his race when they went mad. At that very moment, the maddened beast with a bitten tongue and new strength again attacked the young warrior. Unable to withstand such impudence, the wolf began to shower the boy with a series of quick and sharp blows, but he quickly dodged. The beast's eyes blazed with fury as he frantically tried to catch up with Scott, who dodged every blow. The guy, although a little disappointed, still sarcastically commented on the battle, simultaneously hitting the beast in the jaw. Another gush of blood burst from the monster's mouth as it fell backwards, stunned by the boy's strength. Scott smiled contentedly, happy with his new strength in this body, and asked the wolf not to die yet, since they were just getting started. The young warrior smiled maliciously and began to kick the monster, causing it to howl in pain and the impudence of an ordinary man. His friend said that they could be treated more roughly because the beastman had excellent regenerative abilities. Another, more powerful blow sent the bandit leader, into the opposite wall, painfully slamming his back into it. There was a deafening roar as the wall cracked and a couple of broken ribs of the beastman fell to the ground. Scott paused for a second, lowering his leg, looking at his opponent and waiting to see what would happen next. At the same time, the unconscious wolf, with his mouth open, began to change his form back to human. A red stone fell out of his chest as Scott, with his hands in his pockets, asked if he had come to his senses. The stunned man looked at the boy. It felt like he didn't know him and was seeing him for the first time in his life. However, the guy just punched his palms, saying that this time it wouldn't end with just a broken spine. The man, trembling with fear, who a few minutes ago looked like a dangerous beast, felt that now he would be in great pain. After ordering him to beg for his sister's forgiveness, Scott began to beat the man with renewed vigor, showing no mercy. A few minutes later, the still shaking man lay in front of the boy, completely covered in bruises and abrasions. The young warrior looked at his blood-covered hands and said how he wanted to wring the wolf's neck. Hearing these threats, the man instantly jumped up, folded his palms together and began to repent and ask for forgiveness from Arena. Panic completely overwhelmed the bandit, who was practically kissing the floor, trying to beg for forgiveness and stay alive. Looking at the beaten man, Scott thought that he really wanted to chop him into pieces and bring them to his sister's grave. Hearing such a statement, the bandit leader lowered his gaze and began to beg for forgiveness from Arena even louder. However, the boy said with displeasure that she would not want to meet her killer in the afterlife. He was about to continue beating the guy. I asked him why the beastmen live in such places. Suddenly, he noticed a red stone that had fallen from the beast's chest, saying that he had not found it in his past life. As soon as he took it in his hands, he immediately felt a dark and ominous energy appear around him. The boy's eyes widened as he immediately realized that this was demonic energy, dangerous and unpredictable. Raising his head, he noticed a silver wolf, chained in red and black strong chains, howling with indignation. Suddenly, the beast's head dropped, and the wolf's gaze turned to the boy, demonstrating its anger and grin. Scott met his gaze, surprised, but he didn't feel fear or horror, just confusion. The guy once again indulged in memories of his past life, recalling how his friend wanted to show him mystical creatures. Mystical creatures are beings that were created by their bodies accumulating mana over the course of several centuries. Scott didn't know that they lived outside of Elfheim because spirits are rare phenomena, and the elf was only surprised that he called the souls of animals spirits. Although the guy was not a spiritual mage, he knew about them, which is why he looked skeptically at his girlfriend. The green-haired girl with long ears just smiled, asking if he knew what the essence of the spirit was, after which she showed him a small stone, enveloped in green energy that did not pose a danger. At this time, Scott, in his young body, held the silver wolf spiritual stone in surprise, looking at the dark energy, after which he looked again at the frightened bandit, wondering where he got such a precious item. He also wondered why the spiritual stone contained energy that was specific to demonic beasts. However, the first thing he decided to do was to get rid of her right away, and a heart chained in chains immediately appeared in front of him. Having filled his hand with mana, he swung and struck the heart with all his might, hoping for its complete destruction. Suddenly, the demonic chains broke into pieces and the silver wolf was released, letting out a loud howl. The next second, the guy's eyes glazed over, causing an incomprehensible picture to appear before his eyes. He watched as several people with daggers in their hands surrounded a wolf in the dark forest, preparing to defend itself. He immediately realized that these were spirit memories where some suspicious people surrounded him, and they all used demonic energy. Unafraid of the dangerous beast, the men immediately attacked, striking the wolf's paws with the cursed weapon. Blood gushed from the animal's limbs, causing it to let out a piercing roar and its mouth to fill with saliva. After a few more vile attacks, the beast could not stand it any longer and fell to the ground, covered in its own blood. However, this was far from the end, because all the men only tightened their grip on their damned daggers, preparing to continue. Two of them jumped on the monster and began to cut its body with weapons, opening the carcass in an attempt to get something. After some time, one of the robbers held the heart of the killed demon tightly in his hands with a sly smile. As it turned out, they came for the spiritual stone, after which they gave it to some child, which surprised Scott. Looking through the memories, he realized that these scoundrels were trying to absorb the spiritual stone to create a beastman. The wolf, baring his teeth, looked at the boy, who asked the frightened man if someone had created him. But the bandit paid no attention to him, continuing to apologize to his sister, hoping that he would not be killed. Noticing the owner of the spiritual stone, the spirit beast opened its fanged mouth wide and wanted to attack him. However, Scott immediately stood between him and the man, trying to stop the angry monster. Holding his hand out in front of him, The boy tried to explain to the spirit that this bastard had to suffer properly before he died. The wolf obediently stopped, and the boy was surprised that he understood him because he didn't know that he was predisposed to spiritual magic. Once upon a time, an elf told him that it was possible to become a spiritual mage if you had a pure soul and a decent amount of mana. She also added that only children are innocent enough to reveal such a strong ability. After thinking for a moment, the boy rubbed his head, saying that Astina had once told him something like this a long time ago. Now he is just a child, but he is not sure that he is innocent enough, not even innocent at all, and this raised questions. To the guy's surprise, the wolf closed his eyes and began to shake his head sharply from side to side, denying something, after which the spirit touched the young warrior's head with its nose, trying to talk to him through thoughts. The boy immediately realized that when he removed the spell, his mana penetrated the beast's spiritual stone, filling its chips. Due to the unintentional repair of the spiritual stone, they began to understand each other. The guy clarified whether he understood everything correctly. The wolf closed his eyes and, with an intelligent and understanding look, began to nod confidently, answering the young man's voiced question. The boy asked in surprise if they could now make a deal, after which the beast nodded again. Having filled his hand with mana and extended it to the beast, the boy smiled, immediately deciding to make a contract with him. Spirits do not need constant attention like magic. As long as mana supports their existence, they will help. Most spirits grow stronger as their mage approaches them, which is why Astina is one of the 10 great knights. When the guy agreed, the spirit only bared his teeth and growled angrily, saying that he would have a request. They looked at each other in silence for a few seconds while the boy tried to grasp the wild beast's request. Understanding the monster's desire, the smile disappeared from the boy's face, leaving only a serious expression. The beast asked for revenge for him. But for the warrior, it was easy, because he was going to kill everyone who was connected with demons anyway. Once they had agreed on this, the last stage of concluding a contract with the spirit remained, agreeing on the rules of existence. A second later, the wolf noticeably decreased in size, staying next to the guy while he was thinking about what to name him. Stroking his new companion, Scott smiled, saying that he would choose a name that he liked. Unconsciously, the boy looked out the window and saw a bright full moon, after which he decided to name his companion Moonwolf. He then turned around, looking at the bandit, wondering what to do with him, since he couldn't believe that someone would create a beastman using a spiritual stone. Judging by the fact that those bandits had demonic energy, they must be demon followers. These were fanatics who renounced the righteous goddess and chose to worship a race of damned demons. They were causing a lot of trouble even before the Demon King's army arrived, but Scott was in the labyrinth at the time, so he didn't know the details. Suddenly, the boy kicked the apologetic bandit, asking if the demon's followers had given him the spiritual stone. However, from the man's behavior, one could assume that he had gone crazy. Ignoring the question, he continued to apologize. While the boy was trying to get through to the bandit, his new companion came to his aid and loudly growled at the bandit. The trembling leader immediately came to his senses, and Scott immediately asked where those who gave him the spiritual stone were. Hearing the indistinct muttering, the boy continued asking where their organization was located and what it did. Suddenly, the half-naked man loudly slapped his palm on the floor, unconsciously falling into some new attack. A crooked smile crossed his face and he laughed for a few seconds, trying to find the right words. Suddenly, the man started talking about how they wouldn't be released, that he was just a test subject and that they were all extremely strong. While the man was saying everything he knew, a magical detonation went off in his head, causing a small explosion. Covering his face with his hands, Scott stared in shock at the headless body of the deranged bandit, trying to understand what had happened. He immediately realized that a spell had worked on him to keep him from blabbering too much. He had heard of something similar in a past life. Then the leader told him that the organization would come for him, but it seemed to him that he was talking about his subordinates, who remained on the first floor. However, in their past life, they didn't even know that the wolf was a beastman. Then he tried to find out something, but to no avail. The boy waved his hand listlessly, deciding that he was not one to think, so everything would be decided as he went along. Then he noticed a glow in the hole in the wall left by the beastman's blow and decided to check what was stored there. What was important to him was whether to give them back what he had taken, after which he firmly grabbed the bandit leader's hand. Without thinking twice, he launched the headless body straight into the wall, breaking it down to find out the secret behind it. When the dust cleared, the guy noticed a thick metal door, locked with a reliable and strong lock. Scott thought that the Emperor of the Ball could use the information he had obtained here, if he were to tell him. The seal that was the safe's lock was still glowing, meaning everything was working and it could be opened. The boy grabbed the bandit's hand again and put it to the seal, after which the clicks of the lock opening were heard. With an arrogant look, the guy entered inside, examining the treasures and some important records, stopping at one item. Passing over the jewelry and precious stones, he took only the ring, saying that for the sake of his comrades' trust he had to grab this. The gold ring, engraved with an eagle, meant that it belonged to the famous Valentia family. Memories came flooding back to the boy as a rich blonde approached the child and asked his name. An emaciated and hungry Scot gave his name to the sweet girl standing next to the armored warrior. The blonde with blue eyes immediately appreciated the beauty of his name, after which she began to remove the ring from her finger. Handing the gold jewelry to the guy, she asked him to find her later. Then she could help him because she was capable of it. Looking at the ring he took from the safe, the boy declared that everyone in Aslan's kingdom knew her. Chloe von Valentia, the youngest daughter of the Sword Emperor Esgard von Valentia, she is known for her good deeds. For this, she was nicknamed an angel. She must have turned 16 and was already quite an adult. Valentia's family has a tradition of going around their property at this age and doing various good deeds, such as, for example, bringing flowers to every temple and introducing yourself, helping all people in need. That's why we met in the Red Light District, which is described in the documents as the most remote place in the duchy. The boy remembered what he was like then, and in his past life he did not return the ring, because he took revenge later. This made it harder for him to gain support. But now, with the ring in his hands, it seems possible. I put the ring in my pocket. The young warrior firmly decided that this time everything would be different, because with the ring it would be easier to meet with Egard. Suddenly, Scott heard a noise from the first floor, some unfamiliar voice asking where this bastard was. The boy was delighted with this turn of events, as if he was waiting for the wolf to receive reliable help. Meanwhile, a stately man clad in silver armor entered the room, examining the unconscious bodies. The bandits hiding behind him told about how one of them was grabbed by the legs and spun around, and that this was the work of the owner of the manor. The bald soldier only asked incredulously if it was true that the child had turned everything upside down here. The villains began to nod nervously and agree with his conclusions, saying that with his help they would deal with him in no time. However, the angry soldier turned around and scolded them, reminding them not to overdo it with the hallucinogens. The men began to deny it, but the knight only hit one of them, complaining about how the wolf looked after his subordinates. The bald knight who behaved so insolently and arrogantly was the captain of the guard of the outer fortress of Phil's Rem. He was considering using this as an excuse to raise their taxes when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed movement. From the second floor, a boy with dark hair and tattered clothes was slowly descending with a satisfied look. The frightened bandits immediately began to shout that it was him, while Rem asked if he was the one who had caused the mess. Scott calmly agreed, which only made the knight more angry, asking if he realized what he had done. The boy only happily explained that he had simply dealt with the bandits, but he did not understand why the knights had come here. He voiced his thought that the wolf was paying them very well, which made the guard tense up and flinch. The veins on Rem's head bulged with anger as he said that this guy had no sense of fear at all. Without holding back his emotions, he rushed forward, infusing the rune with mana to quickly attack the little boy. As the warrior dashed forward, Scott thought that he was a mana master who had not even reached the second level. Without straining himself at all, the guy easily repelled his opponent's first attack, deflecting his hand in the opposite direction. The stunned soldier looked at his limb, which had taken him in a different direction from his intended direction. Wiping the smile off his face, Scott began to fill his legs with mana, deciding to counterattack since he was now able to defeat him. Time seemed to slow down when Rem saw a child's knee, infused with mana, flying quickly towards his face. There was a deafening sound of a dull blow, the wave of which pierced the knight through and through, but he remained standing in place. At the very last second, the captain managed to intercept the guy's knee right in front of his face, barely holding back the attack. Seeing such a reaction in defense, Scott only smiled, deciding to limit himself to just demonstrating his strength. The tense knight, still holding the boy's blow with his hand, groaned and declared that it was quite good. He then tried to strike with his other hand, but the boy deftly dodged it, not yet deciding to fight with Lord Phil's. Jumping back a little, he left the battlefield, thinking that the Lord had many knights serving him, and he needed to make him decide to retreat himself. However, the knight grew more and more angry with each passing second, insulting the guy as he climbed the stairs to the second floor. His patience finally snapped as he grabbed the hilt of his sword, wanting to see how he would respond to this blow. This action piqued the guy's interest because now it was his turn to pull out the hidden trump card from his sleeve. At that very moment, a wolf spirit of impressive size appeared behind Scott, emitting a strong aura. The beast immediately sensed its rival, baring its sharp fangs and angrily glaring at the surprised knight. Rem didn't expect to see a spirit in front of him, which made him sweat and tense up in a second, not knowing what to expect. The boy knew that in such a tiny room it was impossible not to notice the spirit, after which he suggested that the knight talk calmly. The guy decided to ask the knight if he didn't care what was happening here, as long as his pay remained the same. Rem was surprised by such a question, to which Scott added that he would give him money instead of the wolf so that the knight would retreat. The man laughed, not expecting such a proposal from a child, asking how old he was and whether he had turned into a boy using magic. The young warrior replied that the local lands were his home, and many among the invaders knew him because of his dark hair. The still tense captain agreed incredulously and asked where he would get 5 gold yangs. Scott didn't believe the man at first, being sure that he had greatly inflated the amount, which made him frown. With the utmost seriousness, the boy stated that most likely they gave him 1 yang, but he was offering 1.5. The captain immediately roared with indignation, insulting the boy who did not believe his words about a decent payment. The young warrior mentally sent the wolf forward, declaring that if he did not want to, they could fight here and now. This cooled the knight's ardor a little, and he began to sweat again and think furiously about what he should do. Having put his sword back in its sheath, he turned around and began to complain that some child was talking to him like that. Having heard nothing but complaints addressed to him, Scott decided to ask the knight again what his final verdict was. Without turning around, Rem sternly told the boy to pay on time, and then slowly headed towards the exit. As the man walked with a confident gait, the other bandits tried to stop him, asking how he could leave so easily. Suddenly, the villain closest to him received a resounding slap in the face with a steel glove while listening to insults. Then the captain heard the boy's familiar voice, which made him turn around and quickly catch the promised gold coin. Scott stated that since the head of this place had changed, he had to introduce himself to Lord Phil's, and Ram had to arrange a meeting. The knight agreed to convey his request, and also to keep in mind that if he did not pay the tax on time, he would experience the Lord's wrath. The boy, in the company of the wolf, made it clear that he had heard everything as he watched the men leave the building, after which he smiled broadly and slyly, thinking to himself that the next tax collection would hardly take place. Suddenly, he stopped the bandits who were trying to get away quietly, who immediately froze in horror and tensed up. The 3 beaten men turned around when they heard that they were given only 1 hour to gather the entire gang from their company. They had to bring all the women who worked for them and the beggars here, and for every minute they were late, he would kill one of them. In addition, he stated with an indifferent look that if they tried to escape, his spirit would track them down and finish them off. He widened his eyes and looked at the frozen bandits, reminding them again that they only had 1 hour. Without wasting a second, the guys rushed from the spot, leaving the building, hurrying to complete the task so as not to be killed. As Scott looked at the ring, he reasoned that if everything went according to plan, he would be done here in less than a week. Exactly an hour later, 3 out-of-breath men ran into the room, reporting that they had gathered everyone. There were many people standing behind them, and one of the girls ran forward, calling out to the boy it was Emma. She immediately began to examine his bloody hands for damage, thinking that the wolf had beaten him again. He immediately pointed his gaze at the decapitated body, declaring that it was not his blood at all, but that the wolf was dead. The stunned people turned their heads. Looking at the disfigured body, Emma came closest to it. Whispers immediately began to be heard among the people that Lord Phil's would not be pleased and would not leave it like that. Seeing the worried faces of the people, Scott realized that everyone was scared, because everyone knew that the Lord was looking after the wolf. People were talking about how he would turn his anger on them, using the excuse that they had gone against him. Scott agreed, saying that rebellion was a terrible crime. So what would happen to the Lord if it turned out that he had deceived the Duke? A few days later, 2 knights standing guard were talking about how they hadn't seen Sir Ram for a long time. His interlocutor replied that because of what had happened to the invaders, he had been temporarily placed on probation. The soldier became curious about what he had done, to which he heard the question whether he had heard about the fight that the gang of robbers had gotten into. The man immediately remembered the story of the frightened men who saw a monster that looked like a huge wolf. The knight also did not forget to mention the former leader of the gang, who was so mutilated that he could not be recognized. All his money also mysteriously disappeared, as only the bodies of beaten bandits were found in the safe. And as it turned out in the end, Sir Ram had some difficulties when he talked to their new leader. Visitors are sending complaints because all the establishments are closed, and the city has not been making any profit lately. The soldiers reasoned that the Lord was very upset by this, and therefore summoned the new leader to him for a personal conversation. And while they were trying to remember the name of the new leader, Scott stood around the corner and eavesdropped on their chatter. The boy again remembered the moment when he addressed the people with a statement that the Lord had deceived Duke Valentius. Then Emma approached him, asking him in more detail about what he had planned and what his next steps were. Scott thought that all the aristocrats remained the same as they seemed to him in his past life, finding nothing in the ledger. But the Lord offered her half of the wolf's wealth and the opportunity to lead a couple of friends away from the invaders. However, now he had different priorities. Despite the fact that Scott was not the smartest person, the life of a knight helped him understand some things. Namely, that among the aristocrats there is a hierarchy that could not be overlooked. Looking at the ledger, the boy understood that thanks to this the Lord would be finished off once and for all. He then calmly turned to Emma, saying that she didn't have to understand everything because that wasn't the most important thing. Catching uncomprehending looks, the guy explained that the wolf would not bother them anymore and they were all free. Emma was genuinely surprised by his words, asking incredulously whether they were really all free now. Pointing at the decapitated body, the boy declared that they had one last chance to take out their anger on him. With tears in her eyes, the red-haired girl instantly turned her head towards the dead bandit leader. Her hands trembled with anger, and her legs rushed towards the lifeless body, while at the same time insults flew from her mouth. Remembering the most unpleasant moments of her life associated with the wolf, she began to kick the corpse, splashing out her anger. Emma screamed furiously that she was the daughter of a successful merchant until the wolf simply destroyed her family. Seeing the girl's sincere reaction, other ladies also joined in and began to take out their anger on the corpse. Scott noticed that their faces were full of tears and anger as their feet relentlessly trampled the body of the former leader. Seeing this whole situation with his own eyes, the boy realized that he was not good at comforting, and it was not his style to repay debts like this. He ordered 3 bandits to take the safe down to the first floor because venting their anger would not be enough to heal all their wounds. With a crash and a raising of dust, the safe fell to the ground and the door slowly opened, revealing its contents. All the girls and a couple of children stopped, noticing the glitter, and were offered to take as much as they could carry. Scott said bluntly that it belonged to the wolf, and those he had forced to stay here should take the money and leave. The stunned ladies couldn't take their eyes off the safe filled with money, asking again if they could really take it. They looked at each other uncertainly, not knowing what would be the best thing to do in this situation. However, Emma first thought of Scott, who immediately replied that he had already taken the required amount. The girl voiced her thoughts that, due to his age, the boy does not understand that there is no one who would not benefit from extra funds. Without showing an ounce of surprise, the young warrior decided to ask where she thought this money came from. As soon as Scott said that he wouldn't need that much, everyone immediately froze, looking at the contents of the safe. Then the boy noticed that the faces of the ladies present indicated that they wanted to get everything for themselves. As soon as he drew attention to himself, the greedy faces changed to surprised ones, looking attentively at the guy. He asked them not to do anything bad to take it all for themselves and not to tell the Lord about the money, after which he demonstratively called his 4-legged companion, hinting at the seriousness of his words. Everyone present looked at the beast with fear, while Scott said that if they disobeyed, his friend would tear them to pieces. After that, he recommended Emma to go to Diane, move in groups, and take a mercenary from the guild. The girl was surprised by the fact that she would have to leave and wanted to know why Scott was not going with them. He briefly replied that he had one more important matter to attend to, which made the red-haired girl worried. Why did she look at his new companion, realizing that he was now strong, so he could take care of himself? She immediately accepted his offer to go to Diane, adding that he should visit her whenever he wanted to take a break. After thanking her, the boy proudly declared that from that day on the red light district was closed for business. Currently, the 2 soldiers were trying to remember the name of the new leader when a child approached them, saying his name. Looking at the commoner with a disdainful gaze, they tried to find out how long he had been there. The soldiers clarified that a lord lived there, and he shouldn't hang around, and also asked how he knew the name of the new leader. Summoning a huge wolf spirit, which, baring its teeth, leaned towards the guards, he declared that a new leader was before them. Out of fear and surprise, they immediately rushed into the depths of the estate, trying to notify the lord about the new guest. However, now wherever he goes, the same reaction awaits him until he calls his companion. Upon entering the estate, he was met by an old butler, accompanied by a tall man in a green military uniform. The man was the Grand Master of the Knightly Order of Haran, who had heard of Scott, but he imagined him to be older. Hearing the comment addressed to him, the boy asked whether it was customary here to make guests stand while they were being examined. The man, offended by such impudence, reached for the handle of the ball and, frowning, warned him to watch his language. However, The youth advised him to do the same and also not to play the fool and not to act as if he was more important than the Lord. Scott confidently declared that he was a guest in this house, and yet they were trying to raise a sword against him. They told him that nothing more could be expected from a man with his past and that he simply breathed bile. However, the guy decided to finally get him mad by saying that the stench most likely came from his mouth. And it worked. The most rotten man in the entire knightly order blushed and hurried to pull his sword out of its sheath. The stunned butler immediately rushed to stop him, justifying everything by the fact that the Lord was expecting his guest. The grinning soldier angrily devoured the absolutely calm boy with his gaze, trying to control himself. The young warrior didn't react to his threatening appearance in any way. He just closed his eyes and sighed heavily, tired of this conversation. Returning the sword back to its sheath, the master immediately agreed with the butler, reluctantly apologizing to the impudent Scott. The soldier led the boy up the stairs, warning him to mind his manners, for the Lord, unlike him, was a strict man. Hearing the lukewarm reaction, Fran bared his teeth again, wanting to finish this guy off at the first opportunity. 3 pairs of legs moved slowly down the corridor, their footsteps muffled by the red carpet beneath their feet. Approaching one of the doors, the man loudly announced to the gentleman about Scott's arrival from the back streets. A kind and gentle voice was heard from the room, calling the long-awaited guest to join him. Opening the door, the new leader began to greet the Lord, but suddenly froze in a stupor, not finishing his sentence. The stunned youth looked at the man sitting on the chair, not daring to believe that this was the Lord. Coming out of his stupor, the boy politely greeted the Lord while the soldier was surprised by his manners. Scott immediately replied that he had been practicing a little to be worthy of being in his presence. Lord Timon von Fils smiled and replied that he was quite good at pretending to be a knight. Looking at the man, the boy did not recognize the Lord he once knew, because he remembered that he was addicted to substances. It turns out that his appearance now shows what he looked like before he became addicted to them. Appearance was not important, because he was still the same aristocrat, and the accounting book that was sent to Duke Valentius would finish him off instead of me. So for now he wanted to distract his attention, while Timon noticed that the guy had not honored Haran with such courtesy. To which Scott, rising from his knee, replied that how could one treat a master and his servants equally? He then touched his heart with his right hand, firmly declaring that he wanted to enter his service. A stunned Haran roared in surprise, while the Lord smiled, saying that the soldier had a new rival. He noticed that his young guest was aiming far, but he decided to clarify whether he was really young, and whether he had the blood of gnomes or elves. Contrary to his thoughts, the boy replied that he had turned 13 this year, which surprised the two men. Then Timon said that none of this mattered, especially now that the guy had come to them voluntarily. He slowly rose from the sofa and, putting his hands in his pockets, began to walk around the table, slowly approaching Scott. Suddenly, the Lord's gaze became stern because the boy asked to serve him, while causing too much damage to his property. With each passing second, the man's face became more and more angry because he wanted to hear a clear explanation. The boy calmly assured him that it was for his own good, but he did not completely trust the words of his new guest. The Lord at first thought him quite smart, but it seemed the boy did not understand how this world worked. You, Hran, entered the conversation, asking the master for permission to immediately get rid of the annoying guy. Suddenly, Scott asked if he knew that Duke Valentius had started to fight against the distribution of substances and the body trade. The soldier, stunned by such speeches, at first did not believe the boy's story, demanding detailed explanations. Scott said that Lady Valentia had visited the Lord's estate some time ago, and her people told him about it. And the guy just wanted to clean everything for him before it got messy, and even if Timon decided to check it out, he wouldn't find anything. The Lord heard about this. During the coming-of-age ceremony of their youngest daughter, they planned something grand. Fran told the gentleman that the boy was pulling his leg, and Valentino was full of brothels, so they wouldn't do that. Hearing his speech, Timon became angry and bared his teeth, after which he made the soldier suddenly shut up with one roar. He then calmed down, calling the boy's approach primitive. But if the story was true, then she should be encouraged. The young warrior wanted to thank him, but Timon interrupted him, wanting to make sure of something else. Returning to the sofa and lighting his pipe, he began to inquire about the spirit that was under the boy's control. Then his face once again showed an angry grin, wanting to know if it was he who stole the wolf from the spiritual stone. Scott suddenly froze in place, unable to imagine where or how the Lord had gotten such information. Then the guy felt the presence of his companion next to him, who decided to share part of his power. At that very second, the boy was able to see Timon through the wolf's eyes, causing him to open his eyes in surprise. In front of him, inside the Lord, he saw a human heart, shrouded in cursed demonic energy. It was a circle made of demonic energy, which made Scott initially think he was a dark mage. Demons never lend their powers without sacrifices, and a second-level mage is a killer anyway. He immediately remembered the two bandits who wanted to take his sister's body and sell it at a high price to all sorts of perverts. He also remembered the Randers brothers, who were thinking about selling the corpse of the mana owner for a lot of money. And then it dawned on the young warrior that the Lord was buying corpses from the invaders, which made him frown at that very moment. He thought about the dark mage behind him who was supporting him. Because of these thoughts, Scott cursed at the wolf. Timon decided to rush him with an answer, but the boy decided to wriggle out of it, pretending that he didn't understand the question. Realizing that he would not get an answer from the guy, the Lord ordered his soldier to draw his sword, forcing the answer out. The boy called on Moonwolf, realizing that things were bad, and that with his current strength, he would not be able to defeat both of them. The spirit beast that appeared behind him immediately roared, releasing a wave of powerful energy, demonstrating its strength. With a thoughtful expression on his face, Timon briefly noted that the beast spirit was indeed the lord of the forest. Suddenly, the red-haired man bared his teeth again and cursed harshly, trying to figure out what to do. He realized that since things had turned out this way, there was nothing he could do, and he urgently needed to get a new test subject. These words made the young man tense up, thinking that the Lord wanted to use him as a test subject instead of the wolf. He wanted to know from Hran how strong the boy was, and immediately heard the answer that he would soon reach the second level. The soldier added that either he was from a noble family, where he was trained to use mana since childhood, or he was a genius. After examining the guy, he realized that there was no way he could have learned this on his own, since not a single thread of mana was leaking out and the circulation was quite stable. The master was sure that someone had taught him this, but the Lord decided to verify it personally by asking the question. The young man couldn't decide whether to invent someone who trained him, because he wouldn't believe it if he insisted that he trained himself. Having made his decision, the boy explained that he had been taught by his late parents before he came to Philly. He said that he had been learning this breathing technique since infancy, and gradually his strength increased and he realized that it was special. Timon, meanwhile, frowned in disbelief, trying to figure out whether this was a well-hidden lie or the truth. Scott knew they wouldn't be able to find out, because they were taking in refugees from everywhere back then, so the invaders could profit. In conclusion, the young man waved his hands and added that the fact that he was standing in front of him only proved the truth of his words. The Lord's face noticeably sank and he assumed an emotionless appearance, carefully digesting the information in his head. Taking a lazy drag on his pipe, the Lord calmly replied that he believed him, which was much easier than the guy expected. But suddenly, Timon's face lit up with a sly, even sinister smile, and a statement that he had nevertheless clarified the details. Scott looked up, not having the slightest idea who the Lord thought would be asking him the details he was interested in. After another drag, the man calmly suggested that the boy live on the estate for a while. His argument was that the guy killed the wolf and things went wrong, so he needed someone to blame. The young man was surprised that someone had to take the blame, since we were talking about one of the members of the organization that the wolf mentioned. If the Lord feared him, then it must be some terrible dark magician, and in Scott's case, it foreshadowed danger. After freezing for a few seconds, he again heard the remark that once again there was no answer to the question. The Lord added that if the boy wanted to serve him, then his proposal should be to his liking. With his hand on his heart, the boy obeyed the order, asking if this would be the Lord's guest of honor. Smiling, the man nodded affirmatively, adding that the boy should watch his manners even more carefully in his presence. Without answering, the young man once again thought about the fact that he still had an ace up his sleeve. For about 3 days, the Duke's men will carefully investigate whether the ledger is genuine. Another 3 will be spent on gathering the punitive army, and then 10 on the road to Philae, a total of 15 days. If he's lucky and the Lord's guest arrives after all this, then everything should turn out just perfect. Scott decided to find out when the guest would arrive, but Timon was in no hurry to answer, wondering why he needed to know. The young man bowed low, replying that he needed to understand how much time he had to learn etiquette. The red-haired man laughed relaxedly, answering honestly that the guest would arrive in exactly a week. Scott lowered his head, bit his lip in displeasure, and cursed mentally, because already now everything was not going according to plan. A couple of hours later, the boy finally settled into one of the rooms of the estate and changed into clean clothes. He decided to do some exercise, thinking that he had only 2 options before the guest arrived. The first is an escape, and the only thing that makes this situation pleasant is that the invaders should have already escaped. He should follow their example if he wants to get out of here, because it will be easy to get around the Lord's men. However, if he is declared wanted, then meeting with the Sword Emperor will be very problematic. but the guy needs to get something from him, so he should avoid everyone and everything that can cause him trouble. Having finished lightly warming up his arms, he began to practice power strikes, cutting the air in front of him with his fists. Besides, the mere thought of escaping made him very angry, which meant that this option was completely out of the question. He may not have enough power now, but finding a way to defeat his enemies has always been his method of solving problems. The second option directly concerns the guest, who will arrive in a week, but it was unknown whether it will be an official visit. Before the end of the conversation, the Lord spoke of him as if he were some high-ranking aristocrat. However, it was clearly noticeable that there was no commotion in the house due to his arrival, and this was very suspicious. It will probably be a secret visit because the one who stands behind the Lord cannot just show himself in public. In that case, before he arrives, a huge and very bright event must take place in Philly. This event is necessary so that people pay attention to this place and do not notice the true intentions of the Lord. However, if an artificial event is created that the Lord does not know about, it is likely that the meeting will be postponed or canceled. The risk was very great, but that was his approach to things. And with these thoughts, the boy raised his leg high into the air. Throwing his foot down on the ground and freezing, the boy realized that for the plan to work, he needed to get stronger. After all, sooner or later he will still have to defeat the Lord and all his knights, no matter how difficult it may seem now. After finishing his warm-up, Scott felt empty in his stomach and decided that it was high time to have something to eat. Half an hour later, one of the men was waiting for the cook to pour soup into his plate, but he clearly overdid it in spilling the contents. The man immediately began to complain and ask what the cook was staring at, after which he himself turned around with displeasure. Together with the kitchen worker, the visitor froze in his tracks, seeing two mountains of dishes piled one on top of the other. Everyone present in the dining room looked in amazement at the child devouring food with an inhuman appetite. People compared him to a dwarf, judging by his height, because they have an appetite like orcs, and this guy is not at all behind them. However, Scott was only resolving the dissonance with the mana body because he only needed to eat well for the amount of mana to grow. He doesn't even need to take any medicine or herbs. But at that moment he was disturbed by someone's voice. The boy lazily turned around, wanting to personally find out who was so impudent that he decided to interfere with his peaceful meal. A tall man, clad in steel armor, approached him, asking if he was a homeless child who had learned etiquette from dogs. Ignoring the rather harsh barb, the young warrior only briefly agreed, irritating the man. He did not tolerate such treatment, asking the boy about showing respect in the presence of an adult. After stuffing his mouth full of meat, Scott replied that there would be no respect, since he decided to pick on a child. After which the boy began poking him with a bone, trying to understand whether he was trying to make him laugh or challenge him to a fight. The knight remained silent, but the boy sped up the movements of the bone, urging the man to answer and insulting him along the way. The last drop of patience left the man's mind as he began to send insults back to the youth. The shackles were torn off, and the enraged man hit the table with his fist, breaking it into splinters, causing the dishes to fly everywhere. While the man was trying to pull himself together after such a demonstration of his strength, another soldier was watching him from afar. The mustachioed knight decided to try to calm his comrade down, proving to him that he was just a child who didn't understand anything yet. However, he did not have time to finish his arguments, because someone's heavy and strong hand immediately fell on his shoulder. The owner of the hand turned out to be Master Hran, who politely asked the soldier to be silent, wanting to see the continuation. He noticed that the boy's face did not look frightened or alarmed, but on the contrary, it radiated a sarcastic mockery. Suddenly, Scott turned to the knight, who had decided to pester him to continue what he had started with. The soldier was surprised by such impudent behavior, while the guy asked if they were curious about how strong he was. The man's flushed face indicated that he was as hopeful as the guy was trying to appear strong. Lazily getting up from the table, Scott mentally said that soon they themselves would understand everything, or rather, the Lord would understand. After some thought, the young warrior came to the conclusion that it was Timon who was behind all this, and he must first see his power. Despite everything, Scott still went out to duel with the knight, which was held in front of the entrance to the dining room, where a crowd of onlookers had gathered. Intoxicated with self-confidence and the sweet taste of victory, Grant decided that he would personally put this impudent man in his place. The boy was only slightly surprised that they would not be fighting with swords, after which he asked if he would regret it. Laughing, Grant told the boy to get his sword, saying that he could easily deal with him in a second. The knight also noticed that the boy was not at all afraid, and he, rubbing his neck, decided to start fighting. Without taking his hands out of his pockets, Scott kicked the ground in front of him, the shockwave from which shook Grant's balance. Shocked by such an unexpected start, the man was taken aback for a second, hardly believing what was happening, trying to regain his composure. However, he was not able to do this at all, and with his eyes wide open, he gathered all his strength and mana for a quick attack. Swinging his arm, wrapped in armor, he tried to finish off the insolent man, but he abruptly crouched down, dodging the blow. Without thinking about tactics or assessing his opponent, Scott charged his leg with mana, swinging at his opponent. Without rising above the waist, the guy jerked his leg sharply, trying to break Grant's lower limbs. Trying to comprehend the strength and speed of this boy, the stunned knight, through the pain, asked if he really had the first level. The man was saved from breaking his limbs by the mana he had imbued into his legs, and with some effort he was able to maintain his balance. Due to anger and malice, the man's mana took on a reddish hue that surrounded his legs, wanting to strengthen the owner. The man's emotions and thoughts were mixed up, preventing him from thinking clearly, but he knew only one thing. He couldn't lose like this. Looking at the strange expression on the man's face, Scott was surprised to think that his opponent was not so simple. Unable to think of anything better, Grant decided to attack directly from the front, folding his hands together and raising them up for another attack. The young hero reacted instantly, noticing the attack in time and slipping literally under the knight's feet. The momentum was enough to turn over and quickly get back on his feet, not giving the enemy a chance to maneuver. The man couldn't believe his eyes when he saw his opponent behind him, safe and sound. In that second, while the man was thinking, the guy did not waste time and immediately flew into the air, reducing the distance. Before the knight had time to come to his senses, he felt that a child was already sitting on his neck, tightly grabbing his head. He could not understand when the boy managed to do this, but he looked up in fear when he was asked not to be afraid, because they would not kill him. A loud cry pierced everything around. Even the birds sitting on the trees nearby instantly took off, getting away from the noise. While Scott rubbed his hands in satisfaction, standing over the defeated knight, people looked on in amazement and discussed the outcome of the battle. The onlookers kept their eyes on the stern boy, who stopped, looking around for someone in the crowd. Having found a certain person, he met his gaze. Bran answered him with the same angry expression on his face. They looked at each other for a few seconds, after which the master could not stand it and, turning away, left the scene of the duel. However, Scott was pleased with the outcome, since he had deliberately defeated the knight in full view without relying on Moonwolf's strength. Watching the unconscious knight being carried away, the boy thought that not everyone could do that, and now the Lord would not dare to drive him away. And in the aggregate of all factors, this means that the probability of success of his venture is significantly increased. Suddenly, the young hero felt a sharp, second-long pain in his body and felt his strength quickly leaving him. His head began to spin, and the world seemed to float before his eyes. And without understanding anything, the guy began to slowly fall. Halfway to the ground, the guy froze, standing on one leg, managing to react in time and maintain his balance. Slightly frightened and turning his head, the boy thought about what was expected. He overdid it in the battle. However, this was the only way he could overcome the difference between their levels and use mana when Scott caught him off guard. Returning to his original position, slightly squatting, the young man realized that in his past life he would have had a hard time. Then the physical restoration of the mana body occurred faster. But there were situations when it slowed down. However, now that the mana body has perfectly merged with the boy's body, this should not happen again. Surrounding his body with mana and smiling, the guy thought that even additional training was easier, and tightly clenching his hand into a fist, he was firmly convinced that he could definitely become stronger than he was before. The next day, breakfast was being prepared at the estate, and Scott was convinced that the Lord was indeed behind what had happened. Timon realized that he had underestimated the boy, who in turn was grateful for the trust and the fact that he had been tested. Sitting down at the table in front of the owner of the estate, the maid placed a plate of food before him, which the guy looked at with a greedy look. Smiling, the Lord said that this steak was made from veal, but there were still many dishes, so he could eat his fill. The young hero smiled awkwardly and tried to refuse, saying that in his opinion it was too much for breakfast. The Lord was surprised because it seemed to him that his superhuman strength, capable of throwing the knight away, was due to his good appetite. Smiling, the boy decided to justify himself by saying that Grant had simply behaved too carelessly, which was why he had lost. The man is eager to see what he will become in the future, and he regrets that they do not have a teacher who could teach such a genius. Scott knew that most of the knights who were mentioned had raised themselves without teachers. As the boy cut into the huge piece of meat, he concluded that ultimately all their power came from God. Thinking about it, the Lord guessed that the guy had studied history and table etiquette and was clearly not a commoner. Carefully eating his food, Scott thought contentedly about the fact that he had learned all of this in his past life. Timon noticed that in the Empire and neighboring states, dark-haired, dark-eyed aristocrats were rare. Smiling sarcastically, the Lord said that if we take that place into account, he had some ideas. Silently chewing the meat, the boy, with a calm look, tried to understand what place the man was talking about. And only now did he begin to understand what that man meant, because he didn't know that the boy would turn out to be so valuable. The man made it clear that the man would explain everything to him, because he was very happy when he heard about Scott yesterday. Frowning, the hero thought that although he didn't know anything, it was clear for sure that this bastard would become addicted. Presumably, he is content with the power of the circle, but it is impossible to predict when the demon will ask for it back. Because in his past life, that man turned away from him and took the circle, which finally broke the Lord. Timon really liked the idea of keeping the suspense until the very end, so he asked only to wait for the meeting. After all, he was such an incredible person that it was hard to imagine, and he would certainly find a great use for Scott. Temporarily accepting his rules of the game, the boy bowed and thanked the man for the valuable opportunity. Closer to lunch, the young hero stood outside with a frown, taking the time to fully consider his conversation with the Lord. In order not to arouse unnecessary suspicion, he was on the training ground, and while training, he was thinking. He was deeply troubled by that man and that organization, but there was no point in dwelling on them now. Ron is slightly stronger than the Lord, but they are similar in level, as much as can be determined when comparing a mage and a mana user. It was precisely to reach the second stage in his past life that the boy spent a lot of time. But now it will be easier. Moving on to push-ups and performing another approach, having estimated the time frame, the guy decided that 6 days would be enough. 3 days later, still on the same site, the bird landed on a leaky and completely broken training device. Scott's body was still small, but he definitely felt like he had become much stronger in just a few days. As he lunged with his fist, he found that his flexibility had increased along with his strength, and that he could move better than in his previous life. However, when the boy went back to working on the basics, he found that being a bully was quite problematic. He remembered that in his past life, he wanted to become big and strong, and the mana body, which was connected to the subconscious, wanted the same. It reacted to this by breaking the harmony with my overly pumped-up body, not giving out maximum strength. But now he was glad that there was no need to become so huge, because now it did not affect his strength in any way. Suddenly, the boy heard the voices of 2 knights behind him who, seeing him, remembered how he had hit Grant in the leg. Seeing his calm and slightly displeased look, they began to whisper that they would come another time. The boy quietly thanked them for finding their way around on their own, and not having to explain to him where they belonged. During these 3 days, Scott did nothing but train and eat, not paying attention to anything else. Therefore, not seeing anything new and surprising, people after a while lost any interest in it. However, today was a special day, because despite the retreating soldiers, a familiar man was walking towards him. It was Haran, fully armored, who said with a disgruntled look that he knew he could find the boy here, with an air of absolute calm. The boy asked what he owed to the commander's personal visit. It was clear that the man did not like all this, but he ordered the boy to follow him, because the master had ordered him to be armed. Looking at the commander's sword, which was surrounded by mana, Scott happily thought that the time had finally come. After a while, they waited for one of the men to open the entrance to the armory, and Haran stated that the master highly valued the guy. He also asked him to be grateful, but the hero did not listen, sluggishly examining the room for the presence of a worthy weapon. Turning his head from side to side, he tried to carefully examine the elements of the armor and find what would suit him perfectly. The boy began to peer at the heavy armor, which looked quite expensive, but would definitely not suit him. Looking at the racks of weapons, the guy noticed that among the swords there was nothing resembling a mace or a battle axe. With a heavy sigh came the realization that there was no hope of additional income, and weapons would be in short supply. He then cried out in joy, asking the commander if he could have a sword similar to the one hanging on his belt. The man smiled slyly, taking out his sword and asking if his weapon really looked like a consumer product. The sword was a precious artifact named Sorrow, and the boy was advised not to look beyond his level. Scott couldn't even imagine, and didn't want to, how much blood and sweat went into creating one such sword. However, he could not allow himself to ignore such a barb from the soldier, and so he frowned and took a deep breath. In a slightly menacing voice, the boy declared that if it was a matter of level, then this sword was clearly more suitable for him. Not wanting to remain silent, he added that a talented warrior should have a good weapon, for the well-being of the Lord as well. These words were enough to make the man lose his temper again, And he, gritting his teeth, tried not to kill the boy right then. An angry cry that came from the depths of the armory made two guards jump from surprise. Scott said that if he didn't like these words, then why don't they have a fight and find out who is stronger? To the knight's surprise, the young hero grabbed the tip of the sword tightly with his bare hands, bringing it to his neck, after which the guy's eyes lit up with excitement when he said that if he lost, the captain could cut off his head. This behavior caused a wild rage inside the man, who could not forgive such impudence on the part of the child. The knight's mind went blank, and he swung his sword, attacking the boy without thinking about the punishment or consequences. A roar and children's screams were heard from the armory, which made the guards and the maid jump. One of the soldiers put his ear to the door, hearing the boy apologize to the commander and promise to behave better, after which the door slowly opened and a child's face, covered in shadow, appeared in front of the guard. When the guy came out, everyone stared in shock at his battered face and bruised body, leaning on a wrapped sword. The men immediately began to whisper that Hran had treated the child this way, and it seemed that the rumors were not false. Another soldier began to say that the commander did not trust this boy because he would become the next commander. The maid was worried, noting that he still shouldn't have done this, since the boy was still very young. Not listening to their chatter, Scott trudged towards the estate, limping and leaning on his sword, meeting two maids along the way. The women were genuinely shocked by his appearance, asking with concern who could have beaten him like that. The guy answered heavily that the commander told him that he would give him a weapon, so he went after him, and this is what happened. Not daring to detain the boy, they let him pass on so that he could rest and let them know if he needed anything. That same evening, the lord sat in the living room with the lights out while the butler poured wine into his glass. Relaxedly looking at the dark red liquid, Timon decided to ask the servant what was happening with the victims. Smiling, the gray-haired man leaned forward slightly, replying that they were all at their disposal now. He wondered if these were more corpses from the Wolf's gang, to which the butler nodded affirmatively. The lord sent his servant away, thinking that the boy would turn the invaders upside down. He couldn't quite figure out Scott's thoughts and motives, but he decided to ignore such trifles for now. After all, in a couple of days, as soon as the guy's pedigree is confirmed, the path to success will open up for him. The lord's hand trembled slightly as he remembered that there was only one, but serious, problem. If it turns out that he is not from that family, then he, the leader of the wolf, will have to pay a terrible price for it. But this should not happen. Given his habits and knowledge, Timon is sure that he is from a respectable family. It is impossible to defeat a knight at such a young age simply by being talented. It is only possible if he has learned that family's technique. But one of the most important pieces of evidence was that the boy had dark eyes and hair, confirming the guesses. Getting up from the couch and walking to his bed, the tired man was sure that this was compelling evidence. Having taken a comfortable lying position, he voiced how much he was looking forward to meeting that very person. Closing his eyes, the man tried to fall asleep, slowly falling into sleep, but something kept bothering him. The nasty and annoying sounds of warning magic began to sound more and more often, causing the man to frown. The lord stood up and grabbed his head, complaining about how noisy his servant was, but the sound of the siren did not subside. Unable to bear it any longer, he shouted loudly to the butler to simply sacrifice him, so that the siren would calm down. However, there was no answer. Timon only felt someone quickly approaching him. Rubbing and opening his eyes, his pupils reflected the silhouette of a boy with a sword in his hands, running straight towards him. A moment later, the lord's body was pierced by Captain Hran's enchanted sword, which ironically bore the name Sadness. The man's eyes widened in surprise and a stream of blood gushed from his mouth, as he could not have expected such a vile attack. Standing over the man, Scott, holding the hilt of his sword tightly, declared to the master that his heavenly punishment had arrived. However, the man could not comprehend what the boy was saying, as his body was seized by a burning pain and spasm. The lord's heart, pierced through and through, began to crumble and release dark demonic energy. When the deed was done, Scott left the room, and Timon spent the rest of the night in his bed, with the sword sticking out of his chest. As soon as the sun rose over the estate, a heartbreaking female scream was heard, which did not bode well. The faithful maid who opened the door to the lord's bedroom froze in horror and trembled, putting her hands to her mouth. The servants of the entire house began to approach her, looking at the stunned woman who was trying to address the master. A couple of hours passed after they discovered the corpse, and the knights gathered in the room decided that it was the work of a dark magician. Rem didn't believe these words, but he was told that a priest had already come in and reported that he had noticed demonic energy. Knight of the Order of Fills. Glenn added that the Imperial Investigation Department would be heading here soon, Another knight decided to inquire why the body was in such a state as if he had been dead for a couple of weeks. The answer was the theory that the dark mage had deliberately caused the corpse to rot immediately after the lord died. All the men present could not look at the gentleman's distorted face for long, their gaze fixed on the floor. Glenn wondered why the master had made such a choice, trading his lineage and honor for being killed. Out loud, he decided to conclude only that they would learn nothing from the dead man, and they had only one problem left. Looking at the murder weapon, they immediately realized that it was a sword, similar to the one wielded by the commander. All the knights thought the same thing, but they did not believe that Hran, who was his right hand, could have done this. Suddenly, one plump soldier cried out, remembering that the capable boy had personally met the Lord. They had discussed the fact that he could become the next commander, and Hran probably didn't like that, so he got mad. When he heard this theory, he was told that it was too weak a reason to go crazy over it. However, even if this was the case, they were interested in the question of where the commander was now. Suddenly, Glenn declared that they couldn't just leave things as they were and needed to do some investigating. After 20 minutes, several guards began walking around the estate, asking anyone who might have information. First, they questioned the maids who had encountered the boy. Then, they went down to the armory and questioned the guards. After hearing everyone's stories, the knight, with a piece of paper in his hand, tried to put the puzzle together. The maids and knights he interrogated all answered that they had seen Scott and how the commander had beaten him. While in the barracks, he told his fellow soldiers that everyone was pointing to the same person. So Glenn made a clear decision and asked to call the boy here for another interrogation. Half an hour later, the boy was telling the knight that yesterday he had followed the commander because he had offered him a choice of weapons. The man sighed heavily, looked at the beaten guy, and listened attentively to the story, trying not to miss anything. With his head down, Scott continued stating that he didn't expect the commander to suddenly start beating him, and he was never given a weapon. Unable to bear it any longer, the man suddenly slammed the table loudly, forcing the guy to shut up and pay attention to him. The knight cried out that they had already inspected the vault and found traces that the captain had been there but left. However, no one in the estate saw him. He simply mysteriously disappeared after meeting the boy. Looking closely at the child's bruised face, Glenn asked if it was true that he had never seen him again. Pretending to be a victim, the boy desperately denied meeting the captain, trying to look as convincing as possible. However, the soldier did not calm down, asking if the boy had noticed anything special in his behavior. Scott was adamant, replying that the commander had been displeased with the Lord's decision to employ him, but that they had not met since. The young hero's story completely matched the servant's words, so the soldier had no right to detain him any longer. However, the youth asked what would happen to him, because the Lord said that he would provide him with a good future. Glenn calmly took note of this seemingly inconspicuous phrase, but did not comment on it. After thinking for a moment, he advised the boy to come here tomorrow morning, but for now he could be free. After which, the guy was brazenly thrown out the door, which slammed loudly behind him. The man who interrogated Scott was a local knight, and therefore a nasty guy, but the guy didn't remember his face. There was a chance that he had simply forgotten it, but he clearly remembered how he had completely defeated them. It was very strange that he called the boy, because he had already given evidence, so now he cannot let his guard down. The next day, Scott showed up at the same place, where a bag lay on the table in front of him, and a token next to it. It was a mercenary's token and money, which the boy took in his hands and looked at with surprise, not understanding anything. For a commoner to move freely, he needs to be a mercenary or a merchant, although this is just a sea-level mercenary token. Glenn decided to give the boy a personal recommendation, and the boy was wondering why he was given one at all. The man advised him not to waste his talent and to go to sea to gain life experience. The boy thought that this knight would like to advise the same thing to himself, but he could not allow it. It was clear that the items handed over meant a demand to leave the estate, judging by the soldier's friendly appearance. Smiling broadly, the boy sincerely thanked the man, saying that he too was thinking of leaving here soon. After all, if a dark magician appeared, it means that the imperial family will definitely take up the matter. Even though Scott had stopped the man's movement with his actions, the investigation team from the duchy would most likely not come. And while the boy was talking to the knight, under the table he deftly fingered the ring that Chloe had once given him. At the same time, he decided for himself that he had to go there himself because it would be much safer that way. Pleased with the guy's answer, the mustachioed man asked to remember him as soon as he achieved success. The sudden question stunned the soldier when the boy decided to ask what his name was. Slightly embarrassed, the knight stated that his name was Glenn Riverty, but he could just call him Glenn. Smiling, the boy confidently cried out that he too should remember his name before they parted. After some time, the guy wandered around the city alone, trying to come up with a further plan of action. Turning his head, he looked at the estate again, saying that now that the Lord and Commander were not around, Glenn would have a hard time. Scott felt ashamed in front of him because they needed magicians who specialized in tracking traces in order to get to the Commander. And the guy who did all these dirty tricks just leaves, leaving the problems unresolved, but nothing can be done. Checking the mercenary token in his pocket, he knew that he could use it to rent a horse from the guild. Hearing the guy's thoughts, a cloud of energy instantly burst out of his chest, slowly taking shape. A few seconds later, a silver wolf stood in front of the young man, surrounded by blue mana with a wagging tail. Scott immediately understood the spirit's desire to become a riding animal, but the road promised to be difficult and long. It is very difficult for a person to ride on the back of a wolf, because he can be turned inside out in less than 10 minutes. Only creatures like orcs whose sense of balance is lost are capable of such a long journey. However, the noble companion did not have to persuade his master for long, and he immediately mounted him. Taking a comfortable position, the young hero noticed that in physical form the wolf was much smaller than the spiritual body. Spirits take the largest form, but in the physical body their size depends solely on the level of the summoner. The boy filled his hands with mana and touched the animal's fur, trying to make direct contact with it. Opening his eyes, he noticed that he was in another space, sitting on a noticeably grown companion. Suddenly the wolf began to talk to him, advising him first of all to synchronize their souls and feelings. Closing his eyes, the boy decided to do just that, concentrating his mana to synchronize with Moonwolf. Having sensed everything that the spirit was feeling at the moment, the second-level summoner used the Soul Link ability. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes, returning to reality, carefully examining his four-legged friend. Scott immediately noticed the wolf's body, which had noticeably become larger in an instant. Once in his past life, he asked Astina what else a summoner could do, bet even harder. It turns out that it all depends on the level, but its characteristics will clearly be reflected in the physical form of the spirit. The guy personally saw that his companion had become stronger and tougher, and also understood how characteristics affect the spirit. The boy hesitated slightly and did not expect the sharp jerk of his comrade, who carried him forward at a fast run. Moonwolf was also pleased with his new power, and wanted to show his summoner what he was capable of. After some time, the young hero realized that all his senses had become much more acute, and all this would help shorten the travel time to Envender. But what was even more important was that he would now be able to travel long distances much faster than before. The guy even felt a slight glimmer of hope that he would reach Karun, where the first misfortune had occurred. In his past life on the continent, numerous misfortunes happened one after another, as if foreshadowing the appearance of the Demon King's army. Then it all started with the disappearance of the divine item in Karuna, which means that first we need to prevent that. In this world, there are 7 treasures of humanity, which were generously bestowed upon them by the great goddess. And these 7 great divine items were supposed to be the last stronghold, but last time they were stolen. And now Scott needed to become stronger, prevent disaster, and fight the Demon King's army together with the people. The first misfortune will happen in the Sea Kingdom, Karuna, and he will go there as soon as he drops by the Duke's estate. At the same time, standing at the news board, people were discussing the murder of the Lord and sending an investigation team. They also believed that a dark magician was behind this, and wondered whether this misfortune would somehow affect them. The 2 men conversing decided that it would be better to be careful and hide away for a while. That same night, a man with a hood on his head walked slowly towards the late Lord's estate. The guards immediately blocked the entrance to the uninvited guest, pointing spears at him and asking who he was. An authoritative voice ordered them to mind their own business, and then with one movement of his hand, he caused the soldiers to fall dead. Having overcome the insignificant obstacle, the stranger moved forward, without looking back at the guards and not fearing interference. Glenn, who was patrolling the estate at the time, walked languidly down the corridor, checking his notes. Suddenly he stopped, feeling some kind of oppressive atmosphere around him, realizing that something was wrong. Without thinking, using only reflexes, the knight pulled out his sword and turning around, pointed it at the unfamiliar figure. Seeing the sharply sharpened sword, the stranger did not even move, calmly saying that he had only one question. Stretching his hand forward and casting a spell, he began to inquire about what the knight knew about the Lord's death. Not being immune to magic, the bewitched man immediately froze with his mouth open, obeying the command. In a languid voice that was not his usual tone, he slowly began to lay out all the most important information he knew. After a couple of minutes, Glenn fell silent, looking ahead with glassy eyes, waiting for his master's next order. In an emotionless voice, the wizard did not forget to ask where the body of the deceased lord was now. As it turned out, he was placed in a coffin and left in his chambers as ordered by the imperial family's investigation squad. Having learned everything necessary, the dark magician nodded with satisfaction and said that he would now fall asleep and wake up in an hour. After some time, Glenn suddenly opened his eyes, trying to understand where he was and what had happened. Finding himself sitting on the floor under one of the columns, the man at first thought that he had simply dozed off from fatigue. Clutching his head and feeling a slight pain, he assumed that he had been working a lot lately. Suddenly a guard ran up to him, shouting that they were in big trouble because the Lord's body had disappeared without a trace. The news was shocking because it was an important piece of evidence indicating the involvement of a dark magician. While the knights were dealing with the disappearance of the Lord, the dark mage had already managed to retreat into the forest outside the filly's premises. Holding the sword that had previously belonged to Hran, the sorcerer used it to try to look into the weapon's memories. Looking at the detailed picture, he found out that the owner of the sword was dead at the time it was thrown away. This means that the dark-haired boy who got rid of the wolf and who disappeared immediately after the incident is to blame. The sorcerer's eyes lit up with an evil light as he promised that the boy would pay for ruining their organization's plans. As soon as the pleasant and warm dawn came, Scott had already reached the gates of the western castle of Lucentia. Looking around, he noticed that since early morning there were already quite a lot of people near the gate and many guests had arrived. Upon entering the city, the boy noticed that everything was calm here, but that could change if that man started to act first. He sighed heavily and decided to first buy equipment to be prepared for any attacks. Taking a small bag out of his pocket, the boy poured 2 meager gold coins into his palms, which were clearly not enough. Suddenly his hand and then his face were covered in shadow, and looking up, the boy saw 2 figures approaching him. Lightly armed bandits with knives in their hands and a nasty smile decided to find out if the guy had money. The guys tried to persuade Scott to give them the money in a safe and sound manner, since they were asking politely for now. However, they did not yet know who they were dealing with, and therefore froze when they heard the question addressed to them whether they had any money. The smiling child joyfully stretched his arms in anticipation of a little fun, and at the same time, easy money. In my past life in the underground, there was one unwritten rule. If you were surrounded by a huge shadow in an alley, you immediately held your breath. One day, a priest approached the hero saying that if he killed so many people, his soul would be corrupted. For the day would come when he would be overcome with guilt, and then he would politely ask for mercy. Without getting up, the man replied that everything would be fine with him, despite what had happened a little earlier. After all, he had never killed people before, which surprised the priest very much when he saw the exact opposite. Smiling, Scott calmly added that he had only gotten rid of a lot of villains who were dangerous to society, and now he was holding a bag filled with money in his hands, while 2 bandits lay in front of him, stunned by his strength. The men who watched the events were shocked to hear that Rufus's family, who were considered the strongest, had lost. He tried to find out how strong these guys were, assuming that they were a little short of knights. However, the bandits were not going to give up and, getting up, they again rushed into the attack, swinging a knife and a sword. A brown bag filled with gold flew at the guy who was closest to the boy with the speed of a cannonball. The second villain tried to stop abruptly, dodging his comrade flying at him, and he succeeded. However, he only opened his mouth, frozen in fear, realizing that now he might have made a big mistake. Before he could dodge the second attack, he felt a child's foot step on his face, pushing him back. With incredible speed, the man flew into a crowd of other bandits who did not dare to engage in battle. Seeing that no one else was moving, the guy slowly approached one of those at whom he had thrown the bag of money. The guy bent down and picked up the loot he'd earned, while one of the bandits said that his boss wouldn't let it go. However, the guy didn't listen to him, deciding to count the gold with a sly grin on his face, pouring it into his hand. When he finished this matter, he immediately headed to the gunsmith shop to fulfill his original purpose. He had already tried on a brand new suit of armor made from an iron bull that lived in the southern mountains of the continent. While the seller was praising the new client's choice, the boy was meticulously trying to choose a worthy weapon for himself. As Scott assessed the weapon, he heard 2 men nearby discussing how they couldn't get any closer without looking at her beauty from afar. Without much interest, he asked the cheerful salesman if there was any big event planned there. The surprised shop owner replied to the customer that the young Mrs. Valencia would be making a tour of her property. Irina was the first one to show him what love was, and Chloe was the first one to show him and give him hope. Even though it all ended badly, thanks to hope he was able to safely get out of Invender safe and sound. They both changed his lives, and if Chloe knew how he lived, she would think he was following his sister's wishes. However, when they met in their past life, at the moment when Scott grew up, the girl only burst into loud laughter. She then apologized, commenting that he was quite big for someone with such a childish and funny name. There was an awkward pause while Chloe tried to clear her throat and look serious and presentable. However, a second later, she couldn't resist and laughed loudly again, which caused great irritation in the man. As he left the gun shop, the boy realized that she had not remembered him because of the strong changes in his appearance. But since they will meet earlier in this life, she will definitely remember, and then it will be possible to ask her to help him meet the Sword Emperor. At this time, a guy was walking down the street and telling that Lucentia is one of the largest cities in the central region. Count Lucent's eldest son, Edmund, gave a tour to Chloe, who was surrounded by several armored guards. He went on to boast that Lucentia had the largest night market in the area and was also famous for their salmon. The girl didn't really listen to the guy's boring stories, trying to catch the moment to make him shut up. Unable to bear it any longer, she snapped that she was not interested in the business side of the matter and that she would like to visit the slums. To his stunned and questioning look, she replied that the slum dwellers were also their subjects. From such an answer, the fair-haired guy froze with a stupid smile, finding no reason to refuse her this request. Stuttering awkwardly, he politely agreed and asked Chloe and her guard to keep pace with him. The girls were curious as to why he reacted that way, since he was the heir and had received a proper education, so he should know the disciplines of the empire. She remembered how her father told her to look after the people at the bottom. Only then would their lives become better. Her father stood by the values they were taught, and if she could, she would like to change people's perception of the slums. But at her coming-of-age ceremony, her fiancé was announced. So soon, she will not be able to lead a normal life. Looking at the clear sky, the girl thought about going to the temple because they had wanted to take her to their place for a long time. However, she was sure that her father would most likely be upset because he would not want her to be alone for the rest of her life. Suddenly, Chloe heard the guard's loud voice, asking warily where this baby came from. Turning her head, the girl noticed that the guards had grabbed the hilts of their swords, looking towards the child, who had a mace hanging from his belt. Scott, meanwhile, was becoming increasingly irritated because these people refused to let him near the lady. Edmund also asked with interest what was wrong with him and where he was from, while the guards tried to send him away. The guy then decided to resort to a backup plan, stopping the guard with one hand and putting the other in his pocket. He took out a gold ring, held it high up, and declared that this ring was given to him personally by the lady. He knelt down in front of her, reminding her that she had asked him to find her. And even though he was late, he asked permission to show her respect. Meanwhile, Chloe looked with undisguised surprise at the ring the boy held in his hand. A second later, she confirmed that it was indeed her property, after which the guards immediately lowered their weapons. Scott immediately bowed to her, but then she began to doubt because she gave this ring to a child from the slums. With a stern note in her voice, she asked him how and under what circumstances this ring came into the possession of the young gentleman. The stunned guy could not believe that in this life he had changed too much, and now no one would recognize him. Hearing the lady's intonation, the guards, as one, drew their swords, holding them to the young hero's throat. All the guy could see behind the wall of armored knights was Chloe's menacing and displeased face. Because the swords were very close to his throat, the guy did not risk making any unnecessary movements. Chloe's red-haired companion hurried him menacingly with an answer, not wanting to spend a long time dealing with some thief. It seems like they met too early. It will be very difficult for them to believe that he is that very child. The girls didn't believe this explanation, probably because he grew up too quickly, so she didn't recognize him. The boy pointed to his hair, claiming that he was the only one in Phillies with dark hair, if not in the entire duchy. The blonde's expression changed, remembering that the boy was much smaller and dirtier, and even spoke with difficulty. Pointing with a trembling hand at Scott, she added that his body was thin, and he looked pathetic but cute. The young hero smiled awkwardly, knowing full well that the girl had always liked small and cute things. And then a great idea came to his mind, causing him to concentrate mana in his hands right in front of the guards. The next second, a miniature version of Moonwolf appeared in Chloe's arms, marveling at its form. The stunned blonde slowly opened her mouth, and everyone thought that she was scared and wanted to scream in fear. In fact, she blushed, hugging the puppy to herself, asking what such a cutie was doing here. She was warned to be careful with the spirit, but she heard that spirits only get along with those who have a pure soul. The beast itself was not very happy that it had been called under such circumstances, but the guy only turned away guiltily. Looking at the boy's equipment, Chloe's companion could not believe that he had both a weapon for battle and a spirit. Holding the disgruntled beast in her hands, the girl asked what his name was, to which she heard the name chosen by Scott. He also said that in Western language his name is Moonwolf. Chloe praised the name, surprised by his knowledge of Western language. She didn't expect the guy to change so much after a couple of months. At that time, he could hardly have been 10 years old. He reminded her of his name, that he was 13, and that he had started growing rapidly after awakening his mana, and the girl remembered his name. However, Vivian, Chloe's companion, decided that he was too suspicious and began to question him if he had half-human blood. She apologized to the aristocrat, explaining that her duty was to protect her from any danger. Edmund intervened in the conversation, declaring that he also considered the boy suspicious, and it would be better to lock him up and conduct an investigation. Scott didn't expect everyone to trust him, but he reminded the girl that when she gave him the ring, she said she would help. While Edmund was irritated at being ignored, the blonde frowned, asking how she could help him. Getting straight to the point, the boy asked if she could arrange a meeting for him with Duke Esgard von Valentius. The guards and Vivian took his words with hostility, again pointing their swords in his direction, not allowing him to make any unnecessary movements. However, Scott didn't even flinch, asking them if they really thought he could harm him. After all, Esgard is one of the 7 superhumans of the continent, and uses aura. They are talking about the Emperor of the Sword. Everyone immediately froze in surprise, listening to the boy's explanation, who described the great warrior very well. Laughing, Chloe stated that her father was also embarrassed to hear this title, since he had recently become one of the 7 great knights. The boy was taken aback, quickly remembering that the title of Esgard was not yet such a well-known fact. He suddenly calmed down when Vivian said that the title suited their duke well, because he was a great man. The knights did not take the boy's words with hostility, rejoicing that news of his success had reached even the hinterlands. Suddenly, the boy became serious, declaring that he would like to tell the duke about what had happened recently to Phillies. Looking around at those present, he added that he was personally present there and knew many important details. A couple of hours later, Chloe was sitting in the manor with Moonwolf in her arms, asking Vivian if it really happened. She wanted to know what else was being hidden from her, and perhaps Scott had not told her everything. But in response, the night girl only looked away. But a second later, she replied that he had said nothing more than that one of the lords of the empire turned out to be a dark mage. Chloe seriously thought that Scott's testimony was very important information, because he was personally present there. She was reassured that he himself had expressed a desire to meet her father, and that they would immediately go to the main estate. Meanwhile, Vivian asked with disgust how long the girl would carry around this unknown spirit. Smiling, the blonde picked up the puppy in her arms and began to show it to the night girl, assuring her that this cutie was not capable of such a thing. Unhappy with this outcome of events, Moonwolf frowned and glared at the girl, barking slightly, hinting at his discomfort. Taking a closer look at the little wolf's face, Vivian immediately blushed, quietly whispering how cute he was. She then shook her head, reminding herself not to let her guard down, and Chloe wondered where Scott was. Surprised by such a question, the knight replied that Monsieur Edmond had some business with him, and he had taken him away. Hearing this news, the beast in the blonde's hand suddenly jumped up and then quickly disappeared, hurrying to its owner. Meanwhile, in one of the city's alleys, Edmund told the boy that they could finally have a normal conversation. He asked the spirit summoner to remind him of his name, to which the boy immediately and calmly gave his name, after which the disgruntled man asked if he was being familiar with him, but Scott wanted to skip that point. The young hero was very serious about the conversation because Edmund said that he knew something about dark magicians. However, the man said that he didn't know anything because he said this because the guy was acting arrogant. When he was told that he was lying, the blonde rubbed his head, not content with the fact that he was being insulted further. His irritation was at its peak as he swung his hand to hit the child, wanting to teach him politeness. Without knowing pity, the man lowered his hand, but at the same moment, Scott, standing still, calmly intercepted the blow. The man stared at the grabbed limb in shock, trying to understand how this child was able to stop him. Jerking his hand to no avail and clenching his teeth, the blonde realized that he couldn't break free from his strong grip. He screamed that if he showed disrespect to him one more time, he would make Miss Chloe take responsibility for it. Rubbing the back of his head, Scott abruptly let go of the aristocrat's hand, who immediately flinched, taking a couple of steps back. But then, he beckoned the man with his finger, declaring that he should first show what he had prepared, because something supported his confidence. But Edmund hardly listened to him, looking in amazement at the deep marks of small fingers on his hand. Enraged, he ordered the impudent commoner to follow him, pointing his finger at the road along the way. At the same time, Vivian saddled her horse and, like the wind, flew through the city towards the gate leading to the exit. Before this, Chloe worriedly screamed at her to go to Scott immediately because he might be in danger now. The embittered warrior understood that since the spirit had disappeared, it meant that it was too far from its summoner. As they approached the gate, the guard immediately showed her the way, but she did not understand how Edmund could take him outside the castle. Hurrying her horse, she flew out of the city, hoping with all her heart that she would not be late and would be able to come to the rescue. At that very moment, the aristocrat stood next to the boy in front of the entrance to a huge estate, unfamiliar to the young hero. Clearly planning something bad, the blond man glanced towards the boy with a sly, barely restrained smile. However, Scott paid no attention to the aristocrat's behavior, calmly waiting for them to arrive at the place. Suddenly, a large man came out of the house, asking Edmund what brought him there at such an hour. After all, there is still plenty of time before tax day, but perhaps the gentleman decided to come for the goods. While the family elder Rufus was inquiring about the purpose of the visit, they entered the house where they were met by a crowd of subordinates. Seeing the men who looked very much like bandits, Scott only sighed heavily, realizing that this was expected. The aristocrat declared that he did not care about the goods and wanted to teach this ignorant commoner a lesson. The stunned thug clarified that he wanted to teach the child a lesson, not understanding why he couldn't do it himself. However, the blonde ordered him not to be insolent and to teach him a lesson, not to argue, after which he slapped the man. Dissatisfied with this behavior and holding back his emotions, the elder of Rufus's family accepted the order. He then called Eric and Tillman to take care of the boy, after which the two bandits, smiling, began to approach closer. However, when they stepped forward, they immediately froze, seeing a familiar face that would now haunt them in their worst nightmares. Scott, meanwhile, crossed his arms over his chest, calmly waiting for further developments and actions. The two men standing in front of him stood rooted to the spot, not blinking and not daring to take the first step, hoping for a peaceful outcome. Recognizing familiar faces, the boy happily waved his hand at them, politely greeting them, after which he grinned slyly. Realizing what this meant, the bandits screamed, clutching their faces, not wanting to enter into an altercation with him. However, the elder did not like the behavior of his subordinates, and he decided to hurry them, quickly losing patience. They immediately fell down before the elder, saying that this was the bastard they had been talking about, and asked him to avenge them. Realizing that his subordinates would be of no use now, the thug raised his mace above his head, telling the guy that he shouldn't have crossed the line. At the same time, Edmund was glad that he would now wipe the arrogant grin from the impudent boy's face. Without wasting any time, the man swung his weapon, rushing forward towards the child who was waiting for the right moment. The next moment, the thug quickly flew backwards in the opposite direction from the young hero. Scott's blow sent the man landing hard, shattering the stairs and sending up a tall column of dust. For a while, the big guy lay motionless, trying to understand how this could have happened to him. And the satisfied youth smiled, still standing in a fighting stance with a mace in his hands, expecting an attack from his other subordinates. However, they were in no hurry to attack, only looking in shock from the older man to the boy, not believing what was happening. Realizing that he was no longer in any danger, the hero began to spin the weapon in his hands, wondering if they were finished. A frightened Edmund ran to the thug, ordering him to protect the aristocrat from this crazy child. The boy with the maniacal voice said that he could try, but it was unlikely that he would succeed. Every man in the building realized that they had made a big mistake and messed with the wrong guy. Realizing the situation they found themselves in, the two men suddenly began foaming at the mouth out of fear, after which they simply passed out, hoping that in this state the boy would not cause them serious harm. Scott thought sadly that the man was the ringleader, but he didn't last long, although he hoped to have a little more fun. Suddenly the boy let out a loud cry, causing all of Rufus's subordinates to simultaneously shudder, feeling a chill run down their spines. Turning around, the young hero, smiling sarcastically, asked what the other kids were going to do now. Instantly sweating, they did not dare to answer, fearing for their lives and hoping that the kid would leave them alone. Half an hour later, an angry Vivian burst into the house with a sword in her hands, ready to rush straight into battle. But what she saw the next second made her stop, her eyes wide. In front of her, on the floor, on the stairs, and near the column, lay beaten bandits who refused to regain consciousness. To top it all off, she noticed Edmund lying unconscious in an indecent position, with wet pants. At the same time, one of the bandits lowered a safe to the first floor, on which Scott was sitting, calmly reading a book. Jumping to the floor, he noticed a girl who said that the mistress ordered her to come here because she was worried about him. But the boy only handed her the book, claiming that it contained a complete list of bribes taken by bandits who were involved in human trafficking. And even an aristocrat like Edmund couldn't beat such proof. The warrior was shocked by all this information. The next day, Edmund was banished from the Count's family for his terrible misdeed, and Chloe, Vivian, and Scott went home. The blonde noticed that he had been involved in human trafficking for quite a long time, and the Count was completely disappointed in him. She also decided that the relationship between their families would now become more strained, for which the warrior apologized. But was it her fault? And hearing this question, the night girl looked questioningly at her mistress. Chloe looked at her with a confident gaze, not understanding why the warrior decided to blame herself. Scott decided to intervene in the dialogue, agreeing that the warrior was not at all to blame for what happened. Suddenly, the aristocrat let out a quiet but noticeable laugh, which caused surprised glances from her carriage neighbors, after which she laughed loudly, saying that she knew it, but the others did not understand what she was talking about. The blonde explained that her father always said that the attitude towards merits and crimes should not be influenced by the status of their owner. The puzzled warrior asked why the mistress had looked at her like that, as if accusing her of something. She said that she should have broken something of Edmund's so that he could not run away and escape punishment. They, the famous young daughter of the Sword Emperor and the talented female knight, will soon team up. Sometimes they will be like sisters to each other, and sometimes they will be like mother and daughter, all because they have a special relationship. Vivian stays by Chloe's side, even if the situation in her family changes dramatically for the worse. Scott thought that she enjoyed being like an older sister or mother to Chloe, supporting her in all her endeavors. Looking at the boy's contented and smiling face, the aristocrat decided to ask what he was thinking about. He replied that now that one name was not enough to get rid of his sins, his own family was persecuting him, he received a suitable punishment. Vivian jumped up, stunned, asking her mistress to listen to what he was saying. How could a child think like that? However, the blonde was busy playing with the spirit, calling him Loon, explaining that it was easier to pronounce his name that way. Scott suddenly frowned, asking confidently and incredulously if they had stopped suspecting him of anything. Chloe smiled and replied that she had heard stories about a dark-haired boy who had destroyed an underground organization and freed its victims. Winking at him, the girl added that he had also distinguished himself today, and his actions were quite impressive. This answer satisfied the boy, who smiled back, glad that she believed him unquestioningly. Suddenly, the blonde waved her hand and sternly ordered him to report such things in advance from now on. With a sigh of relief, the guy simply agreed with everything she said, not forgetting about his polite manner of behavior. 3 days later, the carriage stopped in the middle of the night, causing puzzled questions from the aristocrat and the other travelers. A knight approached the open window, lifting the visor of his helmet, trying to find the words to give an answer, after which he said in an uncertain voice that some elf was asking for a ride to the city. Everyone was surprised by this news, after which Chloe decided to personally take a look at the representative of another race. As they left the carriage, they saw a cloaked figure who removed her hood, saying that she was an elf of the World Tree. The turquoise-haired elf introduced herself as Irina and greeted the crew's owners, asking if they would mind giving her a little ride. Seeing an elf for the first time in their lives, Chloe and Vivian looked at the long-eared stranger with surprise and smiles. Contrary to the girl's mood, Scott froze, instantly feeling something was wrong, trying to figure out who was standing in front of him. As Irina smiled with a sly glint in her eyes, looking at the boy, he realized that she was a dark poppy of the fifth circle. Elves are the descendants of fairies, famous for their beauty. Elfheim is the kingdom of elves, located in the far west. In the great kingdom of Aslan, far away in the Middle East, they are extremely rare. But most of the inhabitants are friendly towards them, since elves are natural summoners of spirits. They are also known for their purity, kindness, and peacefulness, so people do not treat them with hostility. And who would have thought that such a pure and peaceful creature seems to be a dark magician of the fifth circle? Chloe politely asked if she was heading north to the Beastman Kingdom through the Valentino Duchy, to which the elf replied that they did not find their kingdom a pleasant place after all. It had long been at odds with Aslan. The aristocrat clarified that it was not that. It was just very far away, while Irina explained that she was heading there for training. With a cry, the blonde immediately understood what she was talking about, namely about the training of 11 knights, the elite among the elves. Smiling sweetly, the elf immediately agreed with her words, noting with surprise how well-informed she was, after which the stranger pointed her finger at Moonwolf, curiously asking if this spirit belonged to her. Chloe was surprised that she realized who the wolf cub was, and then pointed her hand at Scott, making it clear that he was the owner. The dark mage's gaze changed slightly when she said that she heard that there were almost no summoners among humans. The boy tensed up a little, realizing that she knew everything before she came here, and that the man turned out to be a big shot. Suddenly, the three girls' gazes turned to the boy, who tried to surprise everyone with his whole appearance. With childish naivety and feigned surprise, the boy cried out that he had never seen an elf in real life before. He couldn't rush into battle now, deciding to stall for time a little, while Chloe and Vivian were stunned by his actions. The boy allegedly unconsciously grabbed the warrior's thigh as she tried to push him away. Fortunately, the magician does not know what abilities the spirit has. Only the one who has made a contract with him knows. Scott was very surprised at how this girl managed to hide so much demonic energy. Meanwhile, the elf told the guy that their meeting was fateful and then offered to show him a little magic. She lit a fire in her hand, having the ability to release mana, and the guy thought that he should have listened to Argon then. He then decided to assess the strength of their allies, quickly calculating that they had 12 Stage 3 experts with them. Looking at the blushing female knight, he added one 4th stage swordswoman to the rest. They say that circles for mages are the same as stages for mana users, which makes it possible to roughly calculate the strength for a battle. To defeat someone who is one level higher than you, you will need about 5 people of the same level as you. This means that for a guy with his 2nd stage to defeat a 5th circle mage, he will need 100 of his kind. If he engages in battle with her, he will die without a chance. But while the mage demonstrates his magic, he has time to think. Clenching his hand into a fist, the young hero first thought of attacking unexpectedly. Timing the moment, fortunately, he had an ace up his sleeve. Suddenly, Moonwolf jumped out of Chloe's arms, jumping towards Vivian, showing his displeasure with all his appearance. The blonde was upset, thinking that he was tickled too much, and the warrior began to pet the wolf cub. Looking at this picture, the elf smiled, complimenting the spirit, and said that she would also like to take him in her arms. Scott picked up the puppy, offering the dark mage to take him while she was surprised by his generosity. Handing the animal to the stranger, she said that she would definitely not refuse, and called the baby to her. What happened next made all the knights open their mouths in surprise and freeze in place, not making any sudden movements. At this time, the wolf acquired his fighting form, attacking the elf, while the boy, taking out a weapon from his belt, pounced on the enemy. It seemed like the plan had failed, because the elf had managed to put up a protective barrier, but suddenly blood gushed from her mouth. Lowering her head, the dark mage noticed that a sharp sword had cut into her side, causing a serious and deep wound. The one who attacked the enemy from the side was Vivian, who reacted in time to the wolf's quick and unexpected warning. The knights, who couldn't even force themselves to move, asked in unison if it was demonic energy in front of them. Meanwhile, the elf's face immediately changed, grinning rudely and insulting the boy who decided to attack her. She immediately turned to the people in front of her, asking a question when they realized that she was a dark mage. Chloe frowned and thought to herself that she had done the right thing by trusting Scott and his loyal companion. A little earlier, Loon mentally addressed the girl, saying that in front of her was a high-level dark elf mage. He then lightly pricked her with his claw so that Vivian would attack her as soon as Scott gave her the signal. Surprised by such information, the aristocrat looked at the beast in surprise, realizing that he could be trusted. Why did she look at the boy who was touching her warrior's thigh, showing with his facial expression that everything was as Lung said? Using tactile movements, the blonde explained to the wolf that this could lead to a conflict between the races, especially considering the chair she was occupying. The hero, who was one with the wolf, understood what the girl was telling him, answering that if they did not attack suddenly, they themselves would find themselves in trouble. He then added that he would take responsibility and give his life if necessary, which surprised Chloe. Having thought about it and weighed all the pros and cons, the girl looked at the elf again, simultaneously agreeing with the boy's plan. After it passed into Vivian's hands, she initially began to play with it, not realizing what it wanted to tell her. However, when the beast touched her face, Scott immediately recounted the entire dialogue that they had with her mistress. And now, with their combined efforts, they tried to stop the dark magician before he did anything. Suddenly, the elf quickly jumped back, trying to get away from the melee, while blood was flowing from the wound. The young hero and warrior cursed, noticing that they had missed the heart, which is why they were unable to kill her with one attack. The stunned elf hung in the air, covered by a shield of cursed energy, catching her breath and waiting for a new attack. At this time, Vivian loudly ordered all the knights to attack together without acting recklessly or alone. The soldiers immediately rushed into battle, calling on each other to prepare for battle and protect the lady at the cost of their lives. However, the young hero was faster, and having overtaken the knights with a swing, he decided to try to destroy the dark magician's shield. The shield cracked a few times, but didn't break through completely, only throwing the guy to the side, causing him to lose his balance. After the boy's first attack, it was immediately followed by a second one, but this time from Vivian, who was rapidly rushing towards the villainess. At that very moment, the Dark Mage reacted, starting to create an attack spell to prevent the warrior from getting closer. By releasing a whip that split into 3 parts, she was able to attack the girl and several other soldiers who were defending themselves with a sword. Still not understanding how she had been found out, the elf tried to find out by asking the boy who had attacked first. Flying back and smiling, he asked her what was so difficult if she reeked of vile demonic power. As if mad, the dark magician cursed at the boy, realizing that he was the one to blame for everything. Continuing to insult him, the girl with turquoise hair concentrated and began to cast a new large-scale spell. Landing on the ground, Scott looked up in shock, immediately realizing what the elf was about to do. At that moment, with her hands outstretched in front of her, pointing at each other, the girl created a sphere of demonic energy. In an instant, the sphere exploded, lighting up the sky with purple smoke and fragments that flew towards the heroes. Scott was the first to realize that the smoke was magical and was now rushing towards it, wanting to attack. Having extended and crossed his arms in front of himself, the guy realized that he wouldn't be able to dodge and would have to take a risky step. When the smoke was already several steps away, the boy activated the ability of the Iron Divine Armor. The defense he had created was shattered in an instant, but the guy himself wasn't particularly hurt. After rolling on the ground for several meters, the boy spread his arms, trying to quickly group himself. Getting down on one knee, he noted that this was the first time he had used these techniques in his new life, and it had barely worked. Then he heard Vivian's loud voice shouting to the knight that the mage's shield was weakened and that the demon's servant needed to be killed. With one wave of her hand, the elf threw all the attackers aside, not giving her a chance to find a hole in her defense. During this time, the young heroes began to call the wolf to them and saddle it, turning it towards the dark magician. Without thinking, he ordered his comrade to run towards the enemy, wanting to help the knights who were successfully distracting the magician. Having noticeably accelerated and made a jump, the boy still managed to deliver a strong blow to the shield, causing new chips. At that very second, Irina felt how strong the boy's blow was, which immediately made her wince. However, this was only a feint, opening an opening for Vivian and the rest of the knights to attack behind the elf. At the last second, the dark mage managed to dodge 2 swords descending on her shield, jumping to the side. Once again hovering in the air, she declared that only one person was to blame for everything that was happening. Then her eyes lit up with anger, and a grin appeared from her mouth as she added that despite this, she would kill them all. She was immediately asked not to make fun of them and not to get her hopes up, because Scott and the warrior were already flying towards her in full readiness. They were able to successfully carry out 2 attacks, turning around, choosing a new maneuver for the attack, not giving the enemy a chance to rest. The stunned elf only shook her head, sending insults to everyone who damaged her shield. However, she noticed too late that a boy armed with a mace was flying quickly towards her, wanting to perform a power attack. The boy's weapon hit its target, sending the shield she was hiding behind straight into the ground at the speed of a cannonball. The boy and girl knights, who were still in the air, looked hopefully at the column of dust created by the collision. When the smoke screen cleared, knights were already running towards the enemy, trying to finish off the weakened mage. Rubbing her head, Irina raised her head and asked the boy with an angry look how he dared to attack her. However, he did not pay attention to her words, noticing that even with their combined efforts, they were unable to hurt her. Despite several failures, the dark mage does not give up and accept defeat from such impudent and weaklings. Demonic energy gushed from her hands again, throwing the knights back, breaking the formation and order. The only person who did not take part in the battle and stood near the carriage saw an enemy shell flying towards him. It was Chloe, who had already resigned herself to her fate and only opened her mouth unable to make even a sound. However, at the very last second, Vivian came to her aid, repelling the dark energy with her sword. She then rushed back into battle, shouting at the soldiers to hold their positions and not retreat. But suddenly, she stopped, staring dumbfoundedly at one point, carefully observing what was happening. The girl noticed that the fire summoned by the magician was moving away from them, saving them from trouble. It was Scott, who had managed to completely block the fire and was now flying away to gain speed. After all, thanks to the change technique, the Iron Divine Armor is now much better than in the past life. Then the girl knight met the boy's gaze, realizing that this was another opportunity to carry out a successful attack. At an insanely high speed, Scott put all his strength into tearing her apart. The warrior immediately joined him. After the powerful blow, the boy noticed fragments of the shield next to him, which finally gave in and collapsed. However, the explosion was so powerful that it immediately turned into a shockwave, pushing the attackers far back. Vivian didn't have time to group herself and was flying down at incredible speed, hoping to land without serious damage. Scott also quickly fell down, but the faithful Moonwolf immediately softened the fall with his body, saving his master. However, the soft wool was unable to completely stop him from landing, causing the boy to cough up blood. However, he noticed that the elf was standing without a shield, holding her bloody side and trying to cover the wound with her hands. Delighted with his obvious success, the young hero saddled the wolf again and, without wasting time, rushed to finish what he had started. Having gathered his strength, the summoned spirit rushed towards the dark magician at full speed, wishing to help the owner. From the opposite side, a warrior attacked the elf, not wanting to give her enemy a chance to defend himself. Realizing that there was no time to heal the wounds now, the dark sorceress began to cast the spell again, after which, a burst of demonic energy burst out from her body, spreading in all directions, repelling any attempt by the attackers. Unable to achieve her goal, the tense Vivian defended herself with her sword, wondering where she still had so much strength from. Suddenly, she noticed Scott, who, surrounded by blue energy, was flying towards the elf. He knew that he only needed a little more to end all this once and for all, saving thousands of lives. The young hero made another wide swing, noticing the place on the elf's body where he was going to deliver the decisive blow. The dark sorceress managed to block with her hands, but the force of the blow still forced her to take most of the damage. Looking at this picture, the warrior ordered the nearest soldier to finish her off, to which he agreed. Suddenly, a cloud of purple smoke appeared in front of the knights, blinding them for a few seconds. Raising his head up, the young heroes noticed that the dark magician had fled, not wanting to say goodbye to life so easily. Meanwhile, Irina, who was in the air, heard the knights' cries and orders related to her capture. The elf's face lit up with a mad smile, and her eyes widened as far as they could go as she screamed loudly, in praise of his will. A few seconds later, the silhouette of an incredibly huge knight appeared behind her, radiating demonic energy. This technique is the last resort of the demon's followers, as they sacrifice themselves to strengthen their own mana. The fire sacrifice began its effect as soon as it was activated, causing the elf's hand to quickly rot and crumble. Directing huge streams of fire in different directions, the dark sorceress screamed loudly, wishing for everything here to burn to the ground. The cursed fire immediately began to press on the knights, not giving them time to rest or somehow regroup. At the same time, Scott managed to dodge every flame, trying to come up with a new plan. Looking at the soldiers, he understood that the knights were already at their limit, and now they needed strength to finish off the magician. Suddenly, he shouted to the aristocrats that they had bought enough time. Now it was Chloe's turn to join the fight. Hearing the boy's words, the blonde, putting her hands to her chest, began to concentrate all the energy around herself, after which she raised her hands up, from which a blindingly bright light began to appear, capable of overcoming darkness. The power granted through repentance and blessing is a sacred power that not everyone can control. A person who repented, was baptized and became a priest, from that moment on will begin to possess anti-demonic power. But there are also those who possess it from birth. They are messengers of God, heroes, or in the rarest and most special cases, those who did not become priests. And Chloe was one of them, right now sending out holy rays of light to fight the demonic power and fire. With a loud explosion, the darkness collided with the light, scattering fragments of energy in different directions, unable to fight for long. The knights looked at this spectacle in shock, not expecting that their mistress possessed such power. It turned out that she hid her power even from her own knights, because the Sword Emperor was afraid that she could be taken to the church. The guy also admitted that he had never seen a priest stronger than Chloe, and it seemed to him that now she should be weaker. But looking at her strength and confidence, it was obvious that her level was high enough to defeat such a strong opponent. Having lost one arm, the elf never expected to see a priest among the group she was fighting against. At great speed, a beam of divine energy approached the dark mage, who barely managed to put up a shield in front of himself. However, it was too weak for the defense to withstand such a force, causing the shield to simply collapse. When the better one caught up with the elf, a deafening explosion was heard, illuminating the area for the next several kilometers. Having fallen to the ground, the dark sorceress tried to catch her breath and endure the pain that her body had endured. She screamed that she couldn't lose to a nobody like them, after which she received a strong blow to the head. The blow was delivered by Scott, using a mace as a finishing weapon, silencing the elf forever. He justified this by saying that everyone around was in shock, so he had to finish her off before it was too late. Chloe ran up to him and loudly declared that he shouldn't have done that, which surprised the guy. The blonde explained that it was worth interrogating her and finding out all the information in order to understand what to do with her. Even though she was a priest, she couldn't sense her demonic energy, and I wanted to ask why she did that. While the boy was apologizing, the aristocrat was thinking about the fact that her divine power would not be able to heal her. Scott only tried to make a poor joke, saying that it would only finally convince them of her death. Since they didn't have much of a choice, they had to cut off the magician's head so that he would definitely not be able to return. Despite everything, the young hero was pleased that they had killed a high-level dark mage without serious losses. Meanwhile, all the knights gathered in a group and began to admire Chloe, as well as her abilities as a priest. The blonde just sighed heavily, upset that her secret had been revealed when she had hidden it so carefully. She then asked the boy if he knew about it, since he was the only one who wasn't surprised to see her power. The young man immediately admitted that he knew, but the girl had no idea where he got it from, and not even all of her relatives knew. The boy did not dare to lie, saying that he could not tell yet, but one day she would definitely find out everything. Without asking any new questions, the aristocrat just smiled, accepting the guy's argument, trusting him completely. Rubbing his head, the young hero said that he would take responsibility for what happened to the dark magician. After all, it was because of him that they found themselves in great trouble. But Chloe clarified, like the one that would follow what happened to Edmund. Not understanding anything, the boy asked again if she thought his actions had put them all at risk. It took a long time for aristocrats to rid themselves of demons, and if she died, it would only be because of her weakness, so she had no reason to blame him. Scott closed his eyes briefly, thinking that this girl was just as kind and generous as before. She then gave him a sharp pat on the head, asking if he was worried, noticing how sweet it looked in her eyes. Looking at the boy's face, Vivian asked if he didn't like being called cute, to which the boy shook his head. He is an adult, why would he like this? But the warrior said that he really is just a baby. She also added that kids his age don't like being called cute, and it turns out he has a human side too. While the female knight was squeezing the boy's cheek, Chloe frowned and turned around, looking at the dark mage's body. She noticed how the elf's body finally turned to dust and began to slowly flutter in the wind. After which, she stated that they should quickly report what had happened to their father by sending him a message from the nearest town. A few days later, they arrived at the main gates of Tyvan, and under the gaze of the crowd surrounding them, they confidently entered the city. Seeing what was before his eyes, Scott thought he knew that the Sword Emperor doted on his daughter, but this was too much. Meanwhile, Chloe blushed, covering her face with her hands, asking out loud why her father did this. And the people watching all this opened their mouths in shock, loudly whispering among themselves that the rumors were not lying. In the middle of the city square, the Order of the Knights of the Blue Wing was built, which contained about 100 knights. After examining them, the boy thought that they emanated power. They were worthy of being called the Elite and the Duchy of Valentino. The only knight who stood out began to take off his helmet. While the guy thought that everyone in the group was at least an expert rank, there was no one stronger in the Empire. The vice-captain of the Blue Wing Order, Garen Kleiman, fell to his knees before them, along with his 103 comrades. The blonde awkwardly waved her hand, thanking him and the knights, ordering them to stand up so as not to embarrass her anymore. Putting his hand on his heart, he announced that he was glad to see her in good health, and that the gentleman had been very worried about her. The disgruntled girl replied that she had written in the message that she was fine, and why did they need to meet her? The man justified himself by saying that she was attacked by a dark mage, and if they had not been ready to set out immediately, the master would have personally come instead of them. The girl froze, not understanding why her father had come in person and what journey they were suddenly taking. As it turns out, the fact is that about a month ago, the family jewel, Tempest, suddenly disappeared. The girl noticed that her father always wore it, but that was the problem. When he woke up in the morning, the jewel was no longer there. Shocked by such unexpected news, the young hero decided to ask Chloe if this was by any chance an artifact. She answered that it was probably true, and the guy looked at her with interest, asking again, very much doubting that she didn't know. It was a secret that only the priests knew, so the girl could only assume that it was a powerful artifact. Having briefly muttered an understanding answer, the young man closed his eyes, thinking about something of his own, not daring to say it out loud. Then he smiled confidently, loudly declaring to those present that he thought he knew why he had disappeared. 3 pairs of eyes stared at the boy in shock, sincerely not understanding where he could have learned such important information. However, Scott only asked to be allowed to see the Duke, then he would personally explain and tell him everything. Sometime later, the familiar carriage, and along with it the heavily armed cavalry, set off on their journey. Accompanying the carriage at a walking pace, Garen cast frequent glances in its direction, surprised that the little boy knew the reason. Then he decided to ask the soldiers who this child was, when a knight immediately approached him, asking if he was talking to Scott. He knew he had heard that name before, as the soldier continued to praise the guy, saying he was incredible and his contribution to defeating the Dark Mage was very great. And from what he heard, this boy would soon become an expert at such a young age, which surprised the vice captain greatly. After all, even the 7 great knights in his fortune-telling were so talented, this guy is definitely a genius, no, a monster. After thinking for a bit, the fair-haired man firmly decided that he definitely had to bring such a treasure to his family. Then he paused for a moment, repeating his name and remembering that this was the man who had sent letters from Philly. The name of this young man was very rare, so he was sure that it was definitely the one who was now sitting in the carriage with his mistress. At this time, Chloe looked out of the carriage window along with Scott, surprised at what appeared before their eyes. They came across a small field covered in flowers, with tall trees growing in the background, adding even more beauty. Deciding to check something out for himself, Scott turned to the blonde, politely asking if she liked lilies. The aristocrat smiled broadly, replying that she liked them, because her late mother and father loved them too, where her parents even wanted to name her that when she was a child, to which the boy replied that this name would suit her very well. The love story of the Duke and his wife is very famous. She is the only woman he loved so much. However, the youth remembered Esgard's words that he did not really like this flower, but this was the most important part of the secret. The young hero smiled wryly and thought that it was no wonder that the Sword Emperor kept this a secret. He most likely does not remember his past life, which will make it very difficult to prove his arrival from the future. But since he asked to find him as soon as possible, he is sure that he has a way to make him stronger. He must meet him, begin training, and find a way to become an aura master to save the continent. His main goal is to gain more power, because without an aura he won't be able to leave even a scratch on monsters at the level of a corps commander. In this life, he will definitely break everyone's arms because it was solely for this that he came here with a new chance. A couple of days later they reached Valentino, the land of Duke Valentius, one of the largest cities in the Kingdom of Aslan. As soon as the entire crew entered the bridge lowered in front of them, the knights immediately burst into cries of joy about returning home. Chloe was also happy to be back and, out of curiosity, decided to ask Scott if he had been to this city before. Smiling and looking at the architecture of the city, the boy calmly replied that this was his first time here. Looking at the guy in surprise, the girl did not quite understand the meaningful answer contained in the word now. Suddenly they, along with the rest of the knights, froze in place, simultaneously turning their gaze towards the square. A loud, commanding voice called out to Chloe, and also from a distance asked if she had been hurt during the journey. A stunned Scott immediately recognized the person to whom this voice belonged. Realizing that he had finally found the one he was looking for, an elderly man ran towards the aristocrat, stretching out his arms and bursting into tears, hoping to hug his daughter. With a slight movement, the blonde dodged, causing the Duke to fly forward, falling to the ground in front of the knights. Chloe winced, reminding her father that people were watching them and asking him not to forget the Duke's dignity. She also asked him not to press on pity and to apologize to the knights whom he had disturbed. A minute later, the man had pulled himself together, telling the soldiers how hard they had all worked and that thanks to them, Chloe had returned unharmed. In an authoritative voice, he ordered everyone to accept his gratitude, and not from Duke Valentino, but as from a loving father. The Duke then smiled broadly, loudly declaring that he had already organized the feast and ordered everyone to enjoy it to the fullest. The knight's subjects immediately bowed their knees before him, all agreeing to carry out his order. The man then noticed Scott, asking with interest who the child was, causing the boy and Chloe to turn their attention to him. Smiling slightly, she didn't think that he still didn't recognize him, which would take more time. The blonde stated that she wrote about him in the report, and that he would testify against the magician, but the Duke forgot about it. Suddenly, the young hero approached Asgard, declaring that he had something to tell him. It concerned Tempest. The knights and the aristocrat who were watching this immediately froze in shock, noticing his informal address to the Duke. The man's face changed in an instant as he looked sternly at the guy, saying out loud how brave he was. Suddenly, a strong aura formed around the boy, pressing him into the ground, causing him to crouch down sharply. It was spiritual pressure, but the Sword Emperor also had a lot to learn in the future. But he couldn't believe that his skill was at the level of an aura user, because Astina, who is also one of the 7 Great Knights, is an aura superior. Zorik will most likely become one soon, and he will overcome his pressure using the strength of spirit accumulated in his past life. Despite the monstrous pressure, the boy, having splashed out mana, began to slowly rise, overcoming the strength of the Duke. Dissatisfied with such a stern greeting, Scott frowned and declared that he could tell everything here too. Esgard was surprised by the boy's extraordinary strength, who was able to withstand his pressure and still stand on his feet. Chloe suddenly ran up to them, loudly telling her father that Scott was ignorant due to his young age. Lowering his head slightly, the father answered negatively, because he would not behave like that simply out of ignorance. Looking at the boy's calm face, the man frowned, deciding that he would still talk to this rascal. 20 minutes later, they were in the Duke's office, who began asking about Tempest's disappearance. The guy put his hands behind his back, calmly saying that he had one guess regarding this relic. The man was curious to hear his thoughts, since any clue could help in the search for the missing person. Tempest was one of the few ancient words Scott knew at this point in his life. It signifies time or opportunity, and if this jewel was lost a month ago, then perhaps it has the power to turn back time. The youth carefully watched the Duke's reaction, who carefully absorbed his every word, trying not to miss anything. Asgard frowned, folding his hands and placing them to his lips, and politely asked the boy to continue expressing his thoughts. Scott began his story by saying that everything would begin with a terrible incident that would happen in 20 years, after which he took some time to tell the Duke in detail what trials awaited them in the future. Not daring to interrupt, the man listened attentively, noticing details that an ordinary child could not know. Later in the evening, Esgard declared that his story was too well organized and that a child would not have come up with such a thing. The guardian of the world tree and the first hammer of the dwarves, the boy even knows the name of the great warrior of the orc tribe. Looking away, the guy added that they had all been comrades who fought shoulder to shoulder for a whole year. The dissatisfied man asked what comrades were. These were the same enemies with whom he had been fighting for many years. After which he stood up from the table, saying that Tempest means time and opportunity. It can only transfer one person into the past. But he had to accept as a sacrifice the life of a Superman, so his descendants used him very carefully and wisely. This information was passed down from generation to generation along with him, but the Duke never believed in its veracity. But it turns out it was in vain if the guy wasn't cheating, which was very unlikely, given the detail of the story. However, something still bothered the man, and he thought a little before telling the boy about his doubts. He could hardly believe that he had made such a decision then, to rely on his talent and send him into the past. After all, if the Duke himself returned, he would be able to benefit from the experience of his past life, which is much more logical. He was confidently able to prepare all the available forces of humanity to fight against the army of the Demon King. But instead, he sent the boy, not himself. After these words, the man tensed, releasing energy. However, seeing the boy's calm and confident face, the man calmed down, thinking that he really wasn't lying. To which Scott menacingly replied that it was all because he would become like this, and would constantly talk about saving talent and other nonsense. After all, he thought then that he had senile dementia, and at the same time he twirled his finger near his temple. The Duke thought for a moment and replied that it seemed impossible to know in advance how far into the past someone could be sent. Scott was surprised by this answer, saying that he used a force on him that he wasn't even entirely sure of. Returning to his chair, the man stated that where could this confidence come from if he had never done anything like this before? He supposed he had told the boy something along the lines of him going back to the moment when the influence on his soul was strongest, to the place where his personality was formed, probably predicted by the future Esgard. I returned the guy. The young hero was taken aback by these words, realizing that this was why he had been transported to the day his sister died. Looking at the boy's changed expression, the Sword Emperor decided to check whether he was right. Scott confirmed that he was right, realizing that the Duke was not at all to blame for his sister's death. The guy thought that he should be grateful to him just for the fact that he was able to see her again, even under such circumstances. The Duke spoke up again, saying that he had one last question, but the boy was ready to answer whatever was asked. He wondered if the previous him had only asked to find him, because he had to tell him something to win his trust. The boy immediately began to answer that his daughter's childhood name was Lilia, and he chose it because he and his wife liked this flower. But the man frowned, replying that absolutely everyone knew about it, which made it insufficient evidence. Scott added that he didn't really like the flower, which made the Duke tense up a little, thinking. But the guy didn't stop there, saying that he clarified that this was the most important part of the truth and that he shouldn't forget it. Suddenly, Esgard burst into loud laughter, clutching his stomach, causing a mixed reaction from the boy, after which he calmed down, noting that he could say such a thing because it was true, because even after her death he could not admit it. Therefore, He did not dare to tell anyone about this, after which he lowered his head into his hands, trying to comprehend the truth of the situation. Why did he rise from his chair and cry out loudly that it was all true? And he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now the man finally believed the guy, and it became clear to him why his family's jewelry was stolen right from his hands in his chambers. The boy wondered if it was because he had returned 20 years ago that the Sword Emperor was more capricious than he had been then. But suddenly the man said that he still needed special proof of the truth of the guy's words. He then turned to the servants, asking them to call Sir Lure, which Scott could not have expected. The servants had already accepted the order for a second and had left at the same time. The young man was wondering why he had called this man. As it turned out, he was convinced that the boy had indeed returned in time, but he was not yet completely sure about the boy himself. The man asked the question again about the guy's name, and that he was one of the 10 future great knights, to which the guy agreed. Since this was really so, the Duke asked me to personally prove to him the truth of such a serious statement. After all, Esgard was very interested in seeing a future ability that he would appreciate. After 10 minutes, they left the office and were already heading to another room, walking along a long bridge. While the dissatisfied hero thought that it was somehow unfair, because he asked to find him, and now he was conducting tests. Suddenly, he decided to play a little joke on the man by asking him if he was curious about what the future would be like. With his hands behind his back, the Duke walked forward at a leisurely pace, answering the boy's question satisfactorily. Then the youth began to run around the Sword Emperor, asking if he should tell him a little about his family. However, he immediately refused, sternly arguing that he did not need such personal, albeit important, information. After which he clarified that he was only interested in the harbinger of disaster, for which the upcoming test would be undertaken. However, in addition to the disaster, he sincerely asked that nothing be told to him, his daughter, or anyone else. Looking down from the bridge, the Duke said that people grow only through their mistakes and failures, and he is proud that he raised a daughter who will not despair and will not break down in the face of adversity. And so he asked not to take away her opportunity to develop, telling her something that she could get around, knowing in advance. Hearing this, the guy relaxed, saying that he actually knew very little about her, and nothing at all about his family. He was trying very hard to save himself at the time, so he had no time to take an interest in the affairs of the Duke's family. These words left the Sword Emperor stunned, looking at the boy's calm face with surprise and shock. Suddenly, he started shaking him, asking if he didn't know where their world was going next, but the guy only knew about the incident. The Duke, dumbfounded, could not believe that this was all that the young man could tell him, even though he himself did not know what the man wanted to know. In the future, there would be people who would unite the army he spoke of, but Esgard wanted to know what happened before that. Not hearing any answer from the young hero, he grabbed his head, screaming loudly in despair. A second later, the warrior's strong hand grabbed the boy by the ear and pulled him forward, not giving him the opportunity to break free. Without letting go of the boy, the man advised him to quickly remember everything before he was ground into dust. After some time, they entered the training hall surrounded by stands, but stopped near a table standing almost in the middle of the hall. Reading the notes that Scott personally signed for the Duke, the man was surprised why there was almost nothing there. More than 10 misfortunes have occurred, but he remembers only these, asking what happened to the rest. He replied that, in addition to this information, he heard about other events either from gossip or from his comrades. Esgard asked menacingly if he had more valuable information. At that moment, the guy wanted to grow up, because before they communicated with each other as equals. The man noted that the only useful thing here was that the hero and the saint appeared according to the prophecy and went to war. His name was Cromwell, and he was 20 years old, so it was necessary to quickly find him and train him before it was too late. The young man didn't really want to upset the already nervous Duke, but someone had to tell him the obvious. He recalled that the hero was 20 years old then, and now he might just be born, and there is no way to train him. The pen in the man's hands suddenly broke from the force of his grip, and he asked why God had decided to test him like this. Should he blame his future self for this, or should he beat up this bastard who is no use at all? His thoughts were interrupted by a servant who bowed and said that Sir Lure would arrive soon, but the Duke ordered Drexler to be brought instead. He also asked to tell him that he needed to teach someone a lesson, and the man in glasses was very surprised by such a request. 10 minutes later, the vice-captain arrived in shining silver and gold armor and looked at the boy menacingly. The vice-captain of the Blue Wing Order had the 5th stage of the highest warrior rank, making him a very dangerous opponent. After which the man, with a huge hammer in his hands, headed straight towards the Duke, announcing his presence. After which he bowed low, listening to the greeting of his master who expressed his loyalty and trust in him. He wanted him to test the bastard to see if he had any right to brag. The warrior froze in shock, clarifying that he would have to fight a child, to which the Sword Emperor only briefly agreed. The vice captain wondered if he had done something wrong and was now on the brink of relegation. If he lost his salary, he would not be able to maintain his estate, and these terrible thoughts made him feel uneasy. However, the Duke called out to him, noticing that he had again made up too much, which was his weakness. However, he only gave him a very important task, to fight him and thoroughly test his abilities. Looking at the youth, the knight could not understand what his lordship had in mind by asking him to fight with the child. Suddenly he froze, noticing something unusual and interesting about the future opponent standing in front of him. The man was surprised, clearly noticing that the boy had a second stage, bordering on the rank of an expert. He looked like he was about 10 years old, so how did he manage to pump up so much? At that moment, Scott started talking about his hammer, after which the boy began to clarify that it would be better if it were bigger, to make a hole in the headboard and lengthen the handle by an inch. However, he was interrupted by the Duke's voice, asking him to concentrate because if he did not take this seriously, he would break their agreement. After which he asked Drexler to give it his all, but not to kill him, at which time the boy asked about the violation of the agreement. Esgard turned his head in his direction and replied that the current him had not promised to help him, so everything depended on this fight. The dumbfounded guy asked if he had to defeat the knight, to which he heard the answer that it was not necessary to do so. After which the Sword Emperor raised his index finger up, saying that all that was needed was any one blow. If the guy could land at least one hit, he would admit his victory, but even Drexler was surprised by such a statement. In anticipation of an interesting battle, Scott's body was surrounded by Mana, who happily agreed to the Duke's terms, and exactly 1 minute later they stood opposite each other, holding their weapons in front of them, looking at their opponent. Now the owner of a huge hammer and the owner of a small mace with great potential were about to clash. For a while they stood motionless, trying to figure out what tactics would be best to use for a better fight. At this time, the Duke, watching the young hero, thought that his way of using mana was unique, and judging by the arcana he was observing right now, this runt was actually a genius and a capable warrior. After which the man frowned, thinking that this guy was not so simple, and he might have some other aces up his sleeve. Since he was able to bring him back from the future, he was able to overcome his limit and become an aura master. And since he ordered this boy to return to the past, it means that he has an outstanding talent. But what did he see in him? Without wasting any time, Esgard stepped forward, raising his hand and telling them to try their best. As soon as he started with himself, the young man immediately summoned the spirit, who appeared to him in combat uniform, showing a grin. Having gathered himself on the wolf's back, Scott turned to the knight, saying that if he did not want to attack first, then he would take the initiative. After which, without wasting any time, he rushed straight at the soldier, trying to attack him directly in the forehead. Drexler was slightly surprised by the spirit's appearance, smiling at yet another interesting ability of the talented guy. After which he swung his hammer wide, not wanting to give the victory so easily to the arrogant boy. He declared that he had no chance, after which he swung his weapon menacingly, trying to knock the wolf off its feet. However, his opponent jumped up suddenly, allowing him to dodge the vice captain's very strong attack. Without wasting any time, the hero sped up, swinging his mace, filling it with mana and directing it towards his opponent. A moment later, a loud ringing sound of an iron piece of armor hitting was heard in the hall. Scott managed to strike the knight in the shoulder. Returning to his original position and examining his opponent, Scott cursed because he didn't even leave a scratch on him. He immediately realized that the knight specialized in both attack and defense, which only added to his problems. Having seen the boy's attacking abilities with his own eyes, the warrior immediately commented on it, calling his attempt amusing, after which he jumped up, throwing the hammer behind his head, pointing it towards the boy, telling him not to worry because he would try to restrain himself. And at the last moment, the hero, riding on a wolf, managed to jump back from the earth-shattering blow, giving himself a few seconds to think. He realized that if he couldn't take victory by force, then he would try to surpass him in speed, which was not available to such a brute. After that, he jumped onto the columns surrounding the hall and began to move along them, jumping from one to another, confusing his opponent. At first, the man tried to track its trajectory, after which he began to fill his weapon with mana, preparing to strike. The hammer fell to the ground with a deafening sound, creating cracks that only grew larger with each passing second. Upon reaching the columns, the cracks completely destroyed them, forcing the guy to go back down and lose his vigilance. As soon as the guy found himself on the ground, the vice captain's weapon flashed before his eyes, which he barely dodged. Holding the edge of the hammer handle with one hand, The warrior hoped that in this way he would be able to reach the nimble boy. But the boy immediately noticed that he was wielding a hammer, which was longer than a 1.5 football with one hand, which meant that he usually had a shield in the other. Therefore, his defense is better developed, so we need to buy a little more time to figure out how to defeat him. At this time, the vice captain began to lose patience little by little, asking how much longer he was going to evade. However, Scott ignored the man's nagging and continued to act according to his original plan. The irritated man turned his head and sadly commented that the guy was a very good runner. However, the Duke, watching the battle, immediately realized that the guy was reading all of Drexler's movements. It seemed like he hadn't lost any of his past experience, accumulated over 10 years of hard work as a knight. The boy is talented, but it is too early to decide anything, because the Sword Emperor was interested in whether he is capable of anything else. Suddenly the Duke called out loudly and menacingly to the vice captain by name, wanting him to hear him quickly. After that, he asked how long he was going to embarrass him, and upon hearing this, Drexler took these words too seriously. These words had too much of an effect on the vice captain, who, as if in a frenzy, began to attack with greater force. Behind him, the head of the hammer increased in size several times, covered in a clot of golden energy, which he directed at Scott. The Duke, dumbfounded, realized that he had made a huge mistake when he saw a spiritual weapon behind the maddened warrior. He immediately decided that he had to stop him at all costs to prevent the impending disaster. He shouted his name, but suddenly noticed a smile flashing on the face of the young man, who was clearly not scared. They flew at each other, despite all the danger of the situation, having within themselves the desire to win. Esgard, watching all this, could not believe his eyes that the young hero did not retreat, but rushed forward. A moment later, a loud explosion was heard throughout the hall, caused by two warriors fighting in the sky. Suddenly, from the cloud of smoke, the body of a child flew straight down, screaming in pain and unable to stop its fall. Drexler landed next to the Duke, apologizing for having completely forgotten himself while the Duke was loudly cursing at him, after which they both ran up to the boy, saying that he was told to demonstrate his talent, but not his courage. At the same time, Scott, completely covered in abrasions and burns, smiled and proudly declared that he had won after all. Then he slowly raised his trembling hand and pointed at the knight who stood quietly behind the Duke. Both men noticed a small cut on the cheek left by the boy during the final and decisive blow. In the final seconds of the fight, Scott grabbed the mace like a spear, about to throw it straight at the attacking knight. As the huge hammer almost reached him, the boy launched the weapon straight at Drexler's face, trying to soften the blow of the hammer with his other hand. The vice captain didn't have time to dodge, receiving a scratch on his cheek, allowing the guy to damage him at the last moment. Only now did the stunned men understand where he had originally aimed and what he wanted to achieve from this fight. But this made the Duke even more furious. I declare that he could have died, because why act so madly happy about winning a sparring match? Rising up, the hero replied that he had not died and had even won. But the Duke only asked whether he had been so reckless in his past life. The beaten boy didn't understand why he needed to ask obvious things, but Esgard didn't understand what was obvious about it. Suddenly, the young warrior became serious, saying that if he hadn't behaved like that, he would have achieved nothing on the streets. These words calmed the Duke a little and at the same time surprised him, since he understood that the guy knew what he was getting into. Scott, meanwhile, continued that he had to win at any cost, and it was thanks to this approach that he managed to survive. What was more important now was what his lordship thought about all this. The rest did not matter to Scott. He wondered if he had lived up to his expectations, to which the Duke immediately agreed, but in his place he would not have done so. The man thought that the man from the future believed in him, seeing how reckless and brave the guy was. Crossing his arms over his chest, he declared that he would keep his promise and give him what he needed most now. The boy was delighted with this outcome of events, smiled broadly, and thanked the Duke for the opportunity. But suddenly, the smile disappeared from the young warrior's face, after which he fell back, abruptly losing consciousness. The vice captain was frightened when he saw such a picture, but Esgard remained standing without even moving. Several hours later, Scott came to, slowly rising to find himself lying in a soft bed. The Sword Emperor stood next to him and commented that he had been poisoned faster than he had expected. Then he turned around and explained to the guy that they had a lot to discuss, and so he invited him to follow him. As they walked down the corridor, the boy became curious about how long he had slept, and then learned that almost half a day had passed. Scott was surprised that he had slept so little, and then asked if a high-class priest had been called to see him. But instead of answering the question, he heard Chloe's voice, who ordered him to get more rest. He had just woken up, but his father was already dragging him somewhere. The angry aristocrat asked the man if he was going to harm the boy again in some way. Pointing his finger at the guy, the Duke declared that this bastard had brought it on himself and he would not harm his daughter's savior. The young hero was surprised that he was considered Chloe's savior, because until now it seemed to him that everything was the other way around. Turning to the boy, the girl cried out, asking if he knew that he had just woken up, having previously had one foot in the grave. To which the guy only smiled slightly, trying to find the words to calm the disgruntled blonde. Rubbing the back of his head, he cheerfully declared that, as his lordship had said, it was all due to his excessive ambition. After that, he made a guilty expression, apologizing for making her worry too much. Stroking the boy's head, the aristocrat calmed down and smiled, telling him not to be so serious. Suddenly, Scott froze, feeling the Duke's breath behind him and an angry question about what that look was. He may be a child, but he already knows about beauty. Esgard warned him that if he starts flirting with his daughter, he will get into trouble. The girl tried to stop him, and the boy replied that he was simply surprised when he called him the lady's savior. After all, last time he didn't catch the dark magician and didn't save the lady, and with these words he was able to seriously surprise the Duke. The man froze for a second, realizing that for him this was a new event, which he had not accomplished in his past life. Chloe tried to find out right away what it meant in more detail, but her father told her not to bother her head with it and that he would tell her everything later. For now, she needed to concentrate on her coming-of-age ceremony, which was coming very soon. Suddenly, the aristocrat bit her lip angrily and lowered her gaze, reluctantly agreeing with her father's advice, after which she slowly turned around and under the gaze of two pairs of eyes with a saddened look, headed back to her chambers. Scott, watching her, knew that no matter how much he wanted to tell her everything, he couldn't allow himself to do so. Sometime later, they were in the Duke's office, who said that from now on, the fact that he was from the future should remain a secret. The priests in particular shouldn't get wind of anything, but the guy wasn't going to go around shouting about it everywhere. The flow of time and space is the core of faith spread by the Creator, a force that even a goddess cannot resist. A common man who goes against the established order will be called a blasphemer, which is why their family hides Tempest. Scott had no way of knowing this because this information had even been removed from the sacred scriptures in the temple. The truth was that the real description was only passed on to ancient families, to which the guy could not possibly belong. In addition, it was necessary to reduce the number of people in the know to a minimum so that this secret would not fall into the wrong hands. For example, only the 10 great knights the boy spoke of could possibly know about it. He also asked the young man not to tell anyone anything about the hand of God, but he already understood that it was useless to argue with fanatics. However, he did not plan to put them behind. They will become even stronger for him, because he will use the abilities that he mastered in the future. The delighted Duke immediately jumped up from the table, eager to inquire what these abilities were. But the guy immediately frowned, stopping the man, asking what was wrong with the thing he wanted to give him. The Sword Emperor froze at that very moment, wiping the smile from his face and looking at the boy with surprise and an uncomprehending gaze. The guy grimaced, telling the Duke to have a conscience because he should give him what he needed first. The fair-haired man frowned at such impudent speeches, gradually beginning to lose patience and calm. The boy got a little carried away and decided to suggest out loud that age had made him senile, which is why he received a blow to the head. Hearing the Duke loudly call him impudent, the boy asked why the man had hit him, since he hadn't said anything like that. The Sword Emperor smiled, but not from joy, but in order to try to contain all his anger. But he made a different decision, after which he again led the boy into the arena, saying that he, the bastard, first of all needed to be taught manners. Holding his cheek, the Duke listened to what just slipped out of his mouth. He should understand that the guy was an adult at heart, but this seemed even worse to him, however, since he had promised he would have to fulfill what he had said, after which he threw Scott away. Standing over the boy like an indestructible mountain, he declared that he would share with him the special knowledge of the head of the Valentius family. Then a sly smile appeared on the man's face, followed by a question as to whether he had ever heard of gravity. Under the clear sky in the middle of the arena sat a boy who immediately dozed off, not deigning to listen to the Duke. Suddenly, a heavy fist fell on his head again with shouts that they hadn't started yet. He was already asleep. The guy grabbed his head and asked to stop beating him, to which he heard a request to listen to him carefully. The secrets of their family are represented by 4 techniques: mana training technique, defensive and offensive ball technique, the technique of obtaining internal skills of the 3rd stage, and the technique of obtaining special skills to reach the 7th stage. After asking again about the number of techniques, Scott decided to flatter, saying that it was not for nothing that their family was considered the best. The man smiled, agreeing with the boy's words, and in my heart, I was a little glad that he appreciated these techniques. Asgard knew that the guy used a striking weapon, which meant that he had no need for an offensive sword technique. In response, the young hero demonstratively waved his hands, declaring that a fragile sword was no match for a strong hammer. However, this statement did not please the Emperor of the Sword, because he did not consider the sword to be a fragile weapon. The guy turned away, realizing that something completely different was of interest now, namely the incredible defensive power. After all, with it his attacks and defense will become ideal, which means that he needs to learn defensive techniques. The Duke stated that of these secrets, the most important are the techniques for obtaining internal and special skills. And right now, he is going to teach Scott one of them, namely the technique of obtaining an internal skill. Suddenly the boy cried out pitifully, asking why he wouldn't study defensive techniques. To which the man only smiled, having lost the last drops of patience, after which he hit the boy on the head again. At the same time, on another part of the continent, in a dark and damp room lit by candles, a council was assembled. It consisted of many figures, their faces hidden under a hood. One of them stated that Irina was dead. She was the blade that pierced the heart of Elfhelm, a resource that could not be easily lost. After which, one of those gathered loudly declared that Vanhen was the expected heir of the Moors family. While everyone gathered was very surprised, one of the figures asked to collect data about him, but in such a way that the kingdom would not know anything about it. Placing their hand on their heart and looking at their leader, everyone simultaneously and in unison declared that the order would be carried out. The head of the meeting, having finished his wine, loudly put the glass on the table, drawing the attention of everyone gathered. With a threatening look, raising his index finger upward, he ordered everyone not to screw up and to do everything perfectly. Meanwhile, the crippled Scott stated that the task in Karuna was now the most important, and the Duke suggested mastering the technique of obtaining an internal skill. However, he already knows which one suits him, as in his past life it will be the explosion of the third stage. But the man protested, saying that he had analyzed everything while carrying his limp body after the fight. He may be a child, but he weighs more than many knights because he used some secret to do so. The boy hesitantly agreed, but the stern voice of the Sword Emperor interrupted him, asking him to think about something. He asked the young hero if the Duke had worn very heavy and incredibly bulky equipment in his past life. Scott thought for a moment before replying that it was indeed incredibly heavy and huge. Consequently, his body weighed more, and the more energy it had, the more clumsy his movements became. In fact, some magicians call this law of the universe gravity, and if you master it, the following will happen. The heavier the body, the faster and stronger it will become, and the amount of energy will increase significantly. After which he looked at the boy, trying to see in his eyes the delight and desire to learn this technique. After all, the result of an expert who mindlessly chooses internal skills will never compare with this. The body has a force that moves it, but the more Scott listened, the more he liked it. But something confused him. While the Duke was trying to convey the truth to the boy, he interrupted him, asking what kind of nonsense he was telling him now. The Sword Emperor froze as if struck by lightning, not understanding the doubts that this explanation had caused in the boy. He tried to explain that there was a force that was pressing down on people from above, but the boy decided that he had drunk too much of his expensive alcohol. After all, if this were really the case, all people would have long since pressed themselves to the ground. Otherwise, it all sounds like complete nonsense. Growing increasingly irritated, Asgard decided to ask him why objects fall from a height, to which he heard the answer that this was the order. Enraged, he asked why exactly this was happening, to which the guy said that it just happened, and that's all. The man was already visibly shaking, furiously telling the guy that he wasn't even trying to understand what they were telling him now. Scott suddenly decided to ask why he was making things so complicated, causing the man to freeze, not understanding the point of the question. Picking his ear with his finger, the young man calmly said that if he didn't understand something, then he should just accept it. The last drop of patience snapped when the Duke grabbed the boy, noticing that the impudent fellow had his own views on life. Having climbed up the high bell tower, the man loudly declared that no one would help him, and now he would fly out of here himself. Not understanding anything, the boy just struggled, being grabbed by the strong hand of the embittered Sword Emperor. "We hold the boy by the chest." The angry man straightened his hand, throwing the boy outside, forcing him to hang tens of meters above the ground. Standing at the edge of the arch, Asgard declared that the boy would have to learn from personal experience what mages called gravity. Suddenly, the young hero felt the man using mana freeze with the hand that was holding him. Asgard asked again why things fall from heights, hoping that this lesson would help the boy answer correctly. Smiling fearfully, the hero replied that gravity was to blame, showing with his whole appearance that he had learned his lesson. However, the Duke still unclenched his fist, letting the guy go into free fall, which he could not have expected, because he answered the question. The enraged Sword Emperor declared that he must experience gravity firsthand to learn his lesson. Hearing the Duke's last words, the embittered boy loudly declared that the old man was simply crazy. Then he looked back, roughly calculating the distance to the ground, thinking that now he needed to save himself, otherwise he would die. Without wasting any time, he used the Iron Divine Armor technique, feeling the problem of using mana, after which he loudly called his faithful comrade Moonwolf, who would definitely never let his master down. Finding himself on the ground, the puzzled beast tried to understand where he was and where the summoner's voice was coming from. Raising his head, the spirit noticed with surprise that the guy was flying straight at him from a very great height. He noticed the guy's smiling face, which made the beast realize too late why he had called him. Scott loudly apologized to his comrade, then collided with him, softening his fall, causing a plaintive howl to be heard. Lying astride the wolf, who had unconsciously sprawled on the ground, the boy tried to catch his breath. And while the spirit angrily barked at its owner, he tried to ask for forgiveness, trying not to move, experiencing pain. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over his head, drawing the boy's attention, who began to slowly turn his head. When the man asked about the force of gravity, the guy replied that he felt this refreshing sensation with every inch of his body. The Duke added that a fall from such a height would not kill him, and then asked if he could control gravity. The stunned guy shuddered, not understanding what the man meant when he said that everything needed to be repeated. However, the boy stated that a verbal explanation would be sufficient, but the answer was that he learns much faster through practice, after which he fell down from the bell tower several more times, constantly asking the old man to explain with words instead of actions. Sometime later, Scott opened his eyes in shock, feeling healing magic coursing through his body. Rising from the bed, he noticed Chloe sitting next to her, treating him, smiling sweetly. She was sincerely glad that he had already woken up, adding that she had heard that the guy had already become an expert. The dumbfounded guy looked at his girlfriend, wondering in surprise when he had become an expert. Fragments of memories of how he had fallen from the same bell tower many times came to his mind. Remembering this, the boy grimaced and shuddered, not fully believing that this method had actually worked. Chloe asked why he trained so hard, because he knew that being his father's student was a great joy, but it wasn't worth it. The boy was horrified to learn that it was a training session, and the girl was happy, saying that all the money in the order went down from this news. Then he looked at his friend again, asking if it was okay that she was here, since there were probably many other healers in the estate. After all, she probably has a lot to do because of the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. But instead, she decided to be here. The aristocrat froze, not knowing what to answer, and for some time tried to find the right words. Why did she answer that everything was not quite as Scott said, and she just needed to work on etiquette, so there was not much to do? For a few seconds, the boy looked at the blonde with doubt, trying to understand if she was telling the truth. And then, in a serious tone, he decided to encourage the girl a little, telling her that she would definitely cope with this. I don't understand the guy. She asked him to clarify what exactly, to which she heard the answer that she would handle the ceremony, after which she irritably hit the boy on the head, declaring that she would have coped in any case. Then the aristocrat calmed down, proudly declaring that on this day she would be the main star of the entire city. Then Chloe asked if it was noticeable that she was worried, to which she was told that everyone she was close to noticed it. The blonde smiled, saying that it was okay because they were like a family now, to which Scott responded with surprise. The girl decided to explain that since his father was teaching him, then one could say that they were family, and from now on he could call her sister. The young hero kept his eyes on his friend, trying to understand how sincere her words sounded, but she only snorted irritably, asking what kind of reaction this was, since it was a great honor, since she was the daughter of a duke, to which the guy responded with a laugh, and Chloe said that since they were now a family, he should keep their conversation a secret. Having agreed to fulfill her request, the boy smiled, and the blonde jumped up to say that Sir Drexler was looking for him. 10 minutes later, he came to the already familiar arena, noticing that familiar and not-so-familiar people in suits were sitting in the stands. They all watched in silence, looking as calm as possible, as the puzzled boy entered the training room. The boy also saw Drexler, fully clad in his usual armor, with a hammer and shield in his hands. The man said that he had heard that he had become an expert, and the boy confirmed his words, asking why he had been called. He also added that this did not look like a normal meeting, and began to look around at all the spectators present. They all kept their eyes on the young genius, silently waiting for something, hoping for some interesting entertainment. Having let go of the heavy hammer, the vice captain asked them to ignore them and answer his question. Loudly pounding his fist on the shield he had left attached to his left arm, he asked the boy what he thought about a rematch. Noticing the hammer lying on the ground, the guy clarified that they would fight without weapons because of the sparring last time. Closing his eyes, the man explained that he had lost his mind in the fight with the child, and this was unworthy behavior for a knight. After which he stood in a stance, declaring that he should attack and fight as he wanted, and that he would help him get used to his new strength. In response to this, the young hero only smiled sincerely, not wanting to refuse such a pleasant opportunity to evaluate his strength. After which, having filled his body with mana, the boy pushed off the ground and jumped high up, swinging his mace towards the warrior. The huge shield took the full brunt of the attack. But at the same time, the vice captain immediately realized that there was something wrong with this attack, and his legs immediately began to press into the ground and his hands trembled from the tension, with difficulty holding back the guy's blow. He bared his teeth, not understanding how this was possible, asking if this was really the same boy from a week ago. Suddenly, the young genius decided to change his position, and holding on to the defense, he put his legs on it so that if necessary he could jump back from a sudden counterattack. The boy tensed slightly and pushed off the shield, flying back, creating a little distance between him and his opponent. Touching the ground, the boy slid a few more meters, successfully maintaining his balance and equilibrium, preparing for a new attack. Without thinking twice, having reached the required distance, Scott made a sharp dash and again rushed into the attack, wanting to break through his opponent's defense. Approaching the target, the guy, showing his grin to the enemy, swung the mace again, filling it with mana. Drexler decided to respond to his opponent by swinging his hand, realizing that even a light touch could lead to serious injury. The next second, the fist collided with the mace, lingering for a moment because neither of them wanted to lose to the other. Due to the equal and incredible force, as well as the shockwave, both warriors were thrown in different directions from each other. Rising to his feet, the vice captain looked at his trembling hand. What a strong fist the boy had. However, there was no time for such comments, as the opponent was already approaching him, wanting to attack again. Putting himself into a defensive stance, the man began to take on the fast and incredibly strong blows raining down on him from all sides. Only able to defend himself, the knight did not understand what was happening, noticing that as the battle progressed, the boy only sped up. Using multiple strikes, Scott managed to get behind his opponent, trying not to give him time to rest. Having recovered from the last blow, the vice captain rushed forward, leaving the attacker behind before he could get into position. At this time, the spectators watching the fight commented that the guy looked pretty heavy, but he was wielding it with all his might. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Drexler gripped his hammer tightly, declaring that there was no point in holding back now. Seeing this, the young hero smiled, not surprised by his opponent's actions, since this was what he had originally wanted. Without wasting any time, the knight immediately rushed into the attack, realizing that now was his time to press the guy. Dodging and parrying the hammer blows, the boy felt that with each blow he was getting the hang of it better and better. As the battle progressed, he realized that he needed to swing lighter, and that such a battle could not be won with strength alone. However, he still needed to hit harder, and with these thoughts the boy raised the mace over his head again. Flying quickly down, he struck the shield again, unsuccessfully trying to break through the knight's unrivaled defense. The man was surprised when he saw the boy's new strength, but even so, he would never be able to lose to him. He twisted his arm and threw the guy away, successfully blocking the blow once again, thereby increasing the distance again. Leaning on the column in mid-air, Scott thought happily that once the mana body got used to it, it would be possible to release all its power. Pushing off from the stone statue, the heroes once again decided to try their chance to deliver a crushing blow, weakening their opponent. Suddenly the knight froze, feeling that this attack would be much stronger than the previous ones, so he needed to be on guard. With a loud cry, the boy decided to use his first combat move, namely a lightning strike, which immediately fell on the shield. A deafening roar came from the center of the arena, raising a huge column of dust, blocking all spectators' view. From the stands came the cries of surprise and admiration from people who saw with their own eyes how strong the expert really was. When the dust cleared, everyone noticed a knight sitting on his knees, opposite whom stood a guy with a weapon in his hands. Drexler declared that they no longer needed to spar, for which the sweaty young man sincerely thanked him. The smiling vice captain decided to ask him if he realized that he had given in without giving his all, to which Scott responded with a sincere smile, stating that he had also given in, otherwise it would not have been interesting to test new possibilities. Hearing these words, the man looked at the guy in shock, not understanding whether he was joking or just wanted to brag. But to prove his words, the guy summoned a wolf, declaring with a sly grin that he was a summoner of spirits. Completely forgetting about this, the vice captain burst into loud laughter, praising the boy for his fair fight. The crowd in the stands burst into cheers as the man stood up and declared that he had passed the Blue Wing Knight test. Surprised by this turn of events, Scott stated that he had not planned to join the Order of Knights. The Duke should have told them about it. Hearing the answer, Drexler froze in shock, not believing that their ranks would not be replenished with such a brilliant warrior. Sometime later, the boy stood in the Duke's office, who apologized for forgetting to tell the Blue Wing Knights everything. After all, it is better for someone who is going to travel the world not to join anyone, and the man also did not forget to praise the young student. And Scott, remembering again how exactly his training had taken place, bit his lip, trying to politely thank the Duke. Looking out the window, the man also added that the preparations to deal with the first disaster were almost complete, but there were still some things missing. To the guy's questioning look, Esgard replied that he would personally make an artifact for him, namely a warhammer. An artifact is a weapon enchanted with magic. They vary in value and the strength of the magic that was put into it. However, the cost of such weapons could be equal to a knight's income for several years, so not everyone could afford them. The boy crossed his arms over his chest and decided to refuse with a serious look, since making it would take a lot of time. But the Duke said it had been in the works for months, to which Scott asked in surprise how he knew it would be needed. As it turned out, it was supposed to be a gift to Drexler for his long and faithful service in the Order of Knights. A couple of hours later, the guy headed to Valentino's best forge, Rendel's hammer, on the personal order of the Emperor of the Sword. Having met the owner of the forge, the young hero immediately reported the Duke's order for the master to adjust the hammer to suit him. In response to this, the dwarf swore harshly, declaring that he would rather refuse the order and pay compensation. In a past life, a gnome friend told Scott that the house would always find a suitable owner for its weapons, even if it had to suffer losses. The boy grinned and thought that this blacksmith was just like Heinen, so he needed to prove to him that he was truly worthy. After which he tried to convince the distrustful master that he was several times better than a high-level knight. At first the gnome thought that the boy was talking complete nonsense, after which he froze, examining his energy. Looking at the mana that the boy decided to demonstrate to the master, he was shocked to notice that at that age he was an expert. The gnome gaped, trying to find a catch or a trick that allowed this young man to show such high results. But to make sure, the blacksmith decided to use the dwarf's special skill, which would help him distinguish truth from lies. It was a skill that, thanks to the waves of emotion in the voice, separates truth from lies, thereby exposing the interlocutor to clean water. After checking everything several times, the master turned away, admitting that the guy wasn't that bad, although Scott expected a slightly different reaction. The blacksmith turned his head slightly and frowned, asking the boy to wait a little so that he could do everything right. An hour later, on the table in front of him lay a heavy-looking hammer with a short handle and various engravings. Carefully examining the weapon, the boy asked when it would be ready, receiving the answer that it still needed to be adjusted to suit him. On top of that, auto-recovery, attack boost, and defense magic will need to be fixed. When asked about the attack magic, the frowning blacksmith asked that lovers of simple weapons are not interested in defense at all. After all, a hammer artifact is an unusual thing, even rare. Only a fool would refuse the opportunity to have 3 magical functions. Suddenly, looking away, the master remembered that he had another hammer, to which the young hero reacted with interest. The hammer was made of pressed black iron and has a hard-to-increase weight, making it difficult to carry. The person it was originally intended for gave it up because of its weight and his shoulder hurt. Scott abruptly placed his hands on the master's shoulders and immediately began to enthusiastically ask about what other special features he had. The shocked gnome began to explain that he had an automatic function of increasing the impact and self-healing. When the young warrior asked to see this weapon, the dwarf led him into another room, where the boy was able to appreciate the hammer with his own eyes. The lone gun stood near the wall, occupying quite a large area, making it very difficult not to notice. Closing his eyes, the master politely offered him to hold it, specifically clarifying that it weighed more than 100 kilograms. However, despite its weight, the boy swung the huge weapon with ease, commenting that it was indeed heavy. The stunned gnome could not believe that the child was able to lift such a heavy weight with ease, and even smile while doing it. Overjoyed, the young man swung his hammer sharply, destroying the floor, which was made of solid stone. While the blacksmith scolded him for the fact that he could have destroyed everything here, Scott just stroked the hammer, saying how cool it was. He noticed that the handle was a bit short and reminded him of the nocturne he used in his past life. The boy then asked if the master could adapt the handle so that he could use it when he grew up. The blacksmith asked for payment first, to which the boy told him to ask the Duke for double payment, and then asked the name of the hammer. The gnome thought about the guy's words because a double bonus is good, and then declared that the name of this weapon is Stamp. Sometime later, Scott returned to the estate where the Duke, stunned, could not believe that the blacksmith had a different hammer. But it's even better this way, because Drexler will also be happy. But reworking the new hammer will take about 2 weeks, during which time he will be training. After all, the young hero didn't even think that he would ever be able to become a Superman, while Esgard was surprised by some Western word. As it turned out, because of his appearance, the guy decided to add foreign words to his vocabulary, because many say that he is from a clan of magicians. The Duke responded to this with a smile, thinking that the guy was interesting and had come up with this very well, and the boy asked again what exactly. The Duke joked that if he used foreign words here, everyone would be understanding of his collective farm hair color. Then the man said in a serious tone that in 2 weeks Chloe's coming-of-age ceremony would take place and she would leave. Scott was not very happy with this news, asking the man if he still wanted to announce it to the whole nation. Esgard thought for a moment, answering in the affirmative, because how could he cancel his daughter's engagement to the crown prince? Deciding to break one of the rules, the boy declared that the crown prince would die the day after the wedding. After all, next summer, all the direct heirs of Aslan's royal family will die during the second plague. Because of this, the strongest kingdom will split and disintegrate into several parts through internal strife. The princess will become a widow, and she will be called the unlucky crown princess, which will make her suffer. However, if Esgard knew about everything, he would be able to prevent all of this, so there is nothing to worry about. Scott decided to share another piece of information that the second robber prince would also die after his brother. The boy immediately remembered Chloe's face when she said that from now on, he could call her sister. Then he cried out that in his past life, the Duke had not been able to help her. And even now, they did not know any details. With his hands clasped and his eyes closed, the Sword Emperor quietly said that his daughter was a bright and pure child, and her character and abilities are brighter than her appearance, but unfortunately, not all people do not realize this. Lowering his head, remembering his past life, the boy replied that sooner or later they would learn about her kindness. As he could remember, the Duke would help, but ultimately she would have to settle the affairs of the kingdom alone. And when the hero met the girl in person, she was not at all happy, showing it with her whole appearance. Placing both hands on the table, the Sword Emperor declared that for his daughter, for the world, he would choose the best path. After all, no matter what misfortune befalls them, it must be prevented, or he is not called Esgard von Valentius. After listening to him, the boy replied that he would not interfere, but he would not stand aside if something went wrong. Especially if someone or something harms Chloe, he will definitely save her, no matter what it costs him. Suddenly, the guy felt a pretty strong blow to the head, causing him to lean back and scream loudly. The Duke didn't miss anything, noticing how he called her daughter in a friendly way and thought that he had developed feelings for her. After all, when it comes to his daughter, he goes crazy, which is why the boy asked him to stop doing this. The next day, guests were approaching the estate because the coming-of-age ceremony would soon take place. 2 unfamiliar men, walking past the fountain, discussed with each other the ceremony they were organizing. There's not much time left before it, but they put their heart and soul into the preparation, so it should work. While outdoors, the guests entertained themselves by communicating with each other and getting to know each other, making useful connections. The coming-of-age ceremony was attended by many more guests than expected, as the Duke's family is respected by everyone. Zenas Fravel, captain of the Blue Wing Squad, said that they would try to make everything go as smoothly as possible. And while the man was praising him, the white-haired guy added that a representative from the Rokters would also come, namely, their vile third son. Why the Duke was not at all happy, remembering this family with some malice. After all, the Rokters are a family of dukes, possessing great influence and enormous useful connections in the kingdom. And for several generations now, they have been feuding with Valenti's family, trying to prove their strength to each other. The Duke clarified that if they had indeed sent him to their ceremony, he needed to be reminded that he was not at home. The captain reported that they had already prepared for everything, to which Esgard replied that he could be relied on, after which he wiped the smile off his face, staring out the window, hoping that the ceremony would go off without incident. After which he turned to Zenus, who immediately turned around at the Duke's call, asking what he wanted. Carefully deciding to find out something, he asked if, by any chance, he had an illness that he had hidden from him. The only answer he received to his question was a surprised look from the captain, who asked where the man got such thoughts from. Having carefully watched the reaction of his interlocutor, Esgard only closed his eyes, waving away the explanations. The Duke changed the subject by saying that the boy didn't need to go to so much trouble to organize the ceremony. However, Chloe was like a niece to the captain, to which the Duke agreed, feeling as if she had 3 older brothers. Suddenly, the Sword Emperor became stern again, asking the knight if he was planning to get married again. The white-haired guy in the suit was again betting on the Duke, not understanding why he was asking so many strange questions today, after which he answered negatively, adding that he promised not to ask about it again, but the man forgot about it and immediately apologized. Unable to bear it any longer, the guy said that he was acting strangely today, to which he replied that he was simply nervous about the ceremony, after which he stated that the captain probably had a lot of things to do, so he could go on here, and he didn't need to worry about him. When Zenus left the office, the Duke began to wonder if the boy had become a captain after his father's death. However, Scott was skeptical and surprised when he learned about him, because he had never heard of such a captain before. Then he froze in shock when he found out that he was already at the level of a contender, and it was very doubtful that the guy didn't know about him. Esgard tormented himself with thoughts that perhaps, in the future, Zenus might switch to someone else's side. And since neither illness nor marriage will be the reason for dismissal, it could be literally anything. And in a normal battle, a 6th circle mana user cannot die, which means that the death option is rejected. And the matter is most likely in the second disaster, which may lead to the captain turning out to be a traitor. At the same time, Scott, who was on the training ground, was also thinking about Zenus, who was a stranger. The Duke is right to be worried because something will probably happen at Chloe's ceremony, and many people will be involved in the incident. Suddenly, a familiar female voice called out to the boy, causing him to interrupt his not entirely cheerful thoughts. A joyful Chloe approached him, accompanied by Vivian, who, unlike the aristocrat, looked dejected. The guy asked if they should be somewhere else, since many ambassadors had already arrived and they might be offended that they were not nearby. It turned out that the warrior was trying to reason with her, but alas, it turned out that the room was too stuffy to stay there. The blonde decided that she could talk to the guy about something interesting and even meet the wolf. The guy offered to borrow it for a while, to which the girl was immediately happy, holding out her hands. She immediately told the beast that he would have more fun with her, and the summoner noticed that they had already become friends and the hostility had disappeared. Suddenly, a voice called out to them, greeting the angel of the Valentia family, not forgetting to add how irresistible she was. I kneel down. The man said that she was the most beautiful of all the women he, Thebron von Rockler, had ever met. Disgusted, the girls asked him his last name again, to which he agreed, replying that he was competing with their family with the best of intentions. He also asked to give him some time so that their first meeting would be imprinted in his memory. The aristocrat listened to his short speech with distrust, noticing the opaque hints he was throwing out. The man with blue hair replied that it might happen that they could become friends for life, after which he invited her to chat a little, even taking some drinks with him for the occasion. Scott wondered what was wrong with this weirdo, and how dare he offer a drink to an underage girl who was soon to be engaged. Vivian stood in front of Chloe, asking the man to step aside, because the lady could not accept his offer because she needed to return to the guests. The boy was surprised by the female knight, asking how the girl dared to stand in his way, after which he called Graham over. A huge man, clad in armor, stood in front of the warrior, trying to put pressure on her with just his appearance, after which he politely asked the lady not to interfere so that the children could communicate calmly among themselves. The red-haired girl frowned, feeling the pressure, answering that what was happening was absurd, but he did not listen to her. Graham turned to Chloe, saying that his master was sincere because he had been waiting for many years for the chance to meet her, and then they began to apologize for being rude to her by asking her to give them another chance. While they tried to put on a polite smile, Moonwolf, in puppy form, let out an angry growl. Scott, watching them from the side, did not dare to intervene, waiting for the right moment if necessary. First of all, the boy didn't like their grin, which noticeably made their appearance very suspicious. Unable to resist and smiling, the guy decided that it was time to prove himself, doing it in his best manner. He then walked up to Chloe, addressing her as a sister, causing her to flinch and turn around in surprise. Having made the most childish and innocent appearance, the boy asked her who these strange men were. For some reason, she fell into a stupor. The aristocrat was at a loss, not knowing what to answer him. At this time, Tibron, noticing his dark hair, asked who this boy was. Turning away for a second, he sternly ordered Graham to get him out of here, unaware that someone's hand was approaching him. The young hero, without wasting any time, noticed that he was distracted and immediately rushed towards him, wanting to protect the blonde. However, the boy's blow was so strong that the guest flew several meters before touching the ground. While the wealthy man was in the air, the cattle sarcastically told him that he was the best at cleaning up garbage. As soon as Graham saw that his master was injured, he immediately grabbed his sword intending to attack the boy. But right after the first slap, another one flew, this time at the knight, leaving a bright mark and knocking out the man's tooth. The warrior, who did not have time to draw his sword, also flew into the air, not knowing that at that time someone was watching them from the window of the estate. The man looked at the brawl in shock, asking how the boy was able to knock out the knight with one blow. With bulging eyes, the man watched the actions of this child with delight, wanting to know what will happen next. At this time, Scott stood over the two lying men, smiling contentedly at the result of his work. And the stranger who was in the estate, with trepidation, wanted to know who this boy with dark hair was. In that moment, when Graham was in free flight, he wondered in bewilderment why everything had turned out this way. After all, a few days earlier, the Duke had given him the order to take Tibron to the Miss so that he could create a scandal there. To which the surprised knight stated that this would tarnish the name of his entire family, which would make things very difficult for them in the future. However, the gentleman only briefly replied that Tibron would soon be expelled, and therefore nothing terrible would happen. Graham was shocked by how calmly the Duke spoke about driving her own son out of the family. The argument was that settling their main problem and losing just one worthless person was a great trade-off, and so he ordered the knight to accompany him and keep silent about their plan, adding that he would await further news. Meanwhile, the two men watching from the window continued to watch the scuffle, with one of them asking about the boy. The dark-skinned blonde replied that he was a genius who could only appear in fairy tales, although he was most likely a monster. His interlocutor immediately laughed upon hearing the answer, questioningly suggesting that Duke Valenti was raising a monster. Having thought about it and calculated something in his head, the Russian man would have preferred to meet with him to find out more, and everything would be fine. But that old snake, Duke Alan von Rockler, plans to continue to interfere with the royal family. The dark-skinned interlocutor suggested that he wanted to remain in their sight, and his goal was to destroy the connection between them and Valentia's family. It's a pathetic attempt because the rollers can't compete with Valentia since Duke Esgard has become an aura user. However, everyone has known for a long time that Rockler does not want Valentia to surpass him and gain primacy between the families. These words caught the attention of the interlocutor, who immediately frowned, trying to think about this information. The blond man crossed his arms over his chest and thought that this must be the case. Otherwise, this war of families would be pointless. However, first they should deal with those guys that the boy had just put down, perhaps even openly. The blonde corrected him, thinking that they wouldn't have to do that, but received only a questioning look in response. After all, many say that the young gentlemen from the Valentia family adore their younger sister, and they have already returned home. This means that as soon as they find out what happened, they will be more than happy to sort everything out themselves. Half an hour later, Scott stood in the study opposite the Duke's desk, helping himself to a biscuit lying on a plate. Esgard heard that Tibron had caused a stir, and thanks to this, the boy would not be caught in the attack on the nobleman. It was a relief for the boy, but the Duke immediately went berserk, which frightened the unsuspecting boy. After all, he was just lucky, after which the Sword Emperor advised him to stay away and not swing his fists. The man asked him if he wanted to go to prison before the Demon King's army arrived, to which he immediately refused. The guy explained that those guys were acting strangely, to which the Duke agreed, expecting something like this. But suddenly his eyes lit up with anger as he announced that Tibron had received a fitting thrashing for his cause. As the boy walked out the door, he could still hear Esgard's screams, wishing he could punish Rockler with his own hands. Not understanding his constant mood swings, the guy heard someone's screams not far from him, which were getting louder and louder. Scott turned his head to see two men running towards him, dressed and looking exactly the same. They loudly commented that this scoundrel dared to look at their dear Chloe, and decided to teach him a lesson. When they ran up close to the guy, almost colliding, he thought that their faces were very familiar. However, the next second, one of the guys crashed into the boy at full speed, bouncing back and falling to the floor. The young hero remained standing in place, having withstood the collision, only watching the falling guy in surprise. His brother was dumbfounded, thinking that Tren was an expert, and yet this boy pushed him away, remaining standing in place. "I don't understand anything." He began to carefully examine the young man, trying to understand what kind of power he possessed. Seeing the energy that flowed through the boy's body, the man only opened his mouth in surprise, trying to find words. Realizing who was standing in front of him, he asked if he was Scott by any chance, and the boy, hearing the question, only turned around. Suddenly, Tren jumped up and asked in surprise if this was the boy who fought with Drexler. Scratching the back of his head, the boy replied that they had fought, but he had given in and had not used his soul weapon. As it turned out, the rumors were not lying. He really has a high enough level to study the secrets of the Valentia family. However, it was a pity that they met at such a time, because the brothers had one thing to do now, and so they quickly said goodbye to the guy. They ran forward again, threateningly saying that they would personally throw Tibrun out of their duchy. The brothers were already quite far away, but Scott could still hear the occasional snatches of their cries. Along with this, the boy heard the name of his second brother, whose name was Aaron, who was the heir to the Valentius family. It was no surprise that his face seemed familiar to the guy, but he didn't know who the guy running next to him was. In the future, there was only one young master in their family, which meant that one day, one of the brothers would receive terrible news. Perhaps the fate of Zenas awaits him, about whom the guy knew absolutely nothing when he returned to the past. After some time, Scott went outside, cursing Aslan's royal family, becoming more and more irritated. The members of the ruling family consider their Aslan clan to be the most aristocratic, allowing only those who have blood ties to them to approach them. Because of this, even in Valenti's family, few people can communicate with them, which is why their relationship is based only on norms of behavior. In the future, this will certainly lead to misfortune, and to prevent this, incredible efforts must be made by uniting them. Realizing this, Scott continued to curse out loud at the damn aristocrats and their damn relationship with the Golden Dragon. Suddenly, he heard a laugh not far from him, after which an unfamiliar voice called out to him, attracting his attention. He saw two smartly dressed men who told him that it was better to say such things when no one was around. The guy immediately frowned, not appreciating that he was being so brazenly eavesdropped on, after which he asked who they were. Looking closely, he noticed that the vile and false face of one of the strangers was made by magic. The man immediately introduced himself as Baron Randall von Narshav, who had come here for Mrs. Coming-of-Age ceremony. Hearing how the boy was defeated by the knight, he wanted to meet him, after which he asked if he was related to Valentius's family. The hero replied that he was a guest in his house and a debtor, and the man remarked what a short-sighted person the Duke was. Scott reminded that he was currently on his lands as a guest, so it was not very kind to speak of him that way. Randall froze, surprised by the tone the young man was using while talking to the aristocrat, after which he laughed sharply, agreeing with the boy, asking if they could now be even. After all, they give each other advice like real friends, which in this situation seemed very funny to the man, and in honor of their friendship, he would have liked to treat him to dinner. But Scott, crossing his arms over his chest, responded dull to the gesture of politeness. In high spirits, the aristocrat just smiled broadly, asking him not to refuse and to have fun. Frowning, the boy mentally decided whether to pounce on him and find out who he really was. However, he remembered the words of the Duke, who ordered him to swing his fists, so he decided to just keep an eye on him. It was very difficult for the boy to make this decision, but he knew very well what would happen if he disobeyed. The man added that he heard that the youth was quite close to the young miss, causing the boy to freeze, quickly losing his composure. While the aristocrat was asking him to arrange a meeting for them, the hero was already flying forward, waving his hand at the flattering face. Randall flew back, looking stunned, receiving a powerful slap in the face that he never expected to be directed at him. His companion noticed too late how his comrade's body was flying straight at him, which is why he didn't have time to dodge. Assessing the situation, the boy froze with a guilty look, knowing that he had made a mistake, but in reality he didn't care. But despite his good reaction, he managed to jump to the side and turn around, noticing how his comrade landed on the ground. Scott, meanwhile, looked at his fellow aristocrat, who still had not spoken to him, not knowing what to expect from him. The boy smiled and said that he would get it badly for this, noticing how the blade was rushing towards his neck. Having managed to react, the guy leaned back, passing the tip of the sword, being ready for any sudden attack. The dark-skinned man, noticing that his master had been maimed by the boy, immediately lost his temper and began swinging his sword again. As he attacked, he noticed that the little brat was able to defend himself with his hand, filling it with enough mana. However, this did not stop the man, who declared that he would tear him to pieces, punishing him for his terrible misdeed. To the guy's surprise, he found it very difficult to hold back the man's attack. His hand even trembled from the strain. Scott suddenly frowned, trying to look at the one he was currently fighting, trying to find out his power level. With his own eyes, he saw the control of the mana territory compartment, with yellow energy surrounding the dark-skinned man, after which he realized that he was at the level of a challenger, which made him a pretty serious opponent. With growing rage and strength, the blonde angrily growled that first he would chop off the impudent boy's hands. At the same time, the hero noticed that his iron divine armor was beginning to crack little by little. Suddenly, his faithful comrade Moonwolf rushed to the aid of the young man, jumping on the challenger from behind, trying to catch him off guard. However, it didn't work. The dark man immediately turned around as soon as he noticed the spirit, thinking that it was impossible. If the guy has a mana wolf, then he is a summoner, which really stressed the man out in the midst of the fight. However, the boy noticed the moment his opponent was distracted and decided to strike, wishing to take advantage of the chance. He swung his fist and hit the man in the face with all his might, hoping to end this fight in his favor. A second later, the guy froze in place, realizing what kind of situation he had gotten himself into, looking menacingly at the blonde. He didn't move an inch, only growing more angry as he looked at the fist that was still on his forehead. Without wasting any time, he grabbed the guy by the lapels, making it clear that he would not leave here so easily without receiving punishment. With one easy movement, the warrior launched the boy into the air, hoping to do the same to him as he did to his comrade. However, Scott immediately regrouped, quickly making one jump, landing deftly on his feet, maintaining his balance. But this time was more than enough for the knight to approach the guy with lightning speed and swing his sword. Having covered himself with armor, the boy did not notice how the summoned beast came under attack instead of him, protecting its owner. Seeing the disappearing spirit, the young hero screamed loudly, feeling incredible anger towards the attacker. The force of the blow still forced the guy to land painfully on the ground, rolling along it for several more meters. Shaking himself off but not having time to get up, he heard the man saying that he had held out for a long time. The challenger was already standing right above him, swinging his sword once again, saying that he would put an end to his suffering. The blade stopped a few centimeters from the boy's face, because a voice stopped the fight. Turning around, they saw the one who did not allow the knight to punish the guy for his unforgivable act. Randall stood before them, holding the latch and addressing Ixalan, saying that he was to blame for what had happened. Half an hour later, Zenas told Scott that he had wanted to see him for a long time, but he had no idea that it would happen like this. They sat in the living room, discussing what had happened, and the captain reported to the boy that he had gone too far with his suspicions. While the boy was apologizing, the man sipping tea explained that Randall had forgiven him, so the matter would be hushed up. He also added that the guy must definitely keep in mind that Valentino is not the place for such fun. After all, if a person hides his identity from everyone with magic, it means he has permission and the right to do so. Scott agreed with him, thinking how his energy was so frightening that he couldn't afford to object. However, the angry captain quickly calmed down, trying to convey to the boy that people expected a lot from him. Taking another sip and washing it down, he added that if he were a little more restrained, he would become great. Putting his empty cup on the table, Zenas said that he had a lot to do, so now he had to leave. However, the guy stopped him, wanting to ask a question which made the captain freeze, listening attentively to the talented boy. In an irritated tone, the hero asked who Randall was, wanting to know a little more about the unknown man. Smiling and raising his hand, the man replied that this was classified information, and therefore there would be no answer to this question. However, the guy asked another question, whether he was related to the royal family, which made the white-haired man freeze. Putting his hand on his face in irritation, the captain mumbled that he shouldn't tell the curious guy anything. However, this was logical, because his knights were at the level of a pretender, and therefore it would not be possible to completely hide his connections. Scott immediately realized that it had something to do with Chloe's fiancé. He was probably definitely from the royal family. After all, Chloe's ceremony is actually an announcement of her engagement to the crown prince, which many knew or guessed. A week later, the day of the ceremony arrived, with many guests gathered and relaxing in the ceremonial hall. While on duty and looking over the guests, the captain noticed with a satisfied look that Milady was still not at the celebration. He remembered the time when Chloe was still a child. Since then, he considered her his favorite sister. And so he will do everything possible today to make today one of the best days of her life. However, there was a small problem that irritated the man every second, tearing him away from his pleasant thoughts. Right now, Scott was standing next to him, eating his food with great pleasure, chomping loudly. Before he could swallow the food, he turned to Sir Zenas, who was losing patience, and asked what this magnificent food of the gods was. Trying to restrain himself, he asked the boy to calm down and eat more slowly, because there was enough food for everyone. Having filled his mouth, the boy clarified that he was already eating slowly, which, looking at him, made her look very contradictory. Suddenly, the captain made a face, rudely asking him to stop stuffing his mouth or his jaw would fall off. Hearing such a statement, the guy froze, asking again what he had just said, which made the man lie there and shudder. Zenas apologized, correcting himself, thinking that he was at an age when he needed to eat more to grow. And while the guy continued to eat, a familiar man approached him, saying that he had finally found the young knight. It was Randall, who said that Zenas was a busy man and therefore asked him to talk to him instead of the captain. Noticing the man, Scott stood up, saying that he had behaved disgustingly last time and had drawn the wrong conclusions. Bowing low, he thanked the man for being generous and being able to forgive him so easily. The man replied that he should not have asked the boy that question, and therefore, if he said anything rude, he should hit him again. The guy agreed. I don't understand whether he was joking or speaking seriously because he could be some kind of pervert. Suddenly, a loud voice called the entire hall to welcome the star of the day, namely Chloe von Valencia and her father. Everyone turned around in an instant, looking at the door, which slowly opened, letting several people inside. The first to enter was the Duke, who was looking around the guests with importance, together with his daughter, who looked quite depressed. The girls' older brothers walked proudly behind them, their whole appearance resembling reliable guards. Suddenly, the blonde's face lit up with a smile, after which she waved her hand, greeting all the guests present. Scott was watching Randall's expression at this time as he watched the girl enter with delight. The man even had tears in his eyes when he said how stately and beautiful she was, still holding his hand on her chest. Such comments did not please the boy, who wondered if he could really allow this man to talk like that. However, it wasn't just the man standing next to him who expressed such a reaction. All the other guests also froze, their mouths open. Both men and women immediately blushed as they looked at the angel of the Valentia family, proudly and confidently striding forward. Literally everyone, without hiding it, admired her beauty, while the smile disappeared from the girl's face when she walked around all the guests. She closed her eyes and thought with sadness and regret that after today everything would never be the same. She walked slowly towards the throne, holding her dresses, trying to walk as slowly as possible, delaying the moment. Only Scott noticed the true mood of the girl who had previously declared that he could call her sister. Looking at the Duke's daughter, the boy thought that he did not want to see her in such a state, wanting to somehow help her, after which he filled his hand with mana, which did not escape the eyes of Randall, who stood nearby and silently watched. The boy firmly decided that in this life he would pray for her happiness, and with these thoughts he called upon his spirit. Having taken on an incorporeal form, the beast flew over the guests, who watched the magical creature in delight. Noticing a familiar face, Chloe immediately smiled, happy to see her loyal friend who had come to support her. While the puppy was licking the girl's cheek, the Duke noticed with surprise that it was Scott's wolf and did not understand where it came from. The girl's mood immediately improved, and a beautiful smile lit up her face again, driving away bad thoughts. Sitting down on the throne, she placed the puppy on her lap, asking him to sit still while he tossed and turned and yawned. The Duke and his sons sighed heavily as they listened to the whispers of people wondering if this was part of the plan. Suddenly, Lunavolk began to shine brightly, which greatly surprised the blonde, because this had never happened before. The beast you had already jumped down, sitting down next to your friend, acquiring your true form, increasing in size several times. A few seconds later, a dangerous fighting predator sat next to the Duke's daughter, who decided to be the girl's guard. The wolf lay down next to the throne, allowing the blonde to pet him without any fear, because she knew that he would not touch her. The guests immediately began to comment with delight that it turned out to be a spirit and an angel, along with a divine creation. Randall, smiling broadly, began to say that the spirit's true form looked very elegant and impressive, after which he lowered his head and joyfully thanked the boy for his brilliant and appropriate performance. However, the guy thought with a gloomy look, who did the man even think he was to thank him for this? In the eyes of the young hero, the man still looked very suspicious, which made him want to hit him again. A few minutes later, the Duke approached his daughter, thanking her for growing up so wonderful and lovely. If her mother could see her now grown-up daughter, it would be as wonderful and exciting as possible. Listening to his touching speeches, tears welled up in the aristocrat's eyes, which she could not hide. Even some of the knights, hearing the Duke's words, closed their eyes, trying not to burst into tears in front of everyone. One of the guests asked what was happening to them, and his interlocutor was surprised that he did not know the Duke's story. At this time, Asgard picked up a red ribbon with a golden cross sewn onto it, which was a gift for his daughter. He personally approached Chloe, carefully placing it around her neck, trying to do everything as tradition required. Seeing such a beautiful picture, all the guests immediately smiled, looking at each other, watching the reactions of others. Suddenly, the herald announced the main event of the ceremony, namely the introduction of Milady's groom to everyone. The hall immediately burst into a frantic hubbub upon hearing this news, but the Duke's loud, commanding voice silenced everyone. The man declared that that man over there would be his daughter's husband, and after saying these words, he filled his hand with mana. Following this, a huge ball of energy rushed into the middle of the hall, which Asgard had prepared in advance. Looking at this light show, all the guests immediately realized that it was nothing more than a magical projection. In front of the faces of all those present, the silhouette of a young guy appeared, looking proudly forward, peering out from the projection, after which the fair-haired man spoke up, loudly introducing himself as Bradley von Aslan, but many of the guests recognized him. The guy said that he was incredibly happy that Chloe would be his companion, but he would not be able to be present in person on this joyful day. A stunned Vivian, upon learning who her husband would be, said that he was just like the reincarnation of a wise king. Hearing her shocked cry, Scott thought that no matter whether he was wise or not, he had died in vain in his past life. Suddenly, the ever-cheerful man standing next to the cattle announced that it was time for him to speak. Suddenly he froze, feeling that his hand was grabbed very tightly, not allowing him to move from the spot. Turning his head, he noticed a boy who turned to Baron Nals, where he had decided to go right now. The young hero frowned angrily, because he very much doubted that now was the time for his sudden appearance. Despite everything, the man only stroked the young man on the head, laughing and putting him into a stupor with this action. He stated that he understood the boy's concerns, but the boy did not need to be wary of him or suspect him of anything. He then advised Scott to try saying Nals backwards while slowly removing his hand. Waving his hand, the man answered for the boy that it would be Aslan, at the same time changing his appearance. Having said goodbye to the guy, the crown prince walked confidently towards the center of the hall, waving his hand in greeting. All the guests immediately started making noise, calling for everyone to look at His Highness, surprised that he personally came to the ceremony. While Scott was stunned, he realized that he had hit the crown prince in the face, and on top of that, he was suspicious. Realizing how stupid he had been, he reproached himself for having behaved so recklessly. Feeling guilty, he considered letting him die next year at the wedding. Suddenly, the captain pulled the boy out of his thoughts, asking what he was thinking about, which made him shudder. The young knight hesitated and then replied that it was a bit hot outside today, to which Zenas only smiled in a friendly manner. He knew what the boy was thinking when he told him not to worry because His Highness had forgiven him long ago. But even if he remains dissatisfied, the guy will be completely safe on the territory of the duchy. Scott didn't quite understand the meaning of the captain's words, so he just looked at him with a questioning look, waiting for an explanation. He explained that the one who went against the will of the emperor, who chose Rockler and insisted on this marriage, was the crown prince himself. Looking away, the young hero thought about how Bradley personally, in defiance of his father, wanted to unite with Valentius. Suddenly, the captain called out to the boy, saying that his lordship had asked him to convey something very important. Smiling slyly, Zenas confidently declared that the preparations were complete, and also that he should go to the Duke after the ceremony. That same evening, the boy stood in front of Asgard's desk, looking at the piece of paper and the token lying next to it. Smiling sincerely, the man thanked the guy for the spirit because he was able to calm her down a little and lift her spirits. Scott was very proud of the work done, declaring that it was nothing, and then asked if everything was ready. The man suddenly became serious, giving an affirmative answer, although he still found it hard to believe. After all, it is impossible to imagine that the great divine artifact of Karun, Humanitas, would disappear without a trace. It is also difficult to believe in a sudden attack by magical monsters, krakens, which will leave only ruins from the capital of Ortis. Growing increasingly irritated and frowning, the Duke asked the boy why, of all the monsters, there would be krakens. Taking the copied paper in his hands, the young hero declared that this was what they were about to find out, after which he asked about the hammer. Asgard's face immediately changed into a majestic smile, which marked that he was finally finished. So the next day, Scott immediately went to the blacksmith, eagerly awaiting the result. Now the new weapon had more weight, high efficiency, and self-healing, and the mana waves were also corrected. As the boy picked up the hammer, the blacksmith said it was strange, asking what the boy was made of. Ignoring his question, the young hero just smiled, happily declaring that being young suited him very well. The blacksmith crossed his arms over his chest and, with the most serious expression, suggested that he try to swing it to make sure. The guy grabbed the weapon by the handle with both hands, checking its balance and how it felt in his hands. Then he got into a fighting stance, waving his new weapon. I sincerely answer that it was an amazing and extraordinary feeling. Without wasting any time, the boy thanked the blacksmith for his work and immediately went into the forest to test the weapon on wild animals. Riding on a summoned wolf, he caught up with the boar, after which he hit him on the head with all his might, surprised by the enormous power of the hammer. Seeing the boar's head explode, leaving nothing behind, the boy cried out in joy that this was what he needed. Looking again at his new companion, Scott commented that he was much better than expected. Suddenly, Moonwolf looked into the depths of the forest, clearly sensing something, and growled slightly, his tongue hanging out. Suddenly, the beast rushed forward without a command from its owner, which surprised him greatly because it usually does not do this. Raising his head up, the young knight realized that it was all because of the moonlight, which gave his spirit new strength. Making huge leaps along the way, the boy noticed that his faithful companion was jumping like a rabbit today. Hearing a confident bark in response, the guy smiled, adding that in a week they would reach the port city of Enexen. At the same time, on another part of the continent, an unknown figure in a robe was rearranging the figures on the map that lay in front of him. Another hooded figure approached him, placing a hand on his heart, saying that the boy had left the duchy, informing that he was currently riding on a spirit beast, rushing at incredible speed. Everyone present at the meeting froze, listening attentively to the fact that its speed was 4 times higher than that of Palanquin. One of the figures immediately asked where the guy was going because that was the most important thing they wanted to know. To which the informant replied that the boy was on his way to the nearest town in the direction of Karun, Enexen. The faceless figures immediately screamed in shock, starting to make a noise and comment on the information they had heard. The head of the assembly loudly ordered that the opportunity be taken to get rid of him and that the tamer be called. At the same time, Scott, riding on a wolf, stopped, seeing a small group of bandits in front of him. Making a displeased face, he began to ask who they were, guessing that things would not go without a fight. The outraged strangers immediately began to say that he did not understand what an unpleasant situation he found himself in. They heard that the boy became an expert, but there are 5 of them here with the same level, but he continues to believe in his own strength. The 2 scoundrels immediately prepared to attack, declaring that the children needed to be beaten to bring them to their senses. Loudly calling themselves the Black Knights, they told the boy that they would teach him a lesson that he would remember for the rest of his life. With these words, they rushed into the attack, while the archer standing behind quickly released an arrow from the bowstring. Listening to their loud speeches and attempts to act, the boy only relaxed, allowing them to strike the first blow. However, as soon as the arrow approached him, he sent it to the side with one wave of his hand without blinking an eye. The bandits immediately stopped, not believing that he had simply pushed her away, asking themselves if this was really an expert level. But suddenly one of them loudly ordered everyone not to be afraid, being sure that this was some kind of dirty trick. Encouraging his comrades, the man said that this was probably an illusion and that the boy was in the minority. Realizing that the Black Knights were not going to give up, the boy grabbed his new hammer tightly, after which he declared that they were talking some kind of nonsense, and therefore, in order to combat their stupidity, he prescribed them a blow with a hammer. Rushing forward, he sent the first blow to the loudest of the whole company, immediately knocking him down, not giving him a chance. The Black Knights stopped abruptly again, looking in shock at the speed and incredible force of the boy's blow. Looking at their losing captain, they saw with their own eyes that the boy really did have the level of an expert. There was a deafening roar as the bandit leader was slammed into the ground, raising a column of dust. Looking at the man who lay unconscious with his eyes open, the boy sadly declared that here is the great Black Knight, after which he looked at the rest of the company, changing his face to a threatening one, declaring that they were parasites and servants of the demon. However, no one dared to attack the boy, desperately thinking about how they should proceed and stay alive. Having mentally decided everything, they unanimously rushed away from the dangerous boy, saying that he had been described to them completely differently. As they scattered, Scott climbed off his wolf, loudly asking them who had given them permission to get away with it, after which he filled his legs with mana, not wanting to let go of any of the bandits, getting rid of every single one of them. Flying into the air, the young hero charged his hammer with mana, concentrating the energy and swinging it, wanting to strike. His target was not each one individually, but all together, so his hammer collided with the ground, creating a shockwave. Using Thunder Strike, the bandits were hit not so much with crushing power as with an incredibly painful lightning strike. The Black Knights tried to escape, but they couldn't escape justice in the form of a young expert. A few seconds later, the boy stood on a small pedestal, around which lay the bandits, buried underground. Delighted with the fruits of his labor, Scott, hammer in hand, smiled happily, saying that it turned out just great. Looking again at his new weapon, the boy proudly declared that he would crush everyone and everything with it, no matter what. He began to carefully examine the bodies of the Black Knights, wondering how they knew where he was now. The guy realized too late that he needed to leave at least one alive to find out all the information. Suddenly, he heard an unpleasant crackling sound nearby, accompanied by a loud roar that did not bode well. A huge tree was flying at him later, which he, riding on a wolf, somehow managed to dodge, falling to the ground. Rising up in an instant, together with the wolf, they tensed up, trying to understand what had attacked them so suddenly. After which they noticed a huge silhouette slowly and awkwardly emerging from behind a tree. Realizing who was in front of them, Scott's eyes widened in shock, realizing with horror that he had personally encountered a dangerous, two-headed troll. The monster roared loudly again, hinting that he was very unfriendly and wanted to kill the stranger. A huge green carcass began to walk towards the boy, accelerating with each step, catching up with its target. The only question on the tip of the guy's tongue was why a top-level monster that shouldn't be there had appeared here. However, the angry monster did not give him time to think for long, swinging an incredibly huge axe. Monsters' levels are determined solely based on how their own strength correlates with that of humans. For example, a level 5 monster corresponds to a 5th circle Mogu, or a superior level mana user. At that very second, the thug struck the first blow, narrowly missing the fleeing guy riding on the wolf. Turning around, Scott suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice ordering the troll to kill the boy. He noticed a magician next to the monster, who said that the worthless boy was interfering with their organization. Holding the staff in his hand and releasing energy, the stranger loudly commanded the monster to beat him until there was nothing left of him. The guy was curious about where the monster came from, but it turned out it was all because of this monster tamer. The young hero then ordered his companion to grab the troll, pointing his finger at the enemy, deciding to distract him for a while. However, the dark mage, whose face was hidden by a hood, continued to release demonic energy, saying that nothing would come of it, after which he began to strengthen the tamed monster, giving him even more strength and causing him to become enraged. Not daring to wait any longer, the two-headed monster rushed to attack, swinging its axe, wanting to catch up with the nimble victim. Scott somehow managed to dodge the incredible blow, which knocked down several trees standing next to the boy. Several trees immediately flew into the air like branches, which had no weight for the troll. Looking at the results of one swing of the axe, the guy noticed only stumps, next to which lay logs. Looking at his opponent, the boy realized with horror that he had become enraged and even stronger than before. Distracted for a second, the hero did not notice the approaching danger hanging literally over his head. Having managed to jump back at the last second, the boy began to get angry, saying out loud how this was already starting to piss him off. Strength and regeneration are annoying abilities that are enough to turn a troll into a level 5 monster. Dodging the monster's attack, the boy reasoned that his rage had a limit, and he needed to be patient in order to find the right moment. Suddenly, the troll stopped, slowly inhaling a huge amount of air through his nose, as if preparing something. The next second, greenish smoke began to emerge from his mouth, enveloping the entire space around him. The boy immediately realized that this was a very dangerous poisonous smoke, but he could use mana to protect himself. However, something suddenly weakened him, causing him to land on the ground, leaning on his knee, trying not to let go of the hammer. Why did he realize that an axe enchanted with demonic power was moving towards him at great speed? Having waited for the right moment, the boy turned sharply, swinging his hammer, hoping to successfully parry the blow. He understood that he couldn't dodge, which meant he could only respond to the attack, relying on his own strength. With a loud clang, the monster's axe flew up, throwing him off balance and opening a good moment for a counterattack. However, the monster managed to trip over his own foot and fall, completely exposing himself with no way to defend himself. The hero immediately took advantage of this moment and was already flying towards him, swinging a weapon filled with mana. The hammer, having reached its target, caused a shockwave and an unpleasant sound of breaking bones and the scream of a monster. Seeing an open wound in his stomach, the monster immediately began to heal it using demonic energy. While a rather smiling Scott jumped back and noticed that his punching power had become several times more powerful. As soon as he stopped, jumping onto a thick tree branch, he immediately noticed a troll quickly approaching him. The young man tried to break his knee, but he immediately began to regenerate, quickly returning to normal. After which, experiencing huge outbursts of rage, he again began to chase the annoying boy in order to finish him off. From that moment on, the fight was again not in favor of the guy, who had to constantly dodge, thinking about how to defeat the monster. When he got tired of running away forever, he turned around, swinging his hammer to decide on another attack. Approaching the troll's leg, the guy tore it off with one blow, hoping that the severed limb would not be restored. Meanwhile, the magician controlling the monster retreated some distance, watching the battle from the side. He smiled and thought about how much longer this boy would run, because he would be finished as soon as the troll caught up with him. Having restored his leg, the monster chased the guy, swinging an axe, wanting to corner his prey. After some time, he succeeded when Scott, having once again bounced back from the blow, came across a dead end. There was no escape route, and all that was left was to take a direct hit from the monster trying to defend himself. The monster, noticing that the victim had nowhere to go, swung his axe once again, hoping for the end of the fight. But at that very second, the monster froze in some kind of bewilderment, trying to understand where he was and why he was here. The wizard, who was watching what was happening from the side, realized in shock that the rage mode had already subsided. Smiling, Scott also realized that the monster had reached its limit, because constant regeneration was very exhausting. The stunned magician turned to the boy, asking if this was what he was trying to achieve, but received no answer. At that very moment, a silver wolf jumped out from behind the bushes and pounced on the wizard, grabbing him tightly. The stranger fell to the ground under the enormous pressure of the wild beast, groaning and realizing that he had lost this fight. Noticing that the summoned beast had already disarmed the enemy, the young hero praised him, looking at the lying magician. The boy asked his friend to hold the sorcerer back while he swung his hammer again, deciding to make another attack. The troll felt indignation again, but the boy was already in the air, with the hammer raised above his head. The guy used his signature lightning strike, aiming straight at the monster to finish it off completely. There was a deafening explosion, and the lightning flashed across the entire forest, scaring away all living creatures for the nearest kilometers. As the dust began to settle, Scott walked slowly towards the wizard, with two troll heads lying behind him. The boy's smile foreshadowed that he wanted to talk to the magician frankly, wanting to find out all the information. After some time, he clarified that the organization's headquarters is located in the lawless city of the Alliance, and their head is its mayor. Nodding in panic, the wizard agreed with every word the boy said, hoping to stay alive and avoid death. However, the young hero concluded that this was a lie, which caused the wizard to fall into a stupor, asking the boy why he decided so. Smiling at his conclusion, the boy stated that if that were the case, a speech control spell would have been cast on the guard dog. However, the man turned out to be quite talkative, even though he is a tamer of a 5th-level magical beast. After which, the guy asked if they were planning to steal Karun's divine artifact, which immediately made the magician's eyes dart around. He immediately began to deny, shouting loudly that it was not true, which Scott, smiling, decided to temporarily believe. However, he decided to ask one more question, namely, to name the person responsible for this task. Then he would let him go. The frightened wizard doubted whether they would really let him go, to which the boy advised him to think carefully. The young hero asked the man with a sly smile if he had heard of people dying when their skulls were crushed, and he added that the likelihood of this happening to him was higher than that of him finishing him off with his bare hands. Not understanding anything, the man became even more scared, having only one desire in his head: to stay alive. Towards dawn, a loud explosion was heard in the sky while the young hero was casually strolling through the port city of Annexon. People on the street immediately noticed the explosion, asking each other if someone had really set off fireworks. However, Scott paid no attention to them, remembering Esgard's words that everything was ready and they would be waiting for him at Annexon's pub. After walking a few dozen meters more, the boy noticed an inconspicuous building, next to which hung a sign with a beer mug. Before he could even enter the building, the boy immediately froze, in complete shock, realizing that he had never expected anything like this. Pointing his finger at the man standing in front of him in shock, he couldn't believe who would be helping him. Opposite him stood the Sword Emperor, dressed in a bartender's uniform and smiling in a friendly manner. I was counting on such a reaction. However, putting his hand to his face, the man began to apologize in a voice completely different from the Duke's. The next second, a completely different man stood in front of him, saying that their children do not sell alcohol. A stunned Scott immediately activated his magical vision, trying to figure out what the hell this was and why his face had changed. He knew it wasn't because of the magic's disguise, because he didn't feel any mana presence in the man standing in front of him. The guy didn't understand whether he had imagined it, while the visitors sitting nearby immediately burst into loud laughter. Two men drinking beer cheerfully declared that this was no place for children, and especially not for black-haired ones. They then turned to the bartender, saying that he would lose all his customers that way, while Moonwolf slowly circled above them. Before they could finish the last sentence, a loud roar was heard above their heads, and when they raised their heads, they saw an angry grin. The beast instantly flew over their heads, frightening them even more, which is why the men immediately began to cover their heads. Trembling with fear, they watched the wolf return to its master, never taking his eyes off them, while the boy only sighed. Looking at the poor guys, he said with displeasure that he always had to put everyone in their place, after which he turned back to the man in uniform. The worker immediately realized that the boy was a summoner, which meant that he was the same client who had made the special order. The red-haired man immediately bowed politely, asking him to forgive him, since he did not recognize him right away. He then invited the boy to follow him while the frightened and bewildered customers kept their eyes on him. Having gone to a secluded place, the young hero handed the worker a certain object, proving that he was the client. After examining it carefully several times, the pub worker confirmed with certainty that it was his lordship's token. This item directly confirmed that Valentino's secret organization, the Black Wing, had taken on this task. Not only are her people impeccable swordsmen, but they are also unrivaled in matters of information gathering and networking. This organization tries not to stand out and works exclusively in secret, often without resorting to weapons in direct battles. Bowing again and placing his hand on his chest, the man stated that he was the commander of the Black Wing, J. Scott crossed his arms over his chest and realized that he was in charge, and therefore wanted to ask a question that had long interested him. After all, as the leader, he should be at the level of a blader, but the guy doesn't feel the presence of mana in him at all. He was very curious about how the man hid his abilities, but he had to wait a few seconds before hearing the answer. It turned out that the commander's mana had not awakened. Upon hearing this, the boy froze in a stupor, not understanding how this was possible. Jay added that if he tried to hide it, it would be difficult to disguise it like that, after which he waved his hand. And instead of the young guy, the Sword Emperor stood opposite the boy again, smiling amiably, his arms spread out to the sides. The guy realized in shock that he hadn't imagined it after all, and that it was a completely ordinary disguise. Another wave of his hands and the red-haired man returned to his original appearance, smiling. Video of the boy's reaction. Not quite understanding the point, the young hero decided to politely clarify whether the captain considered this a little risky. Smiling strangely, Jay replied that it was rather exciting, while Scott was simply surprised by his preference. However, the captain advised the boy to think better about his task, which made the boy shudder, trying to concentrate. Meanwhile, Jay began to tell that the magician, Gail Anderson, who was supposed to issue a recommendation, had disappeared. The young man immediately screamed, not believing the man's words, after which he began to ask again, wanting to hear the details. After all, this title is given to those who reach the seventh circle, and given that Gale has the power to control the waves, he has no equal at sea. Knowing this, the boy could not understand who or what was capable of defeating or neutralizing such a strong man. The captain added that they could not locate him, and he was supposed to return 2 weeks ago. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and replied with displeasure that it was obvious that it would be difficult for him to get a recommendation. To which the captain agreed with him, however, he had a plan B, along with which he showed the boy another token. While showing off his new badge, the captain advised the boy to get to know his new identity. Smiling at such a generous gift, the boy declared that the Sword Emperor had chosen the right assistant. Having hidden the token in his pocket, the young hero also asked to find out something about Hustle. The man immediately decided to clarify who it was, to which he heard the answer that this was a follower of demons, guilty of the incident in Karuna, which he was sincerely surprised at. Scott was sure of it, since the informant's head would explode if he lied to him, and therefore the information was more than reliable. The captain thought for a moment and assumed that the name might belong to a beastman or an orc, but he would keep that in mind. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door behind them, and a man behind it called out loudly to the captain, summoning him. The knocking continued, the voice demanding that the man go there because they were already here, without saying anything specific. "I don't understand anything." The boy looked at the door, trying to find out what they were talking about, but Jay only replied that he had to go. Frowning, he quietly added that a big fish had shown up, and therefore the matter did not require delay. The young hero tensed up, realizing that the matter was very serious, judging by the captain's appearance, but he didn't ask any more questions. Having gone down to the first floor, the boy froze, seeing only a crowd of customers who had occupied all the tables. There were several workers standing next to the surprised guy, happily looking at the visitors and clapping their hands. In the end, it turned out that the big fish was an influx of customers, and the captain, in turn, ran between the tables, collecting orders. The workers standing nearby were almost in tears, saying that they had even prayed that there would not be so many of them. The young man sincerely did not understand why things were going so well in this fake pub, as if this was their main activity. 2 days later, the huge ship Flaxen stood at the pier with its sails raised, waiting for a quick departure. Dina shouted loudly for the workers that Flaxen was leaving soon, and Scott approached him and asked if they were going to Karoon. The sailor was surprised to see the little client and asked to see his identification badge. Dissatisfied with such checks, the guy immediately put his hand in his pocket, trying to find something that would help him go further. He immediately gave the man the token that Jay had given him, knowing that this document could help him everywhere. Having imbued the token with mana, the boy created a projection, causing the sailor to ask in shock if he was an aristocrat. He wondered why such a man was walking around unaccompanied, and then asked to forgive him for his rudeness. Smiling slightly and looking away, the boy replied that everything was fine, and that he was a former aristocrat and therefore everything was fine. The man calmed down a little, still looking in surprise at the child, whose behavior clearly did not match his age. Then the sailor bowed, wishing the young man a good journey and letting him onto the ship, watching him go with his eyes. Clutching the token in his hand, the boy confidently walked forward, remembering Jay's words about who this symbol belonged to. There is a family of aristocrats, the Moors, who were mistakenly identified as followers of a demon and disappeared 40 years ago. Black hair and eyes are the traits of a mainline heir, so it was the ideal bloodline for Scott. Without heirs, they were never restored to their rights, and from now on the boy will be the fugitive heir of the Moors, the child of noble elves. Sighing heavily, the young hero thought about the elves, and even though he was a summoner, this was a bit too much. He suddenly froze, sensing something was wrong with this ship, looking around nervously, wanting to find the source. Looking down at his feet, he realized with surprise and shock that he could feel mana coming from the ship itself. The guy began to look around, noticing the evil energy that was coming not only from the ship, but also from some people. He noticed everyone who could pose a danger, which immediately made him tense up, trying to be constantly on guard. The most important question was what they were planning, and if we found out now, we could try to stop them. However, most likely they want to kill everyone here, and you need to be extremely careful not to get caught off guard. Suddenly, a fair-haired man carefully approached the boy, slowly taking a knife out of his bosom. While the boy was looking the other way, the villain swung his weapon, trying to stealthily take the boy's life. Relying on his own strength, Scott reacted with lightning speed to the rustling behind him, after which he quickly turned around. He immediately grabbed the cunning killer by the hand in which he was holding the knife, which is why the blade did not reach its target, going to the side. With a sharp movement of his hand, the boy broke the scoundrel's forearm, from which blood gushed, and the blonde's scream resounded throughout the ship. Everyone immediately turned their attention to them, contemplating the picture of a little boy holding the broken arm of a screaming man. The stunned men immediately became agitated when they noticed the blood, and then tried to figure out how this could have happened. One of them immediately turned to the young hero, asking what he was doing, while Scott did not even think of letting go of the bandit's hand. They asked him to let the poor guy go, to which the boy only sullenly looked away, thinking about what he should do. Suddenly he saw under his feet a knife that the killer had dropped, deciding to use it. Stamping his foot hard, the boy threw the weapon into the air, watching it spin, succumbing to inertia. The young man swung his leg, hitting the knife handle exactly, sending it flying freely, aiming at a specific point. With an unpleasant crunch, the knife entered straight into the chest of its owner, from the wound of which a stream of blood gushed again. The rest of the people on the ship looked at this picture in shock, not understanding what prompted the guy to do this. At the same time, the victim of his own weapon, exhausted, coughed, slowly falling to the ground, saying goodbye to life. After his body had fallen into a prone position, the killer breathed his last while the other men were speechless. Suddenly, demonic energy began to emerge from the body of the dead man, showing that this man was dangerous to begin with. In addition to energy, some kind of smoke and rising air began to emerge from the body, terrifying all the people. I don't understand anything. Everyone immediately started asking why there was smoke coming out of his body, and one of the workers immediately threw up. One of the girls covered her nose, complaining about the stench. Another man said that he had heard of such a thing. It is called rotten smoke. The people immediately concluded that he was a follower of the demon, at which time one of the men frowned, becoming agitated. after which he calmed down and approached the boy, thanking him for getting rid of the demon's lurking follower. He also added that he would need to officially own something, after which he asked to follow him, holding out his hand. With a sly smile, the guy immediately responded to the handshake, asking again what exactly needed to be decided officially, after which he abruptly waved his hand, throwing the guy over himself, to which he did not have time to react, not expecting it at all. Scott jerked his hand again, directing the man in the bandana at his comrade, who was unable to dodge in time. They collided, causing both of them to bleed from the mouth as the action caught them both off guard. While voicing the number of those defeated, the boy headed towards the other team members, seeing demonic energy in them. Without wasting any time and continuing to voice the score, the guy rushed at the rest of the crew with an evil smile. Using one of the bandits as a ball, the boy destroyed the demon followers one by one. Other people thought completely differently and, seeing what was happening, tried to run away, thinking that the boy was actually a murderer. Suddenly, one of them stopped, shouting that this could not be, and asked the others to follow his example. Turning around, they didn't notice the boy next to whom demonic energy began to emerge from the bodies of the dead. They couldn't believe that all the workers turned out to be followers of the demon, while the young hero turned around abruptly. He noticed an elderly man in a huge hat slowly descending towards the sound of a fierce battle. The ship's captain looked at the many bodies in shock and then at the boy, asking what was going on here. Not sure of anything, he approached him, continuing to examine the bodies, not understanding how this was possible, after which he noticed the child, realizing that it was he who defeated them all, which caused the man to fall into a stupor. After thinking for a moment, he bowed, offering his deepest apologies for having to go through such difficulties. He stated that his subordinates had been bewitched by a demon, after which he again thanked him for his assistance and for saving the passengers. Scott just smiled sarcastically, saying what a great captain the man was, realizing that he was the last one left. He then pointed two fingers at the man, claiming that he was a good actor, causing the captain to look at the boy in shock. But the next second, the guy took out his hammer to deal just one blow, saying goodbye to the demon's follower. One single swing was enough to cut off the villain's head, while also breaking through the deck of the ship. The frightened people slowly crawled towards the hole to see if the captain was really bewitched as well. They waited with trepidation and fear until the smoke around him settled so they could see everything with their own eyes. The next moment, purple energy also began to emerge from the captain's body, which confirmed the boy's arguments. A couple of hours later, the royal palace was sorting out that the crew had been responsible for Flexen for the last 5 years. Some man claimed that 5 sailors had low-level evil infection, and 2 navigators had expert-level infection. The king's subordinate also closed his eyes and calmly concluded that the captain had a blader-level infection. King Ahmad von Karun asked again in surprise about the blader's level, which sounded very serious and dangerous. Scott stood in front of the throne and listened as hundreds of living people, and then if you counted the dead, thousands, were offered to the demon. If the demon these believers serve is from a high-level evil clan and can pass through dimensions, then the sacrifices will strengthen the believers. But at the same time, the ceremony itself will endow their clan with great power, but such rituals will require a lot of sacrifices. The young hero only frowned, adding to the true words of the subordinate king that they were like pests. Ahmad looked down sadly, saying that he hadn't met them for 30 years, probably because he had relaxed too much, after which he turned to the summoner with the blood of the elves, thanking him for preventing a major sacrifice. He also heard that the follower had identified his spirit, so he politely asked to look at it. His subject immediately looked at his master in shock. I declare that even though the guy is an elf, this is very dangerous. However, ignoring the man's warning, Scott had already concentrated his mana, calling upon his faithful companion. A loud wolf roar was heard behind him, and the guy himself said that if the king wanted it, then it would only be a joy to him. The old man looked with trepidation at the beast that had assumed its fighting form, not daring to look away from his admiring gaze. The moonwolf, who was behind the guy, immediately sat up, proudly raising his muzzle, contentedly closing his eyes. After thinking for a moment, Ahmad said that now, having seen him with his own eyes, he finally believed the boy, after which he waved his hand, saying that he would like to speak with him, and ordered the guards and subjects to wait outside. Everyone immediately began to resist, surprised by the ruler's order, while the young hero was also surprised by such an order. At this time, the men loudly asked to cancel his order, because a personal meeting with a stranger does not promise anything good. However, the king calmly said that it would not take much time, making it clear that he would not change his mind. A minute later, everyone the king had sent away had left the door, slowly closing. leaving only two people in the hall. They looked at each other in silence for a while the king tried to find the words to begin the conversation. After which the elderly man kindly asked the young hero not to worry about being overheard. He then asked if the guy was lying about being a quarter elf, which made Scott freeze, not expecting such observation. And then Ahmad's face changed, and in a stern manner he stated that he wanted to know the real purpose of his arrival here. Realizing that he had been exposed, the boy thought in despair about where he had gone wrong, not knowing what awaited him now. The king added that, having held this position for so long, he had heard all sorts of stories. For example, he heard that elven blood cannot flow in a person with black hair, which immediately made Scott tense up. However, the king hastened to reassure him, stating that only members of the royal family knew about this, and no one else. Guiltily lowering his head, the boy immediately hastened to apologize for lying, hoping for the ruler's understanding. After which the guy sincerely stated that he had come here to track down the demon's followers, which surprised Ahmad. The young hero sternly but sincerely added that he must prevent the theft of the divine artifact and trouble in Karuna. The king became a little stern, looking the boy over carefully, and then said that for him this kingdom was like a home, apparently. The boy, stunned by such observation, immediately decided to ask where he learned such details. In response to this, the man stood up, saying that Karuna was neutral, but was part of the kingdom's alliance. And it so happened that they find it difficult to trust someone from another kingdom that is in conflict with the alliance. And even though the boy had good intentions, he deliberately hid his identity, which meant he didn't want anyone to start sniffing around about him. However, he still decided to trust the guy who had heard that King Karun was called wise, and now he was personally convinced of this. But then, Ahmad added that after all he was a summoner with a pure soul, to which the cattle thought that even a wise king could not protect himself from stereotypes, because summoners can control spirits, which are the true embodiment of pure magic. They naturally become enemies of the followers of demons, which is why the stereotype about the purity of their souls appeared. In his past life, everyone thought the same way. Clearing his throat, the boy thought that he even felt a little ashamed in front of the king. But suddenly, her wife raised her finger up, trying to ask the man for a favor, and he nodded affirmatively. The hero asked to be appointed as the guardian of the divine artifact, because he will try very hard to sort out the problem in Karuna. The old man thought for a few seconds, after which he declared that he approved of his decision and believed that he would be able to catch the demon's followers. After some time, a man entered the hall carrying a knight's sword on a pillow, next to which lay a gold token. He knelt down between the king and Scott, indicating that the ceremony was about to begin. Rising from his throne, Ahmad declared that he was not a supporter of empty rituals and ceremonies, so they would omit them. The boy also knelt down on one knee as the man took the token and declared that the boy had already proven his worth as a knight. And so he made a unanimous decision that in the name of the royal family of Karuna, he would appoint him, Scott von Moors, a knight. And now he is hired to protect the divine artifact, after which the man handed the token to the boy. Clutching his new ID card, the boy mentally addressed his sister, declaring that he would start life anew and this time everything would be different. Without wasting any time, the boy told the king that someone named Hazel was behind the incident, in response to which the man shuddered. Putting the new token in his pocket, Scott added that such a name was used either by orcs or beastmen. He hoped that the king might know something and that he could find out vital information. However, Ahmad only turned around, looking at him with eyes full of shock, misunderstanding, and suspicion, causing strange sensations. The king then turned around completely, asking if the boy was sure of his words, while he tried to understand his expression. Without thinking twice, the boy replied that the saint with the fifth circle had said exactly that before his head exploded. The king, lost in thought, turned around again, telling the boy to move while he thought about the young man's words. On the other side of the continent, a man activated a magical staff, casting a spell that made him glow. In response to this, the huge eyes of the kraken, which had previously been covered by large tentacles, appeared from the portal. A voice behind the sorcerer said that, as expected, he was perfect, while the sorcerer himself fell to all fours, holding his staff. His strength left him very quickly, making it hard to breathe, which did not escape the stranger's gaze. After which he walked past the exhausted sorcerer, not paying attention to his condition, wanting to see the awakened monster. Overcoming himself, the wizard turned to the stranger with anger and rage, calling him Hazel, shouting loudly. However, he did not even turn around, declaring that he would not let the plan of the child that he could see through the veil come to fruition. At the same time, on the training ground, Scott stood next to the commander in front of several wars in order to get acquainted. The stunned knights could not believe that this boy was able to kill all the demon followers in Flaxen. To which the member of the Divine Artifact Protection Squad, Mason, stated that he was part elf, so one should not underestimate a guy based on his appearance alone. Somehow, the boy managed and received the title of knight, which I announced to the commander, waiting for the reaction of my squad. After which he added that this phenomenal young man was given the authority to join and control their squad. In response to this, the men only cast distrustful glances towards the young man, doubting his great strength. Scott, in turn, only sighed heavily, wondering who he thought he was, but the decision had already been made. A little earlier, the boy asked the king if he could really appoint him so easily, since someone in the palace would definitely be against it. However, the king asked him not to worry because for hundreds of years, the army of Karun had been protecting Ortis. The divine artifact is now a mere symbol, and the job of its protector is a dull one. The guy just looked sadly at the knights, who continued to look at him, trying to understand the king's strange decision. And in simple terms, their squad consists of losers who have no chance to become stronger. Even if there had been no external confrontation, one can be sure that there would have been a massacre inside. The boy turned to the captain, asking if he had heard correctly that his name was Sir Mason, to which the man suddenly became angry, after which he extended his hand to the boy, declaring that he didn't care about the exclusive right given to him, because the seniority system was important to them. The young hero immediately realized that he needed to show who was in charge, and so he decided to summon the spirit, who immediately bared his teeth. While the wolf was examining the knight, Scott stated that he did not know what their seniority was, but it was immediately clear who had the advantage in their hands. The frightened knights stood silently as the boy said that he was looking for the demon's followers and could use that as an excuse. Putting a strange smile on his face as the beast began to growl, the boy asked if they were followers. The pale knights all answered as one that they were not one of them, and hoped that the boy would not do anything bad. Pointing his finger in their direction, the boy asked them to try to serve properly, in response to which they all immediately saluted. While the young man thought that the king's reaction interested him, there was a possibility that he knew Hassel. Suddenly, a voice behind the boy asked if he was their new star, and the one who single-handedly captured the demon's followers. An older man approached the boy, honored to meet him, while Scott gave him an appraising look. The captain of the Divine Artifact Defense Squad, Truman, addressed him, smiling amiably and waving his hand. The boy greeted the old man in return, noting with surprise that he was only an expert and the strongest in the squad. This is somehow weak for the captain who, by the way, heard that the boy voluntarily wanted to join the squad. Then his expression changed, looking menacingly at the boy, asking if he was interested in the divine artifact. The young man froze in place, realizing that his desire could be perceived not as protection, but as an attack and a desire to steal. But even so, the boy was not going to give up without a fight, and so he immediately reached for the hammer, smiling slyly. Then he suddenly thought that perhaps this old man might be connected with the coming disaster in Karuna. The man said that he had come to the right place, after which he took the guy into some room and sat him down at a table. Sitting in the library dressed in the everyday clothes of the knights, the stunned cattle tried to understand what they were doing here. Throwing several books on the table, the old man stated that everyone said the divine artifact was just a symbol, and the holy power has only one purpose: to drive away evil creatures, after which he put another huge stack of books on the table. Having placed two more, he continued that it only works within a radius of 1 kilometer and blocks demonic energy and no higher than the first level. However, if the boy learns more about her, his opinion will change. With these words, the man stared at the boy, smiling broadly. The guy, not understanding anything, just silently watched the captain's actions, trying to understand why he was saying all this. The man recommended that he read them, asking along the way if he had heard about the promise in the era of mythological times. But without waiting for an answer, he continued that since ancient times people considered divine artifacts to be treasures. After several hours, the man did not stop talking, saying that they were created by the gods, even the evil hands and those who are under their influence. Then, before I could even finish my sentence, the man slammed the book shut, saying that it was better to learn by doing. Scott, half asleep, screamed at the old man, not understanding what the point of this pointless and long lecture was. The man turned around and waved his hand, politely asking the boy to follow him to show him the real divine artifact. A few minutes later, they wandered down the corridor for a while, passing long steps leading down. Now, they were in the central part of the castle, namely in the corridor, which was lit by torches hanging on the wall. Stopping at one of the doors, the man asked if he knew why no one appreciated the work of the Artifact Protection Squad. Scott thought for a moment, answering uncertainly that the artifacts were most likely perceived as simple symbols. Slowly opening the door from which a bright light emanated, the old man smiled, saying that the reason was even simpler. The boy looked into the hall the captain had led him to with surprise and trepidation, wanting to see what was inside. In the center of the hall stood a huge, perfectly polished stone, which served as a source of light. The divine artifact Humanitas, which, as the old man said, does not need any protection at all. However, the boy could not take his surprised gaze off him, saying how huge and beautiful he was. Nodding, the man added that no one understood how such a giant could hover. There is a very ancient legend that an incompetent person will not even be able to touch it, no matter how hard he tries. Looking at the magnificent stone, the man added that this was the real reason why he did not need protection. He then turned to the boy, wanting to see if he had the skills to touch him, and Scott immediately extended his hand. After which the man looked at the boy in shock, not believing his eyes, expecting a completely different result. The young hero, meanwhile, was able to touch the stone and felt something unusual, seeing how the tips of his fingers began to glow. In a trembling voice, the boy stated that it was level 7, which made this artifact unusually strong. A cloud of light that seems incapable of harming anyone from this world has the power to reject everything foreign. The guy, without letting go of his hand, noticed how mana that did not belong to him began to flow through his body. Noticing that the barrier was talking, looking at his body, which was completely covered in mana, he wondered if he was the only one hearing it because of his distinctive sensitivity. Scott, having examined this glow, asked if the barrier itself was an artifact, since it could even move. In complete shock, the old man grabbed the boy by the shoulders, trying to find the words to describe what was happening. Trying to string the muttering together into coherent words, the captain asked if the guy had just communicated with a divine artifact. A short time later, they returned to the training grounds while the man told the boy that he had a talent for surprising people. After all, he had been in this detachment for many years, but this was the first time I had seen anything like this, which did not surprise the young hero at all. Looking at the captain, the young man understood that he lacked strength, but at least he was proud of his work. The rest of the squad members were clearly not like him, and with these thoughts, the guy noticed that the man stopped abruptly. In front of them stood a member of the Knightly Order of the Kingdom, Greg Simbo, who held a scabbard in his hand, turning to look at the approaching steps. Truman asked him angrily what business he had come for, to which he received the answer that he had not come to see the captain, after which he roared loudly, asking Scott if he was the holy half-elf, trying to show indignation with his whole appearance. With the calmest possible expression, the boy replied that he was a quarter elf, thinking that both were still lies, to which the impudent knight only chuckled, turning away his gaze, placing the necessary one on his shoulders, holding onto the hilt of the sword. Taking out the sword from its sheath, the knight began to ask how the hero, who punished the dark magicians, dared to lie in the royal palace, after which he quickly rushed at the boy, shouting loudly that he would immediately reveal his true identity. Scott, standing calmly, just sighed heavily, saying that one couldn't just go and believe him, after which he deftly returned from the blow, realizing that he was tired of all these distrustful comments. He decided to finish it quickly, grabbing Greg's hand tightly and with a strong grip before he had time to group himself and jump out. Grasping the heavy armor with both hands, the boy placed it on his shoulders, jerking forward sharply, smiling menacingly. The next second, the knight, dissatisfied with the new guest, was already flying forward, flying over the guy's back. The man landed on the ground with a thud, dropping his sword and screaming loudly, not expecting such force. Trying to even out his breathing, he still tried to reach her with angry words, not wanting to give up. Smiling maniacally, Scott noted that he was still able to speak, and then asked if he was still feeling okay. I understand that the man did not understand who he was daring to be insolent to now. The guy grabbed his hand again, wanting to continue, after which, with a sharp movement, he began to throw the knight from side to side, hitting him on the ground. When the knight shouted that he recognized him, it was too late, and a second later, an unconscious body lay on the ground. As the old man watched the boy's actions in shock, he asked himself whether it was worth demonstrating good manners. Deciding that it was not too late, he bowed politely towards Greg, saying that he had learned a lot from him. The captain, in turn, silently looked at the boy, not knowing how to evaluate what had just happened. While they silently looked at each other, a fair-haired man watched them with interest from the balcony. A shadow hid his face as he smiled slightly and remarked on what an interesting boy they had. A little later, a number of knights gathered before Scott, one of whom stepped forward, declaring that he was a knight of the royal order, after which he pointed the sword towards the boy, asking if he had defeated Greg. It was clear from his tone that he was asking for it. He told the boy to show what he could do, but before he could finish his sentence, a fist flew into his face. After the knight's defeat, a couple more soldiers approached the guy, loudly introducing themselves, wanting to finish the job. After being called to battle, one of the knights was immediately hit in the chin and instantly lost consciousness. Ignoring the beating of their comrades, all the soldiers got into a fight, while Scott easily dealt with all the attackers. Following the others, a fair-haired man came out, declaring that he was the vice-captain of the knightly order, Randolph Granches. Smiling, he shouted that he wanted to test the boy's abilities, after which he rushed at him with a sword, crossing weapons. However, the next second the sword bounced off the hammer, flying into the air along with the self-confident knight. Approaching the man who had risen, the boy said that his hit-and-run tactics were capable of something. Looking at the beaten man, the guy added that since they had fought, did he by any chance know who Hustle was? Lowering his head and losing consciousness, the blonde replied that he had never heard of him, after which he passed out. The young man didn't understand what was happening because, no matter who he asked, no one here knew anything about him. Suddenly, he heard a loud laugh behind him, and an unfamiliar voice noticed how the guy mercilessly dealt with the vice-captain. Frowning, the boy asked who he was, noticing in time that the stranger was either a high-level or entry-level challenger. The armored man smiled. Sorry, as Scott carefully examined his strength level. Raising his hand in greeting, the man announced that he was Liam von Peterson, captain of the knightly order. Not repeating his past mistakes, Scott placed his hand on his heart, bowing and apologizing for his rudeness. I don't lower my hand. The man smilingly asked me not to be so formal because he likes to watch young talents. After that, he began to take the sword out of its sheath, asking if the guy would consider him skilled enough to perform a fight with it. The surprised boy saw that the knight had thrown away his scabbard, saying that if he amused him, he would receive a prize. Specifically, useful information about Hustle, after which he asked if this would be sufficient motivator for him. The stunned guy couldn't believe his ears, surprised at how incredibly lucky he was now. After all, a person with the level of a candidate and useful information came to him himself, which means he needs to try. Liam said he didn't know if the boy could handle his level, but he better be determined, to which the young man responded with a broad smile, happy about this opportunity because he had been waiting for someone who knew at least something. And you have to be a complete idiot to refuse. After these thoughts, he began to fill himself and his hammer with mana. Before the knight could even begin the fight, Scott was already flying into the air without waiting first to gain an advantage. Grabbing the hammer with both hands, he was already aiming at the warrior, who was still holding the sword in front of him at arm's length. As soon as the hammer almost reached the man, he quickly put his sword under the blow, parrying a rather strong attack. Squatting slightly, the knight's legs began to press into the ground under the heavy weight of the guy and his weapon, which was not going to retreat. The kid, who had been expecting a good fight for a long time, said that if he underestimated him, then big problems awaited him. After which the boy suddenly dropped to the ground, while Liam thought with surprise that the boy became lighter. Without wasting any time, the guy fell to the ground, turning sharply, trying to knock his opponent off his feet with a quick blow. However, as soon as the boy reached his goal, nothing happened, which surprised him greatly, and he looked for the reason. He then noticed that part of the knight's leg was covered with stone, which made the guy conclude that it was his attribute, after which he heard loud laughter. The man lowered his head and laughed it off when he noticed the guy, saying that at first he didn't realize that he had struck some kind of blow, to which the guy responded with a smile and instantly jumped back, keeping his distance in order to think over a battle plan. But the boy's face instantly lost its joy when he realized that his opponent was very serious and quite dangerous. His challenger-level defense looks nearly impenetrable, which was one big problem. He is strong and stable like a rock. Such a knight is ideal for battles because he does not even need a shield. Suddenly, Liam smiled, stating that he was taking back his words about him not being able to handle his level, after which he himself rushed into the attack, bringing his sword behind his back, preparing to strike, but trying not to overdo it with force. Their weapons clashed, and neither wanted to give in to the other, despite the difference in strength and experience. The challenger stood confidently over the boy, holding the sword tightly in his hands, smiling and declaring that it would be fun. To which the young hero immediately agreed, feeling his hands trembling as he barely held the hammer, which was under the pressure of the sword. After which, having turned the weapons, the knight propped the boy's hammer on the ground, hoping to put him in an awkward position for a few seconds. However, the boy immediately understood his plan, and with a sharp swing of the hammer knocked away the sword, still holding the weapon at the ready. The captain of the knightly squad understood that the boy's technique was impeccable, and therefore he only lacked experience and level. The young knight in turn became embittered, trying to land at least one successful blow in the hope of getting information. Having refilled his body with mana, he decided that when things got tough, he had to shift his center of gravity and attack with all his might, after which their weapons connected again, but he did not cause any particular damage, nor did he gain any advantage. However, the boy did not lose hope, swinging again and attacking the knight, who had only been defending himself so far. Liam laughed sternly, saying that the guy couldn't even be called a genius because he saw much more in him, after which he called him a monster and a beast, while trying to deflect all the blows of incredible force sent at him. The young man was delighted with such a compliment, not forgetting to thank the knight right during the battle, without stopping for a second. The captain's sword was as strong as its owner, as it withstood every attack of the huge and heavy hammer. A little bored, the knight smiled, suggesting that they end it there, and then began to concentrate his energy. The man stomped his foot menacingly on the ground, creating a shockwave that instantly threw the guy away from him. The boy was still standing on his feet, but he was swaying awkwardly, realizing that at this rate he wouldn't be able to stay on his feet. And at that very second he noticed a sword flying towards him at breakneck speed, and he had almost no time to defend himself from it. However, the guy reacted with lightning speed and put his hammer under it, thereby saving himself from inevitable and final defeat. But even this protection was not enough to prevent him from flying into the opposite wall, into which the squad captain sent him. Lowering his sword, the man declared that it was too much to fight any further, and on top of that, he was pleased with the guy's skills. Using the hammer as a support, Scott slowly rose to his feet, not noticing that his hands and a little of his face were covered in bruises. Wiping under the pole, Liam smiled, saying that in the end he was even surprised, after which he thanked the boy in return. And also as a sign of gratitude, he will tell the promised information, which the hero immediately rejoiced at. But when they were in the hall, his joy was immediately replaced by mistrust and suspicions that washed over him. Looking at the fair-haired man, the boy wondered if he really was Hustle, whom he so desperately wanted to know about. And Liam began to tell that there is a man named Littman. Although he is a member of the knightly order, he accepts orders only from His Majesty. Scott, I thought, I'll turn it over in my head. Why they tell him about some Littman, and not Hazel, whose name he clearly named? Putting it down in his head, the knight continued that little was known about his work, but he was sure that he traveled to different places. That is why this man can know Hassel. Not only after this, the essence of this story reached the boy. The man turned to the boy, asking him what he thought, but whether it meant a meeting with this man. Suddenly, a knight ran up to them with a loud noise, calling out to Lord Scott and waving his arms widely. The out-of-breath soldier leaned his hands on his knees, conveying to the boy the order that His Majesty urgently wished to see him. Scott did not expect such an invitation, because he did not understand why the king might need him, and did not know what to expect from him. A few minutes later, he stood in the throne room, while the king said that he had found the man he was looking for. Standing next to the old man was a tall man who was very familiar with the East Coast. His name was Littman. The stunned hero looked at the two men, not understanding how he found him and whether he asked them to look at all. And then Liam's words popped into his head about how he talked about a man with exactly the same name. And so he looked with surprise at the man about whom two people had already spoken and who Hasla might know. Littman greeted him, saying that he knew the boy was a hero who had killed the demon's followers, but he didn't know how he could be of use. The guy began to scratch the back of his head uncertainly, not knowing where to start the conversation, saying that it was an honor for him to meet him, after which the young man turned his gaze to Ahmad, realizing that he was uncomfortable being under such a gaze. If the king wanted him to play along, he should have given a hint beforehand, but now the boy didn't know what to do. The fair-haired man noticed the boy's uncertainty in his behavior, which prompted him to ask if everything was okay, to which the guy began to awkwardly wave his arms, trying to find the right words so as not to give away his original goal. He said his unusual appearance made him think he might be from the East Coast. After all, His Majesty asked him about his wishes, and he replied that he would be happy to visit this place. Littman replied that His Majesty did not hesitate when it came to reward, and every time he found a new way, he was generously rewarded. But suddenly the king spoke up, distracting them from their conversation, telling the boy not to go east straight away. After all, first he needed to fulfill his promise regarding the demon's followers, to which Scott immediately agreed, bowing, after which her mother froze, not understanding why he suddenly mentioned them, trying to compare the current situation with his words, after which he looked at the blonde, realizing that he could be one of them, and therefore he should be gotten rid of. Without wasting any time, Scott filled his eyes with mana and activated his magical vision to see for himself. However, at first glance, the check did not reveal anything suspicious, enveloping the man in blue energy. Scott just sighed. You understand that everything is fine with him because the spirit would have rebelled if he turned out to be a follower of the demon. And at that very second, the boy heard an angry bark inside himself. I understand that the beast is not calm at all because it sensed something. Not understanding anything, the boy again decided to scan the stranger with his magical vision, looking more closely. After which he saw new streams of mana that were not the same color as the one he saw initially, realizing that it was a mana form. The man was enveloped in red energy, hinting that both the beast and the man were one and the same, now standing before him. The guy remembered Jay's words, who said that this name belonged to either an orc or a beastman. And at that very second, Littman noticed what a confident answer the guy gave to the king, adding that he was very reliable. But suddenly the king turned to the man himself, saying that he would be of great use in destroying the demon's followers. He looked at the old man in shock, asking what he was getting at, while Scott watched his reaction. After all, the man had things to do tomorrow, namely the search for Gale, which Ahmad immediately ordered to be cancelled. The king cast a stern, regional gaze at the blonde, saying that dealing with the impending threat was a higher priority, not forgetting to confidently add that now the most capable person to whom he can entrust this is he. The man froze for a second, shocked by such an order, but after thinking a little he agreed with it, even though he was worried about Gale. Kneeling down, the blonde immediately declared that he would follow the king's order. Do not dare to ignore the importance of the matter. The young hero watching him noticed that there was no evil energy coming from him, but it was obvious that this man was Hustle. A little later, Scott was left alone with the king, saying that it did not seem like the man was a follower of the demon. The king nodded slightly, agreeing with the boy's words, adding that it was still better to make sure and check him. Not understanding all these silences and suddenness, the guy asked why he hadn't told him about it earlier, although he could have. The man touched his heart, quietly declaring that he had no choice, otherwise it would only get worse. After which the king's chest began to glow, and let the hero understand what the meaning of silence and reticence was. Frowning, the guy decided to clarify that the reason for all this was the mana oath that the king had previously given. Ahmad nodded slightly, agreeing with the boy's words, a little regretting that he couldn't tell him about this earlier. Mana oath is an oath sealed with mana, and whoever breaks it will suffer a shock blow at the level of their circle. However, the third circle shock is not as dangerous, but not for an elderly person, which can be fatal for a king. The surprised guy immediately asked why he had gone so far, trying to understand the illogicality of his actions. The old man did not expect such a question, only looking questioningly at the boy, expecting some kind of explanation. For as he could understand, Sir Littman seemed to have been faithful to him for many years, and was a fairly loyal man, and they met him only for the second time. And yet the king decided to take the mana oath, which is very strange. After thinking for a moment, the old man lowered his head, trying to find the words to give a logical and correct explanation. As it turns out, as the Karun family ages, their relatives develop a strange ability to foresee the future. And he had a dream that the sacred artifact would disappear and the monster would destroy the capital, and he saw this many times. And then a boy came and said that the artifact would disappear, at which time the king's face took on a stern expression. Our man froze at this information, not expecting that the man had seen everything in advance but still could not prevent the danger. Clutching the armrest of the throne, Ahmad sadly declared that it would be better if this were a foolish old man's dream than a terrible reality. If there is a possibility to prevent trouble by doubting a loyal vassal, a man will only be glad of such an outcome. At that very moment, the spirit inside the boy barked loudly, warning his owner of what he had just sensed. The stunned boy turned around, interrupting the king's speech, realizing what had so tensed his faithful comrade. It turned out that Hustle had just left the castle, realizing that being there did not bode well for him. Having bowed, the young hero immediately rushed after the fugitive, trying to catch up with him as quickly as possible, bypassing the city streets. Moonwolf also did not sense demonic energy, which means that the real Hustle is someone else, more dangerous. However, the guy did not understand why this man just ran away, obviously afraid of something or someone. And although the answers were obvious, evidence had to be obtained. And to do this, the fleeing man had to be caught up with. At the same time, under cover of night, in one small port, smugglers were loading a huge ship. Someone dropped a box while the captain asked them to be quiet, reminding them that this is why they work at night. At this time, a figure approached them, the face of which was hidden by a hood, and the bandits immediately paid attention to it. Drawing their weapons, they surrounded him, trying to find out who he was, while the man began to pull down his hood, revealing his face. In front of them stood a fair-haired man with green eyes, calmly looking at the people standing in front of him. Frozen in place, they simultaneously called him Hazel, relaxing slightly but not daring to move. Having laid down their weapons and stood at attention, the bandits began to ask why he was already here, since they were expecting him tomorrow. An irritated Hustle replied that something had gone wrong, and the king had ordered him to stay with the boy. All the workers were surprised because he had just arrived to them, and the blond man also didn't understand what he was thinking about, after which he loudly ordered to stop chatting and prepare to sail. Because there was very little time, unanimously agreeing, the men returned to work, speeding up twice as fast so as not to let the leader down. At that very moment, a loud explosion thundered, attracting the attention of everyone on the shore. Everyone turned around and looked at the ship, which was blazing with bright flames and was clearly out of action. Having split apart, the huge ship was already sinking, while the fire consumed the unwetted parts of the wood and sails, illuminating the shore. At this time, a boy stood at the stern of the ship, watching with interest everything that was happening from above. Smiling and reaching for his hammer, Scott curiously asked what the demon's minions were doing here in the middle of the night. Jumping up, the young man heard the shouts of the robbers that they were being attacked and that someone was on the ship. Landing and hitting the ground with his hammer, the guy threw several bandits into the air at once, taking them out of the fight. The man standing next to Hassel said in shock that the boy had calmly taken out 4 people in a second. With a sly smile, the young hero dropped to one knee and asked everyone if anyone wanted to surrender right now. While the bandits did not dare to get into a fight, seeing what abilities the guy had in addition, the hammer scared him. Hustle cried out that they were pathetic nobodies because he might be called a saint, but he was only at the expert level. And so, he was sure that the boy was pretty tired after all those jumps, to which he only saw Scott smile. The man shouted again, asking him not to let himself be fooled, as this was just a trick to buy time and restore his mana. Without getting up from his knee, the sweaty boy pretended to be tired and said that he had been found out. The blonde also smiled as he slowly drew his sword, stating that he didn't expect the boy to come here alone, and so it was a great chance for him to get rid of him, after which he rushed at the young man. The boy was glad that his lie was believed, after which he urged his opponent to attack him, swinging an axe. The man attacked, but to no avail, meeting the hilt of the hero's weapon, which reacted with lightning speed to every movement. But suddenly Hustle began to take out a second sword, trying to take the enemy by surprise, and by the fact that it is more difficult to defend against 2 balls. The man swung his second blade, hoping to end this fight, already rejoicing in his victory. But suddenly he froze, not understanding how this could have happened, because this blow was supposed to be decisive. However, by filling his hand with mana, the boy stopped the sword while the enemy did not understand how he did it. The young man grabbed the blade while the man tried to pull it out with a trembling hand, after which he called upon his spirit. The wolf quickly ran, closing the distance to its target, showing its angry grin, aiming its claws straight at the man. With one swing of his paw, the beast struck, after which he heard the cry of the enemy, who was able to defend himself a little. Jumping to the side, Moonwolf growled, examining the damage he had inflicted on his enemy and awaiting further orders. Hazel was enraged as he felt a deep wound open in his side from 3 claws left by the beast. Ignoring the wounds, the man turned to the boy, declaring that he would tear him into small pieces. Tearing the sword from the boy's tight grip, the warrior declared that it would be much easier to forcibly cancel the spirit summoning, which made even a summoner like him surprised, after which the man changed his trajectory and rushed to attack the wolf. Belatedly understanding his plan, the boy immediately ran towards his friend, realizing that he might not make it in time. Throwing 2 swords behind his back, the man flew into the air, shouting at the beast that he was now going to get rid of it once and for all. Swinging his swords, he added that he would then kill his master as well, sending 2 energy attacks sent from the weapons to the wolf. Blood began to ooze from the spirit's body, causing the beast to growl angrily, but remained standing on its paws, withstanding the attack. The worried summoner called out to his comrade, realizing that he might now be left without help. But as soon as the dust cleared, he noticed that the spirit was slowly approaching him, practically unharmed. A stunned Hustle just looked at the beast, not understanding why his attack had failed and the beast was still alive. It was very strange because he had caused him a lot of damage, but now he had to be on guard so as not to expose himself. He looked at the boy again, not understanding how he had survived the call-up, trying to figure out what to do next. He suddenly realized that this little guy was only protecting the target's attack area to reduce mana consumption. The man became angry and declared that he was ridiculous and that the beast should have died, after which he again assumed a fighting stance. At the same time, Scott was attacked by several of Hassel's henchmen, wanting to help him and trying to take him with their numbers. However, with one small swing of the hammer, the guy knocked out all the bandits so that they would no longer interfere. Returning to the wolf's back, the young man invited his opponent to continuing to fight one-on-one. After that, the boy smiled, calling his opponent a crazy beast man, trying to get him mad. For a second, the man froze, and upon hearing such an address addressed to him, he was clearly thinking about something. At this time, the boy tried to even out his breathing, telling Moonwolf that he had little mana, so he would have to control the movement himself. After the beast responded with a bark, Hassel spoke up, saying that it seemed the king had told him about him in detail. Temporarily lowering his swords, the man stated with displeasure that the old man had no sense of gratitude at all. The boy did not like such speeches, but he did not answer, waiting for what else would come to his opponent's mind. The boy remembered his dialogue with the king when he told him that Hustle had left the castle rather quickly and was now running away. To which the old man replied that he was a man with countless varied and interesting stories. The man lowered his head, saying that beastmen usually inherited the skills of the local animals, but sometimes mutants were born. People kill such children immediately because they remind them of the tribe of mermaids who opposed their god. Scott did not understand at first what the king was talking about, not understanding the meaning of this story and how it could help, after which he froze, his eyes wide open, only now realizing what essence was put into these incomprehensible speeches. As it turned out, Hustle somehow managed to survive far from his homeland, carefully and for a long time hiding his true identity. The king needed his abilities, so he voluntarily took a mana oath that would help them both. Because of this, the man kept his identity a secret, but now the oath has taken effect, killing the king. At the same time, Hassel approached the water, quietly asking if the king had told him anything else interesting about him. Suddenly, clots of water began to rise up next to the man, like whips, which he could control individually. The boy remembered that the king spoke with interruptions of coughing, which was also accompanied by blood coming out of his mouth. The old man said that if it turned out that he was an enemy, he should not even think about fighting him near the sea, because he would only make things worse for himself. At the same time, the water began to envelop the sword, swirling around the concentrated man, and it was hotter than the red energy. He got back into a fighting stance, completely confident in his victory because he is the one they call the killer whale. With new strength and abilities, Hassel rushed to attack, swinging his sword, which was completely surrounded by water. This attack was now longer range than before, which meant the boy now had to be extremely careful. Before the attack could reach him, the boy riding the wolf managed to jump away at the very last second. But he was unable to dodge it completely, receiving minor damage, which is why the guy was unhappy with his position. After all, the enemy had new abilities while he was running out of mana, and the opponent swung his sword again. A new wave, shrouded in mana, arose and was directed towards the hero to destroy him completely. But suddenly the wave began to turn into a huge water ball, hanging over the confused guy with a hammer in his hands. He didn't know what to do, or how to come back from something like this, realizing that the water had strengthened his spiritual weapon quite well. A huge ball descended on the hero, after which a deafening roar was heard, splashing water all over the shore. While the drops, that's me, were falling on Hassel, he smiled, asking in disappointment if this was really all the boy was capable of. He was already rejoicing at his victory, and was about to lay down his arms when he suddenly noticed some movement behind him. Scott ran at full speed, riding on a wolf that had no intention of dying from such an attack, albeit a dangerous one. Swinging his hammer, the young man approached his enemy, advising him to die quickly, not wanting to mess around with him for long. Dropping to one knee, he took the blow of the huge weapon, defending himself with two swords crossed between them. He didn't expect such strength from the kid, whom he had just almost killed with a rather powerful stream of water. However, seeing his angry expression, the man realized that he had an extraordinary recovery speed. Little by little, filling his swords with mana, the blonde clearly understood that it would be difficult to fight such an opponent. The only problem now was that if it dragged on, the support team would arrive, so there was no time at all. Swinging his blades, the man jumped back, increasing the distance for maneuver, not taking his eyes off the boy. Without thinking, he plopped into the water, confident that no one would get him there, because this was his native element. Scott clenched his fist in anger, realizing that his opponent was escaping and that it would be damn hard to get him through the water. Suddenly, his anger turned to surprise when he looked up and saw what was looming over him like a huge mountain, a sea monster, whose body was surrounded by water, looked at him, saying that the boy was definitely unusual. Smiling slightly and sighing, the girl knight looked with slight surprise at the duke's daughter, who was as naive as a child. Then he turned around and swam away at incredible speed, trying to break away from the boy through the water. The annoyed hero cursed, declaring that he could not rush after him in pursuit across the water. But suddenly the wolf called out. Their eyes met as the beast tried to convey to its master that they could track the monster anywhere. He showed the guy a picture, explaining that a wolf can walk on air, thereby ignoring any surface for pursuit. The young hero watched carefully what his comrade was showing him, understanding the plan of action, but still a little hesitant. He asked the wolf if he had just shown him his special ability, to which the beast only nodded, showing a semblance of a smile. Then there was a joyful bark, and Scott thought about it and asked if he could help. Would the wolf be able to use her? But after that, he apologized guiltily because he was not yet ready to figure out how to do this, so they would try it another time. While the wolf whined in disappointment, the boy remembered Hassel's words, who said that they would see each other later one way or another. Looking at the boxes floating on the sea, washed up from the wrecked ship, the boy asked himself what exactly he was planning. At the same time, a man entered the cave, carefully leaning on the rock, while checking to make sure there was no one else there. Walking forward, stripped to the waist, Hustle happily declared that everything had gone as well as he thought, turning his attention to the man. Next to him sat the sorcerer, Hale, completely exhausted and red with anger, who lived up to the blonde's expectations. Suddenly the mage roared, rudely ordering him to shut his mouth, adding what a dirty scumbag Littman really was. Sitting down opposite him, he smiled at the blonde, saying how rude it sounded, but he was honestly trying to help him. You can't tell from his expression, but he's worried about the magician. If he doesn't eat, he'll lose consciousness. After which Hustle took out 2 loaves of bread. Raising his head and looking at the barrier, the man asked what they would do with this monster, to which the magician did not answer. Meanwhile, the young Kraken woke up again and began to break the barrier, creating chips and cracks that spread across the entire surface. Hale immediately stood up, sealing the barrier, filling his hands with mana, which was not enough to last long. Feeling the mana aimed at him, the monster opened his eyes wide, after which he began to slowly dissipate his energy. A few seconds later, the monster closed its eyes, going into the world of dreams while the magician trembled, maintaining the spell. Hustle, meanwhile, laughed, asking Hale if it wasn't amazing, adding that it was a miracle they got him. Because if they let him go, he will telepathically contact his mother, and if they kill him, she will know about it too. Then the destruction of Karun will only be a matter of time, and therefore, in order to save his people, the magician must try harder. To which the dissatisfied wizard declared that his people would be punished by God because the guy was crossing all moral standards. Hearing such a loud statement, the blonde smiled widely again, seeing Hale's futile attempts to reach him. Suddenly, the beast man became angry, kicking the backpack with all his might, from which innocent loaves of bread spilled out. He then turned around and walked away, claiming that she had struck him as odd on his birthday, so he was just looking. After waiting for the madly writing man to leave, Hale looked carefully towards the exit, hoping that he was not being followed, after which he turned to the barrier, filled his hands with mana again and, concentrating, began to cast a new spell. A seal appeared on the barrier, after which the Kraken sleeping inside made a loud sound, which the magician did not pay attention to. The wizard's face frowned as he told the departed Littman that his plan was not destined to come to fruition. At the same time, Scott and the captain of the knightly company stood before the king's throne, giving a detailed report. Liam was the first to speak up, saying that after checking they found out that all the movers were demon followers. The king inquired about the cargo, to which he heard the answer that it consisted of objects that were used in magical rituals. The man lowered his head and added that if they were added up, they would amount to half the kingdom's annual budget. Hearing this, Ahmad, worried, put his hand to his head, saying that he should have doubted Sir Littman earlier. After all, the king had long known that he was both a mutant and a man who was consumed by the thirst to show the world what he was capable of. But he really proved his skill. But why did everything turn out this way in the end? This question did not give the old man any peace. Suddenly, Scott interrupted his anxious speech, placing his hand on his chest and bowing low, because he had something to say. He stated that from Sir Liam he had learned that little was known about his work, and had also learned something important about Littman. The king immediately replied that he himself wished it so, and he himself thought that he needed it to avoid being persecuted by werewolves. The boy added with a stern look that he should have been treated with suspicion, because ambitious people never hide. The old man immediately stopped the stunned captain, declaring that everything was fine and the guy had noticed it correctly. After all, the king should have realized this earlier. But it is useless to complain about the past when it is necessary to prevent the destruction of the future. After which the man thought for a few seconds before turning to the young hero again, trying to ask the question correctly. He then asked if there was another way to track down the demon's followers since Hasla had eluded them. Pleased with this question, the boy immediately smiled, answering affirmatively, having some kind of plan with him. After all, everything could work out if they help him a little. Then they will quickly find Hustle and all his minions. The next day, the boy headed to a familiar bar, noticing how movers were unloading some boxes. Wrapping himself in a hood, Scott walked up to the door and knocked loudly so that he would be heard immediately and let in. A familiar red-haired man immediately opened the door, apologizing and saying that they were closed for now and the bar was not open. In response to this, the young hero merely waved his hand, asking him how he was doing, ignoring the words about closing. The man looked down in surprise, seeing a familiar face, happily greeting him, watching the boy smile. After which the guy asked what kind of boxes these were, and after a short story, the young man understood what they had to deal with. As they walked inside, Jay listened to the story, saying that if they had difficulty identifying the demon's followers, the matter was complicated. The boy clarified that one particular person did not have demonic energy, which is why he was unable to track him down. He spoke of Hustle, who had united only with his followers but who himself was almost impossible to track down. The captain immediately thought about something, calculating something in his head, after which he answered that it turns out that such people exist. The man suddenly stated that he felt awkward meeting Scott in person and that he had not expected him to be the one to come. Smiling slyly, the man added that he wanted to personally show him the true power of the Black Wing. Having imagined something in his head, the boy declared that he still had a chance to prove himself, and very soon. The surprised man asked about the chance, but the guy only turned his head, pointing to the boxes standing nearby. Taking one of them, the guy slowly and carefully placed it on the table, trying not to disturb or break anything. Having opened it, he began to say that he had asked His Majesty for a favor while taking something out of the container. A second later, the boy held a scroll in his hand, declaring that he had taken the remaining cargo, which could be of great help. Suddenly, the boy threw the scroll aside, saying that he was sure that there was at least one tracking ability expert in the Black Wing. With a joyful cry, the boy informed the captain that it was time for them to get down to business and start showing their abilities. The man wanted to say something, but Scott loudly asked the experts to check the entire cargo and identify all those guys, after which he began to take out all the contents of the box, asking where all his people were, and then asked them to call him here. When the young hero fell silent, the man turned to him in an uncertain voice, trying to find the right words. In a rather polite manner, he informed him that what he was asking for was quite difficult to fulfill, after which he saw the frozen guy. After all, they had already tried to do this before, but the followers were too cautious and covered up all their tracks, after which the captain awkwardly lowered his head, realizing that the boy's plan could not be carried out so easily. The stunned young man grabbed his head and began to scream loudly that he had experienced all this suffering and horror in vain. However, the captain tried to calm him down, saying that he was not entirely right. Hearing this, the boy turned his head. As I stood up from the table, Jay said that almost all the things of the demon followers ended up with them, which was very fortunate. Looking at the boxes, he noticed that there were a lot of them, and that such a quantity could not be sold at once, but something could be thought of. Smiling, the captain said that there was almost everything necessary for the ritual, which even they could carry out. Not understanding the essence of his idea, the guy only silently and questioningly looked at the man, waiting for further explanations. Jay went a step further, telling us that once they had survived a fire, in Karuna they began to carefully catch everyone who had artifacts with them. Raising his index finger upward, the red-haired man clarified that this did not concern the materials. And to create an artifact, you need a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 10 ingredients, but they lost almost everything. Reproducing the same amount will take a long time, but what if there is a store that sells all the necessary ingredients? They will have no choice but to go there to save time, to which the man saw the boy's dumbfounded look. When the captain's plan dawned on him, he smiled, declaring that it sounded great and that he was good at more than just business. Suddenly, one of the waiters entered the room, holding a covered tray in his hands, to which he heard a question from Scott. Jay told the employee that he was on time, then turned to the boy, asking him to try it. After all, it was prepared especially for him, after which the man slowly reached for the lid, maintaining the intrigue. With a sudden sharp movement of his hand, he removed the lid, proudly saying that this was one of the most popular delicacies on their menu. The captain showed the boy a whole Enixon chicken, which the boy looked at in complete shock, after which he turned his gaze to the captain, politely thanking him, but clarifying that now was not the time for lunch. Raising his index finger again, the man sternly asked him to try, not forgetting his polite manners. Scott slowly tore off the leg, looking at it with suspicion, because although he loved to eat, he had more important things to do right now. He replied that he would only bite once, but as soon as his teeth touched the meat, the guy froze, not understanding anything. It was as if he had been hypnotized, and when he came to his senses, he was already finishing the last piece, not understanding how this had happened. However, the guy didn't stop there, lifting the plate and drinking all the juice that had managed to flow onto the plate. Suddenly he heard the captain's voice, who was interested in the taste of his dish, to which the guy began to answer very seriously. Not knowing how such a man had become a captain, he asked why he didn't devote himself entirely to the cause. Jay replied that he could now be proud of his skills and was confident that they would be able to do it without arousing suspicion. After that, the two of them stood up under the captain's confident words that they could now begin preparing to search for the demon's followers. 2 months later, two figures were walking down a dark alley, trying to act naturally and not catch anyone's eye. One of the men asked hesitantly if it was really safe where they were heading now, wasting their time. To which his interlocutor smiled, reassuring his comrade that he had already checked the owner and found no problems. He began to report about the owner that he was a good businessman and probably founded the store only to make money. And while his comrade was saying something about disobeying the order of the foreman, the second one opened the door, answering that he had already conducted an investigation, and so now they need to spend their time wisely, after which they entered the store, looking at a wide variety of goods. Meanwhile, Jay, standing behind the counter, greeted the new customers and asked them what they wanted. One of the men said that he had heard that he had a good product, and then asked to bring what was written on the paper. A man with slicked-back red hair and a monocle over his eye began to carefully examine the list. Having looked through the full list of goods, the man smiled slyly, having found exactly those they were looking for. The captain immediately remembered the first days when they were organizing this store, and the work was simply in full swing. Scott asked with interest why he was taking it so seriously, while the man, looking at the goods, asked him not to interfere. For 2 months, the man professionally served the wizards, selling them a wide variety of goods. It was not in vain that they worked hard for 2 months, because this day finally came. Jay told the buyers that he would now prepare everything. He asked them to wait a little, after which he moved a little to the side, collecting everything he needed and eavesdropping on the clients. One of them was shaking with indignation, asking his comrade if he was sure, because he sensed a catch in all this. The same man added in a tense voice that the foreman had clearly said to be extremely careful, to which his interlocutor replied that it was much simpler and faster this way, and at that time another figure was walking towards the store. Opening the door, the third man, wrapped in a robe, entered the store, looking at everyone gathered with undisguised interest. The two stunned shoppers froze, looking at the doorway, seeing someone they definitely didn't expect in this place. Jay was also surprised when he saw the frightened faces of his customers, turning his gaze to the entrance, examining the newcomer. He said with a smile on his face that they were having a very interesting conversation, after which he asked her to share it with him. While the men were talking to their leader, Jay thought that he was one of their companions, to whom they would tell everything. However, the man with the scar on his face began to approach his brothers, glowing with dark energy, heating up the situation, after which he sternly declared that he could no longer tolerate their failures, because they had been entrusted with a very important task. The two guys immediately became scared when they saw the murderous look of their boss, hoping to apologize and make amends. One of them immediately started shouting that he didn't have to worry because they didn't tell him who their master was. However, this did not help, and with a wave of his hand, the leader killed his subordinate with the help of magic, without listening to the rest of his excuses. Another guy begged the foreman for forgiveness while the captain watched in horror as the carnage unfolded in his store. Before his eyes, the charred body hoarsely apologized, saying that he would not disobey again, but it was no use. When the body fell, the man ordered his subordinate to clean up the place, to which he received a loud consent. The robed figure then walked up to the salesman, apologizing for what had happened, while Jay's entire body tensed. The man with the scar on his face smiled and said that he had some small doubts in his head about everything, after which he began to cast the spell again, stunning the seller, who immediately became confused. The foreman added that everything happened too timely not to attach special significance to it, after which he sent a spell at the captain, who could do nothing and somehow protect himself from the flames. Due to the lack of mana, Jay only covered himself with his hands, experiencing incredible pain burning through his body. The hooded man watched silently as the suspicious man disappeared from the face of the earth, burning in flames. It is unknown how much time later the man heard the familiar voice of a child, who was calling him to open his eyes. Being pretty battered, the captain recognized the young hero who was trying to bring him to consciousness. Looking at the wounded captain in shock, the boy immediately began asking what had happened to him. Raising himself slightly and looking forward, leveling his vision, he slowly replied that he was unlucky. The guy just looked at the captain in surprise, not understanding what he meant, expecting a more intelligible explanation. Jay remembered how the sergeant tied him up, saying that there was a person who couldn't use mana. It was a great rarity. After which he looked around the store, declaring with surprise that he had a lot of good and useful goods there. After which the wizard freed the seller from the shackles, deciding to leave him alive because he might still be useful in the future. Once freed, the captain began to cough violently, greedily sucking in air as the evil magic left his body. Suddenly, a bag filled with a large number of gold coins fell onto the table with a clang, spilling onto the table. While Jay looked at the magician in surprise, he said that he would pay generously, so it was hoped that he would get more things. The black magician also threatened the seller that if he told anyone about what had happened, he would definitely not get away with it. The crippled captain was glad that he was not awakened, which means that he still got off lightly. Scott was dumbfounded by such speeches, asking the man that he could let go of the situation so easily. To which he received the answer that the magician must be sure that he can finish him off at any moment, like this time. Seeing the ashes on the floor, the boy stood up, saying that just because Jay couldn't use mana didn't mean he had to turn a blind eye to what happened. Taking a handful of black ash, the guy added that the sorcerer was brave and left such traces behind himself. After which he told his comrade that they would call a professional tracker magician here to help find them. The man did not respond to this statement, silently looking ahead, as if pondering the guy's words. He suddenly turned his head, addressing the young hero, saying that he would like to check something first. After all, this incident may indicate much more danger than they think, which is what gave Jay the idea. After all, the aura that emanated from the Duke during training went beyond human capabilities, and the black magician also felt it. Let's face it, the captain concluded that perhaps his level was about the same as the captain of the 7th course, to which the boy confidently replied that no matter how dangerous it was, we must figure everything out at any cost. Smiling and clenching his hand, he added that if it didn't work, they'd just make it work. The Black Wing captain was surprised by the positive attitude of the guy, who seemed to be not afraid of anything at all. The man became infected with his mood, simultaneously agreeing with all the boy's words, slowly rising from the floor. Deciding that Scott deserved the praise, the man bowed, saying that he trusted him and would follow his orders. A month later, the young knight was training the soldiers responsible for protecting the divine artifact. He reviewed the records and reports, learning that they were able to track the movements of a demon that they could deal with. After all, just a couple of days later, a major magical ritual was recorded on the neighboring islands. It is necessary to ambush them together with the Black Wing, taking the enemy by surprise, and destroy all their plans. They were also able to convey some information to the royal family, so they will definitely receive good help. His lordship is also organizing support for them, but the boy did not understand what kind of support he was talking about. Suddenly, the doors leading to the barracks opened, releasing a knight who walked towards the boy, muttering something under his breath. Why did the man start complaining that many knights were sent on vacation? And apparently he didn't really like this news. Truman, scratching the back of his head, noticed that Liam had also taken a long vacation, and therefore would have to drink alone. Hiding the letter in his inner pocket, the young hero turned to the captain, asking if he and Sir Liam were on good terms. Well, the man smiled back, answering that they were old friends and often drank together, after which he suddenly jumped up, inviting Scott to join him for dinner. Hopefully he had found someone to talk to. However, he smiled at the boy and apologized, after which the captain was surprised to realize that he was also going on vacation. Sighing sadly, Truman asked him to have a good rest and come back as soon as possible, because duty does not wait. The guy smiled, pleased that the captain did not ask him about any details of the vacation. A few days later, the day of the operation arrived, causing 4 warships to leave the port. At this time, several soldiers came down the corridor, saying that a lot of knights were missing and they could not miss this chance. The door in front of them slowly began to open, and a bright blue light began to appear from the room. Entering the room, the knights unanimously declared that today they would protect the divine object, no matter what the cost. Scott, who was hiding behind a column, immediately raised his voice, saying that that's what he thought, and it's good that he decided to stay. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the boy, who apologized, adding that they were being too obvious. Having looked at the traitors menacingly, the guy who did not know that a person was involved in this, whom he would not have thought of. At that second, Captain Truman looked at him with a cold gaze, without answering anything, watching the boy's actions. However, the young warrior was not going to just deal with them. He needed to find out all the available information. But suddenly, the knight stood in front of the captain, declaring that the boy was just a stranger and could not know anything about the captain. After all, he trained countless knights who, over the years, were able to achieve unprecedented heights. He was also the one who founded the order. The man's last sentence turned into a loud cry, showing sincere emotions. The soldiers also added that he should not have been left to guard the relic, and absolutely everyone agreed with this statement. Scott then turned to Truman, asking if he had started out as a knight, to which he received the answer that it had been a long time ago. For thanks to his brilliant comrade Liam, he quickly realized his limits and his limited capabilities. He also understood where he belonged, so instead of creating a training group, he decided to go into service. However, all his efforts were in vain, even though he spent many years and effort to achieve this. But despite this, the Baron and Baroness crossed out the notices for his transfer, practically destroying any hopes. The captain said that it was dishonest, and even the current king did nothing about it, although it cost him nothing. But, to our deep regret, at that time only Littman was on friendly terms with him, maintaining a trusting relationship. But he was the one who gave him a new dream, because no one recognized Truman as worthy during his childhood. And the beastman did this not for personal gain, but for the common good and the good of the captain, who will receive what he deserves. All this was in order to build a new kingdom, and after his words, all the knights immediately took out their swords. The boy just laughed when he heard the speech about the new kingdom, looking at the video, and without even looking at the blades pointed in his direction. Without thinking twice, he decided to ask the captain if this was how he explained his alliance with the demon, in response to which the man bared his teeth. Lowering his head and looking away, Truman replied that there was no turning back, because he already knew that he would not see forgiveness here. He then loudly ordered his soldiers to grab the boy, who immediately rushed to the attack, swinging their blades. The young hero had heard more than enough, and therefore confidently reached for the hammer, putting a smile on his face. The next second, several bodies of knights flew away from the boy, being knocked off by a huge hammer. The stunned captain watched as his knights were simply beaten in front of his eyes, depriving them of their precious lives. Scott, on the other hand, flashed an evil grin before declaring that, to be honest, it suited him just fine. The bodies of the soldiers landed with their entire weight on the ground, sprinkling the floor with their own blood, receiving numerous injuries. Kneeling down, Truman turned to his comrades who were trembling in pain and agony and calling for the captain. The man realized that he could not allow it to end like this, after which he reached into the pouch tied to his belt. Rising sharply, he threw an unknown object at the boy. I hope that this will destroy him once and for all. However, the guy was already ready for some dastardly tricks, and therefore was always in tension, which is why he was able to fight off the object. This thing turned out to be a ball that fell to the ground with a crunch and rolled away, breaking, while Truman looked at it in horror. The red ball began to crack, after which it began to spread and melt, slowly releasing demonic energy outward. A second later, there was a sharp explosion of dark energy that scattered throughout the room. Dark tentacles began to cover the boy, who tried to evade them or defend himself, while the ball began to return energy, absorbing it at incredible speed, increasing in size. Suddenly, the completely broken ball began to bubble and expand, pulsating and continuing to absorb energy. A moment later, a huge clawed hand emerged from the artifact, quickly taking on a full body, after which a real demon with an ugly face, horns on his head, and huge wings appeared from the ball. Realizing that he was free, the demon roared loudly, rejoicing at his release and stunning everyone nearby. The stunned captain, seeing this, asked how this was possible, since they were now near the relic. Hearing his voice, the monster immediately grabbed Truman, who clearly did not expect such a turn of events, but could not escape his grip. Squeezing harder, blood began to flow from the armor, which the demon immediately began to savor, spilling into his mouth. The man's loud cry distracted the monster while Scott was already flying to his aid, swinging his hammer. With one swing of the weapon, the boy swelled the demon's hand, trying to save, albeit a traitor, but still a person. The monster howled in pain until his hand and the captain fell to the ground with a roar, showing no signs of life. Barely breathing, the old man asked the guy why he was helping him, but the boy, not paying attention, asked where the demon came from. Bleeding. The captain sadly replied that Sir Litman had given him away, but it was clear from him that he regretted what he had done. The man also added that he told him to use it as a last resort. Hearing this, the young hero again turned his attention to the monster. He watched as the divine artifact's barrier damaged the demon, dissolving its wings and causing incredible pain. Scott immediately noticed this, trying to contact the magic of this barrier, which surprised the captain. Clenching his fist, the guy thought that they could not have known about it, but still this scoundrel forced them to bring the demon. After which the hero turned to the trembling old man, saying that he had many questions and asked him to stay here. The next second, the demon began to fly away from the artifact, while the young man again began to take out his hammer. Rushing in pursuit, the guy began to saturate the weapon with mana, shouting a theme so that he would not dare to run away. Having overtaken the monster, the boy delivered one blow to the side, which was definitely able to knock the monster to the ground. The demon's deep wound was bleeding, causing him a feeling of unbearable pain, which is why he screamed deafeningly. The monster spent his last strength trying to escape from danger because he was in a losing position. The trembling demon watched as a child slowly approached him, armed with a hammer and having no fear. The guy tried to deliver the final blow, but the monster with a sharp movement shot up into the air, moving away. It was a diversionary maneuver so that the demon could get closer to the artifact, clearly planning something terrible. Realizing this, the young hero cursed and then ran after him, trying to prevent the inevitable disaster. But with every second the demon came closer, being illuminated by a bright light, extending his remaining hand. At the same time, the ship docked at the island, where the operation to capture the demon's minions began. A hooded man with a bloody sword in his hands watched the 6 corpses lying on the seal, after which he told Jay that it seemed to him that there was an obstacle on the island that prevented them from being tracked normally. He was also asked if he could guess what the matter might be, and the man in turn sank to the ground. Trying to find some traces or evidence, he clearly stated that someone was using concealment magic, which surprised his interlocutor. "I don't understand anything." The figure hidden under the hood asked the captain what this meant while he was taking something out of his bosom. Sprinkling the seal with magic dust, the man replied that he knew nothing, but it was better to stop the ritual and go back. After which he concluded that if they wanted to hide the magic circle, then their real target was Karun. And looking at his interlocutor, Jay froze, seeing his expressions and realizing that Scott was in great danger. At the same time, the boy was in pursuit of the demon, realizing that for them, following orders was more important than their own life. He saw that the fiend of hell had practically touched the divine artifact, and this could not be allowed to happen to him. Having caught up with him, the hero kicked the monster in the back, pushing him aside and giving himself the opportunity to maneuver and then attack, after which the boy swung his hammer once again, concentrating the energy to deliver a heavy blow. He screamed loudly for him to remove his paws from him and brought the weapon down on the demon's head with a roar. At first, there was an unpleasant crunch, and after the monster fell to the ground, huge pieces of stone flew into the air. The clearing of dust gave the idea that the monster was still alive, although it was incredibly weak against such an opponent as Scott. Raising his head, the half-buried demon growled loudly and angrily, showing his sharp fangs. However, this only made it worse for himself, seeing how a dangerous boy with a huge weapon in his hands was again rushing towards him. The demon began to saturate his body with dark energy in the hope of protecting himself a little from unimaginably painful blows. And the boy, realizing that the monster had nowhere else to run, set his center of gravity correctly, was heading to deliver the decisive blow. The next second, the demon's body was literally torn into pieces while the guy rejoiced at the victory. A minute later, the boy looked around and was surprised to notice that an evil blader rank monster was moving freely around the area. Taking a look at the monster's remains, the young hero stated that the Demon King's followers were using magic of a higher level than he had imagined, after which he carefully looked around the room, noticing that the scoundrel Truman had disappeared somewhere while he was busy fighting. Without wasting time, the boy, riding the wolf, ran out of the castle, not allowing the traitor to escape unpunished. Noticing the bloody footprints, they ran towards the captain, while the boy thought that he was the savior, but he was still thrown. You can't let him get away, and therefore you need to use all available means, after which the boy activated his magical vision. Looking at the brightly shining blood prints, the guy asked his friend to speed up his run, wanting to quickly catch up with the escapee. At this time, Truman went down into the sewer, leaning on the wall and continuing to leave bloody trails behind him. Suddenly, in front of him, he saw a door glowing with blue light, to which he headed, exhaling cold air. Crouching next to her, the man grabbed his wounded rib, feeling the incredible pain that the demon gave him. Raising his head, these terrible moments flashed before the old man's eyes, mentally returning him to the monster's clawed paw. For a moment he thought about the boy who had decided to fight him, deciding that even he would not make it out alive. As a result, everything that he so strongly desired would not come true. And the only reason for this was his weakness and the evil fate of fate. He understood perfectly well that his strong and loyal subordinates died senselessly because of him. Even the divine relic, which he considered precious, did not seal his fate, and this must be his end. Suddenly, a familiar childish voice spoke to the man, saying that at least he was aware of this. With a stunned look, the captain saw Scott alive and unharmed in front of him, asking him how he survived. Before he could finish speaking, the guy rudely interrupted the old man who was barely speaking, asking why he was so surprised. The young hero began to come closer, not afraid of the captain's sneaky attack, because it was clear that his strength had practically left him. The guy began to clarify. The old man was surprised that he was alive, or that he had found this secret place hidden by magic. Activating his magical vision, Scott examined the door where the captain sat next to him, telling him that he was brave. In an absolutely calm tone, the boy said that he would never have thought that he had a refuge in the sewer. Realizing how difficult it was to hide anything from this boy, the man only laughed hoarsely, holding back a cough. Grabbing his head with an iron glove, Truman agreed with the guy, concluding that he was definitely finished. Taking the youth out from behind his back, the boy said with a serious look that the knight had a couple of questions left to answer. And first of all, he was interested in what these scoundrels were planning, to which the old man replied that he did not know the details, after which he began to slowly rise, trying to maintain his balance, simultaneously declaring that he knew only one thing. The tall man's shadow completely covered the boy, who tensed slightly, expecting any sneaky attack. However, the man only leaned forward, telling the boy not to forget his promise, after which he slowly began to fall. The stunned Scott decided to stop him by shouting, but the man who had fallen dead could no longer hear him. He began to call the old man, but it was useless because his hour had already struck, and his strength had completely left him. After checking his condition, the boy realized that he was not breathing and had reached his limit, which meant that he would not be able to obtain information. And standing up, the guy noticed that if he had not become an accomplice of the demon's followers, he would not have died like that. Suddenly, the animal barked and attracted attention, reminding them that they had found something interesting after all. While the wolf was disappearing, the cattle asked him if he felt strong mana behind the door, after which he decided to check everything himself. Having forcibly knocked down the door, the young man flew into the room, expecting to see an ordinary room in which some notes could lie. However, what he saw in front of him made him open his eyes in surprise and freeze for a few seconds. In front of him was a cave, in the center of which lay an elderly man, showing no signs of life. The same boy ran up to him, turning him over to face him, recognizing him as the tsunami sorcerer whom they had been looking for a long time. Looking at his pale skin and lack of breathing, the guy realized that he was already dead and there was no way to help him. Not understanding anything, the guy tried to understand whose mana the Luna Wolf sensed if the only person in this room was dead, after which he turned his head, seeing the body of a huge monster, recognizing it as a baby kraken lying not far from him. The body also did not radiate life, after which the boy asked the question where the beast from the mystical era came from here. Suddenly he saw the source of mana that had so attracted his comrade, and he began to carefully examine it. Represents what the sorcerer did with this monster? She understood that he was transmitting information, and his memories were coming to him. Touching the body of the monster, the guy said out loud what was to be expected from the tsunami sorcerer during his lifetime. After all, he protected the Kraken even after death, and if he sacrificed himself for this, then there was a reason for it. Suddenly, Scott felt a surge of incredible magical energy that passed through his entire body. After infusing himself with mana, he definitely felt the frightening evil aura that was too strong right now. After all, it feels like it is of the same level as Leon's, which could only promise great danger and misfortune. The guy bared his teeth, not taking his eyes off the monster's body, trying to understand where the ominous energy was coming from and what it would lead to. The young hero understood that there was no time, so he began to very quickly deal with the barrier created by hail. There are only 2 spells left, but it is unknown how long they will take, and therefore everything must be done very carefully. It wasn't a good idea to use the mana of the first one, whose effects were suspended, but it was a little difficult for a tired Scott. After the first manipulations, it was necessary to restore the barrier, because if the information leaves this room, a disaster will ensue. Suddenly, a huge stream of mana left the sewer, soaring into the sky, attracting the attention of everyone who was still awake. The stunned king looked out of the window, not believing his eyes because he certainly did not expect to see this right now. There was a message woven from mana in the sky, and on top of that the king accurately recognized Hale's handwriting. However, as soon as the old man read the message, he immediately turned pale and aged 10 years because only one word was said there, Kraken. The man immediately realized that the monster was swimming here, and therefore he was gripped by primitive fear not only for himself, but because of all the inhabitants of Karun. And as if confirming his fears, a man rushed into the room, calling for the king to hear the terrible news. First principle. Henry von Karun entered the room, along with his assistant, saying that they had a big problem. The frightened man announced that a huge tsunami was heading towards them, and evacuation of people alone would not do. The heir also asked to announce the highest level of warning, which made the old man freeze in even greater horror. Turning his head, Ahmad looked out the window, realizing that if this was really a kraken, then they would not be able to protect him from Karun. The only question the old man could ask was that this was the end, and they were unable to do anything. And suddenly their anxious discussion was interrupted by a familiar voice asking if they had decided to give up. Turning their heads together, they noticed a child confidently carrying the man's body, which they were very surprised by. The heir's assistant immediately shouted, asking the boy how he dared to break in here, but the king immediately calmed him down. When Scott laid the body on the ground, the heir to the throne immediately looked at him in shock, realizing who was lying in front of him. The tsunami sorcerer showed no signs of life, which the boy agreed with, claiming that it was Mr. Hale. The guy also added that he fought for Karun until the very end, but died, and this news only made the king feel worse. Clenching his hand into a fist, the old man was furious and indignant that someone had killed his faithful magician and comrade. Henry asked who did this to one of the 7 sorcerers of the circle, to which he received the answer that he was killed by the demon's followers. Now feelings of overwhelming fear tormented the young heir, who said that they had defeated one of the pillars of their kingdom. However, Scott said that there was still hope, because even in such a seemingly hopeless situation, he left them something. Everyone was looking forward to what the boy would say because this could be a chance to save the entire kingdom and thousands of innocent lives. After a short pause, the young hero said that they had heard right, and what the sorcerer left them was a shield that could save Karin. Having lost hope of salvation, the men hesitantly asked whether what the guy said was true, completely doubting it. Hanging his head, the king sadly said that what Hale had left would not be enough to save the whole of Karun. Scott asked to clarify what the old man was talking about, but he replied that he could not tell him about it yet, after which he declared that holy power has a limit, drawing the attention of all those present, especially his heir. After all, a divine artifact should protect them from animals, but it alone will not be enough because the danger is much greater, and the power of the artifact is not enough to protect them from the Kraken, which is one of the most terrible monsters. Stunned, Henry asked with horror in his voice if this was the monster from the legends, and then asked if he had caused the tsunami. He did not hear the answer, realizing that he himself knew everything. But the boy said that they were wrong, and the divine object would be useful to them. He asked the men to remember the legend, making it clear with his confident appearance that all was not lost. After all, even in ancient times, artifacts were valuable because they were created by God, and therefore will always be stronger than monsters. In response to this, the king, without saying a word, immediately perked up a little, realizing that there was some truth in the boy's words. After all, the Kraken is a legendary monster. If the ancient scriptures are true, then the holy power will always prevail over it. Thinking about something, the old man said out loud that the Kraken is different from other monsters, which means there is meaning in the boy's words. After this, Ahmad sharply waved his hand, ordering his heir and his assistant to evacuate as many people as possible, after which it was necessary to order the sorcerers to protect everyone from the tsunami. To which he received the answer that it would not be possible to evacuate everyone. Well, then they just had to be brought to the inner square, if necessary, use ships to transfer the rest to the islands. With hope appearing in his eyes, the king shouted for his order to be conveyed to you and to evacuate every last one of the inhabitants. Suddenly, a knight came running into the hall, addressing his majesty, shouting that they had a big problem. All the ships in the port were destroyed, to which the old man and the young warrior reacted to such information with complete shock. Meanwhile, in the port, the last ship was sinking while 2 unknown figures watched. They were wrapped in dark cloaks and their faces were hidden by a hood, which is why they tried to be invisible. One of the men approached the first elder, saying that he had destroyed every single remaining ship, to which the dark magician, with a scar on his face, replied that they had taken away their last chance to escape, thereby winning. He then asked what happened to the rest of the sorcerers, to which he first received a scared look from his subordinate. Trembling with fear, he replied that they were informed that the knight had interfered with the execution of the plan, and after that, no news came. The elder did not like this answer, and he immediately guessed that someone knew about them, but this would not stop them from finishing what they started, after which he ordered his subordinate to call for reinforcements to get rid of all the pursuers, to which he immediately agreed. Rejoicing and surrounding himself with dark energy, the leader declared that everything was going well, while the interlocutor only looked at him questioningly. Turning his head and noticing the barrier, the elder stated that he thought that even they would have a hard time, despite their futile attempts, after which he ordered to kill the knights who would stand in their way, which they could do very well. The leader walked through the streets of the city, followed by a dozen subordinate followers of the demon, because the show was just beginning. People who learned about the danger tried to escape, while Karun will have to try to protect himself from the tsunami. While the magicians of the kingdom probably have all their strength and mana for this, united in one group, they will definitely create a barrier with which they will try to hold back the water, preventing it from entering the city. The madly smiling leader said that when panic begins, they will use the evil of the sea in the person of the Kraken. As a result, the royal family and the bright light of the divine artifact will be destroyed forever, and Karin will be buried underwater. The elder loudly declared to the minions that they had been waiting for this for a long time, and their time had come, and it was time for the world to know what Malam was. After 2 days, part of the city was flooded with water and some buildings were destroyed, while there were almost no people on the streets. Scott watched the exhausted magicians who sat exhausted on the floor, trying to regain at least some strength. The king, holding his chest and breathing heavily, said that they were defending themselves against the tsunami without respite. Looking at the old man's condition, the boy asked if everything was okay with him, suggesting that he rest a little. But suddenly, a very strong energy passed through the guy's body again, making him freeze and realize that it was approaching. From such force, the young man fell to his knees. I tried to control myself, but the king noticed his condition. The old man immediately began to ask what was wrong, trying to understand what could so easily bring such a strong boy to his knees. At first, the guy didn't want to answer, but then he frowned, saying that he had sailed, which means everything would begin now. People who went outside to carry things and evacuate simultaneously turned their heads, looking towards the sea. A dome began to rise from the calmly flowing water, making it clear that whoever was hiding under it was very huge. Suddenly, an incredibly huge tentacle rose above the city, covering a huge part of the city with its shadow. Now the one who would determine Karun's fate was the terrible monster that was the sole ruler of the depths of the sea. Residents immediately abandoned their belongings and rushed away from the monster in panic, wanting only to save their lives. Several magicians, a knight, and a king watched the monster, which approached as close as possible to the city. Everyone immediately recognized the Kraken and kept their eyes on it, while Scott called out to the king, carrying a huge sack behind him. Paying attention to him, the old man asked what was in his bag, to which he replied that Hale had left it for them. Without going into detail, the boy summoned the spirit to personally greet the monster that attacked the kingdom. Without losing hope in his savior, Ahmad shouted that he was counting on Scott, and then released him. The boy, riding a wolf, ran forward, hoping that his plan would work, saving an incredible number of lives. Some time ago, the king watched as Hale's last words were heard through magic. Shrouded in mana, the tsunami turned to his majesty, asking him to forgive him for leaving him so suddenly. The wizard also told the old man to let him know that for the sake of him and their people, he fought to the very end, sparing no effort. And in addition, he left the machines of his loyalty to them. Using them, the young hero flew very quickly towards the port. A few minutes later, the boy reached one of the monster's huge tentacles, dodging its attacks, after which he saw one of the limbs rising high up. Thinking that this could not happen, the guy began to peer. Turning his head, he noticed the sparkling eyes of the monster very far from him, which made it very difficult to get closer to him. Retrieving the hammer from his back, the young hero reasoned that his main body was too far away, but he had to get there. He turned to the wolf, saying that there must be a solution anyway, but he did not understand what, which is why he asked his comrade for help. Without hesitation, the beast again showed him fragments of the picture as it calmly cut through the air without any obstacles, after which the young man felt the mana with which he was surrounded, saying that he had experienced this sensation before. Trusting his faithful friend, the boy agreed to try, to which the wolf reacted very joyfully. This was the third stage of the spirit summoner, a connection of power, thanks to which they pushed off the ground and soared high into the air. Pushing off from invisible supports in the air, the young man riding the wolf, with the monster's body tied behind, headed forward. The feeling of flying on a mount was new to Scott, and looking around him, he realized that he liked it. Seeing a huge monster from above, the guy decided to get closer to it to put the plan into action. Noticing its dead child, the kraken immediately let out an unbearably loud scream, widening its eyes, shining red. Scott immediately covered his ears, barely able to bear the scream of the water monster, which was able to deafen them for some time. At that same second, a huge tentacle rushed straight towards them. I wished to destroy the stunned opponents. A second before defeat, the wolf managed to jump to the side, thereby saving its owner from imminent death. The boy only became embittered, saying that the kraken thought that he had killed his child, although he didn't care. He jumped from side to side to avoid being hit by the monster again, safely reaching its face. After all, traces of his killer are sealed in the body of the baby kraken, so he will be able to sense and find the culprit. After which the boy tied a rope to which the child was tied, preparing to throw him forward. Having tensed, he forcibly threw the weapon, sends the body to his mother. I hope that this plan will work and the monster will retreat. With incredible speed, the hammer rushed forward, confidently approaching its target through the tentacles. The monster immediately noticed how the child's body was approaching him, stopping its destructive tentacles for a moment. The mana-filled body stopped a few meters from the monster, stopping and floating in the air. You have already earned the barrier, and the monster began to carefully review all the information stored in his child. The wolf stopped on one of the roofs of the houses, watching as the monster laid its body on its tentacles, stopping the attack. A minute later, the monster again began to let out a deafening cry, showing all its anger and incredible rage. The boy began to be enveloped in dark energy, from which he could only protect himself with his bare hands, covering his face. The next second, the body of the baby kraken flew at him, and the mother threw it with all her might, wishing to destroy the enemy. There was a deafening roar that destroyed the entire building, from which a loud child's cry was heard. The wolf, unable to withstand this force, began to disappear into the world of spirits, leaving its owner to fight alone. The stunned guy thought that he had failed, not understanding what could have gone wrong because they were not the killers, after which he looked around, realizing that he was in free flight, and tried to quickly saturate his body with mana. Some unfamiliar voice told him to relax, but the guy did not hear where it came from or who it belonged to. A meter from the ground, the boy was caught by an unknown figure who did not allow him to break and lose a lot of strength. At that same second, a huge tentacle descended in front of them, blocking their path and hinting at a battle. The unknown person, picking up the boy, began to run away, while the tentacles began to move after her. They ran some distance away rather than turned around, trying to understand their position and at the same time bring the boy to his senses. However, the young hero was conscious, so he was surprised that his savior was Sir Zenus, whose hair was now red. The guy immediately began asking him if he could be here because he must have some business of his own, to which he replied that there was a more important matter here. But the guy did not let up, saying that if he interfered, this could lead to political problems. The man smiled, asking him to calm down because he was wearing a mask, and then it would be very difficult to reveal it. A person who possesses both silver mana and the cold wind attribute is a young knight with the level of an aspirant. There is simply no other person like Zenus, and now they could fight on the same team, which Scott did not expect. Suddenly, the man looked at the monster, noticing that he had suddenly calmed down, but it was not clear why this was connected. Suddenly, Scott noticed a demonic energy not far from them that was hovering right in the air, and it was easy to calculate. Among the destroyed building, they noticed the dead bodies of the demon's followers, from which demonic energy emanated. Not understanding anything, Scott wondered aloud why they were here, slowly starting to piece together the facts. Remembering where the monster's blow was directed, the guy realized that it was they who had planned the attack. This means that the monster attacked the demon's followers, which means that Hale's plan worked. But suddenly, the monster became angry again, emitting a heart-rending cry, and with burning eyes, it again began to strain its tentacles. Scott and Zenus were horrified by this picture, not understanding what could again anger the monster so much. The boy said in shock that there were no more followers of the demon nearby, so he didn't understand what was going on then. The puzzle stubbornly refused to fold, and so the guy asked what was going on with the summoning magic that the man was studying. The captain replied that she has the ability to hide anyone's presence anywhere, but they destroyed most of the circles. After listening to him, The hero thought that even now he seemed to be the one who knew more about the demon's followers than others. A second later, it dawned on the guy that the Kraken's attack was just a diversionary maneuver, while the divine artifact was needed, after which Hernasha began to saturate his body with mana, clenching his hands into fists, while Zenus looked at him questioningly. Closing his eyes, the guy asked his spirit to show him the location of the divine artifact using his vision. A picture of the royal castle immediately appeared in front of the boy, which did not provide any accurate information. Tensing more, the young man asked Moonwolf to concentrate and show a more accurate picture in order to find out where to go. Suddenly, figures appeared before his eyes, wrapped in dark robes, heading straight to this castle. Without wasting a minute, the hero called the beast, immediately saddled it, and without any warning began to run towards the castle. Zenus immediately caught up with him, moving on his own 2 feet, asking the boy if it was worth leaving the Kraken alone. Without slowing down, the heroes replied that the demon's followers wanted to get their hands on a divine artifact. The man was surprised by such a statement, but the boy added that his protection is a priority, because this is the only way to keep his holy vows. Scared to death, people watched as several huge tentacles of the water monster rose up. Women screamed in fear, while some trembled and prayed, turning to God with the desire to survive. At the same time, the soldiers in the temple heard loud sounds and felt terrifying energy. They did not understand what was happening, just as they did not know whether to rejoice or whether this was just the beginning of something terrible. However, thanks to the divine artifact, the area around the temple was safe, but it was unknown for how long. They could only protect him. As a friend, several more people entered the room, some of whom should not have been there in the first place. Having drawn their swords, the knights immediately began to rudely inquire who had entered, loudly and imperiously demanding that they show themselves. The voice immediately said that it knew the concealment spell was useless, asking if they were tired of standing guard all the time. Although it didn't matter, because they were only in the way, which is why the elder began to emit demonic energy, showing who was standing in front of them. The knights were silent, watching the actions of the stranger, who firmly stated that it was easier to kill them than insects. With his hand in front of him, concentrating energy and creating a spell, the man added that they were no match for him. The elder released the first spell, sending flames towards the knights, who could only defend themselves with swords. However, the guards quickly realized that they could not stand against the wizard, feeling incredible pain that passed through the armor. With one spell, the wizard removed several knights from his path, who could no longer interfere with him. The elder smiled evilly. I understand that his plan is working perfectly and his goal is already as close as possible. At the same time, Scott and Zenus ran at full speed towards the temple, while the boy declared that there was very little of the artifact left. However, several followers of the demon were already guarding the temple, who recognized the boy and received orders not to let him get closer. Pulling the youth out from behind his back, the boy became angry. It was a pity that they already had a lot to do, but the captain decided to deal with them himself, after which the man began to saturate his legs with mana, using his special ability, which Scott had never seen before. A moment later, the captain rushed forward with incredible speed even for a knight, which surprised the boy. The stunned followers immediately stopped, realizing that they would not have time to do anything against such speed. With a few swings of his sword, the man scattered the stunned villains, clearing the way for the guy without wasting any time. Unconsciously, the young hero smiled, realizing that Zenus was incredibly fast and quite strong, which was very impressive. The man asked whether the demon's followers would be able to touch the divine object at all, because some kind of protection should be installed there. The boy frowned, agreeing with his words, but he had already seen an example of how one person was almost able to take the artifact. However, something haunted the young hero, which is why he had a very bad feeling, which became more and more intense. They may have caused a big commotion with the Kraken, but things can only get worse from there, because it is unknown how much they prepared. The stunned captain looked at the guy. I don't understand what could be even worse than what already exists. Running past one of the houses, they heard a voice, immediately turned their heads and were surprised to notice a familiar face. Sir Liam watched them with his huge sword in his hand, greeting them and saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Descending to the ground, the knight decided to ask what happened because they did not have time to let him know what was going on. The boy began to choose words, trying not to waste much time, when he suddenly noticed a huge shadow hanging over him. 2 men and a child, riding a wolf, somehow managed to dodge the sudden attack of the tentacle, which took them by surprise. Having sunk to the ground and tensed up as much as possible, preparing for a new attack, Scott was the first to speak up, asking what it was. The next second, he opened his eyes wide, seeing what appeared before his gaze, unable to say anything. From the dissipating cloud of dust, figures in dark robes began to appear, next to which something was shining brightly. One of the followers held in his hands the core of a divine artifact, bound by dark demonic seals. Embittered, the young hero immediately grabbed the hammer, declaring that they had stolen it after all, and that's why the Kraken was here. Due to the theft of a divine artifact, holy vows could not be kept, causing the danger to only increase. Realizing what was really happening, the captain said that it was now clear to him which worse the boy had previously spoken about. Looking at their opponent, he said that first the Kraken, and now one of the dark sorcerers with the seventh circle was here. Smiling, the elder grabbed his chin, saying that they had arrived much earlier than he expected. It seemed to him that now it would be fun, because the Morse heir and two challenger-level knights were pitted against him. He didn't know who they were, but they definitely seemed strong enough to stop their evil plan. Delighted by such fun, the dark magician began to concentrate his energy, declaring that he would finish them off right now. Not wanting to hesitate, the sorcerer sent dark lightning at the heroes, which could simultaneously take the lives of all three. First of all, the spell was directed towards the boy, who was sitting astride a wolf and was preparing to defend himself. Realizing the full danger of the situation, Zenas saw that Scott was in danger, so it was necessary not to save him. Rushing forward, the captain stood in front of the guy, hiding behind the sword of this terrible spell, withstanding its pressure. The young hero was surprised by the captain's action, noticing that Sir Liam also joined him, protecting him from the lightning. However, such a struggle only provoked the dark wizard, who increased the flow of the spell, saying that resistance was useless. At that same second, it became more difficult for the men to hold back the attack, but they decided to put all their strength into defense, not giving the magician a chance. Scott tensed, realizing that they would not hold out for long and that it would be necessary to return the artifact to the temple, after which he began to examine the henchman, wondering where the one who had the artifact had run away to. Raising his head, the boy noticed that the scoundrel had risen into the air, wanting to leave the battlefield, taking the stolen goods with him. Without wasting any time, the summoned spirit began to run through the air, very quickly catching up with the fleeing enemy. Not wanting to accept defeat, the guy bared his teeth, ordering the thief to return the divine artifact as quickly as possible. Looking at how the boy was catching up with his subordinate, the elder calmly declared that he would not succeed, after which he raised his hand, directing a stream of spells at the young man in the air, wanting to take him out of the game. Frightened Zenas, hiding behind his sword, immediately realized that he was aiming at Scott, and this could not be allowed to happen. Throwing a stream of lightning downwards, destroying the ground below him, the man suddenly flew into the air, leaving Liam standing alone on the ground. While in the air, it was much more difficult to protect against lightning, but the captain had to try to do it. At this time, Liam noticed that he had repelled a blow from one of the sorcerers in the seventh circle, considering it reckless. The captain, without wasting precious time, began to use the sword art of Valentius, the first equinox of Zenas. Having imbued his weapon with a sufficient amount of mana, he began to swing it, aiming straight at the dark magician. And releasing the songs of the frozen blade, the stream of turquoise energy clashed with the energy of the demon in an unequal battle. However, no matter how hard the man tried, the lightning still overtook him, leaving many wounds and injuries. In freefall, the captain flew down, hoping that this time was enough for the guy to accomplish his plan. This was also done for his safety, because Scott's protection should be the priority of all other tasks. After all, the captain directly listened to the Duke's words that this was necessary for the common good and for the safety of the whole world. Esgard was as serious as possible when he stated that if he doesn't trust the guy, then at least let him trust him. The captain clearly understood that he could not fail to carry out the Duke's order, and therefore a second wind opened in him when he landed on the ground. Holding his sword in front of him and simultaneously starting to cast a spell, Zenas told the dark magician that he was his opponent. Sir Liam immediately approached the captain, waving his sword, adding that it would be difficult, but there was no turning back. The seventh circle mage only laughed, asking his opponent if he was trying to provoke him. Without answering anything, the captain only mentally addressed the boy, saying that he was counting on him. While Scott confidently approached the fleeing minion of the demon, who was holding an artifact in his hand. Now the demon's minion saw two opponents in front of him, namely two challenger-level knights. Surrounding himself with dark energy, he decided to see what such strong warriors are made of. I wish to destroy them as quickly as possible. The sorcerer sent dark lightning at them again. I want to see how they will resist it after the last time. The two men had already prepared to defend themselves, holding their blades in front of them while simultaneously coming up with a plan of action. Lightning quickly overtook them, but they held off the first attack with dignity, although it was clear that they were having a very hard time. Liam, who was one of the strongest knights in the kingdom, became completely tense, realizing that they would not win with defense alone. Then he changed the flight path of the lightning, directing it to the ground so that he had a moment to counterattack. Having imbued the sword with energy, the man grabbed it with both hands, lifting the ground that was under his feet. After which he swung his blade, sending his element straight at the enemy, testing his defense. An explosive stream of magic flowed towards the minion, from which he did not even intend to dodge, letting him get closer. Reacting to their efforts with a smile, the man said that it was a good try, but it was all useless. After which he launched lightning directly into the ground, simply stopping the knight's attack without moving from his spot. Liam was stunned by how easily his attack was repelled, because he had invested quite a powerful supply of mana into it. Seeing his reaction, the dark magician smiled widely, asking the knights if he thought everything would go according to his plan. However, he suddenly froze, quickly turning his head, not understanding what kind of energy was raging behind him. At the same time, Zanus was approaching him, who ideally took advantage of the moment while the sorcerer was distracted. The next second, the captain sent a whirlwind at him, which spun the sorcerer, not giving him the opportunity to get out, causing damage along the way. For some time, the whirlwind did not stop, wanting to completely destroy the opponent, giving them all victory. While the captain was looking at this picture, Liam approached him, saying that it looks like they managed it, and it was all thanks to him. Running up to Zenus, the man added that he did not know that Sir Scott had such a wonderful, strong friend. The red-haired man reacted a little strangely to the word friend, but agreed with the knight's statement. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the voice of a dark magician, who recognized the owner of the attributes of ice and air. While hovering in the air, the demon's minion declared that he had finally realized who he was, asking if he had the right to fool around here. After which he called him Valentino's dog, to which Liam reacted with undisguised surprise, looking at the captain. Zenus knew that his disguise would not last long, but this was no longer important, because thousands of lives were at stake. At this time, the demon's minion just smiled broadly. I declare that since he himself appeared, I will get rid of him with my own hands. His opponents immediately took a defensive stance, trying to understand what the dark wizard would attack with now. A huge sphere appeared above the sorcerer's head, from which lashes of dark energy emanated, slowly charging. A moment later, the elder lowered his hand, sending the spell straight towards the captain and knight, realizing their end. The sphere expanded from the speed with which it was sent at the opponents, wanting to destroy everything it saw in front of it. The stunned warriors understood that they could not defend themselves against such an amount of energy with their own hands. They had very little time to make a decision. They had no choice but to evade. Jumping as high as possible, they hoped that the remaining energy and huge fragments would not reach them. As soon as the sphere made contact with the ground, the shockwave immediately threw the men away from it, creating massive destruction. While the captain was in the air, he thought that the magician was very dangerous and that it would be impossible to defeat him with one attack. And before he attacks again, you need to try to get him, trying to dodge all his dark attacks. However, the man completely forgot that the demon's minion was not the only problem that met them on the way. Turning his head, he noticed a huge tentacle that flew towards him, almost completely covering the warrior. Putting his hands out in front of him in defense, the captain thought for a second, noticing that something was wrong here. But the next second, the kraken's huge limbs slammed down to the ground, raising dust. At the same time, Scott continued to chase after the man who had taken the divine artifact with him, ordering him to stop. Almost reaching it, the boy extended his hand, and the wolf put his paws forward, but when he reached the cliff, the villain jumped down. Having finally given the guy a smile, the demon's henchman dived under the water, causing the young hero to curse. Suddenly, Scott heard a familiar voice coming from the water, telling him how stupid the guy was. Hustle looked at him from the surface of the sea, smiling and saying that only a fool would fight him in the water. To which the boy told him that he was wrong, which the man was very surprised, thinking that the guy was not all right in his head. Pushing off the ground, the wolf Scott was sitting on rushed forward, straight towards his opponent, wanting to engage in battle. They ran down the cliff, still trying to keep their distance as the young man declared that this time everything would be different. The man liked this attitude, hinting that he had the opportunity to finally defeat the arrogant and self-confident boy. The man agreed, joyfully asking him to try to defeat him, simultaneously creating several high and dangerous tornadoes. Scott immediately armed himself with a hammer, preparing more for defense than for attack. observing the actions of his opponent. Rising to his full height, the man grabbed two swords, threateningly declaring that the sea would become the grave of the young hero, after which he swung his blades, directing attacking energy at the boy, simultaneously sending tornadoes in his direction. However, the guy was surprisingly not afraid. He just smiled, being ready for such an attack, expecting something like this. Everything Hustle sent at him reached its target, splashing water in all directions, amounting to a lot of water just to watch. Meanwhile, the man smiled at his apparent victory, commenting that the boy was just a naive fool. However, at that very second the child's voice was heard, declaring that he was mistaken, to which he received only a surprised reaction. Raising his head, Hustle noticed that the guy was calmly floating in the air, unharmed, having managed to dodge his attacks. He asked the boy when he learned to fly, noticing at the same time that his strength had increased significantly over time. Without answering anything, the young hero rushed forward, only saying that now it was his turn, swinging his hammer. He was getting closer and closer to his opponent. The man did not dare to go completely on defense, trying to attack the guy, disrupting his movement so as not to allow him to get closer. However, he found her, curled up from each attack sent, deftly jumping through the air, with which the spirit successfully helped him. When he was at a short distance, the youth immediately touched the water, raising the water and creating a shockwave. The blonde managed to jump away at the very last second, realizing that now he was not entirely confident in his victory. Looking at the artifact that hung on his belt, he realized that if he lost, then everything would be lost and the plan would be ruined. No matter how much he wanted to end the fight, the man thought differently and immediately dived under the water, swimming as deep as possible, after which he instantly turned into a huge whale, placing the divine artifact in his mouth, deciding to simply run away with it. Having gained the required speed and holding the artifact in its teeth, the huge whale rushed forward, wanting to leave its rival behind. However, having sailed a short distance, he heard a question about where he was in a hurry, after which, raising his head, the mammal saw a hammer. Despite the pressure that was underwater, the blow to the belly was able to throw the whale into the air, forcing it to open its mouth. Unable to cope with the pain, Hustle released the artifact into free fall, unable to grab it in any way. At the same time, the boy extended his hand, smiling slyly, simultaneously declaring that it now belonged to him. With a deft movement, the core of the artifact ended up in the hands of the young hero, who immediately rejoiced at saving the jewel. However, the whale immediately began to approach the boy with huge leaps, mentally declaring that he would not let him take the artifact. Remembering where he was, Scott said that he almost forgot something, which is why Hustle just looked at him in surprise, while the guy had already risen into the air, saturating himself and his hammer with mana, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Declaring that he needed to finish with him, the guy temporarily threw an artifact and struck the whale's head with a lightning strike. This was enough to finally deal with someone who was supposedly impossible to fight on the high seas. While Hustle went under the water, the young hero again found himself on the back of the wolf, picking up the cannonball that he himself had thrown. It was necessary to finally make sure that the sea sorcerer was finished. Observing how the lifeless whale was belly up, rubbing the back of his head, the guy thought about the fact that he almost lost, but now he needed to return to the castle, returning the artifact to its place. However, another trouble awaited him in the face of the kraken, which was clearly unfriendly, destroying everything in its path. The guy looked at the monster dumbfounded. I understand where he was going, and this meant that the battle was not over yet. At this rate, Scott realized that he would not be able to save the artifact, and Karn would be completely destroyed by the monster. Now he was obliged to stop the kraken, because only he was able to take the trouble away from the kingdom. The boy immediately covered his head, feeling a very powerful evil force. It felt like his head was going to split. But the guy did not hesitate, quickly unsealing the core of the divine artifact in the hope that it could help. Having completely gotten rid of the seal, the young hero turned to the divine monster, politely asking him to stop attacking, not forgetting to add that innocent creatures are suffering, and to the guy's surprise, the monster responded to his words. He heard the powerful, low voice of the monster, who firmly stated that he did not care, which horrified Scott. The kraken added that sacrifices were inevitable so that he could cleanse this world of evil. It was clear that the monster had intelligence, after which he released an incredible amount of evil energy, which touched the boy and bypassed him only thanks to the artifact in his hands. The monster also added that the divine item was no longer in Karuna, which meant that the oath was no longer valid. Therefore, he will not break his promise even if he kills all its inhabitants. At the same time, he raised a huge tentacle, Seeing this, the boy immediately loudly asked him to stop. I wish to take away the trouble and save all the innocent people. While the monster was preparing to attack, the guy continued to attract his attention by calling him a damn clam. Reacting to this and turning around slightly, the Kraken noticed that the divine artifact was in the boy's hands. Not daring to ignore this, the monster turned completely in his direction, addressing him with fury in its eyes. Roaring wildly, sending a huge amount of energy into the boy, he asked if he was asking him to forget the pain of losing a child. Despite the artifact's protection, the young hero suffered enormous damage, coughing up blood and trying to regain his breath. The Kraken's rage was strong, but even so, the boy feels his deep sadness and grief for his own child. After which, having gathered his strength, Scott again turned to the monster, declaring that he would bring those who killed his child. Tense, he again raised the divine artifact to the top, asking the Kraken to believe him and stop his rage. Looking at the young man with huge eyes, the monster declared that he was holding a divine object, although he lacked strength. The hero immediately agreed, after which he stated that he would still come up with a solution to help the monster patch up his mental trauma. After thinking a little, the Kraken agreed with his statement, adding that it would help him a little by starting to absorb energy. The stunned boy could not accept his victory, looking in surprise at the calmed monster. Meanwhile, Zenas slowly opened his eyes, noticing that he had not let go of his trusty sword. He was immediately picked up, asking if he had woken up, quickly examining the condition of his comrade, who could somehow move. Slowly rising to his feet, leaning on his sword, the captain replied that he was fine and very lucky. Remembering the last picture before passing out, for a moment he thought that this place would become his grave. In response, the knight smiled, declaring that there was good news, which greatly surprised the captain, who was holding his head. When asked about the news, Liam advised him to look in the indicated direction, where they saw a Kraken tentacle wagging from side to side. Only a second later did Zenas notice how under the monster's limb there was a dark magician pinned to the ground. A slightly shabby man with a scar covering half his face thought angrily that this was very inopportune, and then looked up. He noticed his two opponents, who were again ready to fight, noticing that these bastards still did not give up. However, this did not matter, because now he was determined to fight at full strength, not sparing his already enormous strength. His eyes sparkled from the incredible amount of dark energy with which he began to envelop his body. He rose into the air again, enveloping everything around him in darkness, which spread in all directions with incredible speed. The two knights were not prepared for such a turn of events, while the captain stated that his evil power was spreading very quickly. At this time, the sky above the heads of the warriors slowly turned black and purple, hinting at the enormous scope of the disaster. Meanwhile, the sorcerer, who was in the air, loudly declared that in the pitch darkness he would burn them to the ground, after which his face lit up with a crazy smile, which made it clear that he would stop at nothing. The stunned warriors, looking at all this, quickly had to decide what to do next. Finding no way out, they turned around and began to run away to the loud laughter of the sorcerer, who called the knights pathetic. After all, they are insignificant and worthy of their title. But the dark magician did not notice how the Kraken's tentacle was quickly approaching him. There was a deafening blow, followed by the sound of a fall, raising up a column of dust, hiding the sorcerer. The wizard's spell was immediately interrupted when he remained pinned down by the monster's huge limb. The Kraken raised its tentacle, taking time to free the hostage, who was still catching his breath from the effects of the blow. The stunned dark magician was still conscious, wondering why he attacked him again, because this could not be a coincidence. Looking back, he noticed how the monster's limb was again heading in his direction to attack the enemy again. The blow hit him squarely in the back, breaking several of his ribs, causing the wizard unbearable pain, accompanied by a cough. The monster sent the demon minion flying freely at incredible speed, after which he collided with a wall. When the man turned around in flight, the blow again fell on his back, causing the pain to cloud his mind. Stunned, Liam and Zenas, looking at this picture, did not understand how it was possible for a Kraken to attack a demon follower. However, the monster did not finish there, sending a stream of evil energy in a certain direction, bypassing residents and buildings. The defenseless sorcerer had no choice but to take the full blow of the monster on himself, while still conscious. Trying to grab some air, the man wheezed while his robe was torn into pieces, revealing his tortured body. Losing consciousness and noticing that his body began to swell, the dark magician did not fully understand why the monster injured him. At this time, two warriors watched in shock at the bacchanalia happening in front of them. I don't understand how to react to this. Suddenly, dark energy began to approach them, and Liam, who was a little further away, told the captain to run. But Zenas did not have time to dodge, after which he stopped altogether, only hearing the knight ask what he was doing. Not feeling any pain or danger emanating from the murderous energy, the captain declared that this force only affects the sorcerer. The man added that he would do no harm and thinks that the kraken chooses its target, and it looks like Sir Scott succeeded. At this time, the dark magician began to swell more and more, screaming wildly in pain, somehow withstanding the incredible pressure. His teeth clenched tightly, his eyes rolled upward, but he still tried to keep himself conscious. It looked like defeat, but he would not die without a fight, after which the magician raised his hand, spending his last strength on it. Suddenly the sky turned red and then began to crack, releasing huge green shoots. The warriors raised their heads up, not understanding what this sound was, trying to understand what was happening to the sky and what was coming out of it. A minute later, a huge tree grew above the ground, upside down, the crown of which was replaced by a huge slimy ball. However, the tree turned out to be an incredibly large flower that opened its petals, releasing stems. Without any warning, the flower suddenly rushed to attack the two warriors, who did not expect it at all. They successfully repelled the attack of the first stems, simultaneously asking each other what the hell this was, continuing to defend themselves. Suddenly there were several times more stalks, after which they tried to tie up the unwary knights, while the flower itself headed towards the swollen sorcerer, who summoned it, without losing speed for a moment, after which the plants immediately absorbed him, but it was not clear whether this was done for the purpose of saving or eating. Liam and Zenas looked at this picture in shock, still being in the bonds of the stems, which did not want to let them go. Suddenly, the monstrous plant rushed away, leaving the bound knights to stand in place so that they would not give chase. Not wanting to put up with this, the captain of the knightly squad waved his sword in a fit of anger and rage. He could not allow the sorcerer to escape so easily, escaping from inevitable death for the sins that he had committed. He managed to cut the bonds, reaching the trunk of a huge flower, which he was able to overtake with his sword. The freed warriors jumped back, landing on the ground, alert and keeping their eyes on the plant. But against all odds, the plant managed to escape, while the knights, without wasting time, rushed after it. One thing was clear: he could not be allowed to get into the castle, otherwise those who were there would not be able to get out alive. Liam opened the door with his shoulder, quickly pouring into the room, ready for any dangers that lay ahead. However, he and Zenas stopped and froze, looking in shock at what appeared before their eyes, leaving a bunch of questions. In front of them stood the knights, surrounded by dark energy, who looked as if they had lost their minds. Turning around, the soldiers, like zombies, with a blank look, endlessly repeated only one phrase: die. Zenas shuddered, while Liam calmly examined his bewitched colleagues who had already drawn their swords. Suddenly, one of the soldiers said that this was the order of a person endowed with power, which greatly tensed the two warriors. At the same second, a loud blow from a fist was heard on the wood of the railing that came down from the second floor, hinting at anger. The surviving sorcerer bared his teeth, saying, turning to a roar, that because of them this incredibly important task had been failed. And yet he expects that there will be a way to achieve his goal, and let them, weak and worthless knights, try to stop him. He opens the door and turns around. The dark magician smiled, asking them to give their all to survive. Armed, the warriors tried to understand what purpose the sorcerer was speaking, realizing where the doors through which he went out led. After all, this is a direct path to His Majesty's peace, which was blocked by crowds of bewitched soldiers. Liam was the first to realize that the king was in danger, immediately imbuing himself with mana, activating his special ability. Reacting to this, the bewitched knights immediately clumsily ran into the attack, shouting for them to die for his glory. Raising his sword, the captain of the knightly detachment firmly stated that he would take care of them, seeing Zenas's confident nod. After which, the knight hit the bewitched soldier with the side of his sword, trying not to cause critical damage. But in spite of everything, the soldier flew away a considerable distance, crashing into the wall with a roar, raising a column of dust. Still in the wall, the soldier trembled, slowly coming to his senses and trying to understand how he got here and why he was in so much pain. The captain of the Blue Wing asked if Sir Liam could handle it, to which he replied that he would hit them with the side of his sword so that they would not die. Once again in a fighting mood, the man charged, shouting that they must get to His Majesty and asked the soldiers to get out of the way. With one swing, he threw aside several more bewitched comrades, who immediately flew high into the air. Looking at this cruel picture, Zenas thought in shock that he was able to do it somehow softer, despite the anger. At the same time, the dark magician created a huge hand from demonic energy, slowly killing the king's guards. With a hoarse and trembling voice, the man, with his last breath, asked his majesty to run as quickly as possible. However, the sorcerer did not know pity, throwing the man head down, depriving him of his head, and with it his life. Walking past the corpses, the man said that he should have introduced himself first, but these midges prevented him. However, now he can greet the king as expected, after which the man raised his hands and smiled widely. But at the same moment, another wizard stood between them as the king, whose duty was to protect the king at the cost of his life. Suddenly the old man screamed, losing his composure and pointing at the sorcerer that it was he who was to blame for everything that had happened. He only agreed, starting to saturate his hands with dark energy, adding that he understood everything completely correctly. And as a reward, he decided today to put an end to Karuna's bloodline by destroying all members of his family. But his villainous speeches were immediately interrupted by a familiar voice, which said that first of all the end would come for him. The dark magician turned around and saw the warrior Valentino, who was halfway towards him, charging the sword with his energy. The sorcerer replied that he was brave for following me, but his blows were useless against him. But he did not notice something. Zenus was only a distracting maneuver, while Liam ran up behind him and struck him clearly in the back, after which the knight, embittered by the actions of the sorcerer, apologized to the king for being late, adding that they had just arrived at the palace. The king was delighted that the hero arrived in time, telling them that he was glad to see them safe and sound. But at the same time, the wizard laughed, asking him not to make him laugh, because he was sure that two people would not change anything. And the fact that they are here means that there will be two more corpses, after which he again began to create spells with both hands. The dark magician asked them to watch carefully as his hands filled with dark energy, creating something terrible, after which, with a sharp jerk, he released magic straight at his opponents, all living things in his path. After all, he is the embodiment of their death. At this time, Liam and Zenus were wondering where he got so much power from after past battles, after which the knight realized that even if he evaded, the king would not have time, which meant that there was only one solution. Suddenly, the man grabbed the blue wing captain, abruptly pulling him towards him, which made him very surprised. The captain of the royal guard began to apologize, while a stunned Zenus asked him what was happening. But suddenly the knight began to cover his comrade with a stone, saying that he must do whatever was necessary to protect the king. Meanwhile, a deadly spell sent by a dark sorcerer was almost close to him. The red-haired man understood his comrade's plan, after which he began to mutually surround him with a barrier of air. A picture of the past appeared before Liam, where the young king asked him to serve for the good of the crown, and also said that he believed in him. And after the sorcerer's spell finished its work, the knight sat on his knees, shrouded in dark energy. His armor was destroyed, and he looked only forward, not paying attention to the fact that the unconscious Zenus was lying nearby. A voice in his head whispered that he must always risk his life. If he wanted to become a noble knight, he had to give his life more meaning. His eyes glazed over, but suddenly he heard a voice that said that an evil force was trying to attack the most vulnerable parts of his mind. Liam suddenly woke up, then turned his head to see the king feeding him mana and telling him not to give in. After all, even if the knight committed a thoughtless act, it is important in the end not to give up and not allow evil to take over. The warrior immediately jumped up, asking His Majesty not to overwork himself, and answered something that it was not difficult. Smiling, the fair-haired man replied that he was already feeling better, because he felt that the evil energy was receding. But they were immediately interrupted by a voice asking them to stop talking about this nonsense, because the knight was alive only thanks to him. Zenus stood up, saying that he came here to help him, and he used him like hell, asking where his consciousness was at that moment. The Blue Wing captain added that he wouldn't forget what the knight did today, but Liam immediately apologized, saying that he would repay him somehow. However, now they first needed to deal with the sorcerer, who, looking at them, did not understand how they survived. The dark magician again began to create spells, sparing no mana in order to completely destroy the annoying warriors. He asked them how dare they, but not hearing an answer, he continued to create another deadly spell. Preparing for battle, Zenus stated that they only have one chance, so they need to completely destroy his evil magic. And the sorcerer, surrounding himself with evil energy, loudly declared that this was the end, directing lightning towards his enemies. At the same time, the Blue Wing captain decided to use the Valentia sword technique, Zenus's second technique, after which several dozen swords appeared around him, identical to the one he had in his hand. The brightness of the luminous guns soared into the air, being aimed at only one target, which they were supposed to overtake. It was the skill of the Song of Mad Wings, which, with one wave of his hand, the man sent towards a dangerous enemy. Trying to defend himself from swords and taking damage, the sorcerer did not understand how a person with the level of an applicant could harm him. However, he knew that this could only be a diversionary maneuver, while the real danger was waiting for him behind. Turning around, he saw a knight who was about to use Karun's royal guard technique, Liam's lethal strike. Surrounding his sword with stones, the man, baring his teeth, swung it, trying to aim as accurately as possible. The knight launched his sword like a spear, which flew at his opponent with incredible speed, getting closer and closer. Unable to dodge, the dark magician took the full blow of the boulder, into which Sir Liam put all his strength. Punching through the ceiling with his body, the wizard again experienced unbearable pain, which only 2 applicants were able to inflict on him. Under the high pressure, the ceiling was destroyed, which everyone in the room watched, hoping for the end. Due to the destruction of the ceiling, a lot of dust rose, and it was not clear whether they had defeated the sorcerer, but suddenly the king cleared his throat, thanking someone, after which he knelt down, still coughing, which is why the heir and the knight quickly ran up to him. The men noticed that the old man had simply lost consciousness, while Zenas was only carefully looking around. Then the man stood up and swore loudly, defiantly, which immediately prompted a question from the knight, who did not understand what caused such rage. In response to this, the captain of the Blue Wing only showed the hand that they managed to cut off the sorcerer, which meant that he had escaped. At this time, escaping through the air with the help of dark energy, the elder held onto the place where his hand used to be. He tried to move away as far as possible so that they would not catch up with him while he was weakened, but he suddenly stopped, raising his head up. Just above him, riding on a wolf, sat Scott, with a hammer in his hand, whom the sorcerer considered the heir to the Morses, after which the sorcerer's eyes widened when he asked why the boy had a divine artifact in his hand. Before meeting the boy, the dark magician cursed repeatedly. I understand that his plan is going downhill. He tried to contact his shadows, but they did not answer him, because he did not know that they were all defeated. Bandaging his shoulder, the mage estimated that they had lost 30% of their men on this mission, and even he had somehow managed to get wounded. But at the same moment, a silhouette appeared in front of him, emitting blue mana, which made him understand that he could not go far. Noticing the enemy, the young hero, without thinking, surrounded them with a huge barrier so that he would not escape anywhere. Smiling, the guy asked the sorcerer if he had any guesses as to how he managed to get the divine artifact. However, the wizard was not eager to find out this question and began to cast a spell with his remaining hand. He had already lost too much on this mission, so it didn't matter now. He just needed to escape successfully. The sorcerer ordered the boy to get out of here, sending a killing spell at him, sparing no effort. However, the young hero did not dodge or try to escape, but only smiled, calling his comrade to action. Hearing an approving bark, they rushed straight towards the lightning, which was flying towards them with incredible speed. The stunned sorcerer did not understand why he was running towards her, condemning himself to inevitable death. As he ran, Scott activated the Iron God armor, knowing full well that it became heavier as he accelerated, and it becomes easier when he begins to act. With these thoughts, he forcefully pushed away from the wolf, picking up speed. Having created an iron body around himself with the help of mana, the boy immediately swung his hammer, aiming for the lightning. After all, he also knew very well that when he starts to go down, he gets heavier again, increasing his strength many times over. Now the wizard was seriously scared, not understanding what the hell was going on here. Realizing that the spell was useless, Scott moved closer and closer to the demon's minion, ignoring the dark energy of the lightning, successfully breaking through it. The young hero was able to cope with the spell, joyfully and at the same time angrily declaring to the enemy that he was now coming for his head. Realizing that the lightning was over, the boy immediately called on his spirit to pick him up in order to remain in the air. Having mounted the beast, the guy again began to feel more confident in the current situation, since he was able to overcome the enemy's first attack. The demon's henchman did not want to admit defeat until the end, looking angrily at the boy, becoming more and more irritated. However, after hesitating only for a second, the man received a rather painful blow to the chest with a huge hammer. Jumping back a little, he immediately grabbed the wound with his only hand, but still stayed on his feet, being conscious. However, the blow was so strong that blood gushed from his mouth, and the wizard himself was forced to curse rudely. Noticing that his attack was successful, the young man noticed that the magician was definitely weaker than before, so he had to continue. But suddenly the guy stopped, looking dumbfounded at the next trump card that the sorcerer had hidden up his sleeve. Raising his hand up, the man began to cast the spell again, breaking the space above him, causing the sky to crack. The villain's smile did not foretell anything good, and the energy coming out of him flowed in a stormy stream. A small sphere glowing bright purple appeared above his hand, releasing an incredible amount of demonic energy. Not daring to attack, the boy watched as the man completed his spell, sending waves of dark energy in all directions. The seventh circle magician understood that the next attack would be decisive, which would give him the opportunity to safely leave the territory. He loudly told the boy that he himself forced him to resort to this, and therefore he would never forgive him for it. The next moment, the boy noticed that the sorcerer's leg began to collapse, falling into ashes of dark energy. The stunned guy immediately recognized this spell, called a fire sacrifice, which did not bode well. There was an incredible amount of energy around the wizard, which he imbued himself with, giving up his leg in return. His evil energy is rapidly gathering, and the sorcerer himself is preparing to strike, sparing all the power of the victim. The sorcerer's eyes slowly filled with madness, because he understood that here and now, everything would end. The man said that he would burn and kill the boy in the most painful way, because it was he who destroyed all his plans, after which the wizard's hand lowered, sending a spell at Scott with the desire to destroy him forever. A huge beam of incredible strength and power flew towards the hero, which could kill any living creature. The stunned boy did not expect such a desire from the sorcerer, but now he needed to figure out how to defend himself. The young man understood that he had to act very quickly, and on top of that, it was now useless to fight at a distance. And if so, he uses what the divine object taught him. Only with its help can he avoid defeat. Usually this is only possible if you become superhuman, but Scott believed that he could do it. And given the experience accumulated in his soul, he is able to use the power of the artifact, because nothing else will help him. He called out to the core, when at the same second dark energy surged upon him, illuminating the sky with a bright purple light. Having used too much strength, the sorcerer began to breathe heavily, telling the boy to look at himself because he was finished. But suddenly he froze, even forgot how to breathe, refusing to believe what was happening before his eyes. The first thing the sorcerer saw was a divine artifact, which was safe and sound in the guy's hand. The man cried out that this was incredible, not understanding how such a strong attack could not leave much damage on the boy. Scott, riding a wolf, used the ability of a compressed spirit, which protected him from the effects of a fatal blow. The dark magician, already without two limbs, loudly asked how someone with the level of an expert was capable of such a thing. The boy was delighted by such words, which made it clear that the follower of the demon was completely weakened. Without wasting time and swinging the axe, the young hero loudly declared that this was his chance, which must be used. Rushing forward, the guy carried out a successful attack, reaching the enemy's body with his weapon, spreading dark energy around him. Having surrounded only himself with a barrier, the enemy's demonic magic radiating around him was no longer dangerous to him. Being practically exhausted, the dark magician has practically lost hope of victory and is trying to find a way out. At this time, the young man carefully watched the wizard, trying to understand whether he managed to win. But at that same second, the sorcerer grabbed the boy's hand, causing him to hesitate for a while, not knowing what else he had in store. Distraught, the man shouted loudly that he would tear the boy apart even if it was the last thing he did. Noticing something, Scott just smiled, looking sarcastically at his opponent, who did not understand why he was grinning. Seeing where the guy's gaze was directed, the man raised his head, noticing a huge tentacle moving towards him. Letting go and pushing the boy away, the dark magician soared up, declaring that this time the kraken would never grab him. But contrary to his words, the young hero immediately grabbed the sorcerer's leg, releasing the hammer from his hands and asking him where he was going. The stunned wizard loudly asked the boy to let him go, because he would also die, to which he heard the question whether he would surely die. Having created a spell with which he was able to push the boy away, the man shouted that he was crazy and it was all because of him. However, it was too late, and the sorcerer, emaciated from the loss of a huge amount of energy, only watched his approaching death. With a heart-rending cry, the man took the full blow of the kraken's huge limbs, going underground. When the monster retreated, the hand of the defeated minion of the demon, who had lost everything, stuck out from under the rubble of the ground. At this time, the boy in the air shouted that he had no mana left even to summon the moon wolf. He would definitely die if he fell from such a height, but it couldn't end like that. And with these words, he began to fly down. But suddenly, a monster came to his aid and substituted its limb, thereby saving the young man from falling. I used the energy. The boy felt somehow strange, but the monster held him tightly, helping to put him on the ground. After which the kraken thanked him, saying that thanks to the guy, he felt that his anger had calmed down a little. To which Scott sincerely smiled, glad that he managed to save the entire kingdom and at the same time help the monster. Against the backdrop of dawn, holding the hammer, the boy answered a little more that it was nothing, because in the end, everything ended well. The kingdom of Karun soon made an announcement about the event, that due to the antics of the demon's followers, the kingdom was in trouble. But thanks to the young hero, who risked his life, giving all his strength to save the kingdom, which he successfully accomplished. Without a doubt, all of the demon's followers were defeated, and the kraken that the enemies brought was also taken care of. With great gratitude to the young hero, the king bestowed upon him the title of Shining Knight, bestowing him with all honors. 3 months later, Scott remains in the kingdom of Karuna while a man approaches him, claiming that he is unrecognizable. Examining the noticeably older guy, in whom not a trace of the child remained, Zenas asked how this was possible. Hearing his voice, the young hero turned around, surprised by the question of the blue wing captain, who looked at the guy with delight. The man, who had returned to his previous appearance, happily noticed that the guy had grown so much in just 3 months. Smiling, the heroes replied that this was the power of his secret technique, because for some time he had been focusing on growth. However, this was still very surprising to the man, who began to look around, noticing how quiet it was on the training ground. Scott thought for a moment, answering that it was because the coronation was approaching and everyone was very busy preparing for the event. Smiling, Zenas replied that they should also go and see such a great event, suggesting the guy take a walk first. A few minutes later, they wandered around the castle grounds, and the captain said that everything had been completely restored here while he was resting. Remembering recent events, the hero worriedly asked the man if he was sure that he could already walk. Hanging slightly, Zenas asked if he was hinting at his serious injury and the consequences of mana depletion. Seeing agreement on the interlocutor's face, the captain confirmed his words, adding that he was almost completely cured. But in general, he shouldn't have had to lie there for so long, especially if Sir Liam hadn't been using him as a shield. But suddenly he asked Scott what about him and if he was okay, to which the guy was surprised, not understanding what this question was about. The man replied that he had unleashed the power of a sacred artifact while at the expert level and fought someone who was vastly superior to him. After all, this should have greatly affected his body. But before answering, the guy thought about the words of his interlocutor. Hesitantly examining his hands, the hero stated that his body does not quite obey, which sometimes causes discomfort. Zenas said with concern that this was the very same consequence and the guy had better rest. But he smiled and said that he was almost recovered. The stunned captain could not believe such a statement, realizing that recovery should take much more time. Refusing to take the boy's words seriously, the man said he was sure he must have more symptoms. Scott did not dare tell the whole truth to his interlocutor, that thanks to this he received something in return. He was able to study the power of the soul, which opened up new opportunities for him to become even stronger than in his previous life. In attempts to heal his body, from which he squeezed all the mana, filling its gaps with his soul, he gained this power. She reacts to mana, but the principle is completely different. At this time, the cattle began to cast a spell, unnoticed by the interlocutor. Because this power replaces his depleted mana and stamina, he was able to minimize the effects. In addition, he can do this without using mana, after which he threw the raised stone into the air, imbuing it with spiritual energy. Smiling, the guy activated the spell, waiting for what would happen to the stone next. High in the air, a dense piece of earth exploded, scattering fragments over a fairly large distance. Even living his life for the second time, the guy did not know that such a thing existed, and therefore this opportunity should not be missed. He did the right thing in not giving up until the very end, and this strength opened up new incredible opportunities for him. The legend of the Aura Master controlling the soul must have been true, as Scott had seen for himself. Looking at his condition, Zenas smiled, glad that he did not have any problems but would like to hear his solution. The hero did not understand what kind of decision he was talking about, after which the man handed him an envelope talking about his next destination, whereupon the captain frowned, saying that the Duke wished them to go straight to Elfheim. However, the dissatisfied man raised his head, saying that he would like to visit the capital to take part in the holidays in Valentino. When he asked what Scott thought about it, the guy froze, looking at the envelope, realizing that this moment had come. This was the moment of the second disaster that would very soon happen at the grand wedding of the Aslan royal family. Elfheim is just an excuse. The hero looked worriedly towards the captain, not understanding what the guy's look meant. Having heard that Zenas would not survive the wedding, the Duke must have wanted to give him a task unrelated to the second disaster. It wouldn't be such a bad thing if he went to Elfheim, since he could be safe there for a while. The only problem was that a third thing would happen in this place. But there was a possibility that the captain would not die there. And in Elfheim, Scott will meet Irina for the first time, the same elf I helped him with both deeds and advice. However, the image of Chloe immediately appeared in front of him, who was a very dear person, family, and the guy's savior. Frowning, the guy definitely decided that he wanted to help in any way he could, so that mourning would not overcome her for the rest of her life. Indeed, in the past, even when Zenus was in the palace, the disaster could not be stopped, as a result of which there were a lot of victims. The hero definitely doubted that they would succeed without them, which is why he only grabbed his face irritably. The worried captain decided to ask what was wrong with the guy, but he firmly stated that he had made a decision. The man couldn't wait for the answer. I hope that they matched. While the boy replied that they were going to the capital. Delighted with this outcome, Zenus said that this was a good choice, and therefore another interesting adventure awaited them. Sometime later, the king gathered everyone at an event to which Scott and Zenus showed up, hearing that the city's reconstruction was going well. Following the advice of the Shining Knight, he spread a warning about the divine artifact and the demon's followers. The old man thought it was a good time to wish Karin's safety and prosperity, as today was a significant day. Therefore, the king announced the beginning of the coronation ceremony for Prince Henry, to which the crowd responded with cheers. While the heir was on one knee in front of the king, the clergy approached them, holding a staff and a crown. While everyone was having fun and rejoicing, a voice was heard behind the two warriors, who said that now the king would be much calmer. It was Sir Liam, in good health, who did not forget to once again apologize to Zenus for the last time. The disgruntled captain grumbled that he had a duty to the royal family, so he would let him get away with it. After which the knight turned to the hero, saying that thanks to him, everything is fine now, and there is peace in the city. Suddenly, he spoke in a whisper that he heard there is a reason why the North Wind Lion is called the seventh deity. Scott was surprised by this information, looking at the blue wing captain, trying to remember the information from his past life. However, he was distracted by Liam, saying that he also performed well while Zenus turned around, wondering what they were talking about. The knight proudly added that people also talk about this a lot and respect the guy as a warrior and as the savior of the kingdom. But now the guy was worried about something else, because he had never heard from anyone in his past life about the seventh deity. Perhaps there were many other people talented than Zenus, which is why the guy missed this information. However, he decided to think about it later. Let's continue to watch the awards ceremony. While the king said that he would now hand over the crown to Henry, putting it on his son's head, the man asked him to take care of the kingdom, to which he heard his son's sincere gratitude. Raising his head and rising from his knee, this guy was now a king who was worthy to bear this title for the good of the people. At the same time, he turned to his new subjects, declaring that it was a great honor for him and the pressure of responsibility. And he would also like to take the opportunity to reward the Shining Knight, which made Scott dumbfounded. I did not expect such a statement, since a little earlier he had already asked for the right to borrow a divine artifact. Going out to the center of the hall and raising his head, the guy turned to his majesty, declaring that he had already been deservedly rewarded. Turning his head and seeing his father nod in satisfaction, the new king said that they believed that this was not enough. And then Henry waved his hand, loudly ordering the reward to be brought, after which everyone in the hall turned their heads. The door slowly opened, and the knights began to enter the hall, loudly stamping their heavy armor, interrupting the noise of the whispering crowd. Several men walked towards the king, while one of them carried a pillow on which something lay. He said that they heard that the guy is growing quickly, so it is useless to give him artifact armor now. So the reward will be a little different. And he joyfully pointed with his hand to what was lying on the pillow, waiting for a new owner. The king clarified that this was one of the artifacts used by their ancestor, the adventurer King Karuna. On a soft red pillow lay a huge mana necklace with a stone inside, emitting a warm and bright blue light. The guy looked in shock at the treasure lying in front of him, not believing that they would just give him this thing. After which the king said that initially he wanted to give him excellent armor, which made the hero cry out questioningly. But Henry smiled and waved his hands, adding that she was considered a national treasure, so it didn't work out with her. However, Scott was immediately assured not to worry, because the necklace is also an excellent item, because it contains the sixth circle of mana. Looking at the man dumbfounded, the hero thought in shock that he knew that Henry was generous, but not that much. The superior armor of the seventh circle has superhuman power that is the stuff of legends. Even 10 continental knights have touched such treasures once or twice, With the exception of the weapon master, he is a special case. The former king intervened in the conversation, asking the guy not to worry, because even if he spent the entire supply of mana, it would be renewed within a day. Delighted with such a gift, the guy put his hand on his heart and bowed deeply, saying that it was a great honor. Taking the necklace from his hand to personally present the gift to the hero, Henry asked to remember them when the guy looked at the necklace. Dressing it as the savior of the kingdom, the new king added that Karun would forever remember him as a hero. After the final speech, the hall filled with people roared with joy, shouting words of honor to the shining knight, after which Henry took Scott's hand and raised it up, which caused a new portion of cries of praise and loud applause. The next day it was time for Scott and Zenas to leave, as they were finally convinced that the kingdom was safe. Turning around and looking at the city, the Blue Wing captain raised his head and declared that they were all wonderful people. However, the young hero's mood was not so joyful, which is why he called out to his comrade. In response to the captain's question, the guy extended his hand to him, which contained a mana necklace, and then demanded to take it. The smile on the man's face immediately gave way to surprise, and then shock, because he did not understand what this meant. Waving his hands, the white-haired man immediately began to wave and refuse, saying that this was clearly too much. However, the hero said that now he cannot use a lot of mana at a time, and even if he manages to retain it, nothing good will come of it. The captain still had doubts and did not believe that this was a sufficient reason to give away such a valuable artifact. But the guy remained standing his ground, without lowering his outstretched hand, and without taking his eyes off his faithful comrade. Sighing heavily, Zenas had no choice but to agree, because the guy was pressing him very hard. Suddenly, he found a way out of the situation, arguing that he would keep him until the hero was ready. Handing the necklace to his friend, Scott sighed with relief, at first thinking that he would not agree, but everything went fine. After all, everything had to be done to ensure that he remained strong, but the captain did not know what awaited him in the future, and therefore did not worry about anything. They set off, and while the man was looking at the necklace, Scott thought that he was leading him instead to where he had died in his past life. A couple of hours later, their feet brought them to the beach, and a peaceful and endless sea, warmed by the sun, appeared before their eyes. Zenas offered to take a boat from here, to which the guy immediately refused, declaring that they would not need it, after which he began to saturate himself with mana, while the captain of the Blue Wing looked at his comrade in surprise. A second later, a grown-up silver wolf stood next to them, and the guy declared that he would never save time and money. Without thinking twice, they saddled the beast, which immediately began to carry them through the air, passing the water and accelerating to incredible speed. After just a couple of jumps, the captain realized that agreeing to this was a very bad idea, as he had just seen personally. Scott turned around, looking at his comrade's poor condition, and decided to ask how he was feeling, hearing only an incoherent wheeze in response. Having gathered his strength a little, the captain said that it would be better if they swam, but the guy asked him not to talk nonsense because they were almost there. As soon as the heroes turned away, he guiltily remembered that for the owner of the Moonwolf this was a trifle, but for an ordinary person riding it was hell. Suddenly, the Blue Wing captain covered his mouth with his hand, feeling his stomach already beginning to fail, giving way. Scott turned his head worriedly and saw how the man could not stand such an incredibly fast movement, freeing his stomach. Meanwhile, the port of Valentino was very busy. There were a lot of people crowding everywhere, and there was noise and commotion all around. Some passers-by stopped and looked with surprise and disgust at the two men sitting on the ground. They wondered only one question, who these tramps were, while exhausted Scott and Zenas tried to catch their breath. The hero, who used too much strength, literally lost weight before his eyes and tried to restore his mana. The captain was in the same state, saying that at first he thought he was going to die, after which he asked to rent a horse from here. Suddenly, the stunned warrior froze, looking down, to which he heard the hero's question about what was wrong. Suddenly, understanding his feelings, Scott also began to examine his pockets, realizing what the crux of the problem was. Slightly frightening the captain, the guy shouted that he was missing, and this information shocked the hero too much, shouting throughout the street. Both warriors grabbed their heads, realizing that both of them had lost their wallets, which meant that they would not take the horse. They tried to remember where they might have lost their wallets, but all that came to their minds was the vast, endless ocean. Dejectedly lowering his head, Zenas said that it was his fault and that he was very sorry, but it was clear that he was thinking about something else. After all, the man really didn't want to continue his journey on a huge wolf, because of which he had already suffered. Suddenly, Scott stood up and, smiling, told his friend that they could always make money. Now was the time to remember the days when the young hero suffered from poverty and knew where he could find a couple of coins. After which the guy immediately noticed two candidates who were pestering a weaker person in order to rob. To the warrior's silent question, the hero smiled, saying that cities usually have money bags that were created for such situations. Towards evening, they approached the kingdom, while Scott explained to his comrade that everything happened because the city was free. Joyfully examining the bag of money, the guy added that those thugs had some money in their pockets. However, Zenas, dissatisfied with what had happened, watched the cheerful boy with a gloomy look, trying to control himself. But he could not stand it, starting to tremble and in an instructive manner, declared to his interlocutor that he had the title of a holy knight, after which he turned around with a sharp movement and, breaking into a scream, asked the guy if he wanted to lose him so stupidly. The man shouted at the top of his lungs that the guy did not conduct an investigation and did not appreciate their sins, but simply used brute force. After all, such behavior will lead society to chaos, and the heroes only thought that the captain was too diligent, but at the same time great. After the guy jumped back, Zenas chased after him, and the hero thought that the man was riding a horse many times faster than any rider. This man was amazingly talented. If I was still a knight, I hoped that I had made the right decision in taking him with me. Having caught up with him, Zenas waved his fist, directing it towards the guy, loudly declaring that he hit. However, this was an erroneous statement because his fist passed through the air, and raising his head up, the man noticed how the boy hovered in the air. Without getting down from the wolf, he successfully and deftly landed on the ground, hearing the captain's menacing roar not far from him. But suddenly the hero, in a serious tone, asked the man to find out something before the ceremony began, namely, what he knew about the second prince. Surprised by this question, Zenas thoughtfully replied that his reputation was fine, and he had also heard that he was close to the crown prince. For a moment, Scott froze, trying to digest the information, not fully believing that they were close in this life. After all, according to rumors, the second prince staged a coup d'etat, and they all died in a family war. Without taking his eyes off his interlocutor, the hero mentally asked himself what was going on in the royal family. At the same time, the blonde boy was sleeping peacefully on the woman's lap, quietly snoring in his sleep and shuddering slightly. Stroking the boy on the head, the woman sitting opposite the fireplace quietly whispered that the crown prince had almost woken up. Cradling the boy, the woman waited for the man, who slowly walked up to the sofa and stood behind her. Looking at the crown prince, the second queen Cartia asked the man that their plan did not work, thereby becoming disappointed in what had happened. From the magic ball that lay opposite the woman, a voice was heard that answered in agreement. The man, whose face was covered with a hood, could not tell the details but assured that she did not have to worry about the results. The queen replied that she had already heard about what happened at Karuna, and in her opinion it was a major and terrible failure. The interlocutor wanted to answer, but the woman interrupted him, stating that they had been hatching a plan for several years and spent 3 months preparing. She suddenly became angry, contorting her face, asking them why they were saying that the plan had failed and how much longer should she believe them. Hearing such a statement addressed to himself, the man in the robe only grinned slightly, not allowing himself to answer the queen rudely. He then smiled, saying that even if she didn't believe them, she doubted she could break the contract. The woman froze, looking at her interlocutor in surprise, because she did not expect such a statement from her allies. Putting a crazy smile on his face, the man said that if the contract was broken, they would be very sad. Reminding her of her own words, he added that she wants to kill all the members of the Aslan clan that she hates, pronouncing everything word for word. While the queen looked at the demon's henchman in shock, he advised her to think carefully, because such an opportunity rarely arises. After a small bow, the mysterious man asked what she would do, to which the woman only clenched her fist until she trembled. Cartia's face filled with anger and desire for revenge, after which she asked if they were sure that they could achieve the desired result. Seeing that the woman had made the right decision, the demon's minion smiled, answering the question in the affirmative. At the same time, the crown prince began to wake up, calling his mother through his sleep, to which the queen immediately responded. Distracted from her son, she drew attention to the magic ball, inside of which the silhouette of a man was no longer visible. Why did she turn to her son, saying that he had finally woken up? To which the boy immediately agreed, rubbing his eyes. Shaking him by the shoulders, Cartia asked if his classes would start soon, to which the guy only nodded in the affirmative. Slightly hesitant, he asked if he could not go, because he was only half of royal blood, and he didn't even have golden eyes. The woman tried to control herself, not reacting in any way to such a statement from her own son, after which she only carefully stroked his head, which caused a surprised reaction from the awakened child, after which she asked not to upset her with such words, because the knowledge gained in the classes would be useful to him in the future. Smiling, she added in a sweet and good-natured voice that he should just continue to grow up, as he had done before. The guy was increasingly surprised by his mother's strange behavior and her words, the meaning of which he could not understand. But suddenly he stood up, loudly agreeing with her request, hoping to show her how strong and reliable he was. Smiling widely, the crown prince said that when he gets older, like his brothers, he will put her on his back and run around the palace 10 times. Hearing his loud statements, the queen became feignedly delighted, saying how nice he was. After which, the guy began to talk about what happened in previous classes, while his mother listened with interest. At this time, on the other side of the continent, there was again a meeting of the demon's minions, one of whom said that she realized everything. He then told the second elder that they couldn't do anything even if they prepared more. However, at the moment, the first elder is seriously injured and is now being treated, and many of their people have completely died. The voice of another person whose identity was unknown was heard, who said that it was all because of the Morse geek. Someone sitting in the hall asked the question what the hero was doing now that could disrupt all their plans. The answer was heard that he had gone to Assyrian, when whispers and stunned exclamations were immediately heard. Everyone immediately began asking each other if a great thing would happen there, although most likely this was an accident because he is connected with Valentino. The menacing roar of the second elder immediately ordered everyone to be silent, after which there was deathly silence in the hall. Everyone froze, listening to the command that said to continue to watch him, but not do anything. After all, now they need to concentrate on the great cause and use the blue fox without failing. At the same time, in the royal palace, after listening to the report, Bradley asked what he had come all this way to personally report to him. Thinking that Lot had decided to continue to complicate his life, the guy still thanked him with a friendly smile. The second prince replied that he was currently working with a local information group, asking if he had not done the same thing back in the day. Raising his index finger up, the brother replied that just a little, but noticed that it did not suit Lot. After all, he was sure that his brother would lecture everyone and command his subordinates, which Lot did not really like. The second prince tried to calm his brother down, but he himself fell silent, spreading his arms to the sides, trying to reduce everything into a joke. Then the first prince decided to ask how the queen and Tinel were doing, since there had been no news from them lately. Lot immediately frowned, not even telling his brother that it seemed their mother had called the head of the knights again. He knew that this news would not please Bradley, who understood perfectly well what such an action meant. However, Lot added that he still controls the royal squad of knights. This cannot continue like this. Lowering his head, Bradley thought that the policy of disdain for the royal knights was to blame. He was brought out of his gloomy thoughts by a sudden exclamation from his brother, who forgot to say something equally important. Scratching the back of his head, the second prince said displeasedly that their mother treats Tinel like a child, and he is already 14. The first prince smiled as he asked his younger brother's age, after which funny memories came flooding back to him. Instead of answering, the guy sitting at the table began tapping his index finger, knocking out a simple tune. Lot added that this made the guy childish, but suddenly, he called out to his brother again without hearing an answer. Bradley said that he remembered someone the same age, and that one boy hit him in the face. He even turned over in the air. The dumbfounded Lot froze at such a story, and at the cheerful expression on his face when the prince himself told it. Hearing the reminder of Scott, the knight who stood next to the guy, also remembered that skirmish, remembering the strong boy. The second prince fumed, asking how he could let this ignorant bastard go, to which Bradley stated that everything was fine. Having calmed his brother, Bradley said that the boy was able to cope, and he was sure that Lot had also heard about the Shining Knight, about the fact that he saved an entire kingdom almost single-handedly, and at the same time remained alive and received that very title. The second prince even jumped in surprise, asking if this was the same knight who stopped the Kraken and caught the demon's minions. Oloth was surprised that he was 14, because they say that he is a half-elf of about 20, but Bradley could not know such details. After all, when they first met, he was an ordinary child, but he would like to see him again. They wondered where he might be now, not knowing that Scott was at Valentius's second estate in Assyrian. The Duke glared languidly at the hero, scratching his beard and repeating for the third time how surprised he was. Then he said that the guy had grown a lot over the year, to which he did not answer anything, crossing his arms over his chest. Without raising his tone, Esgard asked how this happened and what the hell he ate to get so big. Unable to bear the endless questions, Scott roared, angrily asking if he was too angry and meticulous. After all, they had not seen each other for so long, and this was the first thing he wanted to tell him, because he had just returned from a major mission. Not giving in to provocation, the Sword Emperor only nodded politely, telling the guy that he had done the task well. For a second, the hero froze, not understanding where the Duke's former hot temper had gone and what was happening with the old man. Deciding to put these questions aside for later, the young man calmed down, returning a relaxed look, saying that this was not about that now. Asgard frowned, agreeing with the young hero, saying that what was more important now was the second disaster that would occur in the royal palace, namely, during the wedding of the crown prince and his beloved daughter Chloe, for whom he is ready to sacrifice his life. However, if no one from within interferes with the barrier they set up, the second disaster will definitely not happen. And this will only mean that among the members of the royal family there is a traitor who is working with the demon's minions. A great magical barrier has been placed over the entire royal estate, an ancient relic connected to the outer wall of Assyrian. It does not let in evil energy from the outside, completely rejecting it under any guise, bringing the protection to perfection. It also freezes mana and has magical effects, with which one could not be afraid of getting seriously injured. Restrictions do not apply only to members of the ruling family, as well as imperial knights and magicians. Therefore, without the obligatory help of someone who can directly influence the barrier, the second disaster would not have happened. It turns out that there is a traitor among the highest ranks, but they can confidently trust only the eldest prince, Chloe's fiancé. The Duke ventured to suggest that the criminal was fooled by the demon's followers because they would certainly use him. Suddenly, the Duke became even more stern, saying that this was only possible if he was as stupid as the guy. Stunned by this statement, Scott immediately roared with indignation, asking what the Sword Emperor meant. However, he incorrectly described the careless gas, who never does what he asks no matter how many times they explain everything. The only superhuman in the Royal Alliance was the Master of Weapons, the great and unsurpassed Grid von Sheldon. This man, in the battle between the Kingdom and the Alliance, proved to the whole world how strong he is and what accomplishments he is capable of. After all, he had personally battled the Swordmaster countless times and kept the Alliance united and independent. He still fights the Swordmaster even after the war is over, doing so to keep himself in shape. Their level is obvious because Grid became the owner of the aura 3 years ago, and during this time he managed to gain experience. But at the same time, the Swordmaster became the owner of the aura only 2 years ago, and was now angrily reading the letter. It was at that time that the world was shocked by the incredible battle of these two supermen, who had practically no equal. The Duke squeezed the letter, realizing that Grid had chosen the wrong time, and then asked if he really didn't understand where his place was. And does he really think that now is the right moment to find out who is stronger? After that, the man threw a crumpled letter towards Scott. After thinking a little, the guy asked why not accept the challenge, to which the irritated Asgard only froze questioningly. However, the boy raised his index finger up, clarifying that it would take place with one condition: it would be useful for their plan. A week later, people decided to visit the Colosseum outside the city, where battles between knights usually take place. People who had already taken their seats watched in surprise at those who were now in the arena. Seeing a guy with dark hair, everyone immediately began to whisper that he was a shining knight, while others argued that he must be much younger. At the same time, Zenus looked at the stands in surprise, noticing how many people there were, to which the hero reminded that the fight would take place between superhumans. However, the Blue Wing captain was primarily concerned about the wedding, before which this battle would take place. They also heard the voices of people from the stands who were wondering why the Swordmaster agreed to the fight. One of them heard that early damage caused by aura does not heal, and this could lead to a loss on a national scale. Suddenly, a third man joined them, saying that the rumor was probably true. The interlocutors immediately became interested. After all, it was said out loud that the Swordmaster was against this marriage, and upon hearing this, Scott and Zenus stared in shock towards the stands. But hearing such speculation from people, the captain approached the Duke, saying that he was a little worried, after which he asked what the Duke thought about the king's decision regarding this battle, since his opinion was not the most important. It was clear from Zenus's face how much he was worried about what was happening, but he did not know the true motives of this fight, to which Asgard, with a self-confident look, asked his subordinate not to worry, because everything was under control. After all, if the king did not give permission, the Swordmaster would personally ask him for it. After all, he simply had to trust him. Scott did not understand the Duke. The fact was that he was still young, because compared to the past, the old man had a more heightened sense of loyalty. Suddenly, a loud voice announced that the crown prince was here, to which the hero and Zenith froze in surprise. The servants immediately opened the door, letting the blonde guy forward along a small bridge straight into the arena. When Bradley turned his head and smiled at the audience, and then at the Duke, people realized that the rumor about problems with Valentius was a lie. At the same time, Scott closely watched the prince, being sure that the king did not like him at all. And what's most interesting is that the crown prince also knows about this, but with all his appearance and behavior, he tries not to show it. However, judging by his actions and the fact that he personally came here, he can definitely be trusted this time. The young hero and the Duke bowed while each thought about his own, and the guy was calm that Chloe's fiancé was not the traitor. Bradley greeted the Duke, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, to which he replied that it was an honor for him to meet His Highness. Suddenly, the crown prince turned his head, noticing another familiar face, slightly surprised at how that little boy had changed, after which he immediately stated that he recognized Sir Scott, while the guy smiled awkwardly, asking if he had come to watch the fight. However, the crown prince suddenly blushed and smiled, scratching his cheek guiltily, trying to find the words. Bradley blurted out in one breath that his fiancé wanted to see Scott's dog, in response to which the hero simply froze, after which he thought that with his sensitivity to mana, he somehow managed to keep the moonwolf inside the barrier. Summoning a fighting wolf in the form of a puppy, the Shining Knight asked if he was being talked about, to which the prince agreed with delight. He immediately took the puppy in his hands and began scratching it behind the ear and telling the owner not to worry too much. Then he turned his gaze to Scott, clearly hinting that they were in the same boat. Without saying anything else, the guy, together with Luna Wolf, headed towards the exit, leaving the hero in thought. Suddenly, the Duke spoke up, saying that he had already informed the prince that they should post guards in case of an attack. He then looked at the young man, asking him to be ready if anything strange happened in the palace, especially around Chloe. After all, the man was worried primarily as a father. But Scott agreed with him in his opinions, responding with a confident smile, when suddenly the arena suddenly became colder, causing all the spectators in the stands to shiver and chatter their teeth. The fact was that another person appeared in the arena and offered to organize this fight. Looking at his opponent, Esgard menacingly declared that Grid had not changed at all, to which the mustachioed man did not answer. Moving a little closer so the Duke could hear him, the man declared that there was nothing elegant about a noisy crowd. The warriors stood opposite each other, while the noise of the crowd only increased because everyone expected an incredible fight. Scott and Zenith took their places of honor in the stands and waited with trepidation for the start, looking worriedly at the Duke. Grid, who had various weapons on his back and on his belt, stated with a grin that Esgard had finally managed to come to his senses. With a stony expression on his face, the Sword Emperor replied that he was fooling around at foreign festivals, so his words meant nothing. In addition, he asked not to forget where his place was, to which the mustachioed man only twitched his eyebrows, asking again about which of them was playing the fool. Adjusting his mustache, the weapons master said that this is why he considers him a bore, because the tone of his speeches does not correspond to the title of an aristocrat. Annoyed, Esgard said that if he had time to think about the tone of his voice, then why not think about his actions? After all, in his opinion, his harsh statements deserve more attention than his lack of class. The weapon master told his opponent to stop talking, and at the same time begin to saturate his body with mana, preparing for battle. As soon as the two warriors lit up with mana, the judges roared loudly into the microphone, preparing to discuss the rules of battle. Exceeding armor is prohibited, and for security reasons this was done at the request of Sir Esgard. And the loser fulfilled the winner's wish. Hearing this, Scott crossed his arms over his chest, hoping for the Duke to win. Take out your sword, Grid said that he wants to end this quickly, because he already knows in advance who will be the winner. With surprise, the Sword Emperor noticed that his opponent was using a sword against him, thinking that it was time to stop his pointless attempts. In response, the mustachioed man said that he understood something when he became a master, and would teach him a lesson as a senior. The master of weapons tried to piss off the Duke, and he succeeded perfectly because he gritted his teeth and devoured his opponent with his gaze. Rushing forward, the man attacked, loudly declaring that they would see what kind of lesson the arrogant old man had prepared for him. The Duke pointed a huge sword towards his opponent, unleashing all his force on him, which is why the opponent even ducked down, reflecting the blow. Esgard tried to be at the peak of his capabilities because in no case should he lose this fight. Taking the Duke's blow on his sword, the tense old man asked if this was what he called fencing, preparing to repel the attack. The next moment, he swung his sword, pushing the Duke away from him, maintaining a long distance. Having landed and dropped to one knee, The Duke slid a few meters, keeping an eye on his opponent. However, Grid was already in full combat readiness, and smugly declares that now he will show him real sword skills, after which he made a direct lunge at incredible speed, moving towards the Duke, imbuing the sword with mana. The stunned Sword Emperor could only watch as the blade quickly flew towards him, and there was almost no time to dodge. Using instincts alone, the man used a parry, moving away from the tip of the blade to the side at the last second, covering himself with the sword. This action surprised the weapon master, who thought that he was able to fend off the power of aura destruction using a beginner's trick. However, while he was thinking, the Duke wasted no time in swinging his sword, aiming straight for his opponent's torso. Grid reacted with lightning speed, managing to put up a shield so as not to expose himself to a very dangerous blow. However, Esgard's strength was enough to throw his opponent away from him, thinking through a further plan of action. However, the enemy did not hesitate either, and tried to stay in the air as long as possible, deciding to switch to long-range combat. However, the Sword Emperor made a different decision, telling his opponent that since he showed him a good move, he would show his own, after which the man pushed off the ground and rushed upwards, saturating the sword with mana, knowing in advance how I would do this. However, looking at his attempts, Grid quietly declared that this was nonsense, because he was more than confident of his victory, after which the weapon master quickly changed his sword to a bow, sharply pulling the bowstring, charging a huge ice arrow. However, the Duke was already in the air, and therefore I could not return, only looking dumbfounded at the counterattack. He released the arrow. Grid watched as his opponent took the full blow, returned back to the ground. Contrary to the surprise, the Duke landed straight on his feet, pressing slightly into the ground, because the end of the attack had not yet come. The man tensed, holding back the attack of the mana-infused arrow that pressed down on him, relying on speed. However, the old man got tired of this, and with one sharp blow he cut the arrow, trying to catch his breath. However, the weapon master did not finish there, pulling the bowstring with incredible speed, releasing several magic arrows. It was one of his vision abilities that a flowering of ice arrows were blooming, dozens of which were heading towards the Duke. The Sword Emperor remained standing in place, watching as the ice arrows came closer and closer to him, saying that this was a great try. He also added that these ice arrows were useless against him, after which he began to fight them off, swinging his sword. But suddenly, his face changed to surprise when he noticed that these arrows were not entirely simple. One of them suddenly exploded, creating a shockwave and scattering shards of ice that were able to slightly catch the Duke. Looking at this picture, the toolmaster loudly said that he relaxed here, because his vision was not as simple as he might have thought. Hearing such a statement, the Sword Emperor only sighed heavily, deciding to move on to more complex magic, after which he stuck a huge sword into the ground, after which he began to saturate it with mana, creating a spell. Seeing this, Grid launched several more arrows, but they only collided with an insurmountable barrier. The stunned weapon masters saw this technique for the first time, and therefore decided to take out a shield so as not to get hit if something happened. He felt his shield taking the damage, but the attack ended, and he successfully landed on the ground. The spectators watched the fight with delight, while Scott smiled and Zenas was in complete shock. Having managed to notice only the consequences of the destruction, the spectators began to scream and ask each other what happened. At the same time, the Duke raised his head slightly, asking his opponent that he seemed to be saying that he would teach him a lesson. Then he pointed with his hands at the arrows and swords lying around him, again asking what he thought was the elder's sword art. The weapon master laughed, agreeing with the Duke's words, adding that he could not defeat him with this sword because he was his sworn enemy. The irritated Duke did not relax for a moment, telling his opponent that he abruptly changed his shoes without blinking an eye. Such words made Grid laugh again, who also began to light up with mana, announcing the start of the second round. Slightly carried away, the mustachioed man invited the Duke to fight until the very end, until one of them dies, after which he rushed to the attack, deciding this time to strike first in order to prevent his opponent from relaxing. Jumping, the old man raised the hand with which he was holding the shield up, trying to make a deceptive movement in order to disrupt the enemy's coordination. Esgard thought the same thing, but the weapon master foresaw this and decided to strike with his shield, moving his sword to the side. Frowning, the Sword Emperor loudly asked why all this meaningless chatter about aristocrats was needed. However, he did not receive an answer to this question, instead of which new attacks followed, falling from all sides. Stating that he was fighting like mad, the Duke went into defense while the weapon master smiled and continued to press. The arena split into two parts, one of which glowed with blue mana, while the other radiated orange. Mana. Bright sparks and huge boulders flying in different directions blocked the audience's view of the two warriors. Stunned people, even through the barrier, felt unimaginable strength and energy, having no idea what was going on inside. The stunned magicians loudly demanded to add more mana to the eastern part of the shield, as the barrier became covered with cracks. However, even they could not do this, watching the bacchanalia that was happening inside the protective dome. And not everyone refused to believe that it was human strength. These two who fought inside were actually superhumans. At this time, unable to contain his delight, Zenas opened his eyes wide, saying that this was an unthinkable and incredible fight, after which he thought that he gradually began to grasp the essence of this element of ice, which the weapon masters use so skillfully. When Scott asked who he thought would win, the captain replied that it was the Duke, but the chance of this was slim. After all, they were aura masters for different amounts of time, and even 1 year can create an incredible gap. And even though at the moment their strengths were approximately equal, sooner or later someone will definitely take the lead. It was obvious that Grid had had enough of this childish behavior, causing him to declare that it was time to call it a day, reaching for a new weapon. A second later, he stood in front of the Duke with a long spear in his hands, with which he wanted to finish this battle. Shining Knight thought that the Swordmaster would have already lost, noting that in a normal situation the difference would have made a difference. "I don't understand the meaning of his words." The captain of the Blue Wing asked him what he meant, looking at his smile. To which Scott replied that this time everything will be different, because he and the Duke have a certain plan, for the sake of which this battle is taking place. Meanwhile, the weapon master again rushed to the attack, armed with a spear, and the Duke calmly waited, wanting to let him get closer. However, Grid also created dozens of ice blades next to him, wanting to unleash enormous force from all directions. Without showing an iota of doubt on his face, Esgard raised his sword, preparing to parry every attack sent. The weapon master's spell was called, which the Duke tried to withstand with his shield of mana, while simultaneously deflecting flying projectiles with his sword. The stunned opponent could not believe his eyes at how noticeably the Sword Emperor's strength had increased. However, he was not going to lose to his enemy so easily, raising his spear to the top, saturating it with mana. The Duke noticed how a huge shadow hung over him like a huge pillar, which did not promise anything good for him. This shadow was the mana that Grid emitted, who asked the Duke what he would say about this then, after which he swung the weapon, controlled by mana like a whip, directing it towards the Sword Emperor. The Duke, never removing his guard for a minute, waved his sword, wanting to emerge victorious at all costs. At that same second, the barrier became covered with an incredible number of cracks. It is unclear how it had not yet broken. Wizards from everywhere declared that the western shield had fallen, followed by the eastern one, and the northern one was barely holding on. At the moment, there were no casualties and people in shock tried to see through the cracks what happened. Smiling, Scott abruptly removed the satisfied expression on his face, looking worriedly at the barrier. Zenas also supported him. A second later, the barrier finally collapsed, revealing a curtain of smoke and dust to the spectators, while the referee picked up the microphone. When the fight cleared up, everyone noticed that the Duke pointed his sword at Grid sitting in front of him, after which the judge declared Esgard the winner. The people immediately roared, cheering loudly and saying that Duke Valentius had won, and also asking what had happened to the weapon master. The spectators shouted loudly that their empire was better even with one sword. And hearing this, Scott and Zenas smiled. At this time, still standing opposite each other, the fighters did not dare to relax until the last moment. The weapon master trembled, angrily asking the Duke what kind of ability it was if an honest person like him used it. Wiping away the blood that was on his lips, the Sword Emperor asked his opponent if he saw through his trick. But having not heard an answer, he asked another question, whether he had finished talking about aristocracy, to which he was asked to shut his mouth. Grid cried out that his attack was definitely successful, but this was not how things should have ended. After all, his mana whip definitely overtook the knight, who was defending himself with a huge sword and a mana shield. But at that very second, something attracted the attention of the weapons master, who even opened his mouth in surprise. While still defending himself, the Sword Emperor used his free hand to cast another spell. Then he swung his sword, dispersing mana around himself and directing his free hand towards the enemy. Enormous energy overtook the mustachioed man, and it seemed to him as if his body had changed in a strange way. Wasting time, the Sword Emperor rushed to attack while his opponent was confused and surprised. Remembering these seconds with bitterness, Grid, frowning, declared that he would have died if the Duke had not stopped his sword. However, the whole problem was that the warrior did not understand what kind of attack it was. guessing that it could not have happened without magic. Satisfied with his victory, Asgard grinned, declaring that it was a power control field that he had recently mastered. This was an ability that he had to use in the future, but just like Grid said, this trick was not that bad. The weapon master was trying to figure out what the hell this was. The powerful scream of the Sword Emperor drowned out the scream of the crowd. The man stated that he, Asgard von Valentius, asks Grid to fulfill his will as a winner, earned in a fair fight. The mustachioed man listened exhaustedly to the speeches of his opponent, being in a very depressed state, not fully realizing his defeat. After all, he can't even see his brother, and this will definitely cause inevitable damage to the allied countries. Looking at the Duke, he thought that he had reached the top several years before him, but he never thought that he would lose. Closing his eyes, he prepared himself for the fact that this really happened, and a promise is a promise that needs to be fulfilled. But still, he did not dare to completely cast aside his pride, telling his opponent that if he asked for too much, he would rather die. The Duke stated that Grid von Sheldon would remain in the Empire until the end of the prince's wedding ceremony, after which the man thundered even louder that such was his will as a winner, confidently declaring his decision. The spectators immediately began to whisper that he had shown magnanimity in the face of the enemy, as was to be expected from Sir Asgard. "I don't understand what's happening," the weapon master, leaning on his spear, asked the Duke what he was up to. Turning his head, the man answered more quietly that if he was very curious, he would definitely find him later. This answer did not really please Grid, who literally hated getting involved in this kind of adventure that he knew nothing about. News of the winners of Duke Valentius quickly spread throughout the city, and residents did nothing but discuss this event. Still, the Swordmaster turned out to be stronger than the Weapon Master, and reading about this, Chloe and Vivian were delighted. In this life of Scott, Sir Valentius is now officially the Emperor of the Sword, having reached his previous rank. The next day, the young hero joyfully announced to the Duke that he had received the same title as in his previous life. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the voice of a servant, who called out to Mr. Asgard, who immediately turned his attention to him. The butler immediately announced that Mr. Grid had come to him, who came to him by personal invitation. The man who entered immediately crossed his arms over his chest, saying that as he had asked, he had appeared, albeit without much desire. Sitting down in a comfortable chair, the old man, without opening his hands, asked the Duke why he wanted to see him so urgently. Raising his head, the Sword Emperor began by deciding to omit the typical aristocratic chatter, to which Grid, sighing, replied that an aristocrat has to remain respectable even in decent conversations. The weapons master also noticed that his subordinate was also with them, so they would have to maintain order. Scott immediately said that a person with power must remain graceful and remain stern. After all, it was he who said that he had developed this habit through trauma. And after these words, the mustachioed man angrily turned his head towards the guy. The young man added that he heard how in his youth he killed his relative, unable to control the force, and in response he immediately felt steel near his throat. Stunned by such impudence, the weapons master could hardly control himself so as not to blow off the head of the impudent boy. After Grid asked who he was, Scott replied that he told him about it himself, but the man stated that he did not know the boy. Looking at how the weapon master lost his temper, the Duke, closing his eyes, explained to him that the guy was telling the truth. Stunned by the man's words, Grid immediately turned his head without lowering his sword, trying to understand what his opponent was talking about. Asgard explained that when he asked yesterday what trick was used to win, the answer was that this kid taught him it. The shocked warrior could not believe what his friend was telling him, because such a boy could not teach someone such a powerful technique. Turning his gaze, but without lowering his sword, Grid asked the Duke how to understand this, addressing him by his old nickname Esga. Looking at his comrade with a stern gaze, the Emperor of Swords said that since he still calls him that, it means he is ready to listen. And then he asked the mustachioed man to calm down, but he saw that, on the contrary, he was flaring up more and more. He had to learn something, but he couldn't be allowed to harm Scott in any way, but it was clear that the man was hesitant. Looking at the weapon master in surprise, the guy thought that apparently these are the people who are called terrible friends. To decide something for himself, Grid abruptly sheathed his sword, declaring in a dissatisfied tone that he was ready to listen to their statements. Seeing how his comrade calmed down, the Duke decided to soften the situation, saying that he did not expect to hear his nickname, to which the dissatisfied weapon master replied that his name was too long, and it was not worth saying it even at an official meeting. Then he turned to Scott, calling him a friend, and asked in a dissatisfied tone what he should know so urgently. Then a fit of anger came over him again, because of which he threatened the boy with his fist. I declare that he would not try to talk nonsense. The young hero was sincerely surprised, realizing that what the man would hear would be nothing more than nonsense for him, which he would have to believe. But the mustachioed man did not let up, angrily adding that otherwise he would break his bones and tear his skin into pieces, in response to which the guy laughed. With high spirits, the young hero agreed to the warrior's terms, noting that here he was, good old Grid. At the mention of old age, the weapon master became very angry, but the Duke politely asked him to calm down and just listen to him. Scott said he is about 56 years old, and normally they would have first met in about 15 years. Stunned by such a statement, the man froze for a moment, trying to comprehend what this obnoxious boy was saying. While the young man added that his shining blue hair then turned half gray, unable to cope with age. After a long story, Grid sat as if submerged, thinking hard about what he had just heard. Looking away, he noticed that everything sounded reasonable, after which he agreed to do it, still in doubt. Then he waved his hand, addressing Scott as an old comrade, asking that the future would be terrible. With the most serious look, the heroes asked him not to worry, because this time, 10 nights will prevent trouble. There was a little confusion in the weapon master's head, because he was still unfamiliar with hearing about these nights, because now there are 8 of them. He decided to ask where the other 2 were, to which the guy honestly answered that he didn't yet know how to get closer to them correctly. However, he was sure that they had already become knights, and that the Reaper was probably training somewhere without declaring himself. And the spellcaster knight must be in the Sage Tower, who is also undergoing hard training and various exercises. Grid listened to the guy's story with interest, asking about the Reaper and the spellcaster knights, also wondering what their names were, after which he began to furiously nod his head, saying that in such harsh and difficult times, all means would be good for them. As a result, the weapon master concluded that they were asking him to stay because of a disaster that would happen very soon. Scott confirmed his words, while the Duke calmly added that the guy came up with it with his tiny brain, after which the guy got angry, asking the Sword Emperor why he should say that, to which he replied that it was just the truth. However, Grid distracted them from the fight by asking the young man what about the ability he saw earlier. Distracted from Esgard, the hero immediately began to tell the man all the details, trying to captivate him with his story. A few minutes later, the entire estate shook under the screams of the weapons master, who was genuinely shocked. Looking at the young man, he clarified that the guy taught him the ability, which he used against him at the end of his previous life. But he was only interested in one thing: what happened and how it all ended, because it was important for him to know the result of the battle. As he began to remember the details, the guy raised his hands and closed his eyes, saying that they were both on the same level. Last time, Grid stated that the Duke's sword technique was superior to his level, which is how Esgard received the title of Sword Emperor. This information again infuriated the weapon master, which is why he again shouted that this was impossible and decided to agree on a duel again. While the old man was trembling, his eyes wide, with cunning in his voice, Scott asked him to calm down and listen to him carefully. In a whisper, the hero said that he would teach him a future ability so that he could fight the Duke fairly. It worked, and at that very second the mustachioed man with a smart look nodded and agreed with the guy, supporting his idea. Esgard watched in shock as the guy and the old man were talking, while the latter was surprised that he had 5 eternal armors. They spent some more time talking while the guy talked about what the man would be like in the future. Rubbing his chin, Grid said that it was still suspicious, and then asked why the guy told them all this. The man decided to explain that in the future they might be allies, but now everything is not like that, and Scott could use the knowledge for himself. The guy sighed and smiled awkwardly, answering that there was no point because the world could end at any time. After all, fame means nothing to the boy, to which the master of weapons responded only with a surprised look and an open mouth. But the young hero continued, saying that he knew for sure that the man was a true warrior who would keep his promise at the cost of his life. These words touched the old man, which is why he even sat down on the sofa, unable to find words to respond to such a statement. Suddenly, the man burst into loud laughter, but decided not to say what exactly was able to amuse him so much, after which he calmed down, telling the guy that he would have to believe him, after which he agreed to do as he asked. The Duke asked in a serious tone to make sure that this conversation remained between them and did not leave the walls of this office. With an arrogant grin, Grid told the almighty Sword Emperor that he was not stupid and understood everything perfectly. Esgard began to become irritated by the man's behavior, while Scott said that he would not be so sure of this, which attracted the old man's attention. With a skeptical face, the young hero stated that he and Heinen always run into trouble everywhere, The stunned weapon master looked at the young man while the Duke tried to hide his chuckle by covering his mouth with his fist. Clearing his throat, Grid irritably replied that Heinen was as energetic as himself, but the Duke asked him to just shut up. After some time, the mustachioed man left the estate, moving further and further away with each step, reflecting on what he had heard. At this time, the Duke and the hero were watching him from the window, waiting for the weapons master to move a sufficient distance away, after which they sat down in front of each other again. Esgard clarified that he had left, and Scott stated that the conversation went well. Hearing this, the Duke agreed, adding that in order to build a bridge between the kingdom's alliances, they needed Grid. After all, he is the Grand Duke of the Kingdom of Selden, the center of all the magical towers and alliances of the continent. However, the joyful guy was absolutely sure that the weapon master would keep his word and help him in the fight against the disaster. But there was one moment that still confused the young man, which is why he decided to ask the Duke this very question. Removing the smile from his face, the young hero asked when the Sword Emperor was going to tell the whole truth to Serzinas. However, this was a question that the Duke did not want to answer, now or ever in the future. The hero added that it would be better if he could prepare in advance because it would be much easier for him to stay alive. Clasping his hands, the Duke said that he would tell him how he would completely figure it out, because he would go crazy if he asked him to hide. Rubbing the back of his head, the guy agreed, saying that they were better acquainted with him, but despite this, they also needed to prepare. Crossing his arms over his chest, the Duke agreed with these words, adding that he and the prince would use every opportunity and find out what was happening. At the mention of the prince, the young hero tensed slightly, not entirely sure whether he could be trusted. Scott said that all the members of Aslan's royal family are fools who sold their own country through their own fault. However, such a comment quite angered the Duke, who rudely asked the boy to watch his words. He also asked not to underestimate the intelligence of the royal family, which works very hard and quickly. Therefore, they have probably already guessed something and will try to take some measures to protect themselves. However, Esgard is worried that it may turn out that the disaster has nothing to do with the demon's followers. The surprised young man asked the Duke again, not understanding how this was even possible, since all the trouble came from the henchmen. But the man said that if it happens because of a political war between members of the royal families, then he is powerless. Scott was dumbfounded by such speeches, trying to understand the meaning of what he heard. He silently looked at the Duke for several seconds. Then he asked that they would simply watch from the sidelines, even if the entire capital simply blew up. The man immediately began to turn his head, saying that this was just one of the possibilities, but they would not be able to predict everything in advance. The Sword Emperor's serious tone indicated that thoughts of protecting the palace made him doubt more. Suddenly, Scott smiled slyly, saying that the answer was already obvious, but Hertz did not understand his train of thought. Scott clarified that the Duke suspects someone from the royal family and that the demon's followers are also associated with him. The man still did not understand what the words of the young man meant, who added that as far as he knew, the guy was not part of Valentino. These words made the Duke tense more and more, because it was clear that the guy was up to something serious. After which the hero raised his finger up, asking the man to tell him who he suspects, and he will get rid of him and run away. From these words, Esgard clenched his hand into a fist, swinging at the boy, telling him that he is crazy because such a plan is complete nonsense. However, the young man simply asked to make sure that he had somewhere to retreat, but the Duke immediately dissuaded him from this idea. Suddenly, the Duke said that he realized that the guy's mana was growing to match his physical development, and therefore he was almost at the level of a blader. Not understanding what the man was leading to, the young hero hesitantly agreed, asking for what purpose he said this. Hearing the answer, the man smiled evilly, declaring with joy and undisguised sadism that he would personally train the young man. Remembering the last training session with the Duke, when the guy tried to control gravity, Scott immediately began to sweat, after which he began to laugh awkwardly and wave his arms, telling the Sword Emperor that there was no need to bother. Suddenly, the guy jumped up from the sofa and ran towards the exit, but the Duke rushed after him, asking why he was running away. A month later, 3 huge hurricanes circled the training arena, accompanied by bright lightning. Holding a hammer in his hand, Scott watched the wind flow, trying to learn to control the elements separately. The young hero began to imbue the hammer with electricity, concentrating his mana, being in complete concentration, after which he waved his weapon, creating a new whirlwind of a hurricane, trying to maintain balance and prevent the elements from dissipating. When the time came, he swung his hammer, forcefully pushing the hurricane forward, sending it towards all the others previously made. The elements rushed forward in an incredible and crushing stream, not connecting with the other created hurricanes. And this time, he will definitely be able to do what the Duke taught him for a month, because it will help him become stronger. Everyone calls them bladers because they use swords, but the most important thing for a level 4 mana user is the use of mana. After all, this is a common ability that everyone uses at this stage, but it requires maintaining incredible control. At the same time, he needs to create physical strength where his body cannot reach, and for this he has very little left. When he was training with the Duke and lying on the floor, he asked if he was going to defeat the members of the imperial family. The man was a stern teacher who asked that the guy wanted to be wanted throughout the kingdom. After which he picked up the sword again and chased after the young man, who stated that he simply needed more time. But at the same time, he thought that it was still better to hurry up with pumping. Otherwise, the Duke would squeeze all the juice out of him. The hero had to go through terrible things to achieve what he is trying to cope with now. At this time, Zenus was heading towards the arena, who thoughtfully recalled his dialogue with the Sword Emperor. After all, the man said that Scott would soon reach the level of a blader, and therefore he needed to be checked and go to the Dragon's Eye. The Blue Wing captain was dumbfounded by such news, because at that age it is almost impossible to reach the level of a blader. He admitted that the guy is too talented, but Mr. Esgard expects too much from him, because he is still a child. But when the white-haired man entered the arena, his eyes widened in surprise, and his breath immediately caught in his throat. Before his eyes stood a huge tornado, which shouted over his words, breaking his hair and clothes from the strong flow of wind. He saw that on the opposite side stood a familiar guy with a hammer in his hand, who was trying to pacify the elements. However, the guy did not hear the knight, being completely focused on overcoming his barrier. He only has one detail left. He must force himself to reproduce the ability that he used in a past life. But only a blader can master it. And with these thoughts, the hero sent a projectile of orange mana right into the thick of the tornado. When the projectile made contact with the elements, an incredible reaction occurred, sending out an incredibly strong shockwave, after which there was a deafening explosion, forcing the captain, who was watching what was happening, to cover his face and close his eyes. The young man stood in front of the rubble, just used the ability of the King of Strength, the second characteristic move, the Storm Destroyer. Looking at this whole picture, Zenus took his breath away, forcing him to silently watch with undisguised delight. At the same time, seeing the excellent result, Scott smiled, sincerely glad that he had succeeded in the most difficult part. He then began jumping for joy, shouting as much as he could, followed by a loud, slightly crazed laughter filling the arena. Suddenly, the guy stopped abruptly, clutching his back, remembering that from such stress, all his muscles ached in pain. Because of this, he sank to the floor, holding the hammer in his hand, realizing that the manatello was driving his normal body. Following this, his stomach made a plaintive characteristic sound, announcing to the guy that it was time to eat. The guy had already imagined a lot of food in front of him, because the manatello consumes an incredible amount of food, when suddenly he heard a sound somewhere nearby. Clapping his hands, Zenus said that he could not even imagine this, that a guy at such a young age became a blader. The young hero was surprised to see the Blue Wing captain approaching him, asking why he had come to him. Zenus replied that the gentleman asked to look after him. I also added that he would soon be able to surpass himself. Scott thought with displeasure that the Duke knew that something would happen, and at the same time his stomach gave signals again. The man heard this and declared that it was time to eat, to which the young man immediately agreed. I declare that he was damn hungry. Pointing his finger towards the exit, the captain suggested going to intercept something, and at the same time telling the guy something. The last words immediately interested Scott, who was already in anticipation of some interesting news. At the same time, the man turned around inviting the guy to follow him, because he knew an excellent restaurant nearby. A couple of hours later, they were walking down the street, and the young hero asked why they dyed his hair. As it turned out, the gentleman had asked for it. The guy was immediately surprised to learn that it was the Sword Emperor's idea, and that he decided what task to send him on. It was because of him that I had to dye my hair, because the new color would allow her not to attract much attention. After all, the Shining Knight is very popular these days, and even now people were discussing the fact that he was a half-elf and had black hair. And then the captain began to speak a little more quietly, so that no one would hear, that from now on Torin would be his pseudonym. His legend is that he is a knight in training and a servant of the captain, from which Scott froze in shock as he heard the last words. After that, he got angry, asking the man if he needed to go that far, but judging by his satisfied face, that was not all. After all, the master also said that if he refuses, then he will remember his face. The Sword Emperor is a great joker. Baring his teeth, The young hero knew for sure that he was speaking seriously, and therefore could not consider him a wonderful joker. Having said this out loud, the captain asked him to watch his speech, which is why Scott immediately apologized, saying that he was just used to it. However, the man interrupted him, saying that this was not the point, which made the guy look in his direction, waiting for an explanation. Zenas smiled and said that he needed to calm down. Then his spirit and body would be better synchronized, which would help him achieve greater heights. These were also the words of the master, which he conveyed to the guy so that he could begin to comprehend strength through control and calmness. A picture of his past life immediately surfaced in front of the guy when the elf acquaintances noticed that Scott had beaten the bandits again. In surprise, the man asked what was wrong, to which the girl replied with a sigh that maybe he had reasons, but she was disappointed. After all, if the hero could control his temper sufficiently, he would become stronger and wiser than the one who now stands in front of her. The young man immediately thought about it, because in a past life he was told something similar, which means it was worth listening to. The captain added that he was sure that the color of his mana changed when he became a blader, which Scott immediately agreed with. However, the guy was worried that for some reason he was different from the one in his previous life, which meant that something had changed. Lowering his head slightly, Zenas said that in the Valentino family it is believed that the mana of a person with the strength of faith and will reflects the light of his spirit, and he himself becomes like an aura user. And in order to maintain strong faith, it is better to learn to control his temper. The young hero immediately lit the mana on his hand, examining it carefully, thinking about the reflection of the color of the spirit. He brought his hand to his face, asking himself why he was completely different in his past life. Suddenly, he realized what changes had happened to him, because now the summoned spirit Moonwolf was next to him. After all, elemental beings are created by spiritual power, which means that if his spirit affects mana, then he can try something. He lit a fire in his right hand, after which he lit a red fire in his left hand, noticing that the fire on one side was heavier than on the other. Turning around, the man noticed what the guy was doing, but did not understand the essence of his actions, which is what he asked. At the same time, Scott decided to combine the two flames by moving his hands closer to each other, creating a ball of flames. Captain, you already realized that some idea had arisen in the guy's head, and right now he decided to test it, standing on a crowded street. But this did not bother the young man, because he only wanted to squeeze the ball to the limit and then shoot it straight into the sky. A couple of seconds later, the hero sent the projectile flying high, while the stunned man did not even have time to say a word. His head subconsciously rose up, watching the flight of the flame projectile, while the guy hoped that everything would work. At that same second, a deafening explosion thundered in the sky, turning the sky orange and red. People walking around the city watched with horror and fear what was happening in the sky right above the city. However, the shockwave was able to even reach the ground, and passers-by immediately began to shield themselves from the wind or shield their children. Meanwhile, the captain could only say that it was amazing, and the young hero was shocked by the power of such a charge. He then smiled broadly, happy that everything had worked out perfectly, and this was his second victory of the day. The stunned man could not hide his amazement, asking the guy how he did it, although he himself did not really understand. Looking at the young man with delight, the captain thought that he had used powerful abilities twice in a day, such talent, after which he asked to let him know as soon as he understood. And the hero, rubbing the back of his head, replied that his advice helped him a lot. However, is he sure that he could have been told it? Because he had just been able to strengthen the guy and even more. The man smiled, affirmatively stating that they were one family and therefore should help each other become stronger. At the word family, images of Zenas, Chloe, Duke, and Jay appeared in the guy's head, smiling as they looked at him. Suddenly, they heard people next to them whispering that the guy did it and it was better not to approach him. Turning around in shock, the young people noticed that they had been spotted, and passing townspeople immediately turned away. Spreading his arms to the sides, the captain noticed that the guy had attracted attention, and next time, he should be more attentive. After 5 minutes, they approached a huge establishment, which looked many times more luxurious than the other buildings nearby. On the wall was painted a symbol and an inscription that read, "To aristocrats from aristocrats in the glory of aesthetics." Zenas confidently walked forward, while Scott hurried to stop him, waving his hands and demanding a stop. Turning his head, the captain asked what was wrong, to which the hero replied that this place looked very expensive. After all, he eats a lot, and maybe it's better for them to eat on the estate, because it will be much cheaper and perhaps even tastier. However, the man only made a malicious smile, smugly declaring that as the captain of the Blue Wing Squad, he received some money. This was a very strong statement that the guy could not ignore, immediately smiling and accepting the invitation. After half an hour, the captain began to slowly but surely regret that he began to throw around statements without knowing the full essence. He saw in front of him several mountains of empty and dirty plates, which were replenished with new ones, blocking the entire view. And at the same time, Scott held the meat in both hands and ate it greedily, not wanting to stop for a second. The waiters, along with the captain, were in complete shock when they first met such a hungry and insatiable client. The workers, in a panic, could not keep up with the guy who was emptying new plates one after another with every second. Looking at the young man's appetite, the man thought that today God taught him a lesson that a person is able to fit even so much food into himself. Without looking up from his food, the guy turned his attention to his hand, examining the state of his mana, which was increasing. The element of gravity also became stronger. In the veteran, he could control 8 times his weight, and now 16 times. This means that from now on, only superhumans can resist him, and these conclusions greatly lifted the young man's spirits. Having put down the last bone, he heard the captain ask if he was full, but the guy still had room for dessert. As a result, the waiter demanded 11 gold pieces for 150 portions, which is why the disappointed man handed the worker a bag without change. At this time, the young hero leaned back on the table, rubbing his stomach, saying how full he was, after which he thanked the captain. Distressed Zenas looked at the bill, sometimes closing his eyes. I realized that he could live on that amount for some time. Scott smiled, noticing with surprise that the captain of the Blue Wing only needed 1 plate to fill himself up, after which he drew attention to the symbol that he had already seen while the waiter left, closing the door. After which he turned to Sir Zenas, asking if he could ask him a question, to which the man immediately gave his consent. The young hero noticed that all the restaurant workers had quite strong mana, and therefore wanted to find out what this restaurant was like. The man noticed that the guy noticed something unusual in the restaurant, after which he invited him to get down to business. He waved his hand, putting out his index finger, casting a spell that immediately began to envelop the walls of the room. Scott immediately realized that this was a sound blocking, but he did not understand why the captain decided to use this ability here. Looking at the white-haired man, the hero realized that he was not so easy, because he was very good at controlling mana and elements. Having made sure that no one could hear them and could not interfere with their conversation, Zenas began to say that this was an excellent restaurant. However, it also serves as a branch of the Royal Intelligence Gathering Organization, Dragon's Eye, located in the capital. The young hero was surprised that the information gathering organization was masquerading as an ordinary restaurant. The man also added that the Dragon's Eye exists with the support of the prince in connection with his succession to the state, after which the man reached into his bosom, wanting to find something that he wanted to show the guy from the very beginning of their meeting. The man then stated that this is the only organization in the palace that we, Valentino's people, can trust. A scroll in his bosom, saying that the master asked to bring him here at least once, because he thinks that he underestimates the influence of royal connections. These words made the guy a little emotional, remembering the recent words he had said to the Duke about the royal family. Zenas, raising his index finger up, added that there was another reason why he brought the young man here. There are about 10 days left before the wedding, and only members of the royal family, royal knights, and direct heirs of Valentius can attend it. However, the Duke and the captain know that the knights turned out to be not so good, so the master wants the hero to pretend to be a servant. This guy will be able to sneak into the ceremony without hiding and without fear of being caught or kicked out. However, Scott asked if it was possible to do this earlier, but the man asked me to underestimate the gentleman, because they had already found a position for him. The captain spoke so seriously, as if he had thought through the entire operation inside and out. I wish everything went well. He also handed the guy another scroll, saying that in an emergency he needed to urgently go here. When the young man asked what was there, Zenas replied that the location of the artifact was there. Without hesitation, the hero took the scroll. I would like to get acquainted with it a little later. The captain stated that the guy took good care of the artifact in Karuna, so he expects the same this time. At first, the guy wasn't sure whether he could handle it, which is what he told Zenas, but a second later he immediately collected his thoughts, saying that he could handle it. The captain was happy with this attitude, smiling at the hero, not forgetting to add that someone should study the map, because it might come in handy. But after that they removed the spells and headed for the exit, while Scott looked at the restaurants of all the workers. The waiter approached the captain, asking if they liked the menu, to which the man replied that it was very decent. At the same time, a man passed by the young hero, who somehow caught his attention, and the guy felt a familiar feeling, after which he activated his magical vision, examining the stranger. trying to understand what was bothering him so much. He immediately recognized this inconspicuous man as a prince disguised by magic, who did not recognize the painted Scott. 20 minutes later, the two of them were sitting in the same office at a long table, while the prince noticed this coincidence. After all, they clearly didn't expect to meet the guy here. To which ours replied that Duke Valentius said that the principle is that the Duke is trying their best, and all in order to find the demon's minions, and the man was very surprised to learn how informed the hero was. After which the man smiled and nodded his head, saying that it was better to protect yourself as much as possible. Without hiding his smile, the prince said that with him, those who saved Karun, it was definitely calmer and safer for him to be here. Scott decided to try his luck by asking him if anyone could tell him what was going on between the royals. After all, this will help protect everyone from potential dangers. But the prince only paused, peering at the hero. The guy lowered his head but did not look away, thinking that his question was too straightforward and rude. A picture appeared before him of the Duke hitting him on the head again. He was sure that this was exactly what would happen if he found out about it. He was distracted by the prince's voice, who said that it might come in handy, but he was sure that the guy got most of the information from the dragon's eye. After that, the disguised man smiled politely and in a friendly way, asking the guy what he wanted to know. Scott wasted no time in asking if there was anyone in the royal family who wanted to destroy the country. The next second, there was a short pause, after which the man said that he did not understand his intentions. However, he knew that the guy could be trusted. So he said that there were a couple of such people, about 3 of them. Not expecting such straightforwardness, the guy screamed loudly, trying to find out who they were, because it was very important information. Raising his index finger up, the prince sternly stated that firstly, this was the mother of his beloved brothers, the second queen. Scott was surprised that it was the second queen, and not the second prince, but the man added that there was one rumor going around the palace. It is said that 10 years ago, when the second queen refused to marry, his father killed her entire family, leaving a mark on her soul. The stunned guy could not believe his ears, because even in his previous life, he did not know about this important detail. However, the prince said that this was just a rumor, but if it was true, then he had an answer to his own question. Trying to digest what he had heard, the young hero asked who else could be under suspicion and harm the kingdom. Frowning, the man thought for a moment, after which he firmly stated that these were royal knights, who also could not be trusted. Because in Aslan they are discriminated against, magicians are treated much better, so perhaps they want to destroy the country. He also announced the last person. He was his own father, who is currently the king. The further the conversation went, the more shock was visible on the guy's face because he could not believe that the king himself wanted to destroy his state. Princip continued by saying that for some reason he was deeply dissatisfied with Duke Valentius, who had recently made a name for himself in a duel. And looking at the antics of the Sword Emperor, the father was very infuriated, which could cause his mind to be clouded by the desire to take revenge on the Duke. Therefore, the heir said that the guy also needed to be careful, he and the Duke, so as not to fall into the hands of the king. After all, it was known that my father had a secret power, but it was a big secret, so you couldn't tell anyone about it. Scott understood the importance of this conversation, so he was not going to chat with just anyone, but now he was thinking about what he had heard. Having learned enough, the guy bowed to the man, thanking him for sharing such information. The prince said that this was not a problem, after which he stood up saying that today he must meet his father and his bride. When evening came, the young hero met with the Duke, who listened to all the new information and was shocked. Having made sure that the prince told him all this personally, the guy added that the situation could be much more complicated. With a tired hand on his face, Esgard said that he could not believe that the king was thinking about such a small thing. This definitely complicates everything, and because of which they will have to try even harder and be several times more attentive. The young man fidgeted in place, feeling that Moonwolf, who was now with Chloe, was clearly worried about something, and Scott sensed it. After all, right now his friend is sending him alarm signals, which means that the girl could get into some kind of trouble. Night had fallen on the Assyrian palace, but lights were still burning in some of the windows, keeping the busy nobles awake. In one of the rooms, a thin woman with a stern look and a pointer in her hands watched the Duke's daughter make a curtsy. When Chloe straightened out, the woman said that it was very elegant, and therefore there were no comments or complaints. After which she decided to finish their lesson on manners for today, the blonde immediately thanked her teacher. Without saying a word, the teacher left the room with an even and proud gait, as if demonstrating everything by example. As soon as the woman left the room, the girl immediately sighed heavily, glad that the lessons were finally over. She raised her head up, not looking at anything in particular, thinking only about how her life was going as the prince's bride. She didn't understand why the position of her fingers when sitting made any difference or who you had to be to think about such things. After all, only Vivian visits her here. Chloe reproached herself for not connecting her life with the temple, which she thought so much about. Sitting down on the sofa, she began to pet the puppy, saying that she was glad that Loon was here, because he was the only one whose company made the girl happy. Suddenly, the maid announced that the crown prince had come to see her, causing the girl to raise her head in surprise. Peeking out from behind the door, the smiling guy greeted Chloe, saying that she had done a great job today. The duke's daughter immediately rose from the sofa, greeting her groom, clearly unprepared for his arrival. Approaching Bradley, the girl noticed that lately he had been visiting her often, which was very unusual for her. The slightly blushing guy replied that when he sees her, all his fatigue seems to go away, after which he smiled. Surprised, Chloe also blushed, not expecting to hear such words from her fiancé, which immediately made her feel awkward. She wondered how the prince of the kingdom could say such sweet things, since he was the future heir to the throne. Meanwhile, the guy asked if she remembered that they had an important meeting with His Majesty that evening. The duke's daughter was glad that the guy decided to change the subject, and therefore immediately agreed, smiling along the way. However, the guy immediately became serious, saying that his father may be strict, but he asked for the sake of his fiancée to be patient with him. Chloe did not understand what he was talking about, but Bradley explained that His Majesty was angry with Valentius, or more precisely, with his father-in-law. The dumbfounded blonde looked at her fiancé, not understanding why the king was so suddenly angry with her father. The girl had already heard about this when she was walking around the city in the company of Vivian, and accidentally overheard the conversation of passing people. However, she considered it just gossip. But then why did he choose her for the role of the princess if he didn't love her father so much? The girl noticed that the prince, with all his appearance, also did not share the views of the king, and that this also bothered him. However, he smiled and took the girl by the hand, saying that, as they would be together, the kingdom would unite with the duchy. Without letting go of Chloe's hand, Bradley continued that he was a little in a hurry to conclude the marriage, and this could irritate His Majesty even more. He sincerely wanted the bride to understand him, and as if sensing his mood, she smiled sweetly, agreeing with his words. She thought that her father said that he had known His Majesty for a long time, but if the king's anger was greater than rumors, she would have to tell the family about it. A little later, they went to meet the king, and while the men entered the throne room, servants and his son and bride stood on either side of him. The man drew attention to his knights who, putting their hand on their hearts, bowed deeply, after which he turned his head in the other direction, seeing his son and daughter of the duke in a low bow, looking at the floor, after which the elderly man sank onto the throne, trying to take the most comfortable position. Bradley and Chloe immediately knelt in front of him, politely greeting His Majesty, awaiting an answer. Resting his head on his hand, the king asked the young couple to raise their heads so that they could look into each other's eyes. The guy and girl also stood up, while one held his hand on his heart, and the second held her dress. The guy decided to start the conversation with politeness and formality, asking his father if he had been doing well lately. The man smiled, realized that his son was trying to set him in the mood he needed, and then answered in the affirmative. After all, his son took over most of the government affairs, so why should he feel bad with the advent of free time? Bradley immediately bowed, saying that his participation was a mere convention, because the kingdom belonged and will belong to him. And according to the power that he has, it was the king who gave him. In response to this, the elderly man looked at him with a heavy look. He realized that his son was trying to flatter him to soften his mood and attitude, but he would not fall for such a thing. The king only asked if he would then like to return her back, in response to which the prince and the duke's daughter froze in shock. They had never expected such a question, but the prince found the strength to answer that if such was his will, then he would obey. However, the king immediately interrupted him, smiling and declaring that there was no point in this, since all the aristocrats would be against it. After all, the king, whom he pushed away by surrendering the tower and the knightly order, cannot return, but in the guy's opinion it was stupidity. The prince was sure that this was an important necessity according to the law of the kingdom, as he confidently stated to his father. However, the man stood firm, saying that he was very curious that the law was above the ruler himself, after which he turned his gaze to Chloe, saying that the companion his son brought was annoying him even more. After all, she is the daughter of the Sword Emperor, because of which his entire insides immediately becomes indignant and irritated. The prince shouted that this title was given to him by ignorant commoners and asked him not to take it seriously. However, Chloe decided not to remain silent, introducing herself as the daughter of the Sword of the Kingdom. Esgarda von Valentius, after which she greeted the king. Slightly lifting the hem of her dress for convenience, the girl curtsied, expressing etiquette and politeness. In the man's eyes, this looked very impudent, so he asked again about the kingdom's sword, which he was not so sure about. However, the girl did not succumb to his harsh gaze, saying that her father had recently defeated the Alliance sword and earned excessive honors. But this was done for the sake of glorifying the kingdom, and therefore she wanted to defend her father's honor with all her might. But suddenly the elderly man burst into loud laughter, which echoed throughout the entire throne room. Looking at the two young people, he said that the prince chose the one who was so similar to him, and for him it looked very funny. After which he clapped his hands, declaring that the girl was very brave for throwing around such loud speeches. But suddenly, his smile turned into anger in a second when he declared that he had to warn the girl and her father. Without allowing the man to say a word, his son immediately screamed, trying to prevent a terrible insult from being thrown at the Duke and his daughter. At the same time, Moonwolf, who had been sitting on Chloe's shoulders all this time, quietly growled, sensing the approaching danger. At the same time, he gave a signal to his master, making it clear that his girlfriend might need help. The guy with dyed hair immediately jumped up. I don't understand what could have happened to the girl because she is not far away. He immediately connected the souls with his spirit, viewing the situation through the eyes of the beast and the video of the king addressing her. Meanwhile, the man menacingly declared that Aslan's family had ruled people since ancient times and would not stop doing so in the future. After all, such simpletons as supermen cannot change this because one way or another, they obey the king. The prince's father tried to put moral pressure on the duke's daughter, trying to make her understand that he was the true ruler, and the crown of their family is the king, to whom everyone and everything, dukes, barons, magicians, and knights of different levels, obeys. Suddenly, the girl realized that perhaps His Majesty wanted to get something more than a kingdom. Then the king paused, looking menacingly at the duke's daughter, wondering only if she would be able to answer his speech. Looking confidently into the man's eyes, Chloe turned to him and decided to express everything she thought about his statements. However, Bradley immediately stood in front of the girl, asking his father to calm down, because he understood that the king was going too far. The man looked at his son with displeasure, because he did not like that he interrupted the answer to the duke's daughter, which he so wanted to hear. Realizing that he would not be able to achieve the desired result, the king simply turned around, ordering the young people to leave. The prince frowned, bowed deeply a second later. Answering as you wish, Chloe did the same, after which the guy turned around and asked the princess to go with him, and the girl was only surprised by such an appeal to herself. After all, they had not yet gotten married, and he had already called her a princess, but nevertheless she obeyed and followed the guy. A little later, the king sat alone, going over the entire conversation in his memory from beginning to end, telling his son out loud that this was too much. The throne room was illuminated only by the light of the moon, while the man sitting on the throne said that his son had grown up too quickly. Suddenly, a shadow approached him and asked His Majesty for what reason he told this to the princess. The king closed his eyes, languidly declaring that he was simply delighted. He must be just getting old and couldn't do it any other way. The man standing next to the king asked again if he was so worried about Valentius's bloodline. Opening his eyes, the elderly man plunged into memories, saying in a tired voice that this happened 40 years ago. Then one boy came up to greet him, introducing himself as the heir to the great Duke family. He was about 10 years old and said that he had just begun to learn the art of the sword, after which the king personally taught him. However, the man's joy towards the new student quickly disappeared, and the smile disappeared from his face. One day, the defeated king sat on his knees, looking at his sword, stuck in the ground and all dull and broken. Suddenly, he jerked sharply from a sudden but harmless child's question whether he was okay, which sounded next to him. The young duke extended his hand to the man, turning to His Majesty, wanting to help him rise after overpowering him. At that moment, the man was incredibly ashamed, and then he abandoned the idea of becoming a knight and holding a sword in his hand. A little later, the king tried to convince himself that they, the Aslans, were initially inclined to master magic. However, he didn't even have talent for it, which is why this story became one of the most shameful in his memory. However, he does not favor Valentia, not because of personal hostility, because the reason was much deeper than simple shame from his own powerlessness. It was all due to the fact that, no matter how long the peace lasts, the pitiful family of an aristocrat has no right to overshadow the royal one. The man trembled. I declare that this is a threat to the fundamental laws of their country, which is no different from treason. However, it was also a big problem that the prince did not know about this, even though he was precocious. But you can't go against the damn law, and this was the only thing that did not allow the king to use his power to the fullest. It is for this reason that a kingdom with such power cannot rule the entire continent, although it has the right to do so. The royal family is connected with the law, more and more about the family of aristocrats, which does not at all play into the hands of the ruler of the kingdom. This way, the authorities will not become centralized, and therefore every effort must be made to correct this situation. And in order to rule the continent, all power must be in the hands of the king. Only then can order come to the world. The shadow nearby immediately began to agree with the man's words, passively pushing him to the desired action. Smiling, the king added that the reason for this would be created by the stupid queen and that non-entity possessed by demons. But his interlocutor said that they themselves could not defeat Duke Valentius, because he could clearly assess the limits of the demon's minions. The man immediately put on a serious face, agreeing with him, saying that this is why they need him so much, after which he asked if the secret weapon was ready. But the answer was not satisfactory, although the king heard that he was talented. The interlocutor confidently stated that this is clearly better than the genius born after the Shadow Group, and he has no equal. If he continues to grow at the same rate, then the king will become the first ruler to control an aura user who is an assassin. However, for this they will need 10 years. But there is no need to worry because if they act together with the magic tower, this will be enough. The king immediately agreed with the words of his accomplice, simultaneously wondering where the prince went when he left the throne room, to which he received the answer that he did not go to a certain place, and it seemed that he was discussing matters with the dragon's eye. The man offered to give his son unimportant information so that he could not find out about their real plan. The shadow immediately accepted the order, saying that the principal would receive urgent news at the most important moment, which would distract him. The king thought that the uprising of the demon's minions against the royal family would happen very soon. As a result, Duke Valentius, their father-in-law, will die, thereby solving many problems, opening up new opportunities for the royal family. After all, when the news of the duke's death spreads throughout the area, this will provide sufficient reason to declare the absence of centralized power, which is in the wrong hands, can lead to the collapse of the kingdom, and this cannot be allowed. The shadow declared that they would turn the situation to their advantage, no matter what, and at that moment another shadow entered the hall. Crossing the hall, a dark spot on the floor stopped in front of the king, making some incomprehensible sounds. They did not resemble human speech, and therefore the king could not make out what his interlocutor's accomplice was talking about. To the king's question, the dark figure replied that his subordinate brought useful news that would please the man. The king was delighted at these words, while the shadow stated that they thought they could put pressure on Valentius even earlier. At the same time, a conversation was also held at the duke's estate, in which Scott told Esgard what he had heard personally. The dumbfounded man came to the dumbfounded conclusion that the emperor not only hated him, he even dared to threaten Chloe. After which the man grabbed his face with his hands, barely restraining the despair and anger that wanted to spill out. The guy added fuel to the fire by asking if he could kill the king in order to solve this not-so-important problem in one fell swoop. However, the duke immediately raised his head, slowly clenching his hand into a fist, to which the hero immediately declared that this was a joke. Pulling himself together, the Sword Emperor calmed down a little, crossing his arms over his chest and asking why this happened. Like the king, he remembered the time of his youth when he could defeat his majesty with swords over and over again. Was he still angry, but to make amends, he worked hard for his benefit, not letting him down even once. Waving his hands, Scott became very curious about what useful thoughts the Duke had in his head. The man loudly asked him if he really didn't understand how serious everything was, but the guy doubted it. Then he asked the man if this was a bigger problem than the army of the Demon King, to which Esgard turned away with displeasure. He admitted that this time the young hero was right, and therefore would have to agree with him, while the guy advised him not to push himself. The young hero said that everything would end the same if the Demon King came, and whether they wanted it or not, they would have to unite. After all, he knows what he is talking about, and the Duke must believe in this, which the man agreed with, adding that there is only one way out. They need to preserve all the strength of humanity so that together they can resist the hordes of the demonic army. The sudden Sword Emperor smiled friendlily, saying that sometimes he envied Scott's simple mentality. In response to this, the guy roared, saying that he could have just stopped at the word envy and not continued further. Crossing his arms again, the man closed his eyes and said in a relaxed manner that, thanks to the guy, his thoughts were in order. But at that very second, Zenas flew into the room, loudly declaring that they had a problem that did not require any delay. Holding the scroll in his hands, the man said in a panic that there was urgent and reliable news from the Dragon Eye. Uprisings began in small towns owned by the royal family, which immediately shocked the Hertz, and judging by the report, the king will personally order the Duke to suppress him. After hearing this, even Scott realized that this was just not the right thing. Handing the scroll to the Duke, the captain said that these were the contents of the official announcement that they would soon receive. Esgard read that Valentius must suppress the uprising in several small towns and prove that he is worthy of becoming the father-in-law of the royal family. But the most important information it contained was that the deadline was before his daughter's wedding. Meanwhile, the young hero asked in shock how much courage they had, since they started it in cities with a small number of people. Zenas immediately responded that from what he heard, the people behind this were thinking of joining the demon's followers, after which the captain lowered his head, saying that this was absurd, because doing such a thing at such a decisive time was terrible. Scott thinks that the demon's followers are trying to divide the military power of the royal family, thereby gaining an advantage. The dissatisfied Duke immediately closed his eyes and frowned, saying that this meant that they would attack during the wedding. However, the captain, who did not know the whole truth, said that they could not know that they were deciding to act on that day. Putting his hand on Zenas' shoulder, the Duke said that they had reason to believe so, and soon they would definitely tell him everything. However, they needed to resolve this issue first, and on top of that, the Sword Emperor was putting off talking to the captain. Distressed by such words, Zenas could do nothing else but agree, awaiting an explanation in the future. Then the captain returned to his explanations, saying that, judging by the reports, they began in small towns. The army of the kingdom and the magic tower will deal with Serengal and Lihui, because the magician of the ice flame was sent there. They will also have to go to Sarin, which is located exactly between Valentino and the royal palace. After some thought, the Duke said that he would have to send high-class knights in order to be in time for Chloe's wedding. Agreeing, the captain nodded hesitantly, but some thought still tormented his mind, worried about the uprising, which is why he said that the high-class knights, including himself, are now in the palace. If they move out, they will quickly end up completely. However, the only problem was that they would not be able to return before the wedding, no matter how hard they tried. To which Esgard thoughtfully replied that even in such a harsh time, the king wants to completely exhaust all of Valentino's strength. The sudden Sword Emperor proposed to destroy everything here, and in response to this he saw two pairs of dumbfounded eyes directed in his direction. However, the Duke immediately reassured them, saying that he was not arguing. He said that such an option should not be excluded, but because of Chloe and the family, he cannot act rashly, and canceling the wedding will greatly affect them and their status. All three were deep in thought, trying to solve a rather complex problem for which there was almost no time to solve it. Suddenly, the young hero smiled and snapped his fingers, saying that this could easily be sorted out in a week. Proudly pointing his finger at himself, he added that this would only be possible if he could go alone. Now the two shocked men looked at the guy while the captain asked if he wanted to use the wolf spirit. Scott decided to explain his strategy, justifying everything by the fact that it would take him 3 days to travel there and back. And also 1 day will be enough for him to completely sort things out, stopping the uprising and pacifying all the inhabitants of the city. Having weighed all the pros and cons, the smiling hero firmly stated that this was possible, so it was only necessary to obtain permission. Esgard and Zenas immediately tried to explain to the young man that this was too dangerous because the uprising was not just a bunch of bandits. Even though the city is small, there are at least a couple of hundred knights there, and they still don't know what the demon's followers are up to. The Duke firmly decided not to risk Scott for such a trifle because only this guy can predict the enemy's plans. To which the young hero replied that this is a test, and if there is a chance, then you need to pass it in order to become stronger. This is how the guy is used to living, so he asked to ask for some holy object for him, borrowing it from the royal family. After some time, the dumbfounded principal jumped up, asking again about the fact that they wanted to borrow the armor. Not understanding anything, Bradley began to explain that this was a valuable holy item, to which the knight replied that the guy used its core in Karuna. Returning to his chair, the blonde could not believe that this was possible, after which he called the boy amazing. Putting his hand to his lips, he fell into deep thought, trying to make an important decision on the issue of armor, after which he told his subordinate to tell them that the guy would definitely get it and didn't have to worry about it. After all, we need to help him somehow, because the prince did not consider the Duke a bad person, and was sure that Scott could help him. However, what worries him most is that he was unable to stop his father, who said too much. At the same time, the shadow next to the king stated that the holy object was missing, to which the old man reacted with a frown. The shadow added that the prince needed him because he disappeared after the knight Valentino named Torin came to the palace. To which the elderly man replied that the armor is a simple symbol, but his interlocutor was quick to disagree with him. After all, he thinks that this knight went to Sarene instead of Valentius, and will try to solve their problem alone. However, the king reacted to this information by crying out loudly, not believing that his plan might not work. If the guy uses a sacred item, the demon's followers will melt from the light without even being able to approach him. People blinded by dark magic wake up. All these factors made the king tense up as he thought about this situation. Suddenly, dumbfounded, he asked whether Valentius would manage without losses, to which he heard an affirmative answer. The man immediately bared his teeth, saying that he did not like it, after which he ordered his accomplice to not let the guy return alive. Shadow replied that he would take care of it, because they would send the secret weapon that they had cultivated for years. It should be enough to kill one knight, who was already rushing incredibly fast towards the small town. Scott, riding a wolf, rode as hard as he could, trying to spend as little time as possible on the road to the city. At this time, sitting on a tree branch, a mysterious figure was watching him, telling himself that the guy was moving unusually. It was immediately clear that he was riding a dire wolf and was heading straight to Zareen without wasting his time. The lips hidden under the mask whispered that he was too fast for him to keep up. But there was a high chance that he would go back along the same path. This means that you could just wait for him here, after which the figure began to dissolve right into the air. When the next dawn came, the wolf did not slow down, jumping over rocks that were not an obstacle for him. The guy who grabbed onto his friend's fur thought that he was damn hungry, and long-term movement was very tiring. He ate wild boar meat for 3 days. There was no choice. At that very second, his stomach made a characteristic sound during hunger. The wolf also felt the owner's thoughts, thinking about an urgent piece of meat that he would now happily enjoy. But suddenly the guy asked his friend if he felt any characteristics of a fourth-stage elementalist in him. Hearing the barking, the young man thought that it would be difficult to reach her, although his soul had already experienced the level of Superman. However, if he only matches him, it will not change anything because he returned to the past in order to become stronger. But he had already gained something new by becoming an elementalist. But it was still not enough, and he still had room to grow. After all, the higher the quality of the soul, the easier it is to become a user of an aura, which will be an order of magnitude different from the previous life. And even though he is far from reaching the fourth stage now, he will definitely come up with something, as he did before. Besides, if something goes wrong, you can always turn to Estina, his old elf friend. Suddenly they stopped on one of the hills, and before their eyes appeared the city to which the guy had been heading for so long. Seeing their destination, Scott smiled widely and stated that now it was time to deal with them as quickly as possible. At the same time, at the facade of the outer palace, there was a gathering of people, among whom only one man stood out and raised his voice. In a frightened, but at the same time angry voice, he loudly said that he was right and that he could not possibly be wrong. At this time, he thought that several generations of his family had faithfully worshipped the landowner Serena with all their hearts. Even when the despicable bastards played with him like a toy, he simply endured, without the opportunity or right to say anything. However, a little earlier, he was shaking as he sat in his office and told himself that the man deserved to die and that he had done the right thing. Suddenly, a hand fell on his shoulder and a rough voice immediately agreed with his statement, causing the man to jump. The man, whose face was hidden under the hood, added that this was why the man had no need to worry. After all, now he is the owner of the city and he must prepare for what awaits them soon. The stunned mayor asked if he was talking about that night with the sacred object, to which he received the answer that he left the palace 4 days ago, and he will be here very soon. So the mysterious man only wished the mayor good luck, smiling slyly. The man got scared, asking how to understand this, because he immediately realized that they wanted to leave him to the mercy of fate. However, the demon's minion hastened to calm him down, saying that as long as the guy had the sacred object, they could not do anything. The mayor's eyes widened as he reminded his interlocutor that he had said there was a way out, and then asked what he should do now. The henchman also advised the man to control this, because who would lead the knight and soldier if not the landowner? And you also need to activate the trap, to which the man decided to fall heavily into a chair, saying that it seemed like there was no choice. Taking one last look at the mayor, the hooded man wished him good luck, asking him to try for the sake of the new world. The man repeated the last phrase while standing on the street in front of his soldiers, waiting for one single night. At the same time, several of the demon's minions asked each other what happened to the landowner. However, they doubted that he could handle it, but they would collect information while he occupied that night. They would find out where he got the sacred item from. At that same second, an explosion occurred, causing the cloaked people to immediately panic, asking what was happening. However, one of them immediately asked everyone to calm down, putting his hand in front of him, trying to calm down the fear that had come over everyone. Looking out the window, the man saw a huge cloud of dust that rose right in the central square. They immediately recognized the guy who was sitting on a huge fighting wolf, holding a hammer of incredible size and shape in his hands. Suddenly, he realized the essence of the whole situation and shouted that it was too late to escape, ordering an urgent activation of the trap. One of the henchmen asked how they were, to which he received the answer that it was too late for them too, if he did not run faster than the spirit. All the cloaked figures who stood on the street watched in horror as the young warrior slowly approached them. Scott, meanwhile, was in high spirits, telling them to get together so he could crush them with one big blow, after which he raised the sacred object upward, summoning armor, as a result of which the artifact began to emit light. This light was so bright that it could blind several streets, and it could be seen several kilometers away. The power was so strong that even the windows in the building blew out, blinding the demon's minions located there. At that same second, all the minions began to be burned alive by the power emanating directly from the divine artifact. One of the henchmen was still conscious, stunned by the power of the sacred object that destroyed his allies. He stretched out his hands in front of him, trying to protect himself from the blinding light, wishing it would fade as soon as possible. However, he knew he didn't have much time left, so she activated the trap before it was too late. Then he began to cast a spell, shouting that this was all for the sake of a new world, asking the Great One to lend him strength. But at that very second, I noticed how a young man was already rushing towards him, riding a wolf. I wanted to stop his plan. Swinging his hammer and imbuing him with new mana, Scott cried out that he would not allow him to do this, and let him try to survive this too. The guy did not go into a melee attack, throwing the hammer, being confident that it would definitely reach the target. As he predicted, his weapon hit the spell that the dark sorcerer was trying to cast. At that same second, the man was covered in burning pain, which he endured, screaming heart-rendingly, trying not to lose consciousness. After which there was a loud explosion. It was unclear what caused it, which is why the young hero had to react quickly. He managed to protect himself with armor made of mana, while the flames surrounded his body, and the wolf only hid behind him, not wanting to set his fur on fire. When the shockwave ended, the young man tried to understand what kind of explosion it was, because it didn't look like the guy's blow had killed him. He moved closer to where the henchman's body was supposed to be, but he only found a small figure. He immediately realized that it was a clone victim, thereby realizing that he had very little time to get this person. The young hero left the building, jumping out into the street, wondering if they were weakened by the effects of the holy item. But what bothered him was that normally they wouldn't use a clone victim for such a pathetic attack that it didn't even go through. Suddenly the guy stopped and froze, seeing in front of him the true and truly dangerous idea of the demon's minions. In front of him lay a huge mountain of red balls, imbued with magic, which he learned about from the story of one wizard. And here lies powerful magic, more destructive than most artifacts used by the demon's followers. And if they start to glow, they will explode. And therefore they must be avoided so as not to be at the epicenter of the explosion. The young hero immediately realized that the matter was rubbish, and it was necessary at all costs to prevent these artifacts from coming into action. The moonwolf also sensed danger, baring his teeth and starting to growl at objects unfamiliar to him, experiencing panic. Scott realized that there was little time, and therefore decided to improvise, lighting different flames on his hands in order to unite. He only used this ability that time in the royal palace. He doesn't have a stronger one now. The guy again began to create a ball, charging it with energy and trying to control it so that the magic did not dissipate. But he noticed that the exploding balls began to crack, releasing flames, as he immediately directed the properties of destruction to spread widely. An incredibly huge stream of fire rushed towards the explosive balls, destroying the artifacts of the demon's followers. Despite Scott's attempts, an explosion of incredible force occurred, throwing the wolf and his master high into the air. The shockwave was not going to fade, while the guy desperately thought that he needed to somehow weaken the explosion. He shrouded himself and the beast in mana, trying not to take critical damage in the searing, hellish flames surrounding him. However, there was not enough mana to protect the beast, which is why it disappeared in the flames, leaving only a pitiful howl in the end. And from the other side of the city, it was clear that the explosion was incredibly powerful, which could have destroyed an entire street. However, the guy was able to reduce the scale of the tragedy so as not to cause unnecessary harm to the city and its innocent residents. It was a very absurd power, although the guy didn't weaken it as much as he could, but the moon wolf disappeared, and he couldn't even feel the response of his mana. Having recovered from the explosion, the young hero jumped up, remembering that he urgently needed to give information to the royal palace. After all, only one artifact is important to the demon's minions, so they urgently need to tell the Duke about it. With huge leaps, he reached the building, breaking down the door, shouting loudly that a communication device was now waiting for him. The frightened landowner began to mumble that he was simply doing what he was told and asking for mercy. Losing his patience, Scott ordered the man to close his mouth and give him what he asked, to which he received the answer that there was nothing like it in the village. Without wasting a minute, the guy mounted the wolf and rushed away from the city, accelerating faster and faster with every second. The embittered hero did not understand how one could manage without a communication device, even in a village where it might be needed at any moment, after which they continued their journey through the forest road, on which they could quickly accelerate. Scott turned to the beast, telling him that he knew that he had just recovered, but asking him to be patient with him a little longer. After all, if he just runs, they will be able to get there before the next artifact is stolen again. However, the guy did not have time to finish this phrase, when suddenly something unexpectedly quickly jumped out in front of him. The young hero didn't even have time to figure out what happened, lowering his head in shock, trying to catch his breath in a panic. A few seconds earlier, the guy sensed danger, shouting to the wolf to quickly dodge. The young hero almost stumbled upon a thin fishing line, but managed to duck in time, losing only a few hairs. They immediately stopped, examining the weapon, which they had obviously prepared for his arrival, hoping that he would fall into a trap. However, it was close because he would have already fallen over dead if he had not expanded the range of his senses. But the most important question is who could have done this, when at that very second a kunai flew out from behind a tree, heading towards Scott. This time the young man was a little less lucky, although he managed to dodge, but the weapon caused a scratch on his cheek. Following this, not allowing the guy to relax, a spear suddenly jumped out from the shadows, followed by the hands of the killer. Leaning back, the guy dodged the pole weapon, simultaneously recognizing the person who possesses such an ability. Jumping to the side, Scott addressed the killer, calling him a reaper, and then asked why he was there. However, he already remembered that she was not the reaper he knew in a past life. Now she was a completely different person. Not again. Out of nowhere, another kunai flew at the young man, from which he was able to dodge this time without receiving damage. However, the assassin was watching him, trying to find a blind spot for the perfect attack to finish the job quickly. Walking behind the guy, she swung her sword, causing another scratch on the hero's other cheek, although she didn't think he would dodge again. However, Scott simply waited, after which he grabbed the hammer and turned sharply, trying to attack his future comrade. But the next second the killer disappeared, using an illusory gate with which she could hide from the enemy. The guy's breathing became heavier because they fled from Sarin without a break, so he had little mana left. Suddenly, a dozen arrows flew at him in a hail, from which the young man had to avoiding it. Putting his hand in front of him, he created an iron barrier, into which every single shell crashed, breaking into pieces. But there was another problem, because the hero's body can barely cope with the Reaper's shadow poison, which is poisoning him with every second. This is very bad because he cannot die here, but at the same time you cannot kill one of the 10 future knights. He clutched the hammer in his hands, trying not to collapse under the influence of the poison, and at the same time figure out how to lure the Reaper out of the shadows. An idea ripened in his head, and after which he immediately loudly asked the question why she, the shadow of the king's family, came for him. At first there was no answer, but then questions were asked from all sides about how he knew, and this meant that the plan had worked. This girl was still inexperienced because the Reaper he knows would not answer, and this was his chance for luck. However, now it was necessary to choose the words and convey the information correctly so as not to let her off the hook. Throwing the hammer over his shoulder, he stated that he also knew the magic circle technique, which the girl learned from the Law of Shadow. The Reaper raised her voice again asking how he knew, since she was the only one who knew this technique. Scott clearly remembered that she herself told him about this, or rather, her future version, when they were talking by the fire. However, he decided to collect the girl from this life, saying that in fact he also owns a similar technique. But at the same time, he tensed, thinking that he needed to use as much of the remaining mana as possible, then he would have a chance. However, the Reaper stated that this was nonsense, after which she again threw her spear towards the guy who was ready for any attack. Then he and his beast fed themselves with mana. deciding to act in a cunning way, trying to more accurately copy the Reaper's ability. Pushing off slightly, the guy riding the wolf immediately found himself a few steps away from the place where he had just been. The girl watching him immediately recognized the illusory gait that she had used against him just recently. The tone of her voice changed as she asked if it was true, to which Scott smiled, thinking the plan had worked, after which he stroked the wolf, thinking that it was unlikely that he would be able to use this ability again, after which he addressed the girl in a stern manner, again saying that he came from the same place as her. She immediately asked that then he must be Scott, better known in the area as the Shining Knight, Scott Morse. The guy was surprised by the unusual reaction of the girl, who said that she thought that the rumors were lies, but he was really the heir of their family. Crossing his arms over his chest and smiling, thereby showing that he was unarmed, the guy answered her question in the affirmative. Suddenly, a figure appeared from the shadows, walking barefoot toward the young hero, simultaneously removing his hood. The Reaper stated that she considered this a lie and did not know that anyone besides her also survived, and at the same time she slowly pulled the mask off her face. The appearance of a young girl appeared in front of Scott, but what she just said struck the guy even more. The guy frowned, thinking that Luna was the heiress of the Morse family, but she never talked about it. Suddenly, the girl began to approach the young man, saying that she believed that there were no other relatives left. However, she did all this for the sake of her home, because she was told that if she worked for the royal family, she would be able to return to her homeland. Unexpectedly, she asked how the guy knew that she was working for them, because almost no one knew this information. The young hero immediately tensed up, desperately realizing that this was a failure, because she is not a master of speech, but she is smart enough. Rubbing the back of his head, he answered uncertainly that only the king's family and Valentius knew that he had gone to Zareen, and if someone tried to kill him, then there was a high chance that the royal family was behind it, to which the Reaper nodded understandingly. This time he was able to get out of it, but suddenly asked what this reaction was and why she attacked him. She replied that she was simply following the king's orders because she was told to kill him before arriving in Zareen if possible. But otherwise, it was necessary to kill on the way back, but she did not know the reason, while Scott listened in shock. He could not have expected that this was an order from the king, but the reason is obvious. His real target is Valentius, not me. The demon minions are everywhere, and they almost destroyed Karun. And now they are going to fight each other for power. Scott wondered if they would really have to protect this old man who is now king and tried to kill him. And after that, he told the Reaper that he needed to return as soon as possible, then asked what about her, calling her his older sister. At that very second, the girl blushed, because for the first time in her life they called her sister, which made her feel pleasant emotions. She asked the guy about such treatment, and then he clarified that he was 14 and she seemed older. With his eyes wide open, she stated that he was then her brother, after which she grabbed him tightly and hugged him, pressing him to her chest. Placing her head on the guy's hair, the Reaper stated that she had a family and was no longer alone, while the guy felt guilty. Someday, he will apologize for this lie, but then he asked what she would do about the task, to which she replied that she would figure it out. Looking at his new relative, the young hero thought that he had a bad feeling about many aspects. Meanwhile, another meeting took place among the demon's minions, in which the head was informed that Morse had been blown up, but he survived. Also, one of those present stated that he had 3 days left to reach the city, after which he would successfully reach the kingdom. The elder immediately angrily declared that then, the guy would be able to tell everyone about the bomb, because of which their plan could easily collapse. But someone immediately asked who would believe him, because they themselves didn't really believe it until they saw it with their own eyes. He also went to the city without revealing his real identity, which is why no one will believe him. Smiling, the elder said that he was too unpredictable, so they would hasten the execution of their plan. All the henchmen present immediately screamed, refusing this idea because it could affect the original idea. But the main argument of the plan itself was that on a certain day the entire royal family would gather together. Having clasped his hands and listened to all the comments from his minions, the elder gave a negative answer, after which he laughed loudly, declaring that the wedding is not the only reason to bring the whole family together. After all, they are going to hold a rehearsal the day before the wedding, as required by etiquette, so that everything goes perfectly. All members of the royal family except the king will gather there, which means it will be the same ideal moment for the execution of the plan. That is why they will focus on this time, because the absence of the king is not particularly important. However, concerned minions asked about the king because they saw him as one of the key figures. However, the elder had a solution in this regard, so he told the blue fox to take care of him, who would solve their problem. At the same time, in the royal palace, the second queen was slowly sipping her tea, saying that the plan had changed again. Closing her eyes, she thought out loud about this question, asking why so suddenly and whether they could still be trusted. The servant who stood next to her replied that she should not worry about anything, because they were fully prepared for any adversity. Everything will definitely go well. Despite the postponement of the date, they will take care of the obstacle in the form of the king. The man put his hand on the queen's shoulder, adding that it would be useful for them. In response to this, the woman put her hand on his. With a sad look, she looked at the portrait of the king, located in a huge golden frame. I doubt that it is a hindrance. She knew that the old man took his position simply because he was the eldest, although he did not have much power. Turning around, the queen told the man that the king was not the one he, the commander of the knights, should truly fear. The blond man smiled, saying that the king himself is not a problem, we have magicians loyal to him, and with a blue blood magician, everything is different. The queen put on a serious face, reminding the servant not to forget about the assassins under the king's command. The man gave her a skeptical look, asking her if this is not just a rumor that is floating around without any basis. However, this question caused a rush of negative emotions from the cutting queen, causing her to open her eyes wide, after which she loudly hit the table with her fist, saying that these were not rumors, because these scum destroyed her family. The girl abruptly jumped up from her chair, dropping it to the floor, beginning to get more and more angry at such assumptions with each passing second. Turning around, the queen screamed that she saw them with her own eyes, saw her parents, brothers and sisters being killed by a shadow. Her face showed anger, and tears began to flow from her evil eye as she said that a man should understand why she would go so far. The man lifted the chair, then knelt down and took the queen's hand, saying that the next few days would determine their fate. And if everything works out, then their child will become a king, as a result of which all their problems and past failures will be forgotten. Smiling slightly, the woman replied that otherwise they would be finished. He should realize that. The blonde kissed the queen's hand, saying that he understood everything perfectly, but would not leave the woman to fight alone. At the same time, the king, being in his office, talked with the shadow, asking that the minions had changed the plan. Shadow replied that the queen had changed the date for removing the barrier stone of the inner palace, and they planned to get down to business the day before the wedding. The old man was surprised because during the rehearsal, when all the family members would gather together, he alone would not be there. The interlocutor replied that they suspected that they might try to attack here, but it was unknown how and how many there would be. While drinking wine, the man replied that it didn't matter, because known entities tempted by the demon could do nothing. Loudly slamming his glass on the table, the king declared that the problem was only in Esgard, and these lower creatures would not defeat him. The shadow only briefly agreed with the master, to which the king sternly asked if he could deal with him himself. The interlocutor immediately began to worry about his safety, but the old man replied that he was fine and had a plan. Shadow hesitated, answering that if it was necessary for the sake of his power, then he did not think that they had to immediately eliminate Duke Valentino, to which the man ordered to monitor the situation, and if he considers that his safety is not in danger, then let him deal with Esgard. I sang the wine directly from the vessel. The king added that if necessary, he should take Ludwig with him so that everything would work out. At first, the interlocutor wanted to add something, but he hesitated and fell silent while the king enjoyed the wine in large sips. As soon as the old man's head dropped, his face took on a stern look, after which he said that if there was nothing more to add, let him go. A couple of seconds later, the shadow hesitantly said that he had been informed that the uprising in Serena had just been suppressed. The shocked king asked that the Valentino boy who borrowed the sacred object survived and dealt with Tsarin. The shadow stated that they had a plan to make sure that he did not return, and therefore the man should not worry. The old man replied that he reacted this way not because of the child, but because the Valentino scum earned an achievement without losing anyone. After which he looked at the bottle that he had just broken, and then turned his gaze to the shadow, telling him that he was an idiot. Heading towards the exit, the king continued to make angry comments towards his ally while he tried to apologize. Suddenly, the man stopped and said that he was putting the shadow in charge of dealing with the Valentino scoundrels. At the same time, Prince Bradley crossed his arms over his chest and asked, dumbfounded, that she had already begun to act. His right hand immediately agreed, saying that he had heard that Gray had gathered the knights and changed the plan, and was going to start the day before the wedding. The guy thought that this would happen during the rehearsal, which means this plan could also work, but something confused him, after which he asked how his father was because he would not be there, to which the knight replied that their assistant said that they would take care of him. Smiling slyly and incredulously, Bradley asked who these assistants were because, most likely, they were a bunch of useless minions of the demon. The knight immediately asked if they should be stopped, to which the prince asked if they could harm their father without help from the inside. After all, while the blue blood magician Ludwig is nearby, it will not be easy, because this man can destroy any henchman. The prince agreed with this statement, concluding that his uncle would remain with him, because his father never kept knights nearby. Several decades have passed since the king began to despise the knights because of Duke Valentius. After all, the fuel that his father had collected flared up so much that the queen, along with the commander of the knights, took part in treason. And in order to destroy their plan, the king prepares, without anyone knowing about his plans, discussing his plans only with trusted persons. The prince did not understand why his father met such an end, after which he lowered his head and turned to Ixalan. Then he said that in such a situation, the decision to cut off the corrupt parts of the royal family is not a bad idea. The knight did not understand what the guy was getting at, but he interrupted him, adding that everything would be fine if he didn't have to get his hands dirty. The stunned dark man looked at the prince, not believing that he had decided to make such a serious decision, after which the blonde headed towards the door, saying that they would act according to the plan, while the knight doubted. Bradley also asked Ixalan to ask Valentius's family to come to the Crumb Palace, where the ceremony would be held. After all, the guy firmly decided to tell his father-in-law about their plan personally, so that he would also be aware of everything that was happening. At the same time, being in her chambers, Chloe tiredly fell on the bed, saying that it was better when she had to attend classes for the bride. To which Vivian replied that she always complained that she had a lot to do, but the blonde said that it was before. And now, neither Luna nor little children like Scott are with her, the warrior laughed, saying that this is strange to realize. Suddenly, the Duke's daughter jumped up and asked the warrior why she shouldn't confess to Zenas until she was older. The stunned girl knight first jumped, then blushed, answering that she respected him as her commander. With a sharp movement, the blonde found herself very close to her friend. She jumped up for something long ago, trying to explain that this is true. Well, after which she turned away and stated in an embarrassed tone that he was a genius who had reached the level of a challenger at only 30 years old. Suddenly, Chloe asked if Vivian wanted her to talk to him, but she tried so loudly to dissuade her. The blonde returned to the bed, saying that the warrior was jealous, because she could date anyone like that. Vivian asked if she really didn't want to marry the crown prince, but the blonde said that that was not the point. Her family has given her a huge amount of privileges, so she must give back in whatever way she can. Smiling slightly and sighing, the girl knight looked with slight surprise at the Duke's daughter, who was as naive as a child. But the blonde immediately cried out that since she needed to get married in any case, this was the best option, since he was from the royal family. Therefore, she asked Vivian to go on a date for her too, and she would talk to Zenas, which made the warrior scream again. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a voice coming from behind the door, asking if the princess was at home, because he would like to tell her something. They immediately recognized the crown prince in the male voice, after which Chloe immediately began to straighten her hair, which Vivian reminded her of, after which the guy slowly entered the room, clasping his hands behind his back, smiling at his bride and her knight friend. Bradley couldn't help but notice that Vivian was there too, so he immediately greeted her while Chloe asked what brought him here. Having removed the smile from his face, the prince became stern, saying that there was something very important that he needed to talk to her about. The girl looked at her fiancé with surprise and slight fear, not imagining what such an important topic could be about. As soon as morning came, Scott reached the kingdom, rejoicing at his arrival, simultaneously taking a full lungful of air with the wolf. However, now all they had to do was report everything to the old man and eat. But suddenly the Duke's two sons began to run up to him. He was surprised that they were looking for him personally. The brothers immediately said that their father wanted them to convey the message to him and left them to wait. Without wasting time, they announced that the date had changed and told him to quickly go to the ceremony. At this time, the priest loudly asked to pay attention to him, trying to shout over the ringing of a huge bell. After all, the rehearsal wedding of the crown prince will begin soon, so it is necessary that the guests be sure to remain quiet. He also asked to be careful during the actual ceremony to avoid any mistakes. At this time, one of the men reached into his pocket, remembering that the demon's minion had given him a ball that he needed to inject mana into and throw. However, the queen's servant did not understand when the plan would begin to be carried out so that he would see the signal, but he was told that he would understand. However, now he frowned, trying to find at least one hint as to when he should carry out a very important order. He then turned his attention to Esgard, who in turn was carefully examining the guests, being overly cautious. The queen's servant suspected that the duke knew something, and therefore it was necessary to get him out of here. The man called his subordinate to him, who immediately listened and began to wait in surprise for further orders. The blonde whispered that Duke Valentius was acting extremely suspiciously, and he thought that he knew something. Therefore, now it was necessary to act quickly, and most importantly, extremely carefully, in order to prevent the failure of the operation. At the same time, the Sword Emperor turned his attention to the two whispering people, realizing that they were up to something. Trying not to show it and keep his head level, he wondered what the hell they wanted to do. After all, no matter how much I tried, I did not feel either the evil energy of the demon's followers or strange or unusual mana. The man was watching them, the crown prince once asked, but the enemies could also guess that they were being followed. At this time, the prince suddenly noticed the duke's intense gaze, trying not to show that he was at the same time with him. The next second, the guy waved to the ball emperor, pretending that for him this was a regular rehearsal before the wedding. A little earlier, the duke asked him about the possibility of a coup d'etat during the rehearsal. Bradley confirmed this, adding that the second queen and the knight commander had teamed up with the demon's followers to stage a coup. The duke immediately asked if it would be worth moving it then, to which he received a negative answer, because if they act thoughtlessly, they will miss them. But the man did not understand whether it was possible to endanger the lives of the prince's relatives, but that is why the principal called him and the knights. The guy wanted Esgard to protect them, but the duke then asked if it was possible that the king also knew about everything. Putting an incomprehensible smile on his face, the crown prince replied that he thought that his father probably knew his immediate plans. Not during the rehearsal, the guy tried to behave at ease, pretending that he had no idea about anything. Meanwhile, the stone-faced duke thought that this was not normal, and it was not just the demon's followers. And it seems that he and the prince shared the same thoughts, trying to combine different facts into one picture. The prince could not understand why they were going to stage a coup with just Gluil and the royal knights, even if they have demon followers behind them. As long as the barrier around the royal palace holds, they will not dare to get here. Therefore, he was sure that they had found another way, which was too late and suspicious to look for. The guy decided that he shouldn't worry so much because if something goes wrong, his father-in-law is next to him. He held a knife in his trembling hand, trying to cut a piece of cake, trying to concentrate on his plan. Suddenly, a small hand grabbed his arm, and a child's voice hesitantly addressed his brother, drawing attention to himself. The younger brother worriedly asked the prince if it was possible that he did not want to get married, and that was why he was so nervous. This boy did not inherit the golden eyes of the Aslan family, and he did not know if this was the reason, but he is the most innocent child. However, from this day on, Tanel will hate him. But the guy replied that, on the contrary, he was really looking forward to getting married. He looks unwell because adults have to think about so many things, so he asked not to worry about him. The boy smiled, saying that he would not, after which he congratulated him on his marriage, because he did not think that he would have the opportunity to say this tomorrow. Bradley smiled and thanked his younger brother, who, albeit a little, was able to calm his jitters. Suddenly, the guy turned around sharply, hearing the menacing cry of the duke, who was asking someone why they were here. Standing before him were two sons whom he had told not to come, but this concerned the matter he had told them about. However, the Sword Emperor did not care, and wanted to count out his sons again for not following orders, but suddenly froze. One of the guys opened his palm, on which the little moonwolf was sitting, which meant that Scott had already returned. The second son said that only direct family members of the palace servants could enter, so he could not come. Now he is waiting with the rest of Valentino's knights, simultaneously trying to regain his strength after a long journey. He ordered his sons to return to the estate, but before he could finish speaking, a small wolf jumped into his hand. The beast pressed lightly on the man's palms, conveying to him the information that Scott was able to obtain while in Siren. Moonwolf told the Duke that the guy had found a powerful artifact without mana, but he could not get it. After a few seconds, the spirit jumped from the Duke's hand, conveying all the information, and the man realized what their plan was. Unhappy with this turn of events, he frowned while someone called out to him, causing him to turn his head. A man who had recently interacted with the Queen's servant approached him, saying that he had something to tell the Duke. He stated that they received information that someone was planning to cause a disturbance during the ceremony rehearsal. In this regard, an order was issued to not allow anyone except a member of the royal family of servants in for security reasons. The man calmly added that even if he was worried, it was for his own safety, so he should be understanding. However, such speeches only angered the Sword Emperor, who asked how he dared say such things to the father of the bride. To which the knight calmly replied that he was simply following orders, in response to which the Duke pulled out the scabbard in which the sword rested. Losing his patience, Esgard asked who gave the order, and the knight's answer depended on whether he would draw the sword or not. Noticing them, people began to ask if they would really start fighting, being surprised to recognize Duke Esgard among them. At the same time, the people parted to allow the prince to pass forward, who decided to personally sort out the squabble. The knight immediately asked His Highness for forgiveness for the inconvenience, explaining that they simply did not understand each other. Applying the necessary pressure to the man's throat, the Duke asked not to ignore his question and to answer who gave this order. Looking at the seething sword emperor, the prince said that he had better calm down and discuss things in a more civilized manner. Why did she turn to Sir Esterwell, asking if he was going to drive away his father-in-law with the rehearsal for his own wedding? However, the soldier apologized and said that the royal knights were only carrying out the orders of His Majesty, after which he turned to Esgard, telling him that the king himself had given the order, and therefore his order was unquestioned. If the Sword Emperor refuses to fulfill it, it will be regarded as treason, for which severe punishment will follow. At the same time, a small wolf cub ran between the guest's legs, because thanks to the commotion he managed to get inside. After all, Scott was now watching through his eyes who was worried about the old man, but first he had to deal with the explosives. He knows what she looks like, so he can easily find her. The black balls will be very noticeable among the wedding decorations. Therefore, first it was necessary to deal with them, because of which the wolf, not paying attention to the squabble, headed away. It was necessary to hurry as quickly as possible to find explosive balls and prevent terrible disasters. Stunned by the information, the Duke decided to ask again that the king personally ordered all this, and that this was not an invention, after which he cried out that he did not believe, while the prince agreed with his father's will, deciding to obey the order. Surprised by the prince's decision, the Duke tried to appeal to him, but the guy stopped his father-in-law, saying that the ceremony would begin soon. At the same time, they were observed by the queen's servant, who frowned, deciding that the crown prince knew something. However, it didn't matter. Since he wouldn't have to spend the summoning sphere on the Duke, most of the nobles would die. Coming out of the church, the Duke complained to the prince that these rebels were hiding behind the king so that there would be no questions about them. However, Bradley knew this, but now they have no reason to stop them, because if they undertake to check their father's words, they will miss the chance. However, the Sword Emperor did not let up, saying that if they left everything as it was, then something would happen to the aristocrats present. After all, they are using an artifact that they have never heard of, which will put the guests in great danger. Esgard wanted to add something else, but noticed how the prince's hand, which was holding the Duke, was trembling violently. Without looking him in the eye, the guy said that in order to cut off rotten flesh, one must be prepared for healthy flesh to suffer. After which the prince frowned and looked at the man, saying that he had a bigger plan, and therefore he needed to calm down. After a little time, the lighting again asked to draw the guests' attention to it, after which everyone immediately fell silent. The man said that there was some problem outside, but they resolved everything, so the ceremony continues. After which he solemnly announced that today's events would be opened by the crown princess, Chloe von Valentia. At the same second, a blonde dressed in a white dress began to descend from the second floor, and Vivian and Zenas walked behind her. All the guests immediately opened their mouths with delight when they saw the angel of the duchy, Valentino, adding that the crown prince was lucky. Princip met her at the end of the stairs, extending his hand and commenting that his mistress looked beautiful. Smiling and thanking him, the girl put her hand in the outstretched palm and continued to go downstairs. While she examined the bones, the prince did not take his eyes off her, smiling and admiring her unimaginable beauty. He suddenly turned his head, looking back, trying to figure out what had caught his attention so much. However, the priest's voice distracted him when he declared that now that the heroes of the occasion were here, the ceremony could begin. Suddenly, the waiter came to the table, lighting a candle that looked special, and the guests appreciated how beautiful it was made. When a small flame appeared on the top of the cake, the priest decided to continue the ceremony. In another part of the hall, an exhausted wolf lay hidden from everyone, while Scott thought that finding the balls would be easy. However, everything in this room has a round shape, which is why the search radius has increased several times. The two guys grabbed their heads in despair, deciding that they had repainted them to confuse others, and he had no idea how to distinguish where the real ones were, and therefore at first he decided to destroy everything. When suddenly he looked at the guests, everyone present immediately began to ask if others could smell the strange smell, which was completely unfamiliar. They assumed that it was from the burning of a candle, although usually the smell is different. The young hero noticed it through the eyes of a wolf. He did not understand what the guests were talking about, sniffing air through his nose, trying to smell an unfamiliar or strange aroma, after which he and Luna Wolf froze, realizing what a mistake they had made during the search for explosives. The beast immediately rushed forward, remembering that the same smell was present right before the explosion, and therefore he immediately saw through the disguise. The guy already knew for sure that the explosive was in the cake, because this was the last place where it was worth looking for it. It was inconvenient to run in the form of a puppy, but it was too early to transform, and then he only slipped between the legs of the guests. At the same time, the unsuspecting priest was saying that at tomorrow's wedding, the crown prince would come out first. Suddenly, one of the guests jumped up and screamed loudly, noticing how something had slipped under the table. But they realized that there was something below, while Scott thought that it was impossible to get through unnoticed. But now he had no choice. He would have to take the last desperate step to protect all the aristocrats. At that same second, the table was thrown upward, from under which a huge silver wolf appeared, frightening all the guests. Seeing the wild beast, they immediately screamed, starting to run towards the exit, while the moon wolf rushed towards the cake. One single bite was enough to grab the ill-fated ball, which was cunningly hidden in the dessert. The queen's stunned servant did not understand what the hell this was, and whether this was the very signal that he should have waited for. However, it does not seem that the wolf is hostile, and therefore is probably trying to interfere with their plans. While the man drew his sword and made a decision, Scott and the wolf's soul ran furiously. I think that he is not too late. Running up to the huge window, he decided that the sphere needed to be spat out there so that it would explode at a safe distance. He had only a few meters left when suddenly he noticed a knight above him, swinging a sword at him. The blade reached its target, passing through the body of the wolf, who in pain released the explosive from his mouth. Without taking her eyes off the sphere, the girl noticed through the eyes of a wolf that it had already detonated, and now there would be a big explosion. After this, a deafening roar and bright flames illuminated the church, which felt the true horror of the artifact. At the same time, the king, sitting on a chair and resting his head on his hand, lazily asked that the roof of the chapel had flown into the air. The court magician who stood next to the ruler confirmed his words, saying that the demon's followers had created new artifacts. Therefore, it was not clear to him what damage would be done, but the king replied that it would not matter if a couple of members of the side branch of the family died. The wizard decided to remind him that there were also the crown prince and princess there, who did not have to die. However, the elderly man only reassured the magician, saying that it was nothing to worry about, to which he received a surprised look, and the king himself smiled and explained that their deaths would serve as an excellent excuse for them, because he had already thought through everything. For a long time, the king was going to appropriate his power stolen by the aristocrats and recapture the entire continent. Therefore, everything that happened is an excellent reason for starting a war, which he will start as soon as the opportunity arises. The court magician only bowed obediently, deciding to flatter the king by saying what an outstanding decision his majesty had made. However, he himself frowned, realizing that the king's desire was more than insane, especially considering that he was sacrificing his family. The explosion left behind a huge devastation and a fog of dust that was not going to settle, floating through the air. The king's servant emerged from the rubble, shouting that all members of the royal family should be killed now. Hearing the command, mercenaries appeared out of nowhere and immediately took out their blades and began slaughtering all the surviving guests. Seeing the result, the man smiled evilly, thinking that he would definitely never have missed such a signal. After which he took 3 summoning spheres from his pocket, deciding that now was the time to use them. At the same time, Bradley quickly recovered from the explosion and began to turn his head, trying to catch his eye on the bride, after which he ran across the hall, loudly addressing the princess. While the surviving and wounded people asked for help, the prince bared his teeth. I understand the mess he got into because he knew that the risk would definitely be huge. However, he could never have expected something like this. At the same time as he was thinking, another relative was pierced with a sword. A day earlier, he turned to Ixalan, who immediately began to listen carefully to his master, awaiting orders. Clasping his hands and taking on the most serious look, the guy declared that tomorrow the king would be killed by the demon's followers. However, if this does not happen, then he personally will have to put an end to this. Without disputing the words of the prince, the knight understood his task. And now, the prince almost died, unable to carry out the plan that he had so carefully checked so that it would go through without misfires. But now he watched in shock as the mercenaries slaughtered the king's unarmed and innocent relatives. Bradley understood that a little more, and they would get to him, and therefore, it was necessary to do something and try to fight back. Without thinking twice, he kicked the mercenary in the face, causing him to drop his sword in surprise and fall to the floor. At that same second, the guy grabbed a weapon and swung at the bandit, who immediately recognized the crown prince, but this did not save him. Without hesitation, the blonde struck, thinking only about whether everything was okay with the princess he had been looking for so long. Looking at the lifeless body of the killed mercenary, he immediately thought that he needed to calm down, throwing away his anger. After all, he planned everything regarding the princess, and his father-in-law will come soon, but first he must try to survive. Suddenly, the prince heard an unfamiliar roar, and turning around, a monster appeared before his view, the likes of which he had never seen before. 3 demons looked in his direction and were hostile, having emerged from the underworld to earth. Then one of them sharply rushed forward, extending his hand to the prince, who did not have time to return or repel the attack. Meanwhile, Zenas began to slowly recover from the explosion, standing up and holding his sore head. And he was clearly not warned about the explosion, especially since the Duke hastily ordered him to go there as Chloe's knight. This meant that the Sword Emperor also did not know anything, and things clearly did not go as originally planned. Suddenly, a small grain of sand fell on the captain's shoulder, as his keen senses immediately reacted to the approaching danger. He jumped sharply to the side at the moment when a huge stone slab fell in the place where he had just stood. After checking his condition, the captain realized that after the explosion, his body would go numb, and he would only be able to use mana to a limited extent. However, thanks to the artifact that Scott had previously given him, the man will be able to hold out a little longer. At that same second, 2 girls running up called him. The captain immediately recognized the princess and Vivian, asking if they were okay. Without answering his question, Chloe stated that they did not have much time, after which she threw the sword she found along the way into his hands. Then the girls hurried towards the hall, while a blonde with a torn dress hurried the man, saying that they needed to see the prince. A minute later, they reached the hall, when Chloe immediately screamed in shock about the presence of demons. It was at that second that they attacked the prince, who was still able to put his sword in front of him, holding the monster's paws. However, the demon loomed over the guy, waving his hand and preventing him from using the sword to defend himself. But at the same time, the Duke's daughter raised her voice, asking the goddess to give her strength, after which the demon was distracted by a bright light. Using Scott's old weapon, a small mace, the girl stood in front of the prince, swinging it. The demons were also blinded by the divine light, causing burning and unbearable pain in their bodies, because of which they began to scream. Deciding that the demons were over, the prince looked dumbfounded at the princess, who simply smiled sweetly. But at that very second, frightened Vivian shouted to her mistress to be careful, warning of the approaching danger. At that same second, Chloe and Bradley turned around in fear, noticing what the female knight had so loudly warned them about. Right now, one of the demons was flying towards them, who was able to survive without being burned by the divine light. However, Zenas suddenly appeared between the monster and the girl, who was able to cut off both hands of the demon. The blonde was immediately delighted to see him, while the captain with a serious face asked them to leave. He was about to fight the demons, but he aimed for the neck, but missed due to the large limitation in mana. He alone could not defeat them all at once, but now the first priority was that the prince and princess could survive. And if so, then the captain of the Blue Wing should have at least gained time so that the others could retreat. While the captain began to cast a spell, the demon, without wasting time, rushed to the attack, wanting to overtake the victim. However, the man also created a tornado in front of him, putting the puzzled demon into a stupor because a man had just stood in front of him. Zenas used the sword technique in Valentia, the second form of the cut, with which he was able to strike the monster's hand multiple times. However, he did not stop there, trying to pierce the demon with his sword from all sides without slowing down. He then used mad wind songs while the prince and princess watched. They never dared to escape, remaining to watch with their own eyes how the legendary Storm Knight fought. Having received multiple damage, the demon stopped for a second, trying to figure out how to stop his nimble opponent. Suddenly, the monster bent over, emitting an otherworldly screech, after which its body began to increase in size. Seeing this picture, the retreating captain did not understand what was happening and what the demon was going to do. Suddenly, the next second there was a loud explosion, enveloping everything nearby in flames and fragments. As soon as all this happened, the prince immediately covered Chloe with his body, who began to scream, greatly frightened. However, Zenas was less fortunate, and he was thrown high into the air and apparently lost consciousness, dropping his sword. They were distracted from the flying body of the captain by the demon, who had already rushed to the side, forcing the guy and girl to tense up. But this time, they were saved from a hopeless situation by Vivian, who jumped onto the demon's shoulders and plunged a sword into his head. But the trouble did not end there, while the prince, hugging the girl, shouted for her to look up. There, a third demon flew at them, not giving the couple time to think. But while the girl was confused, Bradley reacted. They managed to jump away at the very last second, while the monster sank to the floor, missing its prey. A day earlier, the prince visited the princess's chambers and said that they had received information that a coup would occur at the rehearsal. The worried girl immediately decided that it was worth canceling it, but the guy immediately dissuaded her from this idea. After all, they had already discussed everything with their father-in-law, but the girl was surprised that he and her father had already discussed this matter. Showing the bracelet on his hand, the prince said that he had a plan to change the fate of the kingdom for the better. However, he did not plan to risk the girl for this, which is why he began to confidently remove the gold bracelet from his hand. The man immediately put the jewelry into the hands of the bride, who began to look at it, trying to understand its purpose. Raising her head, she asked what it was, to which she received the answer that it was a Bradley artifact called a protector. Then, looking sternly at his bride, the guy promised that no matter what happens tomorrow, she will be safe. And it was at this moment that the power of the bracelet came in handy, which began to emit energy, coming into action, after which the two of them were enveloped in a shield, which was supposed to protect them from any external damage for some time. At the same time, the young hero coughed up blood, because he experienced the explosion that Luna Wolf suffered on himself. In pain and rubbing his lips, the guy mentally cursed, noticing that he had briefly passed out due to the explosion. The shock was too great, both for the spirit and for him. But this was not a reason to completely quit the game. After all, he made a great contribution to saving the royal family, and was confident that the Sword Emperor would deal with the rest. And at that same second, he noticed Esgard approach the gate, ordering the guard to get out of the way and let him through. He asked them, screaming loudly, if they really wanted him to wait after seeing that powerful explosion. However, the calm soldiers said that the responsibility for the safety of the royal palace lay with the knights, so they will completely figure it out, and therefore the duke should not worry. After which the man stood up, preparing to draw his sword. Grabbing the handle, he immediately froze, thinking that his daughter was now inside, whom the prince personally took care of. After which the duke silently and sharply turned around, letting go of the weapon, saying that it would be better if everything worked out for them. Scott, who did not understand anything, asked himself what the old man was doing and why he did not take out his sword to break through by force. Looking at this picture, he was not sure whether this was the old man Esgard whom he knew, because now he was doing wrong. The young man definitely noticed that he was completely different, and therefore he headed in his direction. Noticing the guy, the duke froze in surprise, noticing how shabby the guy had been since his journey to Zareen and back. The man asked him if he was okay, saying that they needed to wait, but the guy completely ignored his words. He approached the guards, who immediately began to stop him, recognizing him as a knight from Valentino, announcing that they had an order. However, Scott told them that this was complete nonsense, after which he swung his hammer, incapacitating one of the knights. The stunned Sword Emperor immediately asked what he was doing, because if he attacked them, it would be considered treason. However, the young man seriously stated that he did not care, because what was important now was not the reason for his action. The most important thing now was how to get through, because he was not going to stand by while chaos reigned inside. The Duke opened his eyes wide, shuddering at the same time, realizing the words he heard from the stupid boy. At that very moment, the royal guards surrounded him, declared him a traitor, and gave the order to kill him immediately. The Sword Emperor smiled slightly, quietly telling the guy that the time had come when he ran into trouble, after which he declared that he was his debtor, and then began to take the sword out of his sheath. I wish to help the young hero. Sharply delivering the Lennox, the man rushed forward at full speed, not giving his opponents the opportunity to even blink an eye, after which he lowered his gaze and quietly told the guy that, thanks to him, he still decided to take out the sword against the king. At that same second, the entire guard felt the blow of the Duke, where everyone received a serious wound, and the swords were cut into two. Bleeding, the knights lived out the last seconds of their lives while Scott simply stood and watched. Then the Duke, in an authoritative voice, called on Valentino's knights to urgently rescue the crown prince and crown princess. The soldiers awaiting orders immediately appeared at the first call, breaking into the church to carry out the will of the master. The man wanted to follow them, but the young man stopped him, saying that they should not waste time here. But before they could finish speaking, they noticed a huge tornado, which immediately destroyed most of the building. Without saying a word, the guy rushed towards the church, hearing the Duke's question behind him about what he was up to, but there was no answer. Scott decided to cross the royal guards in one leap, which stood in their way and did not allow them to get inside. While the young hero was flying, he noticed how the Duke dealt with all the guards with a couple of swings of his sword. The man said that he was not strong enough to withstand the barrier, but the guy was not so sure. He then dropped to one knee, activating the ability to develop gravity, increasing his weight by 16 times. After which, having imbued himself with mana, the guy rushed forward, swinging his hammer and at the same time canceling gravity. He needed to once again find the right moment to swing and press on the barrier with all his strength. He then activated 16 times gravity again, using Scott's style, his first fighting style, after which, a strong lightning strike struck the barrier when it collided with a hammer, the weight of which was incredibly huge. At that same second, an explosion was heard, hinting that the young hero had managed to remove the incredibly strong protection. A wall collapsed behind Bradley and Chloe, causing them to turn around in fear, expecting a new attack from the henchmen. However, they only saw a guy who was holding a hammer in his hands and laughing loudly, rejoicing at his victory. Scott did not pay attention to what was happening inside, asking what he would say to this because it was the wall that fell in front of him. However, the Duke did not care about the guy's complacency, so he immediately stepped on his head inside the building. Now the man was not interested in anything except his daughter, whom he was going to protect at all costs. Noticing the approaching danger, the man swung his sword, sending 2 projectiles straight towards the demon. This was enough to have the monster, but at the same time, Vivian had much less success. Because of this, the monster knocked out the girl with one wave of his hand and immediately changed his target to the Duke. Chloe immediately shouted to her father to dodge. The demon was already running towards him, growling loudly. However, when the Sword Emperor turned around, his eyes were blazing with rage and anger, the purpose of which was to destroy any danger. These emotions were enough for the Sword Emperor to use the Valentia family's secret sword technique. Now Esgard radiated complete confidence in his abilities, because Scott helped him take a step forward and not stay on the sidelines. The second demon collapsed in front of him in the same way, split into 2, while the man made sure that they did not rebel. The Duke then turned to the Crown Prince, saying that he did not know what the plan was, but he could not risk his daughter's life. The guy immediately began to make excuses to his father-in-law, saying that everything was wrong, but the Sword Emperor turned his head in his direction. Then he smiled and asked in a friendly manner whether he could pay off this debt by taking responsibility for her in the future. The prince immediately calmed down from this question, but Chloe instantly blushed and began to shout at her father, embarrassed. Having hidden the sword in its sheath, the Duke declared that everything was almost over, and therefore they could safely return to the estate. However, this was far from the end, because Scott immediately shouted to the old man to turn around, because he was attacked from behind. The man reacted with lightning speed to the sudden attack, drawing his sword again and waving it in front of the killer. The stunned prince and princess just stood silently aside, raising their heads up, after which Esgard did the same. From the top of the ceiling, in the shadows, they were watched by several pairs of violet eyes belonging to the assassins. The worried prince said that they needed to leave as soon as possible, but the Duke only waved his hand, which meant a refusal. The first attacker from the shadow of the Emperor, which the man learned about from rumors, was able to kill the Duke with a knife in the shoulder. Covering his body with mana, the Sword Emperor frowned, saying that they were not the only ones trying to take advantage of the opportunity. At the same time, several wizards projected to the king what was now happening right in the church. The joyful king shouted loudly that he would finally see the last moment of the life of this scumbag Valentius. Why did the king turn to brother Ludwig, saying that his proposal to send the shadows was good and all thanks to him? Then he added that as soon as the Duke dies, he will kill all the aristocrats one by one and the empire will belong to him alone. He also wants this Scott, who was sent to suppress the uprising, to die there too. But the Ice Flame Poppy will not die so easily. To which the king agreed, however. He had to ensure that the magician received complete control over the magic tower. This was the final and firm decision of the ruler to deal with Scott immediately after the scumbag Valentius. Ludwig just listened silently, occasionally glancing at the king, sometimes not understanding his very strange decisions. He remembered talking to someone through a magic ball, asking that when the plan began to be carried out, they wanted him to kill the king. After which the man stated that this was impossible, to which he heard a question about what should be a simple decoration. Ludwig turned a stern face, confidently declaring that this was not so, and that it was very naive and stupid to think so. After all, the king has no talent for magic or fencing because of Duke Valentius, and therefore he found a new way to protect himself. Therefore, he protects himself by surrounding himself with magical artifacts because this is the only way he can feel safe. However, among all the artifacts, the staff is a completely different matter. Deprived of one, it has quite strong protection magic. He was able to nullify the magic of any magician from the tower, even the magic of Ludwig, who was currently one of the strongest. However, the man had a way out of this situation, which he did not know until he personally tried it. Now, thanks to 3 magicians, demons were projected onto the magic ball and found themselves in the chambers of His Majesty. The embittered king slammed his fist on the armrest, not believing that these monsters had gotten so close. Looking at this picture, the king told his subordinates that they were useless worms and were busy with anything but protecting his palace. Suddenly, Ludwig turned to him, saying that with protection magic cast on his chambers, and not just defeating low-level demons. However, in order for everything to work, you will need a powerful artifact that can equalize their powers. After which the magician asked if the king could lend him, for example, this staff, which could definitely help. For several seconds, the old man looked at the artifact, which he almost never let go of, trying to make an important decision. Having made a choice, the king threw his staff in front of him, ordering the magicians to step in and deal with them alive. And one of the guys immediately took the artifact and headed towards the exit, trying not to damage the staff entrusted by the king. At that same second, Ludwig looked at the ruler again, but with a completely different look, realizing that the plan had worked. After all, this old man turned out to be stupider than he thought, and therefore it will not be difficult to fulfill his plans. At the same time, the Duke stood with the ball at the ready, inserting it between his opponents and his children to protect them. The shadows waited for some time, after which they left the ceiling in which they were hiding, deciding to attack all together. The Sword Emperor reacted with lightning speed, beginning to parry every attack sent, trying not to miss anyone. He successfully hit one of the shadows, showering him with several cut wounds, after which the wounded killer began to fall to the ground. After him, the rest of the shadows also began to fall weakly to the floor, dispelling their shadow appearance. As soon as the clumps of black smoke disappeared, several masked faces appeared in front of the Duke and the others. The killers sat on their knees but still did not intend to give up. I wish to carry out the king's order to the end. The stunned Sword Emperor looked at one guy in front of him and asked in disbelief how he survived. After which, to everyone's surprise, Vivian rushed into battle, who did not want the Duke to fight alone. The man loudly shouted to the warrior that it was dangerous, but she was already running forward at the opponents, waving her sword. After which she sent the first attack, from which the shadow immediately dodged, preparing to fight back the insolent girl. After all, only the Duke, who had incredibly high skill and level, could fight the shadows. Therefore, the red-haired girl was not a hindrance for them, which is why a dagger was already pointed in her direction. However, no one was going to sacrifice the princess's knight, and Scott immediately jumped out in front of her and cast a shadow with his hammer. The young hero immediately shouted that normal attacks would not work against them, to which Vivian replied that her mana was suppressed. The prince concluded that it must be the work of the queen, who made changes to the barrier, so the demons went crazy. But looking at the shadows, he realized that they were not followers of the demon, but his father's personal guards who were carrying out orders. And now these shadows are aggressive not against everyone, but only against one person who was here. After all, they had only one goal, which is why Bradley looked at his father-in-law, who showed tension with his whole appearance. Suddenly, the floor beneath them shook, causing everyone to lose their balance for a second, trying to figure out what it was and where it came from. Suddenly, the crown prince shouted that the epicenter was in the middle of the palace because his father's office was there. There was silence for a short time, after which the Duke turned to Scott, calmly asking him to save the king. The dumbfounded guy couldn't believe his ears, trying to understand what she could do to the Duke, saying that they needed to do something completely different. However, the man could not stand it, and shouted loudly that what they needed was a reason, the only way they could justify killing the knights. After which, in an orderly tone, he told the young hero to go, which is why he met the stern gaze of the guy who doubted. But after a second of thought, she turned around, placing the hammer on her shoulders, declaring that he would return soon. But before the young man left, he asked the Duke not to die, thereby irritating him, because he did not like this instruction. Looking at the guy, the prince thought that if Scott left, then Ixalan would appear, who strictly followed Bradley's orders. This means that everything is going according to plan, and the prince's personal knight was completely focused on a very important task. Now the man was looking at the smoke coming from the king's chambers. I think that the demon's followers came for him, after which he turned around, ordering his charges to go and remember the task that the crown prince had assigned them. Both knights agreed in unison with his order, when at the same time a new voice called out to the dark man. The guy stated that he was lost, But looking at him, Ixalan came into a stupor, immediately recognizing the man standing in front of him. At the same time, several dead magicians lay in the king's chambers, and Ludwig said that there was still a backlash to his magic. It seems that it was because the staff is not far enough away, because perhaps the man was too impatient. All this was the fault of the stupid queen, because Ludwig used too much mana to change the barrier on her orders. But the magician said that it did not matter, because the person who took the staff also worked for him. And the king asked that he was a follower of the demon. Barricading the entrance with stone slabs, Ludwig replied that he did not look like this scum, and the king was just a pig who could only squeal. After which the sorcerer grabbed the ruler by the chest, saying that he was simply doing what he had to do, as a true heir to Aslan, while the king took this place simply because he was born rich but in fact is completely incompetent. After which he activated the magic of the artifact on the king's neck, saying that it would be better if he died long ago, because now he will have to suffer. The plan was such that everyone would think that the king died from the attack of the demon's followers. Ludwig would become the next ruler, and then everything would return to normal. But suddenly a deafening roar was heard behind them, raising dust into the air. Scott slowly entered the king's chambers, holding his hammer tightly in his hand and asking the magician if it was him. But without hearing an answer, the guy grimaced, again asking if he was the disaster that happened in the palace. Slightly surprised by the uninvited guest, the sorcerer calmly and naturally asked who he was, because he had never met him before. Smirking, the young hero replied that it was none of his business, not noticing how a stream of fiery magic had already flown towards him. Without waiting for an answer, Ludwig attacked the impudent young man while he was too relaxed and did not expect an attack. Looking sternly at the place where the guy had just stood, the magician asked the ignorant brat who he called a disaster. However, Scott could not be killed by such an attack, causing him to fly into the air, swinging his hammer, hoping to make a counterattack. However, the wizard was not embarrassed by this, so he said that although the guy did not walk around with confidence, he expected more from him. After which, with one wave of his hand, he sent the heroes away from him, straight into a huge stone that he himself had created. Falling to his knees, the guy breathed, trying to face the pressure of gravity that Ludwig created. Suddenly, the young hero felt danger approaching, and then frowned, trying to concentrate. His instincts didn't let him down, when a stone fist immediately appeared in front of him, which he dodged at the last second. However, the stone abruptly changed its trajectory, which is why it still reached its target, throwing away the guy who was able to put his hands up in defense. Having slammed into the wall, Scott felt a surge of pain because he could not protect his back in any way, and the blow was quite strong. Before he had time to recover from this attack, he noticed how a fiery stream had already rushed toward him, not allowing him to rest. Jumping to the side and sliding along the ground, the guy immediately figured out that this man was a magician with at least the sixth circle. However, there was some inconsistency, because he did not understand how he managed to use magic without casting spells. He felt something behind him. The guy turned around, seeing a magical seal that was supposed to attack him from the back. And at the same second, a sharp and huge piece of stone burst out of it, from which he dodged, having time to react. However, this was only a distracting maneuver, because at the same time a pillar of hot flame again flew in his direction. Having found a foothold on the ground, the young hero managed to dodge this attack, because it could have caused him enormous damage. Once again, he jumped to the side. The guy noticed that the wizard was attacking very quickly, but he did not feel the flow of mana. Looking into the room, Scott realized that the wizard was using the extra mana that came from the barrier. This means that his manatello can track this, which can help him defeat the smug wizard. The hero had a clear opportunity to be able to predict all the enemy's actions, and therefore he no longer seemed so strong. Ludwig had no idea about this, continuing to press fire magic on the guy, which he had so far successfully dodged. However, the young hero believed that he would succeed, because now he only needed to get closer to the sorcerer. Standing at some distance from the wizard, the young man decided to use the development of the reverse gravitational property, namely the transformation of gravity, thanks to which he was able to sharply move forward, reducing the distance. The long-haired wizard called him a rat, after which he put his hand forward and began to create fire magic again. However, Scott sharpened his senses, sensing the presence of the sorcerer's mana, which he could now easily bypass. He felt it in front, below, and above, and therefore knew exactly where to expect the attack, having prepared in advance for dodges. From the places that the guy had foreseen, huge stone stakes began to appear, wanting to stop him. The young hero learned to see every attack, and therefore avoided it without any problems, without exposing himself to attack. However, the joyful Ludwig did not know about the guy's secret, telling him that he had fallen into a trap that he could not escape. Scott closely followed the wizard's actions, watching where he sent streams of mana. It was immediately clear that he would now be attacked from above, while sharp stone stakes awaited him below. The huge column that rushed towards him from above did not give the hero the opportunity to dodge or defend himself. The young hero had no choice but to activate 16-fold gravity, exposing himself to the blow. The column trampled him into the ground, while the smiling wizard wished the guy death, creating another spell. In addition, behind the column, the man sent a stream of fire at the impudent boy to surely finish him off once and for all. After the dust that had risen in the attack area began to clear, the magician stated that the guy should have chosen the right opponent, after which he turned around, adding that he interrupted him while he was busy with something very important for the kingdom. But at this time, the living Scott looked out from behind the stone, thinking that he had not noticed him, although the guy almost hesitated. After all, if the guy had not been pushed away by gravity, he would definitely have been crushed. But he managed to guess the perfect moment. But now the wizard had let his guard down, so it was a great chance to hit him from behind and end it all. The young hero rushed forward and pushed off the floor, flying into the air without swinging his hammer, but noticed him. He was surprised that the guy was still alive, who in turn wanted to use a lightning strike, getting closer and closer. However, he was prevented by a pillar of flame that Ludwig created right below him, completely enveloping the guy in fire. A second later, the young man was sitting on his knees, having received incredibly huge injuries but was still conscious, after which he leaned slightly, leaning on the hammer, trying not to fall, because this could lead to inevitable death. The sorcerer, in turn, noticed that the guy is very stubborn, but he can't waste any more time because he needs to finish with him as soon as possible, after which he activated the seal under his foot, again summoning stone stakes that were supposed to deal with the guy. Exhausted, Scott looked at the stones on the island that were quickly approaching him, and he did not know whether he could survive this attack. At that same second, an unknown projectile flew from behind him towards the stones, destroying the enemy's magic. The young man noticed a familiar ice arrow, after which he heard a voice, which he was now very glad to hear. Grid entered the room, apologizing to the boy for being late because the path to Aslan's palace was very difficult. The stunned wizard did not expect that the weapon master would personally come here, asking why the Alliance sword had been left behind. In pain, Scott said that he was late, to which he received the answer that it was not like a gentleman to be late. But the man explained this by saying that he never expected that their main opponent would be a blue-blooded mage. Then he asked the guy if he knew him, to which the heroes answered in the negative, adding that they met for the first time. Hearing this, the weapon master smiled contentedly, asking if the boy would mind if he killed the magician. An agitated Ludwig cried out that Grid was interfering in domestic politics and asked him to retreat. The mustachioed man asked that he tied up the king and calls it internal politics, which means he belongs to the opposition. Lost in thought, the wizard turned his head towards the ruler to gather himself from what he heard and what he himself said, after which he turned to his opponents again, starting to create spells, sarcastically saying that this was even better. After all, the two of them will pass for criminals who killed the king, after which he sent a projectile from the fire. Having imbued his shield with mana, the weapon master asked why the sorcerer decided that fire magic would work against him. After all, there is a limit to how much you can underestimate him. At the same time, the man put a shield in front of him, fighting off the flames. But suddenly he was distracted by Scott's shout, warning him that he was about to be attacked from behind. Bent down sharply, Grid dodged the blow of a huge stone, not intending to miss such vile techniques, after which he sharply took out his sword, cutting the stone block into two parts, asking the sorcerer what he thought this technique was. But instead of the expected repentance, the man heard a firm refusal, feeling streams of electricity around him. Raising his head, the weapon master saw even more lightning above him, hovering above him, preparing to attack. The evilly smiling wizard extended his hand in front of him, declaring that it was a trap into which he had successfully fallen. However, at that very moment, Scott appeared in front of him, who swung his hammer in flight and shouted that he would not allow him to do this. Ludwig immediately became angry. I canceled the lightning trap, otherwise he will not be able to avoid the attack of the impudent boy. At that same second, he put a magical shield in front of him, on which the hammer fell, making a crack in the defense. However, this was enough for the wizard to raise his index finger upward with his other hand, creating a new spell. And at that very second, huge boulders of stone appeared behind the guy, flying towards him at incredible speed. While in the air, the young hero was unable to dodge, which is why the huge weight immediately pressed him to the ground, causing him to experience pain. The wizard was delighted that he was able to neutralize one of his opponents, bringing his victory closer. But at that same second, a weapon master rushed towards him at incredible speed with an axe in his hands, quickly overtaking his opponent. The mustachioed man swung his weapon, but the sorcerer managed to deflect at the very last second, missing the sharp axes. Having received a second of time, he again began to cast the spell, wanting to increase the distance between them. At the same second, a huge stone saturated with mana flew at Grid, which was almost impossible to dodge. The weapon master did not have time to put his shield in front of him, which caused him to fly back with a shockwave, putting his hands in front of him. And guessing the moment when the enemy would lose his balance, Ludwig again began to create a fire spell, after which he launched a projectile at the old man, who was currently defending himself from the pressure of a heavy stone. However, he found a foothold and pushed off from the block, simultaneously dodging the flames rushing towards him. This began to infuriate the wizard because now he was fighting against very inconvenient opponents. However, he had no desire to give up, and therefore he sent a wave of stone to chase the weapon master. However, Grid's patience was also running out, which is why he began to pull out a spear from behind his back, baring his teeth at the same time. Not wanting to go completely defensive, the man threw a small spear towards the wizard, imbuing him with mana. At the same time, he put a shield in front of himself, taking the blow of the stone ruts, which pressed on him with force and quantity. However, Ludwig successfully dodged the projectile sent at him without losing control of the spell, after which the sorcerer laughed, telling the old man that this was his last blow out of despair, because it was predictable. To which the weapons master also responded with a grin, saying that if he were in his place, he would not be so confident in his statement. At that very second, the spear that emitted ice magic reached its true target, breaking a pile of stones. At that very second, a joyful Scot got out of it, who did not waste a second of time, glad that the magician fell for it. After which, with one strong leap, he found himself above the wizard's head, lowering his heavy hammer on him. Because of this, a deafening explosion was heard in the king's chambers, the shockwave of which destroyed the windows, releasing smoke and dust. As soon as it was over, the heavy breathing of an elderly man could be heard, who had gotten rid of the spell. Rubbing the area that was bound by magic, the king asked where the wizard had gone, and if he had died. Looking at the corpse lying nearby, the weapon master confirmed this, adding that only if his leg could not move of its own accord. The ruler of Aslan immediately trembled with indignation, becoming even more angry, calling Ludwig a damned traitor. After which he rose from the chair and, still trembling, approached the lifeless body, asking him how someone like him dared to betray him. Roaring, the old man shouted that he had the impudence to think of taking his place on the throne, and that there were a lot of freaks like him around him. He started kicking the bodies, saying that he was ready for this, and asking who made him the head of the magic tower. Scott and Grid listened as the king shouted that he elevated the magician, but he betrayed his trust so insidiously and vilely. Having finished with the showdown, the ruler moved away from the body, still looking back in its direction, declaring that now it served him right, after which he returned to the chair again, trying to regain his composure and catch his breath a little after what had happened. Then the king said that he watched how the warriors fought, adding that Grid and the unknown knight did an excellent job, and therefore will receive a reward. However, the weapon master only bowed deeply, placing his hand on his heart, answering that he did not need a reward. After all, he came here, doing his friend, Duke Valentius, a favor. And hearing this, the king boiled again. His hand trembled again as soon as he heard the name of the duke, because of whom all this had been arranged. Suddenly the king shouted angrily, asking who the duke took him for and who was he to save him. Such a fate was destined only for him, and not for the duke, and he did not know how much longer Valentius would interfere in his life. The old man grabbed his head in a fit of madness, asking how long others would compare him to him. The man no longer noticed that two of Esgard's subordinates stood in front of him, who could perfectly hear the king's verbal thoughts. Rubbing his long mustache, the weapons master could not find anything to answer, and Scott silently watched the man. Suddenly, the king lowered his head in despair and asked the soldiers standing nearby if they were one of them. They didn't understand what they were talking about until the king added that this bastard Valentius must be helping the demon's minions take his throne. Then, in another fit of madness, he shouted that he planned to become a hero by pretending to save him. Without looking at his saviors, he asked them if they were taking him for a fool, while Grid asked if he was okay. But the king sharply waved his hand, repelling the knight's outstretched hand, asking the dog of the alliance to remove his hands, because being a ruler was his destiny. He doesn't need anyone's help because a little more time will pass, and the alliance will also become his property. The old man continued his speech until he faltered, noticing that the weapon master began to draw his sword from its sheath. The mustachioed man stated that he, the heir to the head of the alliance and the ancient wizards, could not close his eyes to the king's words. Therefore, he asked whether they should be considered a declaration of war, after which he pointed the blade towards the face of Lord Aslan. However, Scott's hand immediately fell on the warrior's shoulder, after which the guy told him that everything was in order, and the Duke would take care of the rest. The weapon master trusted the guy, laying down his weapon, proudly adding that he, after all, was just a guest from a foreign country. After which the man closed his eyes and said that Sir Scott had done a very good job, and the guy was surprised that he addressed him by his title. After which Grid declared that everything that happens here next does not concern him. Then Ixalan and his retinue entered the room. However, the young hero was now only thinking that it seemed that he was able to gain recognition as a weapons master. Then he noticed the king, who with a mad smile declared that the prince's escort had arrived and his son must be here. After which Ixalan bowed to the guy, thanking him and saying that they would take care of the rest themselves. Suddenly the king turned to the young man, asking his name, to which he honestly answered that he was Scott from the house of Valentius. Well, upon hearing the hated surname, the elderly man began to fly into a rage again, contorting his face, after which he relaxed for a second and let the boy go, while the hero thought that he had a bad feeling. They don't know what he's up to, and therefore, unnoticed by everyone, he released Moonwolf in the form of a small puppy. At the same time, Ixalan turned his attention to the lifeless body, recognizing it as the famous blue blood magician, Ludwig. Suddenly, the angry king asked the Night Prince to come to him because he had to tell him something. The knight obediently knelt down as he listened, as the king told him that, from now on, he was the commander of the royal knights. Therefore, his first task will be to prevent this knight of Valentius from leaving here alive, adding that he should kill him. To which Ixalan did not answer at first, pondering the words of the distraught ruler, because he came here for another purpose. The man then stood up, calmly declaring that the position of commander of the royal knights was too honorable for him. He also added that the king did not even know his name, but he decided to correct the situation by asking him what his name was. But instead of introducing himself, the knight ordered his subordinates to immediately seize the king. As soon as they took the old man by the arms, he began to scream and ask what they were doing, asking him to let him go right away. Panic and paranoia were increasingly overtaking the king, and therefore he decided to ask directly whether they were the minions of the demon. But Ixalan menacingly and sternly asked to listen to the dethroned former king Vincent von Aslan. The knight said that he had plunged the country into chaos due to personal feelings and absurd delusions, planning to start a war and put the kingdom at risk. The knight took out his sword and said that by the will of the new king Bradley von Aslan, his punishment for his sins would be the death penalty. The stunned king immediately shouted, asking to let him go because he wanted to talk to the crown prince. At the same time, Moonwolf, watching from afar, saw with his own eyes how the king was decapitated by the prince's knight. The next day, standing at the door, the prince asked Ixalan if he had taken care of the king, to which he received an affirmative answer. Then he asked whether he had made the right decision, to which the knight replied that the overthrown king was starting a hopeless war. The guy nodded, mentally agreeing with his knight's doubts, since they completely coincided with his own. Indeed, on that day, thanks to Sir Zenas and his son-in-law, he managed to save the princess, but then there was a very intense struggle. At the same time, he saw the power of his father's shadow squad. However, he wondered what became of them after his death. Then he came there with his knight and a couple of assistants in order to defeat the shadows with their joint forces. However, the knights of the house of Valentius, Duke Valentius, and later the weapon master Grid, who arrived in time, killed everyone. The prince asked if everyone in the shadow company was dead, to which Ixalan replied that fortunately, the next chapter and its group survived. After all, the deputy detachment commander and his group went on another mission, so this did not affect them. They are adherents of the rule, which obliges them to follow the orders of the official king only. Therefore, they said that they would come to see him after the coronation to greet the new ruler. Bradley again asked what about Carthia and Gruy, to which he received the answer that they were arrested immediately after the suppression of the uprising. However, Gruel did not want to give up without a fight, drawing his sword against the royal guards, because he did not want the death penalty. After the prince asked whether the knight had found Tanel, he replied that after the uprising, Gruel kidnapped him and wanted to take him with him. Bradley immediately turned around, asking the knight in surprise why Gruel needed his younger brother. In an uncertain voice, Ixalan honestly said that many people say that Prince Tanel is the son of Cardia and Gruel. There is also an opinion that they staged a coup d'etat to make Prince Tinel the new king. Stunned by such information, the prince asked what they should do, because it seemed that he as a king would have to make a decision. Therefore, one way or another, they must execute Cartier and Groy so that there will be no coup d'etat in the future. However, Ixalan noticed that the second prince Lot would definitely be against the execution of his own mother and would object, to which the prince replied that they could not leave the one that could lead to discord, and Lot must understand this. And regarding Tinel, Bradley decided that even though he was the product of an affair, he was still his brother, and therefore would continue to live with them. Having heard the final verdict of the new king, the knight immediately agreed with him, having heard the order to call everyone to a meeting. After all, despite all the sorrows, he wants to reward the main characters of the incident who were able to show themselves, after which he turned sharply, looking at his devoted knight, illuminating him with his sincere smile. The new king said that this would be radically different from the usual awards, because the heroes deserved more. After a little more time, Scott sat in front of the throne Bradley was sitting on, and decided to ask for something different as a reward. The king, stunned by such a statement, asked the guy if he knew about the quality of the superior weapon. But he knew the heroes very well, because he had one in a past life, and it was called Nocturne, who was his faithful companion. However, the whole problem was that the superior weapons had strange conditions, so it was extremely difficult to find a suitable one. Moreover, the Nocturne, which he will soon receive, is enough for him, and therefore such a reward from the king is clearly not suitable for him. Kneeling and bowing his head, he said that this was not the point at all, and that he had one small request, to which Bradley waved his hand, asking the guy to talk about her, because he was ready to do almost anything for him. Raising his head and looking into the eyes of the king, Scott declared that he wanted the heiress of the Morse family to gain her freedom. Leaning slightly towards the king, Ixalan explained that this was the next chapter of the Shadow Company he had told him about. After thinking for a moment, Bradley crossed his arms over his chest, answering that he could not fulfill this request, which stunned Scott. But then the leader smiled and winked at the guy, adding that he could not fulfill it right now. The point was that she had something to do, but he promised that he would give her freedom within 6 months. This arrangement completely satisfied the guy, who bowed his head and thanked His Majesty from the bottom of his heart. Bradley rose, declaring that if his reward were to be such, he would be disgraced, and asked to look for a superior weapon in the royal vault. After all, the king knew very well that to get it, his permission alone was not enough. But Scott thanked him even louder. The delighted young man did not even expect to receive it, but since the king himself insists, then okay. As soon as he left the main hall, he was immediately met by an old man with a long gray beard, who asked if he was a shining knight. Scott answered in the affirmative, mutually asking what he could do with ice flames, noting that he was still young now. The guy said that it was an honor for him to meet the support of the magic tower, and asked to call him Scott, and the old man noted his politeness, after which the wizard said that he would take him to the vault, as the king ordered, and immediately asked to follow him. On the way, the magician said that it was different from the pitiful storage facilities of aristocrats, because the security system here was at a different level. The guy was wondering what kind of weapons the royal family kept here, because he had never heard of them. After all, he had not been here in his previous life, so he was very excited. And meanwhile, the old man continued to tell the history of the kingdom. But the hero's attention was attracted by a completely different thing, which was in the next room, but was very attractive. Behind the slightly open door lay folded gold bars, and when the demon army came in a past life, the kingdom spent all the money on the war. After all, then not only people but also allies of various races tried to make a great contribution to the victory and salvation of the world. The stunned guy could only briefly say that it was amazing, because it was the first time he had seen something like this in 2 lives. But in response, the old man smiled and said that after his long story there was nothing more to be surprised about. However, the guy immediately tried to explain his words and emotions, but suddenly interrupted, feeling something. Having examined the room, he noticed the obvious presence of a powerful spirit, whose power was clearly at a very high level. He may be the force needed to prevent Scott from becoming an aura master from becoming much stronger. After all, he will definitely regret and fly into a rage if he refuses this, because another opportunity may not present itself. The old man pointed his hand at the table, saying that here is the superior equipment that the guy can familiarize himself with at the moment. However, he has not reached the level of Superman, so he has only prepared something whose conditions he can fit into. While the wizard was laughing, the young man thought that one would be enough, but he brought more than expected. There were boots, a bracelet and armor on the table, but Where the strength of the spirit lay was impossible to determine from a distance. The guy frowned, while the magician asked him not to think so much and examine everything in more detail. The slightly excited hero slowly extended his hand toward the boots, deciding to begin the inspection with them. The old man immediately snatched the boots from under his nose, saying that they could be worn by those who reach the level of blader before the required age. They have the wind magic of the third circle applied to them, as well as an effect that allows them to use the magic of the seventh circle once a week, after which the wizard was carried away, and he began to talk non-stop and for a long time about all the advantages of these boots, after which he put them in their place, saying that he had reached the level of a blader but was no longer the same age, so their conditions were not suitable for him. The guy asked in shock why he had to talk so much about them, after which he clarified that he was only 14. The magician asked if he wanted to take them then, but the hero decided to wait, deciding to examine the remaining items, looking at the bracelet. The wizard said that the bracelet is designed only for girls who can use the magic of the third circle, but it makes it possible to use the magic of the sixth circle once a day, once a week, the seventh, and once a month, the eighth. The young man immediately thought that the magic of the eighth circle would be enough to block Leon, the bestial demon, with a blow. And while he was thinking, the wizard said that there was an explanation for this, because the one who created him was trying to protect his daughter. At that same second, the guy, holding the bracelet in his hands, began to apologize to the creator, but mentally called him a pervert, after which he returned it to its place, asking why the magician brought it, because the hero was clearly not a girl. And the old man said that anything could happen, after which they looked at the last item, which the magician also brought just in case. Rubbing his long beard, the wizard thoughtfully said that the conditions were confusing, and the guy immediately became interested. The old man said that we need a person who can control the power of the spirit and have a cooperative spirit. Without hesitation, the hero grabbed the armor, firmly declaring that he would take it, but the wizard tried to stop him. However, it was already too late, because as soon as he touched the armor, energy immediately began to hover around him. After it surrounded the guy, the armor independently attached itself to his shoulders, beginning to transform. The stunned wizard watched as a red cloak appeared out of nowhere, fluttering with the help of magic. At the same time, the guy was simply happy because he chose exactly what he wanted, turning his head and examining the cloak. Looking at the new shoulder pads that connected at the chest area, the guy thought that this was what would make him an aura master. The wizard asked in shock how the guy did it, because he didn't know that he was a summoner and was connected with the moon wolf. He noticed that the armor had changed its shape, but the young hero, still delighted, asked what its effect was. The man thought for a moment, and then replied that in proportion to the level of the elementalist, his body, spirit, and soul power are strengthened. Meanwhile, Scott imbued his fist with mana, looking at how easily and freely he controlled the energy within himself. After which he created a small but powerful ball of flame, happily looking at how strong it turned out. The young man realized that this was exactly him, the key to becoming a master of the aura, the level that he had not reached in his previous life. Continuing to check the effects of the new armor, the guy asked the old man what the name of this armor was. Don't go away from the shock. The wizard said that it was called the Animus spiritual armor, but such a thing was not suitable for everyone. As soon as the hero left the palace, the duke was already waiting for him, who asked if he had met with the crown prince. Scott was surprised that they were already waiting for him, to which Asgard appreciated her new armor, and the guy clarified that this was superior equipment. Climbing into the carriage, the man said in a calm voice that it was lucky to find suitable equipment of this level. The young hero immediately agreed that it was an unexpected stroke of luck, after which he got into the carriage and they moved together to the estate. After which, the Sword Emperor said that he heard from Grid about what happened, after which he asked whether the blue magician started the disaster. Scott nodded affirmatively, saying that it was good that Grid arrived in time because without him he definitely could have died. Crossing his arms over his chest, the Duke closed his eyes and nodded, saying that it was truly luck that the guy returned unharmed. However, the young man noticed something strange in the Duke's behavior, because the man he remembered in a past life did not behave this way. The guy began asking leading questions about whether the weapons master had told him anything else. The Duke did not understand what we were talking about, but ours understood that it seemed he would have to do it himself, after which he clarified that it was about the deceased king. However, the man immediately stopped him, saying that he was just his vassal. He did not need to know about the details, especially when it comes to competing with a more senior person, and the less he knows, the better. Now Scott was finally convinced that he had changed, and this was not the sword god he always remembered. Suddenly, the young man became angry and bared his teeth, saying that those bastards using shadow abilities were assassins sent by the king. Then he asked if the Duke knew about this, to which he calmly replied that the Crown Prince told him everything in detail. Then the young hero asked if this was not good for them, because the king who was pursuing them had died, and the new one was loyal to them. Clearly thinking about something, the man looked away, answering that this is not how a vassal of the kingdom should speak and think. But then the guy asked if he was ready to do whatever the king wanted, because he was trying to start a war. Grid had to tell about it. However, the Sword Emperor was only shocked by this news, which no one even deigned to report to him. Scott screamed, followed either further behind him, and therefore he could not get the sword, even when his own daughter was in trouble, because the person he knew in a past life behaved differently. And from these words, the Duke only covered his face with his hand in despair. But the young man did not let up, saying that even if he had to sacrifice an insecure person, he would do it for the sake of the common good. This offended the Duke, who angrily shouted in response that this is how someone who wants to save the world should talk. But the young hero, with a serious look, replied that these were not his words but the words of the Sword Emperor in a past life. They could get close to the Demon King, Leon, by sacrificing 3 of the 10 greatest knights. This was his plan, and everyone agreed to stick to it, because everyone trusted the Duke, even at the cost of their lives. Then, that you achieve the goal, he correctly prioritized all things, so people, including Scott, believed him. To which the man only leaned forward slightly, desperately asking why he sacrificed the innocent then. Seeing his reaction, the young hero began to turn his head, answering that as far as he knew, no, but that was not the case now. However, he said that if this happens, he should ask for forgiveness by committing harakiri when the goal is achieved. However, the man became even more desperate, saying that he thought he was well prepared, but it seemed his mind was not ready yet. Suddenly, the man said that he would change if necessary, but now he could only say that and nothing more. However, this was enough for the guy for now, and he looked at the Sword Emperor with a good-natured smile. Once they arrived, a stunned Chloe asked the man in front of him who he was. In response, Scott said that they had not seen each other for a long time, addressing her as an older sister, but she just screamed. The puzzled hero asked her what it was, because we hadn't seen each other at the ceremony, and therefore her reaction was very strange. But the blonde cried out in displeasure that she was too busy to take a closer look at him. Besides, she only saw him from the back, not now remembering that he was a small and sweet child. And suddenly, Vivian ran up to her, asking the princess why she ran away from the estate so quickly. In response, the girl stated that Scott had changed a lot, which made the girl knight also stunned when she saw the guy. Clutching her head, the Duke's daughter asked herself how it was, why that small and sweet boy became like this. At that same second, she opened her eyes and noticed a puppy sitting in front of her and wagging its tail. She also recognized Luna. Taking him in her arms, Chloe was convinced that this was true, and that the matured Scott really stood in front of her. Awkwardly rubbing the back of his head, the young hero said that he had changed a lot, while the girl looked at him intently. But unable to bear it, she turned away with tears in her eyes, holding the puppy tightly to her chest, and Vivian asked her to calm down. Coming out of the carriage, the surprised Duke asked what was wrong with her, but the saddened guy did not answer anything. The blonde left, taking Moonwolf with her, saying that the guy had become creepy, and the young man answered the Duke that he was not sure. Towards evening, the Duke sat in his office, asking the Green One if what the young hero told him was true. At this time, his interlocutor was smoking a pipe, waiting for his friend to finish so that he could begin to answer all his questions. To which Grid asked not to call him by his nickname because he was already too old for that, and then asked what exactly the guy said. Clasping his hands, the Duke replied that the king was preparing to start a war, and what the Crown Prince's knights had done. The mustachioed man replied that he did not know, because he thought that Ludwig killed the queen, although that was what was said in the official announcement. The traitors Ludwig and Cartia contacted the demon's followers and became the culprits of what happened, and were executed. The new king said so, but the Sword Emperor said that the weapon master clearly knew that he did not want this. Grid replied that it was his problem because he was always too honest, and did he really need to say this to make him feel better? Even looking at the dissatisfied tone of his comrade, the Duke politely agreed, wanting to listen to everything from the lips of his interlocutor. After thinking a little, the old man with a pipe in his mouth admitted that the former king had brazenly declared that he would take the alliance into his own hands. However, if it weren't for the Crown Prince's knights, he would have finished him off himself, because the king threatened him with war right to his face. However, when he saw the expressions on the knights' faces, he realized that they were already planning something. without his participation. The Duke said that if he had known, he would have prevented everything. But Grid replied that he would have spent his time taking care of the old sick king. The mustachioed man explained that the Duke said that he would help stop the disaster that Sir Scott told him about. However, the current king announced that the previous king was killed by followers of the demon, and there is a risk that chaos will begin in the country, because of which the people recognize the danger of the demon's followers. But this would not have happened. The station of the former king was alive. Shaking off the ashes, Grid said that this was the best result that could be obtained in any scenario. However, the Duke and the king have a similar trait. They cannot understand what needs to be done in reality due to personal feelings, and what would have happened if he had not challenged him, and that if he had not been able to convince him, then his daughter would have died along with the crown prince. And after all, he would still believe that he did the right thing? The man asked the Sword Emperor to wake up. After all, if he doubts what is right or wrong, then let him discuss it with others and listen carefully to others. And most importantly, there is no need to do what he thinks is right until the very end. After which the Duke thought about it. After a couple of seconds, he opened his eyes and confidently stated that Grid was right, and he needed to overcome his own pettiness. But then the weapon master smiled, because he was glad to see his comrade in a completely different way, saying that now everything would begin to become clearer. Having managed to overcome himself, the Sword Emperor invited his interlocutor to proceed to the next part of the plan. The next day, a secret meeting took place in the city, where a man in a cloak greeted His Majesty Duke Valentino. The Sword Emperor told Sir Garen that he would be perfect for the job, and being an observer was nothing new to him. However, this would be the first time he would do this in such clothes, but the Duke was interested in people's honest reactions, so he needed to talk to them. But suddenly the man turned his attention with surprise to the man standing next to the Duke, asking who it was. Lifting his hood, the guy replied that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which Scott said his name, smiling widely. The stunned knight noticed that they had met a couple of months ago, but he had grown so much, to which the guy replied that it had happened recently. After all, he used the mana technique to grow up, and Garen replied that during their fight he realized that the guy was unusual. Also, the young hero's facial features have become more courageous, and it suits him very well, for which the young man thanked him. But the Duke hurried his interlocutors, turning around and saying that they would talk later, but now it was time for them to go. Around them, people were chattering that the king had been killed by Ludwig, and that they had heard that he had contacted the demon's followers. They also asked what would happen to the kingdom now and where the world was heading, also wondering where the minions got so much power. Garen noticed that after the current king announced what had happened, more and more people were feeling afraid. Set in a city considered to be the strongest, the ruler is attacked and killed by the demon's followers. All this means that there is no safe place anywhere in the world, especially for ordinary people who cannot protect themselves in any way. Turning his head in his direction, the young hero realized that Sir Garen only knew what was announced to the public. But the man continued his reasoning, saying that Aslan was located in the center, and the news of the demon's minions spread throughout the area. And the current king plans to announce the bomb too, so other powers associated with the kingdom will soon hear this news. Scott thought that most of the disasters he knew were internal warriors, but it would be bad if they found out about them. The Duke said that from now on it will become more difficult for them to take action, because the kingdom is still firmly on its feet. Therefore, they need to somehow be able to become intermediaries between the other four forces, because what they achieved this time is important. When suddenly the man turned his head and with a sincere smile told Scott that he had done a great job on the last task. The stunned guy hesitantly agreed with him, asking himself what came over him, because it looked very strange. At that very second, the man saturated his hand with his mother, declaring that he should have controlled his facial expression if life was precious. The young hero was frightened and immediately saluted, declaring that it was an honor to receive his approval, but he did it too abruptly. After all, his hood fell off, and people began to ask that this was the shining knight who killed the traitor and saved Karun. After all, they say that the Duke standing next to him mentioned the Morse family to the new king, and the members of this family have black hair and dark eyes. The Sword Emperor said that the guy had become quite popular, and people kept saying that he must be a member of the Morse family. The guy remarked displeasedly that this is madness, because people think that he is from the Morse family, but Garen said that they are semi-aristocrats. The puzzled Duke asked when this boy managed to become famous. Garen answered that when the new king took the throne. After which he announced to the whole country that Scott had made the greatest contribution to the salvation of Karun and the royal family of Aslan. With a wave of his hand, the emperors of the hour declared that this was even better, to which the young hero turned incredulously, not understanding the point. The Duke explained that he would soon have to go to Elfheim, and it would be better for a famous person to meet the stubborn elves. The surprised knight asked why they were sending the guy there, to which Scott replied that the demon's followers were looking for sacred objects, and he must convince the elves of the need to protect them. But Garen said that it is not necessary to send him there for this. After all, he has a friend in Elfheim, to which the young hero and the Duke reacted with surprise and shock. They looked at the knights in silence for several seconds, after which they asked if this was possible, to which he replied that they were both rude. He asked if he really had an elf friend and received the answer that he was going to Rodman's land to kill the monster. Then he met a man who was heading to Elfheim, after which they became friends. However, Scott sincerely did not understand how it was possible to become friends with a complete stranger so easily. After all, people do not become friends at the first meeting, to which the knight stubbornly replied that they did. But at first they discussed a lot of things, and everything happened quickly, and this can be understood. And that's how they became friends. Scott just gritted his teeth in irritation. I really don't understand how simple-minded the knight was. But he just laughed that you can quickly get close to people if you talk sincerely. After which he put his hand in his bosom, saying that he was a little upset that they did not believe him and were only mocking him. But as proof, he took out a gold pendant, opening which revealed a blue voice. He received this symbol from that same friend, and after carefully examining it, the young hero declared that it looked real. Half a day later, it was decided that Garen would go with Scott, and they were ready for the long journey. He didn't know if it would help, but he sent Jay ahead, and as soon as they arrived at the place, let them look for him first. The warriors immediately agreed, and while Garen saddled his horse, Scott decided to ride Moonwolf, after which, having heard all the instructions, they announced that they were leaving, and the guy in addition said that they would see the old man again. Looking at the retreating knights, the Sword Emperor said out loud that he hoped the results would be just as good this time. But then he added detachedly that if the boy called him an old man again, he would kill him, regardless of the results. At the same time, two of the demon's henchmen were found down the corridor, one of whom asked if he had intervened again, also asking about Ludwig's death. In response, he heard the statement that the crown prince had now taken the place of the king. The older man slammed his fist on the wall at this news. After all, people said that they could cope, but the degenerate of the Morse family was to blame for everything, and it was not clear how he knew about their plan. To which his interlocutor replied that perhaps there was a spy among them straight from the dragon's eye. But this was impossible, because then the king would not have died, and in this case the hero would have been blessed by the goddess. The young henchman asked that the creator of this less-than-ideal world started a war with the demonic world and created a hero. There was no single root explanation. Then he remembered a story that Malum had told a long time ago. The creator can only see the predetermined fate of an imperfect world. Too much intervention will change it, by thinning the border between the worlds, after which their inhabitants will become stronger than they should be, and the world will be destroyed earlier than it should. The creation, called the goddess, once changed the fate of this world, full of destruction, by creating a hero and moving the demon to another world. And the descendants who believe in the goddess consider themselves winners. In fact, a trace was left that proves their victory. This happened when they were creating the demonic station in the Great Labyrinth, at which time the henchman was looking at the map, and his interlocutor said that since several heroes have now been chosen, the end of this world is inevitably approaching. To which the elderly henchman said that their dream would soon come true, because they had been working on it for too long. The young guy said that it was possible that there was a spy among them, and suggested checking it out. Then the older man stated that after the kingdom they intended to go straight to Elfheim. However, their trump card, Elaine, has died, so they will change course to the Orc Alliance, where their other trump card is located. If he goes to Elfheim, then he is a hero, but if Batar, the city of orcs, then he is definitely a spy who should be removed, after which he ordered his faithful subordinate to finally deal with him if he went to Elfheim. Bowing, the guy accepted the order, adding that all this was for the sake of the new world, after which the senior henchman repeated the same thing. Then the subordinate left, and the senior thought that if the guy was a hero, then he would take responsibility, after which he will say that this was part of the prophecy and then he will kill him. But if he goes to Batar, he will have to arrange an investigation. Meanwhile, Scott and Garen arrived at the first place, and the knight declared before going to sleep that they were finally here. They looked at the endless fields of orcs, which were now warmed by bright sunlight, showing an incredible landscape. But they decided not to waste time and hurry forward because their goal was almost right in front of their noses.